Unexpectedly, after graduating from teacher training college without becoming a teacher, I instead find myself traversing into a world where I am a teacher, Li Muyu lamented. Silently, reflecting on his peculiar fate that he felt an undeniable connection to the title of teacher. During high school, he excelled in the arts class, attracting many classmates who sought his guidance, which earned him the nickname Teacher Yu. Subsequently, he slid through the university application process into a teacher training university, guided by his family's suggestions to pursue a reputable education major. Even in university, he found himself tutoring his roommates and once again received the moniker Teacher Yu to everyone's astonishment. Upon graduation, Li Muyu rebelled against expectations and secured a position as a civil servant instead of becoming a teacher. Little did he know that on his first day at work, as he stepped through the office door, he would suddenly traverse into a new realm, becoming a newly appointed teacher at a ninja school that in this new existence. He bore the name Yu Sheng Muyu, retaining the Muyu but with a different surname. Sigh. This is certainly not a safe world. There are far too many lunatics and paranoid maniacs, and they are rather formidable, Muyu sighed internally. He casually surveyed the office, noting that it bore little difference from those in his previous life, but the sharp kunai haphazardly placed on the desk reminded him that this was no longer the peaceful domain he once knew. Even more frustratingly, he discovered that he was not merely a teacher, but part of the root organization of Covert Ninja Unit. The original identity he inhabited was that of an orphan raised by the root, becoming a teacher at the ninja school under Danzo's command to observe and record the students, particularly to identify any prodigies. Working under the shadow of Danzo is certainly not a favorable position. Just as you pondered how to navigate this perilous world, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by a translucent blue panel appearing before him. Teacher system activated. Congratulations on becoming a teacher. Teaching students will yield rewards. The more exceptional the students, the greater the rewards. You may take outstanding students as apprentices for unknown mentorship. As the disciples' strength increases, so shall your rewards. Note: apprenticeship requires mutual consent. Unilateral acceptance is prohibited. Muyu examined the blue panel, noting only two options: personal template and master apprentice. He clicked on the personal template. Name: Yu Sheng Muyu. Age: 18. Chakra: 4,300. Skills: body flicker technique, fire release. Great fireball technique, fire release. Phoenix fire technique, body flicker. Technique: Konoha fluid technique. Evaluation: elite among chūnin. Somewhat useful cannon fodder in times of war. After reading the somewhat disheartening evaluation, Muyu quietly closed the personal panel and opened the master apprentice option, which was blank, likely due to the absence of disciples. As the school bell rang, signaling the start of class, Muyu gathered his belongings and made his way to the classroom. Although he was a new teacher, the scarcity of instructors at the ninja school meant he was also appointed as the homeroom teacher for the freshman class. Scanning the class roster, he recognized several familiar names, including Yu Tsubaki and the formidable steel-armed Ikazuchi, both of whom would become the guardians of Konoha. Upon seeing the name Uchiha Shisui, his eyes lit up. This individual was no ordinary genius. Realizing that rewarding disciples could enhance his standing, Muyu knew that the more talented the disciple, the better. Before entering the classroom, he adjusted his demeanor, donning a warm smile akin to sunlight as he stepped inside. The classroom design was unique, with seats arranged in ascending height to ensure visibility for students in the back. Muyu's presence swiftly silenced the previously noisy classroom, as the children, still young at 5 or 6 years old, were experiencing their first day of school, filled with both curiosity and trepidation about their ninja teacher. There was, however, an exception. A purple-haired girl with a single ponytail, sitting in the front row, boldly exclaimed, "Big brother, you're really handsome. Are you our teacher?" Muyu smiled and nodded in response. "Indeed, dear student, I am your homeroom teacher from now on, yay." The compliment made the purple-haired girl feel instantly at ease, perceiving the golden-haired teacher as friendly. The other students, witnessing their interaction, relaxed as well, having heard tales from relatives that teachers could often be stern. Muyu swiftly approached the podium, wrote his full name in chalk, and formally introduced himself. "I am Yu Sheng Muyu, and from today onward, I will be your teacher." I look forward to your guidance, yay. Imyu Tsubaki, the purple-haired girl, chimed in first. With Tsubaki leading, the others followed suit, including Shisui, who responded quietly. Feeling a tinge of disappointment as the system remained silent, Muyu had hoped that acknowledging Shisui as a student would suffice, but he encountered a glitch instead. Suppressing his inner emotions, he gestured for silence after all introductions were completed. Before we begin the lesson, I would like to pose a question. Do you know how Konoha came to be? The classroom fell silent again, with students exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of how to respond. Shisui, having received family education, knew a bit, but would only speak up if called upon. It was built by people, Tsubaki eventually replied after some thought. Indeed, it was built by people, but it is crucial to understand who constructed Konoha and why it was established. Muyu continued, not denying Tsubaki's response. Before the era of ninja villages, there was a time of relentless warfare known as the Warring States period. During that time, even children your age might have to pick up weapons and fight, with brutal conflicts ever looming. As he recounted this grim history, Muyu's tone grew somber, laying bare the harsh realities of the Warring States period before the students. Perhaps due to their precociousness or the weight of their surroundings in Konoha, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted palpably. At that time, two clans stepped forward, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Muyu's voice shifted from somber to passionate. I know. The first Hokage, Hashirama Sensei, belonged to the Senju. The students eagerly joined in as he mentioned the Senju, their knowledge igniting their engagement. Shisui felt a twinge of disappointment as he noticed that the focus remained on the Senju, with little attention given to the Uchiha, struggling to comprehend why both clans, as founding ninjas of Konoha, were not equally recognized to protect their descendants and ensure that children would no longer need to wield weapons against one another. The two clans united to establish Konoha, inviting more ninja clans to join, ultimately bringing an end to the Warring States period, giving rise to the Konoha we know today. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire shall persist. The light of the flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of new life. It is through the selfless dedication of our predecessors that we exist today, that we have this ninja school. This spirit of altruism embodies the will of fire of Konoha. Muyu's expression grew serious, as if honoring the legacy of those who had come. Before it, he believed that Shisui would be intrigued by a teacher who understood history and the essence of the will of fire. So that's how Konoha was founded. Next time I pass by the Hokage Rock, I must pay my respect. I too aspire to be a ninja of the will of fire and protect Konoha. Students' minds were already filled with vivid images of their predecessors who fought valiantly to establish their legacy, stirring within them a fervor to emulate their forebears. Jishu's eyes brightened, sensing that this teacher possessed a unique quality, and he began to cultivate a greater interest in the forthcoming life at the Ninja Academy. Initially, he had been informed by his elders that the teachings at the academy were already well known within their clan, and he had planned to graduate early to assist the law enforcement division. However, it now appeared that the reality was more nuanced. You all know how many types of chakra attributes exist. There are 5: water, earth, wind, lightning, and fire, responded a student from a ninja family with alacrity. Not entirely correct. There are 7 chakra attributes. In addition to the 5 foundational elemental transformations: water, earth, wind, lightning, and fire, there are also 2 special transformations, yin and yang. Muyu gently corrected, smiling. This method of questioning followed by correction would leave a more profound imprint on the students' memories. Muu then commenced an exposition on the fundamental understanding of chakra, interspersing the lecture with light-hearted anecdotes that elicited laughter from the students. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, 4 classes had elapsed. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, Muyu halted and announced with a grin, "School is out. Tomorrow, we shall discuss chakra refinement." Muyu's straightforward proclamation marked the conclusion of the lesson and teased the next session's topic. Upon hearing Muyu declare the end of class, the students momentarily paused, perplexed that they were already finished. They reflected that it seemed as though they had only just begun, yet they had indeed cycled through 4 lessons. It was solely due to Mu Yu's engaging guidance that they had approached their studies with both seriousness and ease, thus losing track of time. Chakra refinement, I can hardly wait, Hong Do exclaimed, her anticipation for the next day palpable, as her family had no ninja heritage and she had not previously encountered such. Knowledge. Wasn't class rather enjoyable? My cousin deceived me into thinking that school was a dreadful ordeal. I shall return home and inform my aunt about his pilfering to buy snacks. Gang Zitai expressed indignantly, nearly tricked by his cousin's ruse. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to leverage that against your cousin to acquire the snacks directly? Suggested Shun Yu Su-in, offering her perspective. Gang Zitai's face brightened with realization as he clapped a hand on Shun Yu Su-in's shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, that's a brilliant idea. If successful, I shall share half of the snacks with you." Shisui observed Mu Yu, who was about to exit the classroom, and after a moment's contemplation, rose to follow. Lecture completed, proceeding to evaluation. Rating A. Utilizing the tales of predecessors to ignite students' sense of responsibility and enthusiasm, the lesson content was coherent with strong interactivity, resulting in high student satisfaction. Reward assessment underway. Perception of rewarding ninjutsu. First completion of teaching, rewarded with identification technique. First completion of a teaching rated A. Rewarded with mastery of fire attribute chakra nature transformation. Receiving 3 rewards in one go took Mu Yu by surprise. He felt an influx of memories, predominantly those pertaining to the practice of fire attribute chakra nature transformation. These memories were strikingly vivid, imparting upon him the illusion that he was an old ninja who had dedicated his life to mastering the art of fire release. "Teacher Yuhuan, may I pose a question?" Shisui inquired respectfully. Upon hearing Shishui's words, Mu Yu paused, having intended to review the evaluation panel, and led Shisui to the secluded area behind the teaching building. Utilizing his perceptive ninjutsu, he sensed no particularly potent chakra presence, which alleviated his concerns. He smiled and said, "Is it that you did not comprehend a part of the lesson? Please, go ahead." Shisui shook his head and replied, "It's not the content of the lecture. Rather, I have a query. Teacher, as you know, the Senju and Uchiha clans jointly established Konoha. So why is it that now, everyone remembers the Senju while seldom acknowledging the Uchiha's contributions?" Though a child, Shisui was remarkably mature and perceptive. He had noticed the strange glances from passers-by who saw their clan emblem when he accompanied his elders. Why, despite being co-founders of the village, was the Uchiha clan not only overlooked but seemingly disliked by the villagers? This perplexed Shisui. Observing Shishui's puzzled expression, Mu Yu inwardly scoffed. The reputations of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in Konoha were hardly comparable. "You must have only read some clan history," Mu Yu suggested. Shisui nodded, acknowledging that his current knowledge was limited to what the Uchiha had provided. The reasons for the current state of affairs are numerous and complex, difficult to elucidate in a brief conversation, Mu Yu admitted, a hint of difficulty crossing his features. Upon seeing Mu Yu's discomfort, Shisui felt a pang of guilt, realizing the question was more intricate than he had anticipated. Initially, he considered letting the matter drop, but Mu Yu continued, "Very well, if you have time after school, come find me, and I shall recount the history behind it." Mu Yu sighed, adding, "After all, I owe a debt of gratitude to your Uchiha clan. Consider this my way of repaying it." Shisui, perplexed, inquired how Mu Yu could owe them a favor. "My parents were trapped in an enemy encirclement during a war and were rescued by a ninja named Uchiha Kagami, although they ultimately perished in subsequent battles. I have always remembered that act of salvation," Mu Yu expressed with heartfelt gratitude. He felt fortunate that his original self had been an orphan, otherwise, the scope for his expression would have been significantly constrained. It must be acknowledged that sometimes, the deceased can be of greater value than the living. Shishui's eyes widened in astonishment, his face contorting with disbelief. Uchiha Kagami was indeed his grandfather, and he had not anticipated such a profound connection with Mu Yu, which stirred within him a sense of wonder. However, Shisui was not the type to seek repayment for favors, so he remained silent, merely offering his thanks to Mu Yu. Before Shisui departed, Mu Yu bestowed upon him an identification technique. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Chakra, 500. Potential, SS. Evaluation, Bloodline of the 6 Paths, highly suited for the mastery of fire release and illusions, immense potential, recommended for apprenticeship. As Muyu strolled towards the office, he could not help but marvel at the prowess of a formidable individual capable of manifesting a single-eyed Susanoo. The two resplendent S ratings were indeed dazzling, prompting even the system to advocate for mentorship. Muyu casually accessed his own profile to check for any changes in evaluation. Name: Yuhang Muyu. Age: 18. Chakra: 4,300. Evaluation: proficient in the nature transformation of fire release chakra. Your limited chakra reserves hinder your strength. But should you rectify this deficiency, you would undoubtedly rank among the elite of Jonin. It appeared that his proficiency in fire release nature transformation was more formidable than he had previously surmised. Muyu felt he might have underestimated the significance of the term proficient. Initially, he presumed it merely equated to knowledge on par with the Jonin, but upon reflection, he realized that in terms of fire release chakra nature transformation alone, he might have already reached the level of the third Hokage. After all, aside from 2 fire releases, he only possessed the body flicker technique and a bit of ordinary taijutsu. With such a foundation, coupled with the rewards he had received, he could elevate his chakra and attain the status of an elite Jonin. Elite Jonin. Surely that was the caliber of Kakashi and Asuma at the onset of the narrative. While Muyu was elated by this significant surge in strength, the thought of his affiliation with the Root organization dimmed his spirits. First, the cursed seal from the Root instilled a sense of insecurity within him. Secondly, the likes of Danzo, who relished sending his subordinates into perilous situations, further exacerbated his unease. He resolved to quickly gather a few disciples to bolster his strength, even if he could not achieve the audacious feat of eliminating Danzo and departing in triumph. He needed to possess the means of self-preservation. Thus, Muyu set himself a modest short-term goal. Upon entering the office, he discovered 3 teachers seated within, 2 men and 1 woman, engaged in a lively exchange of grievances regarding their students. He recognized them all, as they had arrived early, and he had previously acquainted himself with his colleagues during his prior visits to the school. Muyu casually assessed each of them. Name: Chiguchi Yu. Chakra: 2,000. Potential: C. Evaluation: a mere chūnin, destined to be cannon fodder. The data of the 3 teachers were strikingly similar, all designated as cannon fodder by the system. Alas, it was indeed unfortunate that Class 4-2 had fallen into his hands. He already had the burden of Class 3-1 to contend with. How could he teach effectively with a Might Guy and a Uchiha Obito as the 2 stragglers in Class 4-2? Chiguchi Yu raised his hands in exasperation. To complicate matters, my family has arranged a matchmaking meeting for me, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, which coincides perfectly with my class in 4-2. I should find a colleague without a class to assist me, or perhaps take a leave of absence. After all, the matchmaking is of utmost importance, suggested Ueda Aya. At that moment, Ueda Aya noticed the entrance of Muyu and greeted him with a smile. Teacher Yuhang, how does it feel to be teaching for the first time? I hope the little techniques I taught you prove useful. Muyu reminisced about the enthusiastic female teacher who had once expressed concern that he, as a new instructor, might feel nervous during his first class. She advised him to mentally repeat carrots and cabbages while teaching. Graciously, Muyu responded, "Thank you. That little trick is quite useful." However, after class, the students urged me not to be picky with my food. Chuckling, he added, "Haha, Teacher Yushing, you truly are amusing." Ayako Ueda smiled, believing that Muyu's ability to joke indicated he had comfortably navigated his inaugural teaching experience. Teacher Chigaya, I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. If you need assistance, I would be happy to help, Muyu said, placing his lesson plan on the desk and adopting the demeanor of a congenial individual. Unlike other teachers, Muyu was eager to fill his schedule entirely, especially since Class 2 of Year 4 included both Dado and Might Guy, making it all the more essential for him to pay them a visit. Chigaya's face lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude and promised to treat Muyu to a meal when the opportunity arose. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed Muyu, who was solemnly imparting the will of fire within a crystal ball. Stroking his goatee, he perceived this young man from the roots as quite commendable, someone who comprehended the essence of the will of fire. Danzo believed he had concealed his machinations well. However, a portion of the ninjas cultivated by the roots, though not listed among them, had already come to the third's attention. The third felt that, as long as Danzo was not excessively overreaching, his efforts to strengthen Konoha were tolerable. Nevertheless, The third placed significant importance on the ninja academy and decided to personally observe the proceedings. To his surprise, the first lesson delivered by this root ninja focused on the will of fire, instilling a sense of responsibility in the students, which greatly impressed the third. He resolved to monitor Mu Yu's subsequent performance. If deemed talented, he would consider extracting him from the roots. However, Mu Yu's current display was insufficient for the third to request personnel from Danzo. Although, in essence, Danzo's resources could be seen as his, he still needed to be mindful of his old friend's feelings. With this thought, the third ceased his use of the telescope technique and commenced processing documents, preparing to inspect Konoha later in the evening. After finishing his meal, Shizuku followed the location Mu Yu had provided to find his residence. Nestled in the southeastern part of Konoha, an area characterized by sparse architecture, Mu Yu's dwelling was somewhat remote from the city center. Fortunately, due to the limited number of buildings in the vicinity, Shizuku quickly located Mu Yu's home, a modest single-story wooden house situated in a simple courtyard. Upon entering the yard, Shizuku was taken aback by a scene that left him utterly astonished. Upon returning home, Mu Yu entered the bathroom and stuck out his tongue in front of the mirror. As anticipated, a black curse seal adorned his tongue, which was a requisite mark for every member of the roots. If Mu Yu's memory served him correctly, the effect of this curse seal was that uttering words related to specific matters would render him completely paralyzed and unable to move. The seal Danzo had devised was naturally linked to information concerning him and the roots, ensuring that even if an organization member were captured or betrayed, they could not divulge any secrets. If that were the extent of it, it would be manageable. Mu Yu had no intention of leaking any information regarding the roots. However, he was concerned that this cursed seal could be controlled by Danzo at will, akin to possessing a fatal weakness under someone else's dominion. Mu Yu pondered carefully, attempting to discern a method to dispel the curse mark from the original text. It seemed that aside from Danzo's demise, no other viable solution existed. However, upon further reflection, she realized that no one in the original narrative had ever broken this curse mark. Those who sought to escape the grasp of the third Hokage might have been ordered to release it, but otherwise, the only option was Danzo's death, which would result in the automatic invalidation of the curse mark. Yet, Danzo was not a fragile character akin to an AD carry in a MOBA game. He was not someone who would perish without care during a skirmish. This cunning old fox was quite protective of his life, often sequestered within the root's base. And he might even possess a resurrection coin, making him a formidable challenge. Considering her current strength, Mu Yu reluctantly abandoned the notion of eliminating Danzo. She could either seek out Orochimaru or conduct her own research. At this moment, Mu Yu recognized that she had but two options. In truth, it was only one, as the path to Orochimaru was temporarily unattainable. Glancing at the time, Mu Yu felt it was about time, so she activated her sensory ninjutsu and detected the approaching Shisui. Stepping outside, she entered the courtyard and mused that Danzo seemed to trust the original owner quite well. She had activated sensory ninjutsu numerous times without sensing any root ninjas monitoring him. Just as she anticipated Shisui's entrance, Mu Yu quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a surge of chakra, conjuring an enormous fireball that soared to 8 meters in height, incinerating the training wooden figures and charring a substantial portion of the ground. Shisui, who had just stepped into the courtyard, was taken aback by this awe-inspiring display and marveled at Mu Yu's mastery of fire release. Although the Great Fireball technique was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, its classification was determined solely by the difficulty of its mastery. Many Uchiha Jonin were fond of employing the Great Fireball technique. However, Shisui was certain that even the elite from his own clan would never wield it with such potency, as they could not convert such a vast amount of chakra into flames in such a brief span. "Teacher Yu, I apologize for interrupting your training," Shisui quickly expressed. Coming to his senses, "Not at all. I was just concluding my session," Mu Yu replied, exhaling deeply and inviting Shisui into the room with a smile. "In truth, the current state of the Uchiha clan is significantly tied to your former clan leader, Uchiha Madara," Mu Yu stated, pouring 2 cups of water, handing one to Shisui while keeping the other for herself, and began recounting the tale of the Uchiha. "You are aware that Uchiha Madara defected, correct?" Mu Yu inquired. Shisui nodded. The clan's history indicated that the leader had departed from Konoha. If it were merely a departure, it would not have unfolded in this manner, Mu Yu continued. She informed Shisui that had it not been for Hashirama's extraordinary strength, Konoha might have been obliterated by Madara. Shisui fell into a contemplative silence. However, Muyu reassured him that the story was far from over. This incident only intensified the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama's, wariness towards the Uchiha, prompting him to establish numerous policies aimed specifically at governing the Uchiha clan after assuming the role of Hokage. These policies, in turn, incited dissatisfaction among the hawkish faction of the Uchiha, leading to thoughts of seizing power through force, ultimately resulting in their imprisonment by the Umbu. A series of events ultimately led to the negative reputation of the Uchiha clan overshadowing their past achievements, rendering them less favored by the villagers. It dawned on Shisui that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Indeed, there were members of the Uchiha clan striving to alter this narrative, with Uchiha Kagami being among the most successful. Muketsu shifted the conversation to Uchiha Kagami. So, Sensei, what kind of person do you believe Uchiha Kagami to be? Shisui suddenly felt curious about the image his grandfather held in Muketsu's eyes. He had never met his grandfather, but had heard much from other clan members. Tales of immense strength and genius as a ninja. A Uchiha embodying the will of fire. He served as a bridge connecting the Uchiha to Konohagakure, easing the tensions between both sides. Muketsu contemplated aloud. Though Muketsu's words lacked embellishments, Shisui found them to be the most fitting and commendable assessment he had heard thus far. I, too, aspire to be like my grandfather, Shisui declared with unwavering resolve, unaware that he had inadvertently referred to his grandfather directly. Grandfather? Muketsu glanced at Shisui with a hint of confusion. Only then did Shisui realize his slip of the tongue. He had no intention of being ungrateful, nor did he feel guilty, so he candidly acknowledged it. Sensei, you need not be overly concerned about any perceived debts of gratitude. A visit to my grandfather's grave would surely bring him joy, Shisui suggested. How can one not repay the kindness of saving one's parents? How about this, Shisui? Would you consider becoming my disciple? Muketsu inquired. Shisui understood Muketsu's intention and felt that it might be unfair to him. However, he did not wish to see such a gracious person as Muketsu placed in an awkward position. Furthermore, the prospect of becoming a disciple of such a knowledgeable and powerful teacher was indeed appealing. Eventually, Shisui nodded and called out, Muketsu-sensei, would you like to establish a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Shisui? A system prompt appeared immediately, and without hesitation, Muketsu selected yes. As this was a rare opportunity to mentor a talented disciple. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level, 2. Unlocking disciple training feedback mechanism. Muketsu glanced at the description. Filled with elation, the disciple training feedback meant that as Shisui grew stronger, he too would gain strength. The higher the trust level, the greater the feedback, with trust level 2 yielding double returns. If Shisui increased his chakra by 1 point, Muketsu would gain 2. The feedback mechanism also meant that gifts given to Shisui would yield random rewards for him, with better rewards corresponding to higher trust levels, limited to once per day. Muketsu pondered for a moment and then produced a small booklet, handing it to Shisui. Within it was a manual he had composed that afternoon on the transformation of fire attribute chakra, originally intended to be gifted to Shisui to enhance their rapport. But now he sought to test the feedback mechanism. This is my compilation of the Fire Attribute Chakra Transformation Training Manual. Take it home and study it. I will periodically assess your progress. As your teacher, I am quite rigorous and will not lower my standards due to gratitude, Muketsu stated with a serious demeanor. Shisui's growth would also mean Muketsu's own enhancement, and he felt compelled to diligently supervise Shisui's training. Thank you, Teacher Muyu. I will diligently cultivate myself. Accepting the small booklet from Muyu, Shisui expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Regarding Muyu's strict expectations, Shisui perceived no issue. Rather, it demonstrated that Muyu truly regarded him as a disciple, rather than merely as a means to repay the kindness shown to him by his grandfather. You have gifted a manual for the transformation of disciple status. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, a critical reward has been granted, the Ninjutsu Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Proficient Level. At the moment of receiving the reward, a vivid array of memories regarding the cultivation of the Great Dragon Fire Technique flooded Muyu's mind, as though he had practiced this ninjutsu 1,000 times. The Great Dragon Fire Technique is a B-rank fire release ninjutsu. Unlike the Great Fireball, it does not prioritize area, but rather flexibility, allowing the user to deftly control fire dragons to attack enemies. Upon mastering it, One could simplify the hand seals to a single gesture and simultaneously unleash multiple fire dragons. Given that the system provided it at the proficient level, Muyu now merely needed to perform one hand seal to instantly release 3 fire dragons. Muyu gazed at Shisui with eyes that no longer saw a mere person. He was akin to an inexhaustible gold mine, capable of yielding coins daily. Noticing that the sky outside had begun to darken, Muyu said, "It is getting late. Allow me to escort you home. I wouldn't want your family to worry." "Thank you, teacher. I can walk back slowly by myself. I'm the only one at home now." Shisui waved his hand. He felt he had already troubled Muyu enough for one day and was reluctant to impose further. Upon hearing Jishui's words, Muyu recalled that Jishui's parents seemed to have never appeared. They likely passed away shortly after his birth. He realized that the two of them could not even muster a single parent between them, which was quite extraordinary. "However, my uncle often comes to take care of me," Shisui added, fearing Muyu might worry. Muyu nodded, not insisting on accompanying him, as it was merely their first day of meeting, with ample future opportunities to build rapport. On his way home, Shisui perused the cultivation manual gifted by Muyu. Reflecting on the fire-release ninjutsu he had seen upon entering the courtyard, which ignited further curiosity about Muyu. As a renowned prodigy within his clan, coupled with his grandfather being Uchiha Kagami, Shisui had encountered many formidable Uchiha, broadening his horizons far beyond his peers. He pondered that someone of Muyu's caliber should not merely be a chūnin, and it seemed odd for him to be a teacher at the Ninja Academy, where such strength was unnecessary. Teaching merely the body flicker technique would suffice. As Muyu watched Shisui gradually disappear from view, anticipation for the following day burgeoned within him. He had classes scheduled for both the morning and afternoon, curious about what rewards he might earn. Moreover, the afternoon class would be taught by Mike Guy, along with his class of Toby and the others. What potential would these two possess? "Brother, how is the situation?" "Not good. That detestable cousin of mine has the audacity to threaten me, saying that if I reveal his misdeeds, he will expose my bedwetting incident from when I was 3 to our neighbor, Mihue." Gongzi seethed with indignation at his cousin's malice. How could their affairs entangle the neighbor's Mihue, tarnishing his illustrious reputation? Truly despicable. "I have devised a clever plan. Leveraging the advantage of youth to create a ruckus in your cousin's room under the pretense of play. Though the chaos may originate from you, if it is not swiftly rectified, your cousin will inevitably bear the brunt of the mischief. Should this strategy be executed repeatedly, he will surely think twice before exhibiting any arrogance." After contemplating this, Shinue Yuyun conjured yet another ingenious scheme. Gongzi Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement, for with Yuyun's strategic insight, he felt invincible, akin to the original Hokage, who strategized alongside his companions. Should they succeed, a feast of snacks would undoubtedly follow. As Muyu entered the classroom, she overheard the banter between this dynamic duo, which brought a smile to her face. The lesson commenced. Muyu approached the podium and began her lecture without delay. "Chakra is the foundation of our ninjutsu, arising from the fusion of physical energy and mental prowess." The students below listened intently, for this was a matter of utmost importance. As Muyu elucidated the subject, she occasionally demonstrated her chakra, allowing the students to experience it firsthand. To maintain engagement, she interspersed anecdotes and humor throughout her explanation, supplementing it with questions to deepen their understanding. Before long, the class was nearing its conclusion. Observing the cheerful and inquisitive Akane, Muyu decided to assess her potential. Name, Mitarashi Akane. Potential. A. Reflecting on this, Muyu conducted assessments for all the students in the classroom. Name, Gongzi Tai. Potential. B. Name, Shinue. Potential. B. To Muyu's astonishment, aside from Shisui, only 4 students in the entire classroom achieved a grade of B or higher. Aside from Akane and the 2 others, there was only 1 student, whom she did not recall, who also received a B. The rest were predominantly C, with some teetering on D. This revelation underscored Shisui's exceptional talent, as he outshone the others by a significant margin. Akane's potential was also somewhat surprising to Muyu. She recalled that Akane was not particularly strong in the original narrative, yet her assessed potential surpassed that of the 2 guardians by several tiers. Nonetheless, Muyu had no immediate plans to take Akane as a disciple. He could not indiscriminately accept students, as he currently had only 4 disciple slots, one of which was occupied by Shisui, leaving him with only 3 available. While the adorable little Akane was indeed charming, Muyu mused that his own handsome appearance held little weight in the eyes of Danzo, who would certainly not grant him any favors for such superficial reasons. Class completed, proceeding to evaluation. Rating: A. Reward: Shadow Clone Technique. This ninjutsu is quite commendable, though regrettably, it is of limited utility to me at present, Muyu thought to himself. As a technique that the protagonist Naruto employs throughout the story, the Shadow Clone Technique is undoubtedly practical, especially if one's chakra reserves are ample, proving advantageous in both combat and training. However, as Muyu currently lacked sufficient chakra, he found himself at an impasse. After finishing his meal, he entered the office, where several teachers were strategizing for the impending blind date of Chiguyu. A tall, slender male teacher cautioned, "Before your meeting, be sure to tidy yourself up and dress formally. We wouldn't want anyone to perceive you as unkempt." "You underestimate me, Sugi. Although I have never been in a relationship, this is basic knowledge," Chiguyu confidently replied. "I believe it is essential for you to refrain from boasting during conversations." Ayaka Ueda seemed to foresee the eventual outcome, shaking her head as she spoke. "Just wait and see, Ueda." Yuki Chikaya, feeling underestimated by Ayaka, immediately retorted with bravado. "Yes, I shall wait," Ayaka replied dismissively, noticing the arrival of Muyu and promptly engaging in conversation. "Hello, Teacher Hanyu. You are remarkably skilled. When I passed by your class today, I caught a glimpse and felt the atmosphere was splendid. I can hardly believe it's your first time teaching." Muyu humbly shook his head, responding, "Not at all. It's thanks to your collective experience and the students' attentiveness." Although aware of the modesty in his words, who does not enjoy compliments? A smile graced Ayaka's face as she shared some of her snacks with Muyu. Witnessing this, Yuki felt the sting of preferential treatment. He had worked alongside Ayaka for 2 years and had scarcely tasted her snacks. Grumbling silently about Ayaka, Yuki swiftly greeted Muyu, vowing to remember the favor of his substitute teaching for a lifetime if this endeavor succeeded. Muyu cheerfully responded to everyone, and after exchanging a few words, he picked up the prepared writing materials to practice calligraphy. Practicing calligraphy during free time was one of the few commendable habits he had retained from his previous life, cultivated during his university calligraphy classes. With the lunch break being relatively short at the academy, there was little opportunity to find a place to refine his skills. As he sensed it was nearly time for class, Muyu tidied up and made his way to the classroom. Just as the bell rang, he entered class 4-2. "Wait, isn't it Teacher Chikaya's history of Konoha this afternoon?" A student questioned upon seeing someone other than Yuki enter. "Teacher Chikaya has other commitments this afternoon. I will be taking the class," Muyu explained as he approached the podium. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hurried figure rushed into the classroom. "Pardon me, teacher. I encountered an elderly lady on my way and assisted her, which caused my delay," Obito huffed, placing his hands on his knees and catching his breath. "Please take your seat and listen to the lesson," Muyu nodded, scanning the students and assessing each one. Name: Norarin. Chakra: 300. Potential: Name: Might Guy. Chakra: 600. Potential: S. Evaluation: Suitable for physical training. Recommended for apprenticeship. Name: Uchiha Obito. Chakra: 650. Potential: S. Evaluation: Possesses the bloodline of the 6 paths. Occasional spatial talent. Recommended for apprenticeship. Class 4-2 was akin to his class 1-1. Aside from these 3 acquaintances, there was only one Uchiha, Tetsuhan, with A-level potential, while the rest were predominantly C and D levels. After reviewing their talents, Muyu inquired about their lesson progress and commenced his teaching. For students accustomed to rote, textbook-style instruction, a teacher like Muyu was a delightful surprise. Obito exclaimed, "Teacher Muyu, your teaching is exceptional, far superior to other teachers. If you continue teaching, I am certain I will pass. I will inform Teacher Chikaya, along with your tardiness." Muyu chuckled and remarked that he was different from the other instructors at the ninja school, as he had undergone systematic training to become a teacher. In an instant, Obito's expression turned sour, and he quickly pleaded for mercy, as Chikagu was their homeroom teacher. Obito's antics, both before and after, added a touch of merriment to the classroom atmosphere. During the long recess, Muyu activated his sensory ninjutsu, confirming that there were no issues, and called out Might Guy and Obito. "Teacher Yuhuin, please, I beg you, do not inform Chikage-sensei," Obito implored earnestly, refusing to give up. "That will depend on your performance." Muyu replied with a smile, offering no definitive answer. "Is there something you need, teacher?" Might Guy scratched his head, puzzled as to why he had been summoned. as he had committed no wrongdoing. Muyu glanced at Might Guy, who had nearly kicked his way to an ending, and who was now still quite youthful, despite donning the iconic green jumpsuit. Though his strength and conviction needed further development, he was convinced that with daily training, he would surely become a formidable practitioner of taijutsu. However, he had yet to fully grasp his father's teachings on youth and self-discipline, indicating a need for growth, which Muyu was more than willing to assist during this period. Your theoretical grades have been causing quite a bit of distress for Chikage-sensei, Muyu stated. Upon hearing this, even Obito, usually carefree, lowered his head in embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to learn, it's just that the questions are too difficult to comprehend. Why do we have to calculate how many animals are in a group? Obito attempted to argue. Witnessing Obito's demeanor, Muyu reminisced about his own high school struggles with mathematics, feeling fortunate that his major did not require advanced calculus. However, Muyu understood that the issue lay with Obito, as the mathematics taught at the ninja school was among the simplest, with fewer classes than history. But your deficiencies are not limited to mathematics. You are struggling in history and ninjutsu theory as well. Muyu shook his head. What use is knowing history? It's all in the past, Obito retorted, believing that history should be abolished, while mathematics might prove useful when shopping. I share your sentiments. Might Guy nodded in agreement. Genuinely unable to retain historical facts. You should address this with the third Hokage. He is the principal of the ninja school. Muyu indicated that he had no authority in this matter. However, continuing in this manner is not a solution, neither for Chikage-sensei nor for you. Does Teacher Yuhuin possess any secrets for passing exams? Obito looked at Muyu with eager anticipation. Might Guy also regarded Muyu with excitement, as no one wished to be left behind. Indeed, there is a secret to examinations. Practice questions. Review while solving. Muyu divulged his strategy. Given the examination intensity at the ninja school, he only needed to utilize a fraction of his past testing experience to pass effortlessly, as merely achieving half of the class average sufficed for a passing grade. Practice questions? Both boys looked bewildered, unable to comprehend. You may consider this as specialized training for examination preparation, and should you pass, a reward awaits you. Muyu smiled as she spoke. What reward? A rice dumpling? Asked Daitu with curiosity. I can teach you ninjutsu or taijutsu. In essence, I shall guide you in your cultivation, Muyu replied. Is that truly the case? The two exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief at such fortuitous news. The condition is that you must pass the examination a month from now, Muyu reminded them. Is this what youth entails? I am ignited with passion, exclaimed Might Guy, a hint of excitement in his voice. This time, I will surely pass, Daitu asserted confidently. Observing the enthusiasm of the two, Muyu nodded inwardly. Seasoned hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. The pair felt they had struck gold, acquiring not only the secret to passing, but also the promise of guidance in their training. Meanwhile, Muyu merely needed to seamlessly assume the role of their instructor during the training process to reap the rewards. Even if they ultimately failed, she could claim that their earnest efforts warranted a reward, perhaps even garnering some goodwill in the process. Unlike her dealings with Shisui, where she had misled him into becoming her disciple, the circumstances were not suitable for such a favor. Moreover, Muyu's involvement was limited to a single lesson, preventing any prolonged contact. Had she been their homeroom teacher, it would have been much easier to manage. After finalizing the details of the special training, Muyu led them back to class. Daitu, what did Teacher Yuhai call you out for? Was it a punishment? Asked Noera Rin, a hint of worry in her voice. How could it be a punishment? Teacher Yuhai is wonderful, teaching me the secrets to passing the exam. Daitu quickly defended Muyu, as long as she could help him shed the label of being at the bottom of the class. Daitu believed he could become the top student in the Ninja Academy. Rin, you should also pay close attention in class. I wouldn't want you to be surpassed by me in the next exam, he chuckled. If only you could truly surpass me, Noera Rin replied with a resigned smile, though she ranked among the top students herself. When the class bell rang, Daitu adopted an unprecedentedly serious demeanor. This time, he was determined to pass. Already contemplating which ninjutsu to study, Noera Rin watched in surprise, pondering whether Daitu was genuinely earnest this time. 3 minutes later, observing Daitu slumped over his desk, she could only conclude that he remained the same Daitu she knew. At that moment, a piece of chalk arced gracefully through the air and struck Daitu on the head. Confused, he scanned the room, catching sight of Muyu, Rin, and the diligently writing Might Guy. Remembering his words from 3 minutes prior, his face flushed, dispelling any lingering sleepiness. After this brief interlude of Dai-Tu's slumber, the remainder of the class proceeded smoothly. Lecture complete. Evaluation. A. Reward obtained. Konoha Whirlwind. This time, the reward was not ninjutsu, but rather taijutsu. Specifically that which would be developed by Might Guy in the future. This taijutsu appeared deceptively simple, merely a kick, yet Muyu, having begun to learn it, discovered that it was far more complex than anticipated. The positioning of the leg, the explosive power of the muscles, and the release of chakra all required finesse. Muyu was troubled by the thought that he would have nothing to impart to Kai, thus he felt a sense of satisfaction with this reward. After school, he meandered through the forest to the south of Konoha, seeking a suitable place for training. Ultimately, he still held an identity within Root, and the location of his home was undoubtedly known to Danzo. Given Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha, it was likely he would suspect Muyu of treachery if he learned that Muyu had taught Shisui ninjutsu without reporting it. Although he possessed sensory ninjutsu, it could not be maintained indefinitely due to the constraints of chakra. Therefore, Muyu planned to train with Shisui outside in the future. Eventually, he discovered a serene spot by a small river, secluded and perfect for cultivation. He marked the location in his mind before returning home. Upon entering the courtyard, it became evident that Muyu's caution was not in vain. He encountered a ninja wearing an animal mask standing within. Knight, the Root Organization ninja stated. This is Lord Danzo's latest directive. The ninja handed Muyu a scroll. Nodding, Muyu accepted the scroll. Knight was his codename within Root. The two exchanged little conversation. After delivering the scroll, the Root ninja swiftly vanished. As a covert pawn of Root, excessive interaction could attract the attention of the Umbu. Before the ninja departed, Muyu performed an assessment. Name, Hiraizumi Sui. Potential, B. Chakra, 7,000. Evaluation, a competent upper-tier jonin gazing at the impressive chakra level of 7,000. Muyu could not help but feel a twinge of envy, for he possessed less than 5,000, a disparity of 5 or 6 years in comparison to Shisui. Once the sensory ninjutsu could no longer detect the Root ninja, Muyu entered his room to unroll the scroll and review Danzo's latest orders. Monitor the actions of Uchiha Shisui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, ascertain his character, and conduct an evaluation. After reading this, Muyu felt a sense of lamentation. Danzo's paranoia regarding the Uchiha was nearly pathological. Shisui was merely 6 years old, just beginning his journey in the ninja academy. Yet, due to his slight renown as a prodigy within the clan, Danzo deemed it necessary to monitor and evaluate him. Of course, it was also possible that Danzo harbored intentions of drawing Shisui into Root. However, Muyu believed that Danzo's aspirations would not come to fruition. The third Hokage would ensure Danzo understood who truly held power. The third could tolerate the existence of Root, but would never allow an excessively powerful faction within it. A prodigy like Shisui had limitless potential. Who could say how far he could ascend? Thus, the genius Uchiha would either remain within his clan or join the Umbu. After finishing his reading, Muyu incinerated the scroll with fire release. This new directive fell well within Muyu's acceptance. Even if Danzo had not dispatched anyone specifically, Muyu would have reported Shisui's prodigious nature during his updates. He believed that, given Danzo's keen interest in the Uchiha, any attempt at concealment would be futile and only serve to draw attention to himself. Muyu then created a shadow clone to practice ninjutsu while he, in his original form, began to enhance his chakra cultivation. At present, chakra represents his most significant shortcoming. Regardless of how many ninjutsu techniques he masters or how proficient he becomes, lacking sufficient chakra renders him incapable of manifesting his true potential. A ninja with limited chakra, no matter how formidable, remains constrained in their abilities, while a ninja blessed with ample chakra, even if seemingly weak, possesses an inherent strength. It can be asserted that chakra fundamentally determines the upper and lower limits of a ninja's capabilities. The following day, as there were no classes scheduled for him that morning, Muyu seized the opportunity to visit the materials room at the Ninja Academy. He intended to organize the examination papers from recent years for the 4th grade. The process unfolded seamlessly, and he fortuitously unearthed the 1st grade papers as well. His primary objective was to gather disciples. Yet the enhancement of both students' theoretical scores was not mere pretense. Upon examination, Muyu discovered that the examination questions remained relatively consistent each year, with variations in phrasing or data, and some papers even contained identical questions. Nodding in satisfaction, He felt confident about their chances of passing. He surmised that they need not engage in excessive practice. A mere attempt at the previous 2 years' papers should suffice for them to achieve a passing grade. After selecting several papers, Muyu departed the materials room and proceeded to the office. Yesterday, she had attentively listened to him, clearly indicating her interest. Could it be possible that she simply wished to avoid conversing with him? During the payment process yesterday, she had even suggested splitting the bill, demonstrating concern for him. Might it be that she feared he would use the excuse of one person treating the other to arrange another outing? Upon entering the office, Muyu noticed Ueda AI confronting Chikayayu. He glanced at Kimura Saito, who was observing the exchange. Hadn't you gone on a blind date yesterday? He was now recounting his experience, seeking our advice on how to pursue the girl. However, Ueda believed that his blind date held no interest in him and advised him to seek another opportunity. Kimura Saito succinctly outlined the situation's background. Yohana-sensei, you arrived just in time. Do you possess any special techniques for wooing girls? Chikayayu, noticing Muyu's arrival, hastily set aside his disagreement with Ueda AI to inquire. He perceived Muyu as someone who would undoubtedly attract numerous romantic interests. Special techniques? I believe it's merely about allowing the other person to feel your sincerity. Muyu contemplated before responding. As for techniques, he certainly would not divulge any to Chikayayu. That would not align with the persona he wished to project. Sincerity left Chikayayu visibly perplexed. How was one to ensure that the other person could perceive it? Give it up, you. You should consider Yohana-sensei's appearance. Any useful techniques he possesses may not necessarily apply to you. Ueda AI remarked with a hint of exasperation. That's impossible. I admit Yohana-sensei is indeed a tad more handsome than I, but the difference isn't that vast. Chikayayu retorted defiantly. You're truly stubborn, Ueda AI sighed. Gazing at the resolute Chikayayu with concern. As a woman herself, she understood female sentiments. Upon hearing Chikayayu's words, she recognized that his blind date had been in vain, yet he remained obstinately unconvinced. Good luck, Muyu encouraged with a smile, pondering what more he could say, especially since even Ueda AI, as a friend, had been unable to sway him. Moreover, Muyu genuinely hoped for Chikayayu to occupy himself, as this would allow him to substitute teach in the second class of the 4th grade once again. Indeed, Teacher Muyu possesses remarkable insight. Ueda, just wait and see. With Muyu's encouragement, Chiguayu's confidence has soared. During afternoon classes, Muyu made a subtle attempt by intentionally lowering the quality of his lectures. From his previous systematic evaluations, he deduced that the grading of lectures should be divided into 2 main components: the quality of the content and student satisfaction. He aimed to achieve a B rating, as earning an A for the first time would grant him an additional reward. Following this logic, obtaining a B rating should similarly yield an extra incentive. Lecture completed, calculations in progress. Rating, B. Reward, 20 chakra. First completion of a B-rated lecture. Rewarded with mastery of chakra form transformation, a flood of memories regarding his training in chakra form transformation suddenly surged within Muyu's mind. He felt a surge of delight. For in the chakra system, form transformation stands alongside nature transformation, both effectively enhancing ninjutsu. Although his mastery of form transformation was merely proficient and not yet perfected, it was not restricted by chakra attributes. Speaking of form transformation, one cannot overlook Naruto's iconic Rasengan, a quintessential representation of form transformation that wields immense power without the need for nature transformation. It was time to embark on the development of the Rasengan. Muyu planned to independently develop this powerful A-rank ninjutsu, armed with the detailed training process from the original work and his knowledge of form transformation. The endeavor should not prove too arduous. The chakra awarded for the B rating also prompted Muyu to consider his future classes with greater scrutiny, realizing that he could strategically accumulate several B ratings. While each individual reward might be modest, collectively they would amount to a significant benefit. Incorporating the development of the Rasengan into his schedule, Muyu found his life to be exceptionally fulfilling. His daily routine consisted of attending classes during the day, mentoring Shizuku in the evening, and practicing ninjutsu development at night, while weekends were dedicated to intense training sessions with Might Guy and Obito, leaving his schedule quite packed. Muyu longed to maintain this serene existence, nurturing his growth steadily for several years. Yet, regrettably, he had not traversed into a peaceful era, making it improbable for him to enjoy tranquil days. On the 4th day of his arrival in the ninja world, unsettling news reached Konoha from the front lines. Tensions escalated, leading to conflict as the Cloud Village dispatched a ninja force into the land of hot water, bordering the land of fire, with rumored sightings of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this news, Muyu realized that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent, or perhaps had already commenced, albeit not yet fully erupted. As a former root ninja, the original host carried insights that surpassed those of an ordinary shinobi. Since the suicide of White Fang the previous year, the ninja world had begun to stir with hidden currents. Whether it was the cloud, rock, or sand villages, all were poised for action. While watching anime, Muyu had perceived White Fang as no different from other illustrious figures. However, upon assimilating the memories of the original host, he grasped the true significance of the title White Fang. Others gained fame by either equaling or defeating renowned strongholds, whereas White Fang garnered his reputation through an unparalleled efficiency in killing. Armed with a chakra short blade, he transformed into a merciless reaper on the battlefield, indiscriminately eliminating foes, whether they were low-ranking or high-ranking ninjas, with a mere flash of white light. It is not to say that White Fang's prowess surpasses all others, nor that he is the strongest in the ninja world. Rather, his combat style is particularly suited for dispatching weaker opponents, making it effortless for him to annihilate those beneath him. The loss of such a formidable warrior from Konoha naturally piques the interest of other ninja villages, especially Kumogakure and Awagakure, both of which suffered minimal losses during the Second Great Ninja War and now consider themselves capable of challenging the top position. Those detestable Kumogakure ninjas cannot seem to remain placid. It feels as though conflict is imminent, sighed Ueda Aya. If Lord White Fang were still here, they would undoubtedly refrain from being so arrogant, voiced Chitaguchi Yu with a hint of indignation. Fear not, for we still have Lord Third and Lord Orochimaru among us. We shall surely achieve victory once more, attempted to uplift the mood Kamimura Saito. If war breaks out, will our teachers also receive combat assignments? Muketsu inquired, voicing his deepest concern. He did not wish to leave the ninja academy. Although he could strengthen himself through training, nothing compared to the thrill of extraordinary circumstances. Considering the intensity of the conflict, if it becomes excessively fierce, some teachers might indeed be assigned to various units based on their specialties, Ueda Aya replied. Upon hearing her words, Muketsu could only pray silently to the divine, hoping he would be drawn later or, better yet, not at all. The Third Great Ninja War was marked by Konoha's fierce confrontations with the other four great ninja villages, rendering it exceptionally intense. They would undoubtedly not overlook the potential of the academy's teachers. Muketsu was not afraid of the battlefield. Rather, he feared being thrust into combat before he had fully developed his abilities. This Third Great Ninja War is indeed perilous. First, the 5 great ninja villages have lost their senses, fighting desperately, while secretly, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu plot in the shadows. You need not worry about Teacher Habang. We are the foremost ninja village, and it is implausible that we would be driven to the point of sending our teachers into battle. Kamimura Saito expressed his unwavering confidence in Konoha. I am not concerned about going to battle. I merely wish to ensure I am prepared when the time comes, Muketsu smiled. Although he was reluctant, such sentiments must remain unspoken. Muketsu fell silent and began practicing calligraphy, only making his way to class 1 when the school bell rang. As he stood at the door, he gazed inside the classroom. The ominous clouds of war had not diminished the children's joy, and the atmosphere within was vibrant and cheerful. Brother, how did my brilliant plan fare? Have you managed to bring your cousin to heel? Inquired Kamizuki Shingetsu, curious about the results of Kanakiryu's scheme after 2 days had elapsed. Don't even mention it. Brother, your strategy was sound, but my cousin is far too cunning. After I implemented your plan, he mirrored my actions perfectly. Kanakiryu replied, his expression one of frustration. Initially, the plan proved effective, resulting in his cousin receiving a scolding from their aunt. However, to his surprise, before he could take his next step, his cousin retaliated with a tactic of equal measure. After all, they were merely children, and his cousin was only a year his senior. In the end, the two individuals engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of insults and blows, ultimately finding themselves compelled to declare a truce and jointly designate this insidious scheme as an unallowable forbidden art. Such cunning individuals do exist, mused Shinue Izumi. Your cousin is truly devious. I find myself at a loss for any counter-strategy, Shinue Izumi admitted with a hint of regret. Fear not, Izumi. You have provided me with several excellent suggestions. Pray, share your own troubles, and allow me to assist you in bearing the burden, Gongzi Tai offered, eager to repay the kindness. I have a neighbor, a young lady with whom I feel quite an affinity, yet I am unsure how to cultivate a closer relationship. Shinue Izumi confessed after a moment's hesitation. That is quite simple. Merely gift her something she cherishes, Gongzi Tai proposed. Shinue Izumi pondered this and deemed it reasonable. I have often noticed her gaze lingering upon the flower bed outside my home. She must possess a fondness for flowers, and it seems her family does not cultivate them. Then it shall be flowers. She shall undoubtedly appreciate your gesture, Gongzi Tai affirmed. Ahem, class is commencing, Muyu interjected with a gentle cough, signaling that the lesson had begun. The previously noisy classroom fell into an immediate hush, with only Muyu's voice resonating as she taught. Though merely 4 days had passed, the students had grown fond of Muyu, the engaging and amiable instructor, who commanded their attentive compliance. Lesson complete. Rating: A. Reward: water release. Water barrier technique. Upon seeing the name of this ninjutsu, Muyu's mind was flooded with information regarding the water barrier. It is classified as a B-rank water release technique, which creates a wall of water to shield the user. Notably, Tobarama's water barrier differs from others, as it forms a complete 360-degree circular protection. As Muyu reviewed the newfound knowledge in his mind, he discovered he had mastered the transformation of water-based chakra, a skill he had previously lacked. It occurred to Muyu that without imparting this knowledge of transformation, he would never have been able to utilize water release. He silently commended the attentive system for its assistance. After school, Muyu led Shizuki to a prime training location by a small river in the southern forest. You have made commendable progress with the great fireball technique. Today, I shall teach you a new fire release ninjutsu, Muyu announced, laying out the day's training agenda. With that, Muyu clapped his hands together and, in an instant, unleashed 3 colossal fire dragons from his mouth. Under Muyu's control, the fire dragons soared through the sky before plunging into the water, evaporating a significant volume of it, and creating a rolling mist of white steam upon the river's surface. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shizuki immediately recognized this fire release, having witnessed it previously performed by a Uchiha Jonin. The fact that Muyu could expel 3 fire dragons in one breath, while forming only a single hand sign, astonished him further, igniting his curiosity about Muyu's prowess. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate once more, Muyu said, noting the expression on Shizuki's face and realizing he had achieved the desired effect. The challenge of this technique lies in the instant compression of a substantial amount of chakra into the form of a fire dragon. As Muyu demonstrated, he explained the nuances of releasing the ninjutsu to Shizuki. Recently, Muyu has achieved a proficient level of chakra transformation, during which she shared numerous techniques regarding chakra manipulation with Shisui. As he pondered over her teachings, Shisui nodded, preparing to give it a try himself. With swift movements, Shisui completed the necessary hand seals, allowing chakra to surge within him, compressing and shaping it. Fire release, great dragon fire technique, he exclaimed, unleashing a 1-meter-tall fire dragon that soared skyward, spiraling once before plunging into the water below. Applauding him with a smile, Muyu remarked, I thought it might take several attempts for you to succeed. It seems I have underestimated your talent. Muyu was genuinely surprised. Mastering a B-rank ninjutsu so swiftly without the aid of the Sharingan was indeed remarkable. It is thanks to your excellent instruction, teacher, Shisui humbly replied. He did not deny that he learned faster than the average person, but he genuinely appreciated Muyu's earnest and thorough teaching. Unlike her first demonstration, where she used only a single seal, Muyu performed the subsequent demonstrations with complete hand seals, slowing her pace while explaining each step. However, Shisui felt he had merely scratched the surface. He realized he was still far from mastering the technique, both in terms of the size and number of fire dragons compared to Muyu's. Let me demonstrate the great dragon fire technique for you a few more times, Muyu offered with a smile. She was pleased with Shishui's humility and diligence, noting the steady increase in his chakra on the panel, indicating he had not been idle in his studies. Time seemed to fly when engrossed in serious work, and as Shisui immersed himself in Muyu's teachings, the sky gradually darkened. When Shisui released the great dragon fire, he noticed how extraordinarily bright the flames were, realizing the day was drawing to a close. A curious thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Muyu's gentle voice was a form of ninjutsu, capable of making one forget the passage of time? Teacher, I must return home now, Shisui said as he bid farewell to Muyu. I have compiled my experiences regarding chakra transformation. You should study it when you return, Muyu said, presenting him with a small booklet. Shisui paused for a moment before gratefully accepting the booklet with a bow. Although he did not express many flattering words, his respect for Muyu deepened. He considered her an exceptional teacher, despite their brief acquaintance of merely 4 days. She had never held back any vital knowledge, always imparting the most important techniques first, never hoarding them. Watching Shishui's retreating figure, Muyu smiled, realizing he was indeed his greatest treasure, continually yielding remarkable results. You have gifted your disciple a chakra transformation training manual. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, a bonus reward has been granted: wind release, pressure damage, proficient level. In an instant, Muyu's mind was flooded with an abundance of techniques related to wind release, pressure damage, along with inherent knowledge about the nature transformation of wind-affiliated chakra. She felt quite satisfied with this reward. The wind release, pressure damage technique is indeed formidable, ranking among the pinnacle of wind release ninjutsu. It boasts a vast range and considerable destructive power, and can synergize effectively with his fire release techniques. Furthermore, the system's bestowed wind attribute transformation is advantageous for his development of the spiraling sphere. Initially, he intended to cultivate the fire attribute chakra transformation for the spiraling sphere on his own. However, with the availability of wind, he decided to focus first on enhancing the spiraling shuriken. Through several days of exploration, Muyu has discerned the mechanism of disciple rewards. The rewards are influenced by 2 factors: the quality of the gifts he presents, and the degree of gratitude expressed by his disciple, with the latter bearing greater weight. On the following day, he gifted Shisui a selection of snacks, and the system rewarded him with 10 shuriken. On the 3rd day, he prepared a homemade meal for Shisui, earning him 50 chakra points. All gifts were food-related, yet the rewards on the 3rd day were notably superior, evidently due to the heartfelt nature of the gift, which Shisui appreciated more. Having clarified the mechanism, Muyu began to devise a plan to grant Shisui a significant reward. He intended to investigate Shisui's profile the next day at school to ascertain his birthday. On the 5th day of traversing the Naruto world, Muyu initially had only 1 class scheduled, but when a 3rd-grade teacher required assistance, he seized the opportunity to help. He ended up teaching 2 classes, earning 20 chakra points in one and the Great Fireball technique in the other. This was his first time acquiring a ninjutsu he could already perform. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the repeated ninjutsu system directly augmented his experience in mastering that technique. If it were a game, it would be akin to receiving a level up for the Great Fireball or an enhancement to the technique. Teacher Johanna, you are exceedingly easygoing, with such a demeanor. Other teachers will surely seek your assistance, Ueda Aya remarked, somewhat concerned. Muyu thought the prospect delightful, relishing the idea. We are colleagues, it's no trouble at all. And I genuinely enjoy teaching, he replied with a smile. Ueda Aya was momentarily at a loss for words, as she perceived Muyu's sincerity. She found it surreal that such benevolence truly exists in the world. After all, substituting for others without additional pay seemed akin to working for free. Time swiftly passed, bringing the weekend. The ninja school operated similarly to his previous life, with classes from Monday to Friday and weekends off. As per their prior agreement, Muyu rose early at 8 o'clock and brought Obito and Might Guy to the training site where he and Shisui would practice. Why must we arise so early on a holiday? Obito lamented, sprawled over the desk Muyu had prepared in advance. Is it early? I think it's quite reasonable. Might Guy responded, scratching his head, unable to empathize with Obito's plight. Muyu distributed the pre-prepared worksheets to the 2. These were tailored by him according to their teaching progress, as they had only attended 5 days of classes and could not be expected to tackle last year's monthly exam papers immediately. Moreover, given their current circumstances, Muyu did not plan to challenge them with difficult problems. He merely aimed for them to secure the easy points, sufficient for passing. Teacher Muyu, not long after, Shisui, who was preparing for training, arrived. He observed the agonized expressions of Dai-Tu and Kai as they struggled with their exercises, his face reflecting confusion. They were 4th-grade students whom I was tutoring. Muyu reassured him that he could continue his training without interruption. Jishui's presence was no mere coincidence. It was summoned by him the previous night. As for the purpose, Muyu believed it would be quite amusing for the senior students to witness the younger students practicing ninjutsu while they toiled over tedious exercises. Dai-Tu, engrossed in his work, lifted his head upon hearing their conversation and was momentarily stunned. He recognized Shisui. The Uchiha clan resided together in the clan district of Konoha, so members of the same generation were somewhat familiar with one another. After all, they were all part of the same family. Even if they had never met, they had heard of each other. Talents like Shisui were often mentioned by the elders as if they were children from other families, making it difficult not to recognize him. Dai-Tu felt perplexed. Why was Shisui here, and why did it seem he was quite familiar with Muyu? Could it be that teacher Yusheng was a distant relative of Shisui? A far-fetched theory crossed Dai-Tu's mind. "Teacher, I'm finished." As Dai-Tu was lost in thought, the exuberant voice of Might Guy suddenly rang out beside him. So soon? Dai-Tu was taken aback, recalling that he hadn't taken much time himself. Curious, he peered over to see that Guy had only completed the first 3 multiple-choice questions, leaving the rest blank. Dai-Tu was momentarily at a loss for words, as the entire paper contained merely 10 questions, for multiple choice and 6 open-ended. Although he didn't have many answers himself, he preferred to fill the paper a bit to make it look presentable. Upon hearing Might Guy's exclamation, Muyu approached to help him check his answers. Discovering 2 mistakes, only the first question was correct. "I'm sorry, teacher," Might Guy said, glancing at the 3 questions he had attempted, feeling somewhat at a loss. "It's all right. It's normal not to know," Muyu consoled with a smile. "If you knew everything, I wouldn't need to teach you. Don't feel disheartened by a low score. Consider it from another perspective. Your potential for improvement is enormous. After all, progressing from 5 points to 25 is undoubtedly much easier than moving from 80 to 100. Upon hearing Muyu's words, Might Guy's spirit lifted for the first time. He received encouragement from someone other than his father, having always been regarded as the underdog. "You are right, teacher. I have great potential for improvement." Might Guy's confidence surged. As Muyu continued his explanations, Might Guy listened intently, striving to comprehend even the most challenging concepts. Next was Dai-Tu, who had answered 6 questions but had only 2 correct. Muyu treated him with the same care as he did Might Guy, first offering comfort, then addressing the questions. After the explanations, Muyu produced 2 more papers of the same type for the 2 of them. More to do? Dai-Tu gazed at Shisui, who had begun practicing fire release, unable to tear his eyes away. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shisui swiftly formed hand seals and instantly unleashed a towering fireball, 2 meters high, that soared toward the river. Gazing upon the colossal fireball, Obito felt a deep sense of admiration, reflecting that it was no surprise that such a remarkable talent emerged from his clan. As a member of the Uchiha, he too could wield the esteemed fire style, fireball jutsu, yet in comparison to Shisui's prowess, his own fireball seemed merely a flickering ember. Was he merely another prodigy akin to Kakashi? Beside him, Might Guy, unfamiliar with Shisui, could see that he appeared no older than 6 or 7 years, yet was capable of executing such formidable techniques, which left him astounded. This reminded Guy of Kakashi, whom he regarded as his rival. The Ninja Academy operated on a 3-term system, the first term from April to July, followed by summer vacation, the second term from September to December, then winter break. And after the winter holidays, the 3rd term commenced. Kakashi had not even completed the 2nd term before he applied for early graduation, showcasing his extraordinary talent. In that moment, Shisui struck Guy as a peer of Kakashi's caliber. Soon after, Shisui began to practice the fire style, Great Dragon Flame technique. Witnessing Shisui's command over additional fire techniques left Guy even more astonished, for he had struggled for 3 years to master the basic body flicker technique taught in school. As Shisui deftly maneuvered the fire dragon through the sky, Obito felt a pang of envy. If only he could master such a technique. Surely Rin would regard him with newfound respect. It was evident that Shisui's control had significantly improved since their last encounter. As the fire dragon moved with greater swiftness, he must have practiced diligently after returning home yesterday. Muyu offered her commendations, stating, "The primary reason for your progress lies in the training manual I provided." Upon hearing her praise, Shisui smiled and replied, "Allow me to demonstrate once more." Stepping forward, Muyu clapped her hands, and her chakra rapidly converged and compressed within her before she unleashed 3 gargantuan fire dragons from her mouth. Obito was momentarily dumbfounded, having thought Shisui's great dragon flame was impressive, only to have his perception altered by Muyu's display. The 2 were not merely executing a jutsu. The difference between Shisui's fire dragon and Muyu's was akin to that of a snake and a loach. Moreover, The speed at which Muyu's fire dragon soared was astonishing, seemingly effortless, as though no hand seals were necessary. The three enormous fire dragons streaked through the sky, leaving trails of flame in their wake, ultimately forming several large characters in midair. "Stop gawking and get back to your work," Obito exclaimed. Reading aloud, the characters formed in the sky, only to find Muyu watching him with a playful grin. Startled, he quickly explained, "I was just taking a break to gaze at the sky." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Might Guy, who had been observing alongside him, had swiftly picked up his pen and resumed his work with remarkable speed. "Have you seen enough now?" Muyu inquired. Yes, I've seen enough." Obito hastily grabbed his pen and began to write. After a while, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Yuhang-sensei, what is your relationship with Shisui?" "Teacher and student, what else do you think it is?" Muyu glanced at Might Guy's paper before responding. "Hee, I too feel it resembles a mentor-student bond." Obito refrained from voicing his initial, rather far-fetched speculation. "Teacher Yuhuan, if I manage to pass, will you teach me that ninjutsu you just demonstrated?" Obito inquired, already envisioning how he would boast to Rin about his newfound skills. In other words, he was preparing to celebrate. "Of course," Muyu nodded. "Really?" Obito's face lit up with surprise. "Indeed," Muyu replied. "Teacher Yuhuan, what physical techniques do you master?" Might Guy looked at Muyu with eager anticipation. Although he found Muyu's use of the Great Fire Dragon technique impressive, his focus remained solely on physical training. Without uttering a word, Muyu approached a large tree. Channeling chakra into his feet, his muscles tensed, and then he executed a swift cyclone kick. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled, sending up a cloud of dust. "Do you like this technique?" Muyu asked, dusting off his feet as he smiled at Might Guy. Witnessing Muyu's swift and clean execution of the cyclone kick, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with delight, feeling as though he had encountered a dream technique that fulfilled all his aspirations for physical training. Simple, rapid, powerful, and undeniably impressive. "I love it. Please be sure to teach me this when the time comes." Might Guy expressed his enthusiasm for the Leaf Hurricane with great fervor. "I'm glad you like it," Muyu replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Muyu had anticipated Might Guy's reaction. After all, this technique was one he had developed himself, along with an entire series of variations including the Great Whirlwind and the Leaf Whirlwind. It was hardly surprising that Might Guy would be captivated. With Muyu's assurance, both Obito and Might Guy felt a surge of joy, even finding the daunting exam papers before them somewhat less intimidating. "Watch me unleash my full potential. This time I will definitely score above 4. Obito exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together, as though preparing for a battle. "I must score above 3, otherwise I will run 500 laps around Konoha tonight." Might Guy was equally determined to master the dream technique, imposing a personal challenge on himself. He planned to test his skills against Kakashi after mastering this technique to see how much he had improved. However, the sudden burst of enthusiasm was fleeting. After tackling a few questions, Obito realized a harsh truth. While he might be able to unleash a larger fireball or accurately throw 5 shurikens at the target under pressure, when it came to the exam questions, he found himself utterly helpless. Propping his head up with one hand, he fidgeted with his pen in various ways with the other, feeling increasingly agitated. Even the swaying green leaves seemed to mock him for his inability to solve the problems. Obito couldn't help but glance at Might Guy beside him. Although they had been classmates for over 3 years and shared a mutual friend in Kakashi, they had never really spent time together. Their relationship was quite ordinary. They were not strangers, but neither could they be considered friends, merely acquaintances linked by circumstance. When he thought of Might Guy, his initial response was to regard him as the underachiever. Though he too bore that title, Obito believed he was simply a bit unbalanced. His ninjutsu and shuriken throwing were decent, but his theoretical knowledge was lacking. The other Uchiha were indeed remarkable, excelling in every subject, which made him, an imperfect Uchiha, feel like a mere afterthought. In contrast, Might Guy was different. He struggled with theory and ninjutsu, often ranking at the bottom of his classes and being universally acknowledged as the underperformer. Yet, in that moment, Might Guy exhibited a patience that surpassed his own, diligently tackling challenging problems even when frustration mounted. This reminded Obito of a time when Might Guy, ridiculed by others, boldly proclaimed his ambition. "I believe that if I keep working hard, I will surely become the strongest taijutsu ninja." Though Obito was not among those who mocked him, he initially dismissed Might Guy's assertion as improbable. However, his perspective began to shift, While it remained uncertain whether Might Guy could truly become the strongest, he certainly seemed more capable than those who had derided him. Perhaps befriending him wouldn't be such a bad idea, Obito mused, considering they might join forces against the detestable Kakashi. As he observed Might Guy tirelessly solving problems, Obito felt inspired to put pen to paper himself, racking his brain for solutions. Watching this scene, Muyu wore a contemplative expression, surprised by the unexpected chemistry between the two. Even the previously restless Obito was now calmed enough to focus on his studies. This approach could indeed be a means to motivate Obito in his training in the future. Once they completed their work, Muyu assisted them in grading their answers. Obito got 3 correct, while Might Guy managed 2. Alas, still not 4. We've done our best, Obito sighed, slumped over the desk, utterly spent. 500 laps for evening runs, Might Guy declared, incorporating the penalty for failure into his training regimen. Seeing their state, Muyu offered some words of comfort. You're only 5 questions away from passing, and you've improved by 1 question in just an hour. Doesn't that seem much better? Reflecting on this, Obito and Might Guy realized the truth in her words. Passing and mastering ninjutsu seemed almost within reach. After offering encouragement, Muyu cheerfully produced 2 new exam papers. As Obito gazed at the pristine sheets, contemplating that there were still 3 weekends left before the test, a wave of dread washed over him. Nevertheless, he picked up his pen, steeling himself to continue. To give up now would render all their previous efforts futile. At that moment, having restored his chakra, Shisui began another round of fire release practice, with fire dragons soaring through the sky, capturing Obito's attention. Teacher Yuhua, after we learn your ninjutsu, does that mean we are considered your disciples, just like Shisui? Obito inquired. If you wish it to be so, then yes, Muyu replied ambiguously. Well, since we're destined to be your disciples anyway, why not teach us now? Obito boldly stated, revealing his intention. Muyu regarded him with skepticism. Although this was a result of his careful planning, Obito's eagerness seemed somewhat hasty. I assure you, Teacher Muyu, this is not a reluctance to learn. Rather, I believe these 2 pursuits can be undertaken simultaneously. After stating this, he tugged at Might Guy's sleeve and added, Right, Kai? Teacher, I believe that Obito's words hold a profound truth. Might Guy also wishes to master the leaf whirlwind swiftly in order to challenge Kakashi. However, what if you do not pass the exam at that time? Muyu hesitated before responding with a question. At that moment, let the teacher decide what to do. I will heed your guidance. Obito remained confident in his ability to pass. So do I. Might Guy nodded in agreement. Is that so? Muyu revealed a conflicted expression, seemingly still in doubt. Trust me, Teacher Muyu, I will diligently study with you and not bring shame upon you, Obito eagerly continued. I too will make a similar promise. Might Guy affirmed with a clenched fist. Very well, I trust that you will fulfill your promises. Once you complete this exam, I shall teach you the great fire dragon technique and the leaf whirlwind. Muyu appeared persuaded. Wonderful. I knew you were the best, Teacher Muyu. I shall not betray your trust, Obito exclaimed with excitement. He felt that today was indeed a fortuitous day. Having improved his theoretical scores and gained a remarkable teacher, such a windfall. Teacher Muyu, I will diligently train in your martial arts. Might Guy declared earnestly. He too felt fortunate to have encountered someone willing to teach him martial arts. Establish a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Obito. Establish a master-disciple relationship with Might Guy. Seeing the 2 pop-up notifications, Muyu wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, you have struck gold. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level, 2. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level, 2. Noticing that both trust levels were 2, Muyu nodded inwardly, feeling that his elaborate ruse of disguising himself as prey had been worthwhile. He sensed that elevating trust levels would require time and effort. Had it been trust level 1, the initial benefits would have been much lower. 2 disciples with potential rated S or higher. Skill teaching acquired. Teaching, the knowledge you impart is more easily absorbed. A remarkably straightforward yet powerful skill, enhancing the effectiveness of his lessons. Muyu tested it and found it to be a passive ability that could be toggled on and off. Naturally, he opted to keep it activated, unless one day Danzo requested him to teach at the root, in which case he would need to deactivate it. The only disappointment for Muyu was that the number of teaching returns did not increase with the addition of disciples. It remained at 1 opportunity per day. He had hoped to prepare some food for Shisui, only to exhaust 50 chakra. Preparing meals for 3 disciples daily would yield a guaranteed increase of 150 chakra. far surpassing the pace of attending classes, yet he had overestimated the situation. However, with 3 disciples, even retaining a single opportunity was better than having just one. Human emotions have a threshold. With gradual stimulation, this threshold would rise, making it less likely to trigger a significant emotional breakthrough. With 3 individuals, they could alternate in accumulating rewards, not only increasing the frequency of major prizes, but also slowing the growth of emotional thresholds. Furthermore, the current growth rate appeared satisfactory. Muyu mused as he glanced at his status panel. Name: Yuhuan Muyu. Age: 18. Chakra: 4405. Skills: Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Water Release, Water Barrier, Wind Release, Pressure Damage. Teaching: Since his arrival in this realm, Muyu has augmented his chakra by a total of 105 points, of which 90 points were acquired through attending classes and imparting knowledge to his disciples, while the remaining 15 points stemmed from his own diligent training and the teachings of his students. This remarkable achievement occurred within merely 5 days, during which Muyu received a plethora of rewards in the form of various ninjutsu techniques. If Muyu were to focus solely on accumulating chakra, he could easily secure a minimum of 100 points in a week just from attending classes, not accounting for the additional rewards from teaching. However, Muyu contemplates that at this stage, it would be more advantageous to pursue A-grade rewards or a balanced approach between A and B grades. The ninjutsu acquired as class rewards are learned instantaneously, not just at a rudimentary level, but mastered to a degree suitable for combat. Should he draw techniques that he has yet to master, particularly those with inherent nature transformations, any duplicates would merely bolster his experience, an exceedingly thoughtful system. The time required for him to practice these techniques independently would otherwise be considerable, and devising effective training methods presents its own challenges. Nevertheless, as he acquires a broader array of abilities, Muyu believes it is imperative to focus on increasing his chakra, as chakra is fundamentally the essence of a ninja. Teacher, I'm finished, exclaimed Obito, eager to learn new ninjutsu, having dedicated himself wholeheartedly to completing the test. I'm done too, reported Might Guy, equally determined. Muyu felt fortunate that he was in the world of Naruto, where the shadow clone technique was a commonplace skill. He produced a shadow clone and instructed. You go and explain the principles of the leaf whirlwind to Guy, demonstrating it several times. As the two were learning different disciplines, one focusing on taijutsu and the other on ninjutsu, Muyu could not teach them simultaneously, necessitating the use of a shadow clone. He planned to teach Obito ninjutsu, while his clone instructed Guy. After half an hour, they would switch roles, with Muyu teaching Guy and the clone guiding Obito. Muyu did not aspire to be merely a solitary confidant for one student. He wished to extend his warmth to each disciple. Much like when he taught Shisui, he meticulously broke down the techniques, offering a hands-on teaching approach. You have taught your disciple the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, you received a critical reward and acquired the water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique, proficient level. Muyu found himself deep in contemplation, recalling that he had also taught Shisui the Great Dragon Fire technique. He wondered why that instance had not counted towards his teaching rewards. He surmised a possible reason. The Great Dragon Fire he taught was derived from Shisui, suggesting that rewards generated from the same disciple could not be reapplied for further teaching rewards. Muyu quietly noted this hidden rule. He hoped it wouldn't be akin to that complex Water Dragon Bullet technique with its 44 hand seals. The thought of Kakashi and Zabuza's Water Dragon Bullet made him inwardly scoff. While performing hand seals in anime may appear impressive, in reality, executing techniques requiring such extensive seals is exceedingly difficult, unless someone is nearby to provide distraction. The system's proficient level did not disappoint Muyu. He only needed 6 seals, and with continued practice, he could further streamline the sealing process. After instructing Obito for half an hour, Muyu then proceeded to guide Might Guy, allowing his clone to continue teaching Obito. After both individuals completed their teachings, they proceeded to guide Shisui, constantly moving among the trio. By midday, Muyu personally ventured into the river, catching 4 fish, which she then roasted over a fire, one for each person, serving as their lunch. This is delicious. If you were to open a barbecue restaurant, Teacher Muyu, your business would surely flourish, praised Daitu as he savored his meal. Shisui and Might Guy nodded in agreement. Be careful not to swallow any fish bones, Muyu chuckled, shaking her head. Is it tasty? She mused, contemplating that it might be rather ordinary. as she lacked expertise in barbecuing and seldom engaged in it. The enjoyment stemmed partly from the delightful ambience that enhanced the sensory experience. Shisui, accustomed to dining alone at home, rarely shared meals with a group, especially in the wilderness. Daito usually dined with his grandmother, while Might Guy shared meals with his father. Furthermore, the novelty of the roasted fish, combined with these factors, transformed what would be an ordinary dish into something remarkably appetizing. After an hour's rest post-lunch, Muyu led the three back into their training. This ninjutsu isn't particularly difficult, Daito observed, feeling a surge of accomplishment as he conjured a plump fire dragon, far more successful than his previous attempts at the Great Fireball technique. Coincidentally, Shisui was also practicing the Great Fire Dragon technique, unleashing a fearsome fire dragon with a menacing visage and sharp fangs. Seeing Shisui's fierce dragon, Daito quietly maneuvered his adorable little fire dragon behind him. Just as Might Guy, having executed countless spinning kicks and wiping sweat from his brow, was about to take a break, he witnessed this scene. Perhaps due to their shared struggles earlier, Might Guy approached to offer comfort. "It's all right. Your little fire dragon is quite cute. It will eventually grow strong, like Teacher Muyu." Though intended as reassurance, Daito felt an inexplicable sense of frustration, leaving him quite uncomfortable. This feeling invigorated him, prompting him to resume practicing the Great Fire Dragon technique with renewed vigor. Observing Daito's enthusiasm, Might Guy, not wanting to lag behind, quickly resumed training after a brief rest. The two seemed to complement each other remarkably well. Muyu, watching from the sidelines, found it hard to contain her amusement. She realized that the dynamic between Daito and Might Guy was rather intriguing. When it was time for dinner, Muyu instructed them to return home, reminding them that they would continue their training the following day. On Sunday, they trained for an entire day, and the students collectively amassed 50 chakra points. Soon, a new week commenced. In the morning, Gongzi Tieshing swiftly completed his morning routine and had breakfast before heading to school. "Why the rush today, getting up so early?" his mother inquired, puzzled. "Of course, I want to get to school early to study," he replied tersely without looking back. This was merely a dismissive lie to appease his mother. While Gongzi Tieshing did not harbor a disdain for school, he did not particularly enjoy it either, as not all teachers possessed the captivating teaching style of Muyu. His genuine eagerness to reach school stemmed from a pressing desire to discover whether his good friend Shunyue had taken the first step in matters of the heart. He had proposed an idea to Shingetsu Izumi on Thursday, but when Friday arrived, Shingetsu Izumi mentioned that she hadn't dared to act on it yet and needed some time to contemplate. Gongzi Tai thought that the weekend should suffice for her to ponder it thoroughly. When Gongzi Tai arrived at the classroom, there were not many people present, and Shingetsu Izumi had yet to arrive. However, she did not keep him waiting long. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw her walk in, looking rather listless. "Izumi, did you not sleep well last night?" Gongzi Tai inquired with curiosity. Shingetsu Izumi shook her head in response. "Did you manage to deliver the flowers over the weekend?" Gongzi Tai asked enthusiastically. "Ah, let us not discuss that," she replied, her expression darkening at the mention. It turned out that her concern about their garden was not due to a love for flowers, but rather her pollen allergy, which made her anxious about pollen being blown her way. Gongzi Tai fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, before asking, "So, did you deliver the flowers or not?" Shingetsu Izumi did not answer his question, but her silence and the sorrowful expression on her face provided a quiet response. Gongzi Tai comforted her by patting her shoulder, saying, "It's all right. I remember a girl who played with Meihui. She's quite charming. How about we hang out together sometime to get to know her?" "That sounds wonderful." "Taiji," Shingetsu Izumi exclaimed, her earlier gloom dissipating as she smiled brightly. "Over the weekend, I thought of a brilliant plan to deal with my cousin." "That is fantastic. Do tell me about this clever scheme." "Class is starting." Muyu's voice suddenly reached their ears, and only then did they realize that the class had begun. They had become so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't noticed the bell. Quickly, they straightened up and began to pay attention, having missed Muyu's lessons for 2 days, which they had been eagerly anticipating. Muyu did not disappoint them. The class proceeded in a relaxed and pleasant manner, and before they knew it, their minds were enriched with a wealth of knowledge. Class completed, evaluation, a reward obtained, water release, water severing wave. Upon seeing the reward of water severing wave, Muyu's eyes sparkled. This jutsu was no trivial matter. Developed by the second Hokage, it could unleash a high-pressure jet of water capable of astonishing power, capable of severing even the roots of the divine tree. In high spirits from her successful lesson, Another favorable opportunity soon presented itself. Muyu-sensei, I recall that you have no classes this afternoon. Would you be able to cover for me? I have a ninjutsu class for class 4 to 2 this afternoon. In the office, Chi Valley approached Muyu, hoping she would assist him once more. Covering your class is no issue, but are you feeling unwell, Chi Valley-sensei? Although she was delighted about the potential reward, Muyu maintained her concern for his well-being. I'm perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern, you-sensei. He replied with gratitude before explaining, it's just that my previous blind date has asked me to go out this afternoon. Why not choose a time when you have fewer classes? Ueda Aya interjected with a hint of sarcasm. I wish I could, but she mentioned that today afternoon is the only time she is available. Chi Valley replied, expressing his reluctance. If given a choice, he would not want to trouble Muyu, as he felt guilty about relying on her kindness. Ayaka Ueda has grown weary of discussing Yudo Chidagai. She genuinely feels that he and his blind date will not yield favorable results. If the other party were truly interested, they would certainly consider Yudo's feelings rather than burden him with inconveniences. Well then, Teacher Chidagai, best of luck, Muyu smiled, suggesting that he should keep himself occupied to earn more rewards. Thank you so much, Teacher Hanyu. If it works out, I shall treat you to a meal at the finest restaurant in Konoha. Yudo expressed his gratitude before hastily exiting the office, needing to change and tidy himself up. I wasn't mistaken, was I, Teacher Hanyu? With such remarks, others will inevitably seek your assistance for substitute teaching whenever they find themselves pressed for time, Ayaka sighed. It is essential to assist one another. Camaraderie among colleagues is paramount, Muyu asserted earnestly. You are too kind-hearted. Such benevolence can lead to being taken advantage of, Ayaka lamented. Muyu chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as she began practicing calligraphy. Observing Muyu's focused demeanor during her practice, Ayaka couldn't help but feel the stark contrast between individuals. If only Yudo possessed even a quarter of Muyu's excellence, he would not still be without a romantic partner at this point in time. When she sensed that it was nearly time, Muyu set down her brush, tidied her desk, and proceeded to class 2 to 4. Just as she reached the classroom door, the bell rang. Teacher Chidagai has matters to attend to. I will be substituting for the ninjutsu class this afternoon, Muyu explained as she walked in. She scanned the classroom and noted that everyone had arrived except for Obito. Approximately 3 minutes into the class, Obito rushed in, only to be taken aback upon seeing Muyu at the podium. His thoughts raced. How could he possibly find Teacher Muyu in his class? For a moment, he even questioned whether he had entered the wrong classroom, but the sight of familiar classmates confirmed his location. Ignoring his need for a moment's respite, he quickly interjected. Teacher Muyu, I did not intend to be late. I encountered an elderly lady on my way and had to assist her, which delayed me. Before he could finish, a classmate chimed in to complete his sentence, eliciting laughter from the class. I assure you, if I had known you would be teaching this afternoon, I would have arrived half an hour early, Obito continued, worried that Muyu might think he was not diligent in his studies and cease to instruct him. Please return to your seat. Muyu nodded in acknowledgement of Obito's explanation, adding, but remember, you must not be late for Teacher Chidagai's class. The ninjutsu lessons at the Ninja Academy commence in the 1st grade, albeit only teaching 3 techniques: transformation technique, clone technique, and substitution technique. While it may seem somewhat wasteful to spend several years learning only a handful of fundamental jutsu, it is, in fact, quite reasonable, as geniuses like Shisui are exceedingly rare. For those ninjas whose aspirations only reach the chūnin level, mastering these 3 techniques is no small feat, especially with the additional subjects they must tackle. Despite having attended countless lessons on the body replacement technique, Muyu's ninjutsu class continued to astonish them. So that's how it works. No wonder the clones and the original didn't resemble each other before, a student exclaimed, experiencing immediate improvement. I sincerely hope that Teacher Chidagai has more responsibilities in the future, so we can attend more classes with Teacher Muyu. A student, in a jesting manner, expressed his innermost thoughts, prompting a chorus of agreement from those around him. Muyu chose to remain silent, merely reflecting inwardly on the remarkable utility of the system's skills. Upon the completion of the lecture, he received an evaluation of A and a reward of the technique Lightning Release, Shadow Clone. Instantly, his mind was flooded with insights regarding the transformation of lightning chakra and various experiences with the Lightning Release, Shadow Clone technique. Although it was not an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, Muyu felt satisfied with unlocking another chakra attribute, especially since he had already made progress earlier that morning. For the following fortnight, Muyu maintained this rhythm. When no one sought him for a substitute lesson, he diligently studied ninjutsu theory in his office. When approached for a substitute, he welcomed the opportunity, teaching Shisui and Daito at home, while also honing his chakra, perhaps due to the high quality of his substitute teaching. The students eagerly wished to attend his classes again. Moreover, Muyu's amiable nature won him favor with the faculty, swiftly elevating him to the status of a renowned instructor at the Ninja Academy. Students regarded Muyu as the quintessential teacher, engaging, kind-hearted, and strikingly handsome. Likewise, his colleagues perceived him as a sincere and affable co-worker. As the center of attention, Muyu held little personal sentiment on the matter. He merely sought to establish the persona he desired. Presently, he pondered the reason behind the masked ninja's presence in his garden. "Knight, you have performed your task splendidly. This is a message from Lord Danzo," said Ping Shuei-sei, as he handed 2 scrolls to Muyu. Receiving the scrolls, Muyu nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. There was no need for excessive communication among root ninjas. Ping Shuei-sei, having delivered the scrolls, swiftly departed to prevent any exposure of Muyu's identity. Once he sensed Ping Shuei-sei's presence fading, Muyu returned to his chamber and unrolled the 2 scrolls. One scroll contained a fire release technique, the Great Dragon Fire technique. The other scroll was a commendation from Danzo regarding Muyu's performance, accompanied by the latest directives. Danzo first expressed his approval of Muyu's accomplishments, noting his proactive integration into the decision-making of the Ninja Academy, and awarded him a powerful fire release technique as recognition. He then cautioned Muyu against complacency and urged him to continue his current trajectory at the academy, while keeping a close watch on Uchiha Shisui and other Uchiha students. Finally, Danzo painted an enticing picture for Muyu. Should he maintain this level of performance, Danzo would facilitate his promotion to Special Chūnin and secure him a significant position at the academy. After reading the scrolls, Muyu ignited flames in his hands, reducing both scrolls to ashes. Special Chūnin, a significant position, he chuckled softly. Had he been the original host, he might have been invigorated by Danzo's commendations and promises. But Muyu felt no such enthusiasm. The rewarded fire release was merely the Great Dragon Fire he had already mastered, and he harbored no desire for the title of Special Chūnin. Thus, his heart remained untroubled, and he could only laugh. As Muyu prepared for his main practice while his clone perused books, he suddenly realized that he had exhausted all the literature on ninjutsu available at home. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to visit the Konoha library to borrow some new books for study. Konoha boasts a grand library, housing a vast array of literary resources, including various ninjutsu, established since the era of the second Hokage. Naturally, it primarily contains D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, with no forbidden techniques or high-level jutsu to be found within its walls, and the borrowing fees for ninjutsu are rather steep. However, this was of little concern to Muyu, as he was not there to borrow jutsu, but rather to seek out materials related to ninjutsu and sealing techniques, specifically focusing on binding seals. Acquiring ninjutsu through lectures is undoubtedly more efficient than self-training. He aimed to explore whether he could decipher the curse mark of the tongue disaster afflicting him. Although this curse mark was not as repulsive as that of a caged bird, bearing a mark placed by another was inherently uncomfortable. As he traversed the bustling streets of Konoha, Muyu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Having been transported to the world of Naruto for over half a month, it was his first time venturing out in his original form. Ordinarily, he would utilize shadow clones even for mundane tasks like grocery shopping. Due to the uniqueness of his identity and the inherent dangers of this world, Muyu often felt a profound sense of insecurity. After utilizing his advantages for a significant duration, he had acquired a few more ninjutsu and increased his chakra reserves, which granted him a modicum of confidence, making him feel less likely to perish from some unknown area of effect. Upon arriving at the library, Muyu presented his ninja notebook to the attending ninja, which contained his basic information, such as his name and ninja ID. This library was exclusively accessible to ninjas. After examining the notebook, the attending ninja nodded in approval, granting Muyu entry. Just as he was about to search for materials, a familiar figure approached him, an individual with golden hair and a gentle smile. Noticing Muyu's gaze, Minato Namikaze also turned to acknowledge him, and they exchanged slight nods before Muyu entered as Minato exited. Name: Minato Namikaze. Chakra: 40,000. Potential: S. Evaluation: a slaughterer of Jonin, a mere glance could lead to destruction. On the surface, Muyu maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he was astounded. This was the first time he had encountered chakra in excess of 10,000, and here stood Minato with a staggering 40,000, equivalent to 86-year-old Kakashi. The evaluation was equally intimidating, portraying him as someone who could easily slay Jonin. At that moment, Minato bore no flashy titles of the Yellow Flash. In the eyes of the public, he was merely a formidable Jonin, while his master, Jiraiya, was far more renowned, being a popular candidate for Hokage. However, Muyu mused that Minato's evaluation was not misplaced. Given his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, it was indeed not difficult for him to dispatch ordinary Jonin. A ninja with such swift speed could effortlessly dominate weaker opponents. If only Minato had a son enrolled in the Jonin Academy, Muyu lamented, it would provide him an opportunity to forge a closer bond with him. In truth, Muyu sought to befriend Minato, as he possessed considerable expertise in sealing techniques, which Muyu found quite enticing. Curse marks, in essence, belonged to the realm of sealing techniques, representing a branch thereof. If he could secure Minato's guidance as an expert in sealing techniques, deciphering the tongue disaster curse would become considerably more manageable. Regarding Kushina, the identity of a Jinchuriki is exceedingly sensitive, and Muyu preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. After acquiring 2 volumes related to sealing techniques and 3 inconsequential books, Muyu completed the registration and payment before departing from the library. In the southern mirror forest of Konoha, Muyu was engaged in preparatory training with his disciples prior to their examination. You two haven't forgotten your earlier words, have you? You must pass tomorrow's theoretical exam. Muyu reminded Obito and Might Guy. Of course, if we fail, we shall accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Sensei, Obito replied confidently. Although they primarily focused on ninjutsu training, occasionally engaging in theoretical studies and practice tests, they had just completed previous year's examination papers, with Obito scoring 30 points. Based on his past experiences, this score had already surpassed the passing mark by several points. The passing line for the Ninja Academy is set at half of the average score, which typically hovers just above 50, so he felt secure. Indeed, if you fail, you shall run 800 laps around Konoha, Might Guy declared with great fervor, having also scored 30 points. Not only must we pass in theory, but I also aim to secure first place in practical combat. After receiving Muyu's guidance for over half a month, Obito felt confident that he could surpass his former self. I certainly will not yield first place easily, Might Guy asserted, unwilling to concede. Muyu smiled quietly, choosing not to comment. However, being well aware of the collective strength of the 4th grade students, he understood that the two might not secure first place, as there was an adept student from the Hyuga clan in Class 1. Although that student possessed only A-level potential, Obito and Might Guy had yet to fully realize theirs. Obito had not activated his Sharingan, and Might Guy had yet to master the 8 gates. Nonetheless, Muyu refrained from voicing his thoughts, as the disparity in levels and the potential for unforeseen outcomes were considerable. Glancing at Shisui, who was quietly engrossed in his studies, Muyu was certain that Shisui's performance would undoubtedly be a dominating first place across the entire grade, excelling in both theoretical and practical assessments. If cross-grade competition were allowed, Muyu could only surmise that Shisui might indeed be the top student in the entire school. I wonder if the system will reward the teachers based on the exam results, Muyu pondered inwardly. As it was their first examination, a sense of nervousness permeated the classroom of Class 1. Students were apprehensive about the difficulty of the questions and the potential repercussions of poor grades at home. Are you two feeling nervous? Gongzi asked Shingetsu. What is there to be nervous about? It's just a small exam. Watch me breeze through it. Hongdo replied with a cheerful grin. Are you not anxious? This is different from usual. The results will be made public, Shingetsu responded. I am a bit nervous. During the last practice exam with teacher Yuhai, I only scored 80. The actual exam should be a bit more challenging. I might only manage 60 or 70. Gongzi nodded thoughtfully. My practice score was slightly higher than yours at 87, yet I too feel like I might only achieve 60 or 70 this time. Shingetsu said with a frown. Wait, you're both scoring that high? Hongdo exclaimed in surprise, for she had only managed a score in the 60s during the last practice exam. The simulated scores are mere fabrications, lacking any authenticity, sighed Kamizuki Izumo. Let us strive to achieve better results, if our average score improves. I've heard that if the grades are too poor, a different teacher may be assigned, and it would no longer be teacher Muketsu. Gongzi Tai disclosed the hearsay he had come across. Changing teachers? It is acceptable to switch to another instructor, but we must not lose teacher Yuhun. Akato expressed his desire for Muketsu to remain. Although she serves as the homeroom teacher, Muketsu primarily teaches more classes in Class 1. Other educators also partake in the instruction. Indeed, the other teachers are rather dull. Only teacher Yuhun's classes are engaging and comprehensible, Kamizuki Izumo concurred. Why don't we share this news with the entire class to motivate everyone? Kamizuki Izumo proposed a clever idea, recalling how warriors in novels often rouse their spirits before battle. Akato found this suggestion commendable and promptly stood on her seat to announce the news to her classmates. Her declaration stirred a commotion within the classroom, for Muketsu was their most beloved and esteemed teacher. Everyone must strive for better results. If teacher Muketsu departs, we could end up with another dreary instructor like the physical education teacher, which would be disastrous. Gongzi Tai seized the opportunity to voice loudly. Let us endeavor to excel, ensuring that teacher Muketsu remains with us. I'll be blunt. Anyone who fails this time will earn my disdain, especially since teacher Muketsu has taught us so well. Shisui chose not to engage, indifferent, as he was determined to secure the top score for the entire grade. With such achievements, a teacher would undoubtedly remain. Everyone quiet down. The exam is approaching. Just do your best. Muketsu's voice suddenly filled the room, instantly silencing the class. They turned to the source of the voice and found Muketsu standing at the door, having arrived unnoticed. I believe everyone can achieve commendable scores, Muketsu smiled, offering no further delay as she swiftly proceeded to the class she was to supervise. The prospect of so many students striving for excellence to ensure her continued teaching delighted her. However, Muketsu could only conclude that their worries were unfounded. Even if a teacher were to be replaced, it would be evaluated based on the entire semester and academic year. Moreover, the simulated examination papers she had assigned were, in fact, more challenging than the actual ones. Entering the classroom of Class 4, Section 2, Muketsu approached the podium and announced, "Please quiet down. The exam is about to commence." The monitoring of teachers was allocated randomly, and she happened to be supervising Class 4, Section 2. Teacher Muketsu. Many students from Class 4 greeted her, and she returned their salutes with a warm smile. This class not only included Mike Guy as one of her disciples, but was also one where she frequently taught, making the students relatively familiar with her. In comparison to Ikazuki-yu, they naturally favored Muketsu more. Teacher Muketsu is here, we must pass this time. Mike Guy took a deep breath, appearing as if he were facing a formidable opponent. If given the choice between a theoretical examination and an actual battle against a ninja, Mike Guy would prefer to engage in combat with a true ninja. He is set to graduate next year, preparing for an official battle as a ninja. And perhaps a surge of triumph awaits him. Victory is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, he finds himself in a state of urgency concerning certain theoretical subjects. Feeling utterly helpless. Just wait and see, Lin. This time I shall surely shatter your perception of me, he declared with a quiet sense of pride. This time, you will definitely pass. I believe in you. Obito, Lin encouraged with a smile. Although Obito had uttered such words countless times before, all in vain, Lin still wished to place her faith in him and offer her encouragement. Make sure to do what you can correctly and check your work multiple times. Save the difficult questions for last, she gently advised. As a true friend, she genuinely hoped he could shed the title of being at the bottom of their class. Obito nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, another invigilator entered the classroom, Kimizuka Saito, a colleague of Mitsuki, as each examination room was overseen by two teachers. When the bell rang, Mitsuki and Kimizuka Saito distributed the examination papers simultaneously. The two maintained a balance of activity and stillness during the supervision, occasionally sitting together at the podium for a brief chat. Teacher Chikugai felt somewhat distressed, as he estimated that this semester's bonuses were in jeopardy, burdened by two underperformers. It's hard to say, perhaps they will apply themselves this semester and manage to pass, Mitsuki replied with a smile, shaking her head. She believed that Obito and Mike Guy would astound many with their performances. After 3 consecutive years of failing theoretical exams, if they were to pass, they should have done so long ago. The courses only grew more challenging. Kimizuka Saito thought Mitsuki overly optimistic. Fortunately, after this academic year, they would graduate. Otherwise, the thought of having such students under his tutelage was truly daunting. After a brief conversation, Mitsuki resumed her rounds. She found herself reminiscing about the classes. As the school had suspended all activities for 3 days due to examinations, The first day for theoretical tests, the second and third days dedicated to practical assessments, culminating in the class rankings. Those 3 days off equated to several missed opportunities to practice ninjutsu and refine dozens of chakra. Thankfully, the return of teaching could still be utilized. After completing the theoretical exams, Mitsuki gifted Obito some shuriken, resulting in an explosive output of 50 chakra. Just watch, Teacher Mitsuki. I will surely defeat them all with the shuriken you gave me and secure the first place. Obito expressed his gratitude enthusiastically. The practical examinations were about to commence. At the 16th training ground, Mitsuki was conducting roll call prior to the examinations. Since the entire school was participating, and given the spatial requirements of the practical tests, the schoolyard was evidently insufficient to accommodate such a large number of individuals. Thus, they proceeded directly to the training ground for the assessments. Once all candidates were confirmed present, Mitsuki and Kimizuka Saito announced the commencement of the drawing lots. The rules for the practical examination were straightforward. First, students would be called according to the class roster to draw lots, with the drawn numbers determining their opponents. Number 1 would face number 2, number 3 would battle number 4, and so forth. I drew number 1. Lin, what number are you? Obito eagerly inquired after his draw. I am number 10, which means you are in the first match. Lin replied, no match holds any significance. I am certain I will emerge victorious. With unwavering confidence, Obito believes that everyone will be astonished by his current prowess. After a month of training alongside Muyu, he feels he has made significant strides, leaving his former self far behind. Inquiring about Lin's number, Obito then sought the same from Might Guy. Number 40, came Guy's response. It seems we may only encounter each other in the final. Obito was taken aback by Guy's contrasting perspective. Don't lose before me, Obito, Guy encouraged, giving him a thumbs up. This should be my line. I am, after all, an Uchiha. Obito pondered whether Guy's words were intentional or merely careless, but they certainly held an air of provocation. Where does your confidence stem from? You too. A classmate interjected, mocking the duo, questioning how two underachievers could envision a peak encounter. As the first battle was about to commence, Muyu glanced at the time and declared the examination officially underway. Unfazed by the taunts, Obito swiftly approached the designated square, marked by white lines. To prepare for the test, Uchiha Tetsuhan also entered the arena and exchanged a brief glance with Obito. Despite being peers from the same clan and class, they had never engaged in conversation. There was no dramatic backstory. Both were simply indifferent to one another. Uchiha Tetsuhan found Obito somewhat naive, lacking in strength and often tardy, and had never encountered such an underwhelming Uchiha before. Conversely, Obito perceived Tetsuhan as cold and unapproachable. The fact that both were Uchihas added an interesting twist to the situation, eliciting chuckles from onlookers. As members of the same ninja clan, the stakes were high. The loser would face embarrassment. What significance could this match hold? Aside from Tetsuhan's assured victory, could Obito possibly triumph? Observers believed the outcome was a foregone conclusion. It was well known that Tetsuhan, aside from being bested by Kakashi in their first year, had consistently ranked first in both second and third years. Obito's capabilities were mediocre at best. He had never passed a theoretical exam and performed adequately in practical ones. The thought of him defeating Tetsuhan seemed utterly implausible. Obito, be cautious, Lin cautioned, her concern evident. She felt that Obito's luck was decidedly unfavorable. Given his abilities, he should not have been eliminated in the first round. Yet facing the formidable Uchiha Tetsuhan, who had long held the top position, Lin could only hope that Obito would refrain from overexerting himself to avoid injury. Spiritually, she supported his victory. But the reality was that there was a noticeable disparity in their strengths. Almost everyone doubted his chances, yet triumph in such circumstances would be all the more exhilarating. With arms crossed and a bright smile adorning his face, Metkai stood apart from others, firmly believing that Obito would emerge victorious. The commotion in Class 2 of the 4th grade piqued the curiosity of other 4th grade classes nearby, prompting many to come over for a glimpse. The practical examination was relatively unrestrained, as long as participants remained within the training grounds. However, upon witnessing the bout between Obito and Tetsuhan, numerous onlookers lost interest. After all, they were of the same grade and had been engaging in practical exams together for several years. Everyone was aware of which class held the upper hand. The confrontation between Uchiha Tetsuhan and Uchiha Obito seemed merely an exercise in futility, lacking any real spectacle. Only a handful of those eager to assess Uchiha Tetsuhan's prowess chose to stay. The two stood in opposition, forming a sign of confrontation, a necessary protocol in ninja school battles, signaling their intent to engage. Following the conclusion of their duel, they would also perform a reconciliation sign, symbolizing their enduring camaraderie. Begin, announced Muyu. Observing that both were prepared, no sooner had Muyu's voice faded than Uchiha Tetsuhan swiftly retrieved 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, hurling them toward Obito, targeting his head, torso, and feet, before charging at him with remarkable speed. In response, Obito also produced 3 shurikens, quickly launching them. The 6 shurikens collided, producing a crisp metallic sound before cascading to the ground. The shuriken throwing skills of the Uchiha clan were indeed exceptional. Even Obito, whose talent was considered rather ordinary, exhibited commendable proficiency in shuriken throwing, as noted by Kimura Shanin. To intercept shurikens with shurikens required considerable accuracy. Given the confined space, Uchiha Tetsuhan soon closed the gap, unleashing a swift right hook. Unfazed, Obito met the blow with a clenched fist, engaging Tetsuhan in a fierce struggle. The two exchanged blows, raising a cloud of dust in their wake as the intensity of the battle escalated. "Oh, so Uchiha Obito possesses such remarkable taijutsu skills?" gasped an onlooker in surprise. The Uchiha clan's underdog, Obito, was holding his own against Uchiha Tetsuhan. External observers were astonished, and the members of Obito's own class were left in a state of disbelief. The typical outcome would have been for Tetsuhan to send Obito flying with a single kick. Indeed, Obito had shown considerable improvement. Rin Noera gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had always thought of Obito as merely putting on a brave front, but this time he had genuinely grown stronger. Yet, as Kimura Shanin observed, Obito still fell slightly short. "He is lacking in taijutsu," he remarked, his experience as a chūnin allowing him to discern more than the students could. Muyu nodded in agreement. After all, with merely a month of training, it was unrealistic to excel in all aspects. During this month, Obito had primarily focused on honing his fire release techniques, making significant strides under Muyu's guidance in terms of nature transformation. As Kimura Shanin had indicated, Obito gradually began to be pushed back in the ensuing conflict. "I knew it. How could Uchiha Obito possibly rival Uchiha Tetsuhan?" sighed one of the previously critical onlookers, relieved that Obito had not defeated Tetsuhan, which would have reflected poorly on their judgment. However, he believed it would be better to abandon the moniker of the Tail of the Crane for Uchiha Obito, as his performance hardly warranted such a title, suggesting a lack of self-awareness. Seizing an opportunity, Obito utilized Uchiha Tetsuhan's fist strength to momentarily create distance between them, swiftly beginning to form hand seals. His extensive training in fire release was not intended for mere hand-to-hand combat with Uchiha Tetsuhan. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Obito rapidly completed the hand seals, channeling chakra into his mouth, executing both nature transformation and form transformation with utmost speed, unleashing a ferocious, blazing dragon that surged toward Uchiha Tetsuhan. During their previous close-quarters battle, Uchiha Tetsuhan had become increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated such significant growth in Obito during just a brief holiday. His progress surpassed that of his third-grade self. Upon witnessing Obito forming seals to release ninjutsu, Tetsuhan immediately began to do the same, preparing to confront Obito head-on with his own technique. He doubted that Obito's progress in taijutsu could translate to improvements in ninjutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Uchiha Tetsuhan unleashed his chakra, propelling a towering fireball toward Obito. On one side was the fearsome, fanged fire dragon, and on the other, the imposing fireball. The two ninjutsu were on the verge of colliding. Many onlooking students were envious. Having already mastered offensive ninjutsu, some among them had not even perfected the basic body flicker technique, let alone learn new ninjutsu, and lacked the means to do so. "Is this really what you call the tail of the crane?" Students from other classes expressed their astonishment. They had initially come to evaluate Uchiha Tetsuhan's strength, but were taken aback to witness Obito's impressive display of fire release techniques. Such skill could hardly be termed as being the tail of the crane. He was more akin to an honor student. Yet, some felt that Uchiha Tetsuhan was slightly stronger, as his fireball appeared significantly larger than Obito's fire dragon. One observer commented that in a ninjutsu contest, the larger fireball would likely prevail. Truly, Uchiha was remarkable. It was unexpected that Uchiha Obito had concealed such depth. Even if he was not as formidable as Uchiha Tetsuhan, his abilities held promise for first place in his class. Though his theoretical scores were regrettably poor, Kimura Shanin, while grading the two, lamented the disparity, recalling how he had rejoiced at merely mastering the body flicker technique during his own student days. Based on their physical prowess and exhibited ninjutsu, even if Obito were to be eliminated in the first round, he would still receive a commendable score. Just as the two ninjutsu were about to collide, the fire dragon unexpectedly ascended, avoiding the confrontation with the great fireball and continuing its pursuit of Uchiha Tetsuhan. Meanwhile, Obito swiftly maneuvered, dodging the fireball while controlling the fire dragon. Uchiha Tetsuhan was taken aback by Obito's apparent disregard for the martial code, choosing not to engage in a direct ninjutsu confrontation. However, he found himself at a disadvantage, as the fireball was unable to change direction. As the fire dragon drew closer, Uchiha Tetsuhan realized he had no time to evade and steeled himself for the impending impact, bracing for injury. At that moment, Muyu, who had long been prepared, sprang into action. He utilized the body flicker technique to reach Uchiha Tiehu's side, swiftly escorting him away from the battlefield and setting him down at a safe distance. "Thank you, teacher." Uchiha Tiehu expressed his gratitude to Muyu, acknowledging that without his intervention, injury would have been inevitable. Muyu nodded in acknowledgement and then announced the outcome of the battle. In the first match, Uchiha Obito emerges victorious. The onlooking students were momentarily taken aback, as the sudden shift in the situation had been too drastic. They had anticipated a fierce clash of fire release techniques. Yet Obito had unexpectedly concluded the fight with a clever maneuver. Had it not been for the teacher's timely action, Uchiha Tiehu could have sustained injuries. Uchiha Obito was indeed a formidable opponent, and the students regarded him with a mix of admiration and trepidation. The towering fireball unleashed by Uchiha Tiehu appeared quite formidable. Yet in most circumstances, it was not easy to land a hit. In contrast, Obito's great fireball technique, though limited in range, was remarkably agile and far more likely to strike its target. "Well done, Obito," exclaimed Noera Rin, her face radiant with joy as she congratulated him. Her happiness was genuine. Having triumphed over Uchiha Tiehu in the practical examination meant that no one would label Obito as the underachiever, despite any shortcomings in his theoretical assessments. Ultimately, it was strength that determined a ninja's worth. As Obito approached, he overheard Rin's praise, and a proud smile instantly illuminated his face. "I told you I could do it," he replied with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Obito felt immense gratitude towards Muyu, fully aware that this transformation stemmed from becoming his disciple and receiving his diligent guidance each day. Had he faced Uchiha Tiehu in his previous state, he would have likely been overwhelmed in the physical confrontation. Disciple Uchiha Obito's trust level has increased, current trust level, 3. While Muyu was perusing the examination roster, a notification from the system appeared. He glanced at Obito, who was beaming and engaged in conversation with Rin. It seemed that even a love-struck mind had its advantages. Muyu mused. The trust level was notoriously difficult to elevate, as even a single increment yielded substantial benefits, effectively doubling the rewards and enhancing the effects of mentorship. The previous modest returns on chakra from his disciples were due to the fact that Shisui and the others had not yet entered their period of rapid growth. Once they reached that stage, if Shisui were to increase his chakra by 10,000, advancing a trust level would mean a windfall of an additional 10,000 chakra. Muyu's expectation was to see one disciple attain trust level 3 within a semester, so Obito achieving this milestone in just 1 month was an unexpected boon. The subsequent battles lacked the intensity of the first match, and there were no instances requiring the teacher's intervention. Muyu sat in his chair, grading the students based on their performances while engaging in casual conversation with Kimura Shin. Were it not for the need to supervise the examination, Muyu might have wandered about, using his assessment technique to scout for any overlooked talents. He had 4 positions for disciples and had currently filled only 3, leaving 1 vacancy. Uncertain of whether he could expand his disciple quota, Muyu was reluctant to allocate this position to anyone with a potential rating below S. The higher the cap on disciples, the greater the rewards he could accrue in the future. With an abundance of talented individuals in the Hidden Leaf Village and the vastness of the ninja world, there was no need to hastily fill the slots. Adding 1 more disciple would not yield immediate enhancements. Muyu opened his panel to glance at his attributes. Name: Yuhong Muyu. Age: 18. Chakra: 5,300. Skills: Water Release, water severing wave, fire release, great dragon fire technique, water release, water barrier, wind release, pressure damage, evaluation. You have mastered numerous ninjutsu, including several advanced techniques, enabling you to handle diverse situations. Ordinary jonin are no match for you. In truth, his rate of improvement was rather swift. He had augmented his chakra by 1,000 points within a month, and his repertoire of ninjutsu had expanded from merely 2 to dozens, including the formidable water severing wave. Just by examining his panel, it was evident he could easily overpower his former self upon arrival. As the morning progressed, the initial 2 rounds of combat swiftly concluded. However, Might Guy was unable to redeem himself in the same manner as Obito, as his opponents were rather average. Although he dispatched them with remarkable efficiency, it did not elevate his reputation to an extraordinary level. Yet, Muyu understood that this was only a matter of time. As the practical examination within the class was set to conclude in the afternoon, at which point a class champion would be determined. During lunchtime in the office, teachers exchanged their observations from proctoring the examination. Hinata Hayashi from Class 4 is truly impressive. He is indeed a ninja of the Hyuga clan. Hardly anyone can withstand even a minute against him, remarked Chi Guiyong with a hint of envy. It seems he will likely secure the top rank in practicals again. Chi Guiyong wished fervently that he were the homeroom teacher of Class 4 instead of Class 2, envisioning the lavish rewards he could easily claim, along with the funds to invite a potential partner to a fine dining restaurant. However, such a scenario was implausible. With such exceptional performance, a change in teachers was out of the question. Not necessarily, interjected Kimura Chūnin. I think that Uchiha Obito from your class also possesses considerable strength. He might give him a run for his money. Chi Guiyong displayed a look of skepticism, asking, did you misname him? Surely you mean Uchiha Tetsuhan. His abilities are indeed commendable. I could not possibly misname him. It is indeed Uchiha Obito, Kimura Chūnin insisted, asserting his youthfulness and clarity of mind. Uchiha Obito? That cannot be. What strength could he possibly possess? Chi Guiyong scrutinized Kimura Chūnin, doubting his assertions. Uchiha Obito is notoriously known as the weakest of the Uchiha. If he truly had strength, how could he bear such a moniker? Am I to deceive you? Uchiha Obito's first opponent was the very Uchiha Tetsuhan you mentioned, and he won decisively, Kimura Chūnin continued. Seeing that Chi Guiyong remained skeptical, Kimura Chūnin directly mentioned Muyu. Teacher Muyu proctored alongside me. If you doubt me, you can inquire with him. Chi Guiyong turned to Muyu, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, as Mr. Kimura stated, Uchiha Obito defeated Uchiha Tetsuhan in the first match. Ah, how peculiar indeed, Chi Guiyong mused. Chikayayu scratched his head, feeling utterly incredulous. He wholeheartedly believed Muyu's words. After all, she was the esteemed teacher who had garnered the unanimous approval of all instructors within just a month of her employment. Truly reliable. Why was he able to defeat Uchiha Tetsuhana? Chikayayu racked his brain, unable to fathom how such a situation could arise. Wasn't he supposed to be trailing behind? How could he have bested the previous top student? Surely, it could not be attributed to a mysterious teacher clandestinely imparting advanced ninjutsu. Observing Chikayayu's bewilderment, Muyu mused to herself. If he is so perplexed merely by Obito showcasing his prowess, how would he react if Might Guy were to reveal his strength? Chikayayu had indeed stumbled upon a fortunate victory. Muyu estimated that he had likely secured his bonus. Upon reflection, she considered that Chikayayu was not entirely undeserving of this success, as he had contributed by frequently seeking her assistance in teaching, thereby helping her gather students for rewards. Moreover, he had treated her to meals on numerous occasions, demonstrating a certain level of understanding in navigating their professional relationship. Class Yuhuan is truly impressive. Broke the silence Ueda Aya, who had been observing the proceedings. She was monitoring the very first-year class taught by Muyu. The overall proficiency in those 3 body techniques is nearly on par with my second-year students, Ueda Aya remarked in awe, especially one named Uchiha Shisui, a prodigious talent who reminds me of Kakashi Hitaki from a few years back. This year's first in practical exams is undoubtedly going to be him. Is it truly so remarkable to be compared to Kakashi? Chikayayu exclaimed, astonished. Though being the top of the grade was formidable, standing alongside Kakashi was indeed daunting. Kakashi had been widely recognized as a super genius in the Ninja Academy in recent years, with his subsequent performances further solidifying this reputation. He had been promoted to chūnin merely a year after graduation, a feat that was nothing short of extraordinary, setting him apart from other first-year students. Ueda Aya nodded in agreement. How fortunate you are, Teacher Yuhuan. Your prospects for accolades seem effortlessly assured. Chikaya Yu expressed with envy, lamenting his own lack of such fortune. He would be content merely to retain his bonus. What fortune? It is a testament to Teacher Yuhuan's exceptional teaching skills. One cannot simply attribute such talent to the presence of gifted students. Ueda Aya corrected him. She did not believe that class Yuhuan's prowess stemmed from an abundance of geniuses, but rather from Muyu's superior instructional abilities. Otherwise, why would students from the classes she taught hope for Muyu's frequent visits? It was not just one or two classes that sought her out. The feedback from all the substitute classes was overwhelmingly positive. My apologies. I am well aware of Teacher Yuhuan's capabilities. My students would rejoice if I were perpetually busy and Teacher Yuhuan could take my classes, Chikaya Yu replied, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. Though he occasionally requested Muyu to substitute for him, the majority of the time he taught himself. Yet the students seemed to prefer her. Not to worry. It is merely a reflection of the students' own diligence, Muyu humbly replied. After engaging in conversation with her colleagues for a while, Muyu soon began practicing calligraphy, continuing until the afternoon examinations commenced. Once again, they gathered at Training Ground 16. Though the number of attendees was significantly reduced compared to the morning session, as students who had already lost were not compelled to participate further and could choose whether to attend or not. As time flows, battles unfold one after another. In the first round of the afternoon, the not-so-combat-savvy Lin was eliminated. Meanwhile, the formidable Might Guy, who could swiftly dispatch any adversary, finally garnered the attention of the onlookers. Is Might Guy truly this powerful? His speed is astonishing. He defeated Daijia with a single kick, exclaimed a surprised student. What a transformation. I remember in the 3rd grade he was merely average, not this formidable, mused another student familiar with Guy. Perhaps he has trained harder during the summer and the new semester? He speculated, conjuring up this possibility. In the final battle, the first contestant, Uchiha Obito, faced off against the 40th Might Guy. Candidates, prepare for battle, announced Muyu, declaring the last match of the class's practical examination. Upon hearing their names, Guy and Obito exchanged glances and swiftly made their way to the arena, ready to commence their duel. I shall not yield this first place to you, Obito declared. Casting a glance at Lin standing outside, his determination ignited. Neither will I. To become the strongest, I must seize every opportunity for victory, replied Guy, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, they had made it to the final round. The students who had previously mocked them felt a sting of embarrassment. It seemed absurd that these two, once the underdogs of the 3rd grade, had suddenly risen to such heights in the 4th grade. Before the examination commenced, who would have dared to imagine that Uchiha Tetsuho would not secure the top spot? They could hardly fathom the intensity of training these two must have undergone during the holiday and the new semester. After exchanging some pre-battle banter, Guy and Obito fell silent, each assuming a stance as they prepared for the clash. Begin. With Muyu's declaration, Obito swiftly retreated, forming hand seals to unleash a ninjutsu. Knowing that Guy excelled in taijutsu, he wisely opted not to engage him directly. Shadow Clone Technique. With a puff, 2 identical clones of Obito appeared beside him. The 3 Obitos darted about, attempting to confuse Guy. Leaf Hurricane. However, Guy's speed exceeded Obito's expectations. He quickly closed the distance, executing a rapid spinning kick that obliterated the 2 clones, sending Obito's original self staggering back over a meter. Such immense power. Obito's arm trembled uncontrollably. Having braced against the kick, he now felt a dull ache spreading through his arm. Seizing the advantage, Guy pressed forward, forcing Obito into close combat. Yet, in a pure taijutsu confrontation, Obito was no match for Guy and soon found himself at a disadvantage. Who do you think will win? The onlooking students began to speculate on the ultimate victor. I believe it will be Might Guy. It seems Obito is on the verge of defeat. One student analyzed the unfolding situation. That may not be the case. Previously, during his match against Uchiha Tetsuho, Obito struggled in taijutsu, but ultimately triumphed with his fire techniques. Another countered, suggesting that Obito, possessing formidable fire techniques, had yet to unleash his full potential. After all, Obito truly secured a decisive victory over the former esteemed Uchiha. Iron Fire, boasting an impressive record. Teacher Muyu, who do you think will triumph? Kimura Shanin suddenly inquired. Might Guy, I suppose, Muyu pondered before responding. Indeed. Although Obito possesses formidable fire techniques, This examination venue does not favor his strengths, Kimura Shanin concurred. Muyu nodded, acknowledging that the two competitors were quite evenly matched. However, Obito currently resembled a mage lacking in close combat prowess, unable to execute incantation-free spells, making it exceedingly difficult for him to best the swift warrior, Might Guy. On this flat terrain, as anticipated, in the next moment, Obito fell prey to a lapse, and with a swift leaf whirlwind, Might Guy sent him flying. Might Guy is victorious, Muyu proclaimed, announcing the final results of the examination. A student who had previously believed Obito would win could not help but cover his forehead, feeling that Obito never failed to disappoint in this regard. Just when one thought he would lose to Uchiha Iron Fire, he emerged victorious. Conversely, when expectations were high for his battle against Might Guy, he succumbed to defeat. Might Guy, you are truly remarkable. How do you train? A classmate could not resist inquiring about the secrets behind Might Guy's strength. How do I train? I suppose I wake up at 5:30 in the morning to run around Konoha before class, and then practice taijutsu against a wooden post all night. On weekends. Might Guy reflected on his daily regimen before responding. Farewell. The inquiring student, upon hearing of the 5:30 a.m. wake-up call, was filled with admiration for Might Guy, and after learning about his nightly wooden post training, he lost all desire to hear more. Surely, he thought, no true ninja would endure such rigorous training every day. Obito, are you all right? Rin approached Obito with concern. Obito brushed off the dust from his clothes, responding nonchalantly. I'm perfectly fine. This time was merely a narrow defeat. Next time, I will definitely win. In the presence of the girl he admired, he had to feign strength. However, Yohara Rin was not so easily deceived. Grasping Obito's arm, she rolled up his sleeve to reveal several bruises, glaring at him as she exclaimed, do you think pretending to be strong is helpful? Your injuries won't heal just because you act tough. Hurry to the infirmary for treatment. With that, Rin dragged Obito toward the infirmary. Though Obito protested that he was fine, he offered no resistance and followed her obediently, his rebellious words belied by his compliant body. Thus concluded the practical examination following the first-place results in class. The next day, the examination would feature the top 2 students from each class competing for the title of grade champion. After the exam, Might Guy intended to thank Muyu and head home, eager to share the good news with his father, Might Due. He could already envision his father, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming about youth. However, Muyu did not allow Guy to depart immediately. Instead, she led him to a secluded spot, smiling as she said, Guy, congratulations on securing first place. Upon finishing his words, Muyu presented a small booklet to Might Guy, saying, this is a martial arts training manual I recently composed during my leisure time. It also contains some thoughts on the further development of the Konoha Gale, and consider it a gift for you, as the top student in your class. Might Guy glanced at the manual, but his keen eyes noticed the hand that held it. Although Muyu's hands appeared quite clean at first glance, he discerned faint smudges of gray on the palm, resembling ink stains that had been stubbornly washed but not entirely removed. As he perused the contents, it suddenly dawned on him that this was no mere casual writing. It was a labor of considerable effort dedicated to him. Even if he had not secured first place, Muyu would have found another reason to present it. The ideas regarding the further development of the Konoha Gale felt tailor-made for him, and Might Guy could hardly believe that such insights were crafted without significant investment of time. Teacher Muyu, I will not disappoint your efforts. I shall become the strongest martial arts ninja. Overcome with emotion, Might Guy found himself in tears. Muyu gently took out a piece of paper to wipe his tears and patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, it is wonderful that you think this way. For a teacher, seeing their disciple grow stronger is the greatest reward. His expression was imbued with sincerity as he spoke. Indeed, Might Guy nodded emphatically. His resolve to grow stronger solidified further. As he watched Might Guy gradually depart, Muyu glanced at the system notifications, a smile gracing his face. You have gifted your disciple a martial arts training manual. Due to your disciple's immense gratitude, you have received a critical reward, mastery of water element chakra transformation. Your disciple Might Guy's trust level has increased. Current trust level, 3. Feeling fortunate, Muyu reveled in the influx of new memories, his mood considerably buoyed. Typically, the rewards received from teaching are related to the disciple's strengths. For instance, Shisui and Obito often yield rewards associated with fire release, while Guy results in more martial arts-related rewards. However, surprises do occur, with unrelated rewards sometimes manifesting. in comparison to mastering a specific martial art. Attaining mastery over a chakra attribute is undoubtedly far more advantageous, leaving Mu Yu quite satisfied. Should such rewards accumulate, he might even develop his own bloodline limit. The increase in trust level was an unexpected delight. Mu Yu contemplated that for future high-quality gifts, a more thoughtful approach would elicit deeper emotions, thereby increasing the likelihood of exceptional rewards. For example, had he offered the manual to Might Guy under ordinary circumstances, the outcome might have been a modest reward, perhaps a proficiency-level ninjutsu or martial art. Yet, by presenting it at the peak of Might Guy's excitement, subtly allowing him to notice the indelible ink stains on his hands, and concluding with a few words of inspiration, the effect was profoundly different. Gifting something at the moment of first place would remind Might Guy of Mu Yu's invaluable guidance. Without Mu Yu's teachings, could he have achieved this first place? This would initially stir his emotions. Then, upon noticing the ink stains, he would comprehend the effort behind the gift, amplifying his feelings as he imagined Mu Yu's diligence, culminating in an emotional explosion sparked by a few uplifting words. The exam would conclude tomorrow, and the results would emerge in a couple of days. Mu Yu was contemplating whether the system would issue examination rewards. Logically, given the student's commendable performance, the teacher should indeed be recognized. The upcoming examination on the third day was significantly more daunting, as only 2 students would be selected from each class, and the Ninja Academy had merely 8 classes per grade. Similar to the previous day, non-participating students had the option to abstain from attending. However, an impressive number of students chose to witness the examination, eager to discover who would emerge as the top student in the 4th grade. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Uchiha Obito standing among the candidates? Someone remarked in confusion. You must have missed the news about Class 2 yesterday, replied a nearby student. Well, I had unfortunate luck and faced our class's strongest competitor in the first round, so I went home after losing. That makes sense. Uchiha Obito has become remarkably strong, having defeated Uchiha Tetsuhan from their class. The spectators engaged in lively discussions about the competitors from each class, occasionally sparking debates over who possessed superior strength. Even those who had previously criticized Obito and Might Guy found themselves defending them, as they were representatives of their own class. It seemed that only Shisui stood a chance of claiming the top spot. After observing the first round, Mu Yu felt that both Obito and Might Guy were likely out of contention. Hinata Hayashi's gentle fist had been honed to perfection, augmented by the advantage of the Byakugan, making it exceedingly difficult for Might Guy to prevail, let alone Obito. Mu Yu could only acknowledge that the ninjas from the Hyuga clan held a significant advantage in the early stages. The Byakugan was far easier to activate than the Sharingan, and their ancestral gentle fist was an exceptional martial art. The time that both Obito and Might Guy had spent training under him was still insufficient, as they had yet to fully leverage their strengths while still grappling with numerous weaknesses. As time progressed, they entered the final 2 rounds of combat. Obito faced Hinata Hayashi, while Might Guy confronted a ninja from Class 4, Year 3. As Mu Yu had anticipated, in the presence of Hinata Hayashi, Obito had yet to utilize a single ninjutsu before being thoroughly overwhelmed by the gentle fist. In the final match, Might Guy's performance surpassed that of Obito, yet his techniques were completely deciphered by Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan, ultimately leading to an inevitable defeat. Obito, having lost the match, felt somewhat disheartened. He had aspired to claim the top position, but found himself unable to even place in the top 2. Mu Yu happened to pass by and offered words of comfort. Do not dwell solely on your failures. Rather, reflect on how much you have improved since your last attempt and strive for the next occasion. Upon hearing this, Obito's spirits lifted considerably. For during the previous year's 3rd grade final examination, his class had ranked only 20th, whereas this time, they had nearly reached the top 2. By this measure, his progress was remarkable, and the first place was surely within reach. Mu Yu then made his way over to Might Guy, who surprisingly appeared somewhat despondent. She had presumed that with Guy's indomitable will, he would remain indifferent to the outcome of a single match. Upon further reflection, Mu Yu deduced the reason for his dismay. Perhaps it was due to the training manual she had provided him yesterday, which made Might Guy feel burdened by her expectations. Failure is an inseparable part of life. Do not allow a single defeat to overwhelm you, Mu Yu consoled. Might Guy, shaken by her words, realized that when it came to failure, he had ample experience to draw upon. In the initial entrance examination, he narrowly missed becoming a ninja. Subsequently, he faced Kakashi and was swiftly defeated in a single blow. He consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, earning the unflattering title of the tail end. Despite being merely 8 years old, my guy had already endured a plethora of failures. It seemed he began to grasp the essence of his father, Might Dai's words, that youth never fades. I understand now. Teacher Muyu, Might Guy declared, his gaze becoming resolute. His intent was not to dwell on his setbacks, but rather to train diligently for the next battle, striving to emerge victorious and ultimately become the strongest. Muyu nodded with approval and proceeded to seek out Shisui. When Muyu located Shisui, he was encircled by a throng of students, all inquiring eagerly. Upon noticing Muyu's arrival, the students greeted him enthusiastically. Teacher Yusheng, I secured second place in our grade. Is there a reward for me? Hongdo chimed in with a beaming smile as he approached Muyu. Muyu, with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffled Hongdo's hair and pondered before responding. How about I treat you to some dango? That sounds wonderful. You're the best, Teacher Yusheng. Upon hearing about the dango, Hongdo instantly transformed into the most enthusiastic advocate for Muyu. Shisui, the top of the grade, hasn't even requested a reward yet. And you seem rather impatient. Hongdo, Steeltzy interjected, unable to restrain his teasing. He didn't genuinely believe Hongdo was hasty. It was merely a touch of envy regarding Hongdo's commendable performance. Fearing his brother might not perform well, yet also concerned he might excel too greatly, Hongdo found himself in the latter predicament. With a cheerful demeanor, Muyu dismissed the gathering of students and then led Shisui towards the commercial street. How do you feel? Muyu inquired. Shisui contemplated for a moment before replying honestly. It was quite ordinary. There wasn't anyone who required me to exert my full strength. That is to be expected. Given your abilities, few in the 4th grade can pose a challenge, let alone those in the 1st grade, Muyu generously praised. Teacher Muyu, do you think I should graduate early? Shisui asked, gazing into Muyu's uniquely sky-blue eyes. Graduate early? Shisui continued. I heard that some exceptionally gifted seniors believed they could learn nothing at the Ninja Academy and graduated swiftly. Muyu shook his head, stating, I do not recommend that you graduate in the 1st grade. At the very least, wait until the 2nd or 3rd grade. While your prowess may be remarkable among your peers, once you leave the academy, your opponents will not be limited to your age group, especially with the potential for conflict looming. If you feel that the curriculum at the ninja school lacks substance, you could utilize the shadow clone technique to attend classes while your original self trains according to my guidance, Muyu suggested. Although in the original narrative, Shisui survived the 3rd Great Ninja War and earned the title of Instantaneous Shisui, Muyu acknowledged the unpredictable nature of the butterfly effect. He hoped Shisui would remain at the Ninja Academy for a few more years. After all, if he couldn't defeat a chūnin, what significance would graduation hold? Without the strength of a jonin, merely walking through the streets of Konoha would lack a sense of security. Upon hearing Muyu's advice, Shishui's eyes brightened as he nodded, feeling that Muyu's counsel was indeed wise. Subsequently, Muyu returned to school with Shisui, having purchased a generous assortment of rice dumplings. Before afternoon classes commenced, every student in Class 1 received their share. Muyu would never truly limit Red Bean to a solitary dumpling. However, honoring her promise, she bestowed an additional dumpling upon Red Bean. Teacher Yuhong is the best in the world, Red Bean exclaimed with palpable satisfaction, proclaiming that with a few more dumplings, perhaps Konoha would soon see the emergence of a new sect dedicated to Yuhong. The other students expressed their gratitude, further elevating their already high regard for her. The efficiency of the ninja school was commendable. Merely 2 days following the examinations, the results were meticulously compiled and announced, confirming Muyu's suspicions. Good morning, Chiyuki, greeted Gang Zitai as he encountered Shingetsu Chiyuki on their way to the ninja school. Good morning, she replied. Gang Zitai playfully locked his arm around her neck, then released her with a chuckle. Why do you appear so weary? With a sigh, Shingetsu Chiyuki lamented. Zitai, have you forgotten? Today is the day the results are revealed. Oh, did you not perform well in the exam, Chiyuki? Gang Zitai recalled Muyu mentioning yesterday that the results would be announced today. Indeed, I fear my scores may be rather low. She gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. No worries. I too did not perform to my potential. I shall likely fare similarly, he comforted, patting her shoulder. The two then made their way to the ninja school, coincidentally encountering Red Bean as they approached. Chiyuki Zitai. Good morning. Red Bean greeted them cheerfully. Good morning, Red Bean, they replied. You both seem a bit downcast. Did you have nightmares last night? Red Bean inquired with curiosity. Not quite. It's simply the day the results are revealed, Gang Zitai sighed. We both did not perform well, and I suspect our scores will be quite low. Really? I feel confident about my performance. I might have achieved a commendable score. Red Bean beamed with pride upon hearing this. Soon, I'll be able to request a reward from Teacher Yuhong. Though she had yet to see her scores, Red Bean felt justified in celebrating. As Gang Zitai and Shingetsu Chiyuki typically garnered respectable grades, and she was certain her results would exceed theirs. I envy you, Red Bean. Second in practical skills and excelling in theory as well. Shingetsu Chiyuki expressed her admiration. Encouraged by Chiyuki's praise, Red Bean's confidence swelled, and she strutted with an air of superiority, embodying the essence of a leader. As the trio entered the school, they encountered Shisui and other classmates. How did you fare on the exam, Shisui? Red Bean inquired with curiosity. Average, I suppose, Shisui replied calmly. Red Bean's anticipation for her own scores heightened. If Shishui's performance was merely ordinary, perhaps she had a shot at first place. First place seemed unlikely, but surely a spot in the top 5 was attainable? Red Bean, though brimming with confidence, still retained her reason, knowing her usual exam scores hovered around the median. Upon arriving at the announcement board, they discovered a throng of students gathered around, engaged in animated discussions regarding the results. The scores in this class are astonishingly high, with many students achieving marks in the 70s and 80s. There is even one student who received a perfect score, seemingly excelling in practical assessments. Truly formidable. It is no wonder that this class is led by the esteemed teacher Mu Yu, eager to discover her own score. The impatient Hong Do paid little attention to the chatter around her. She forged ahead, accompanied by Gang Zitai and Xin Yuaodong, and squeezed into the space where Class 2's results were displayed. 80 points. Hooray! Hong Do's eyes immediately fell upon her name, followed by the score of 80, prompting her to cheer with delight. However, she quickly noticed an anomaly. The rankings seemed rather off. Zitai, Aodong, have you found your scores? Hong Do inquired hurriedly. Yes. I found mine, 92 points, Gang Zitai affirmed with a nod. How much? Hong Do questioned, doubting her own hearing. 92 points, Gang Zitai reiterated. By the leaves. Hong Do exclaimed, delivering a firm slap on Gang Zitai's shoulder, her large brown-gray eyes wide with disbelief. You said you didn't do well, yet you scored a 92? How can you call that not doing well? Just luck? I thought I hadn't performed well, but it turned out all right. Gang Zitai replied with a chuckle, deflecting her incredulity. And you, Aotong, what did you score? Gang Zitai asked. 97. Xin Yuaotong replied with a smile. How much? Gang Zitai was taken aback, for that score was nearly perfect. 97. Xin Yuaotong repeated. This time, Gang Zitai clearly understood, and the smile on his face gradually faded, while Xin Yuaotong's expression grew increasingly triumphant. I was trying to comfort you this morning, and now you've scored so well. Almost perfect. Gang Zitai exclaimed as he playfully locked his arm around Xin Yuaotong's neck and let him out. Hong Do, recognizing this familiar scene, eagerly joined the fray, occasionally sneaking in a punch at Gang Zitai. These two were utterly insufferable, achieving such high scores while toying with her emotions. After a month of diligent study, disciple Uchiha Shisui achieved outstanding results in the academic assessment, receiving a reward of 300 chakra and a proficiency scroll for ninjutsu. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll elevates any mastered ninjutsu to proficiency level. After a month of diligent study, disciple Uchiha Obito achieved commendable results in the academic assessment, receiving a reward of 150 chakra. After a month of diligent study, disciple Might Guy achieved commendable results in the academic assessment, receiving a reward of 150 chakra. As Mu Yu had anticipated, the examinations indeed offered rewards, and they were significantly more generous than those given for lectures. He could not possibly earn 600 chakra from 3 days of teaching, as a single B-grade evaluation yielded merely 20 chakra. This was especially true considering that Obito and Might Guy had performed poorly in theory and did not secure first place in practical assessments. Otherwise, the rewards would have been even higher. Suddenly, Mu Yu felt an impulse to encourage the school to conduct more examinations, as a typical term only allowed for 2 assessments. If there were 10 assessments in one semester, he would surely soar to new heights. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed, for he understood that such an increase might not yield additional rewards. Even when he organized examinations within his class, He had not observed the system granting him any rewards. Moreover, Muyu harbored the belief that her proposal would likely be dismissed by the school. 10 examinations in a single semester would undoubtedly burden both students and teachers alike. After some contemplation, she employed the scroll for mastering ninjutsu. With 3 semesters in a year, each featuring 2 examinations. This meant she could secure a minimum of 6 scrolls annually, since there were still opportunities to acquire more later. It would be prudent to enhance her abilities to avert unforeseen circumstances. Muyu applied the scroll to the water-severing wave technique, and a myriad of memories and techniques related to its training flooded her mind. While she had mastered numerous ninjutsu, she deemed the water-severing wave to possess the most formidable power. In the office at noon, Muyu became the focal point of discussion. How did you teach them, Teacher Yaharu? This student's theoretical score is astonishingly high, averaging several dozen points above those of other classes, inquired Kimura Shin. Indeed, Teacher Muyu. Do you have any special techniques? Those 2 in my class barely passed this time, but who knows about the next, chimed in Chikaguyu. The performance of Might Guy and Obito had genuinely astounded him. They not only dominated the practical assessments, but also achieved passing marks in theory. Just as Muyu was about to respond, another teacher entered the office, addressing her. Teacher Yaharu, the principal wishes to see you. Please proceed to the principal's office promptly. The principal? Ueda Aya gasped softly. In the realm of ninja schools, exceptional teachers were scarce, with most being merely average jonin. However, the principal was a figure of significant stature. The institution had only 2 principals thus far, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though he held the title of principal, it was a rare occasion for teachers to encounter Hiruzen, as he typically refrained from visiting the school, preferring to attend to affairs at the Hokage building. This rarity was precisely what prompted Ueda Aya's astonishment. The third Hokage was indeed in the principal's office, personally summoning a teacher, an extraordinary occurrence. Very well, I shall go at once, Muyu nodded, then turned apologetically to her colleagues in the office, saying, I apologize, but I must attend to the principal's office. We can continue discussing the lesson upon my return. There is no need for apologies, Teacher Yaharu. Please hurry. Do not keep Lord Third waiting, urged Chikaguyu. Unable to conceal his envious expression, his eyes practically glowing with jealousy. He had taught for several years without such privileges. Let alone being summoned individually, he had never even set foot in the principal's office. Yet, reflecting on Muyu's teaching prowess and her students' quality quelled his envy. While the average score for first-year classes hovered around 40 to 50, Muyu's class surged to over 70, leaving the others far behind. Their practical scores were also notably higher, securing the top 2 ranks in the grade, with Uchiha Shisui recognized as a prodigious genius. Chikaguyu pondered inwardly whether he could nurture such an exceptional class. The answer was a resounding no. After concluding her remarks, Muyu turned and made her way to the principal's office. The principal's office is located on the top floor of their educational building, specifically the 5th floor, while Muyu's modest office is situated on the 2nd floor. Glancing at the sign beside the door of the principal's office, Muyu knocked gently. Come in, came the authoritative voice of a middle-aged man from within. Muyu opened the door and stepped inside, with a casual sweep of her gaze. She noted the office's rather austere layout. Both the bookshelf and the desk were positioned by the window, and near the door, there was a set of tables and chairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unlike how he appeared at the beginning of the anime, did not seem as aged as one might expect. His hair and beard remained dark. His face bore few wrinkles, and his eyes radiated a commanding presence, evoking an impression of authority without anger. Perhaps due to his role in the ninja academy, he was not adorned with the Hokage hat. Ah, Yuhuin, you are a teacher of remarkable talent, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, gesturing for Muyu to take a seat. I have heard of your class's achievements. Your theoretical scores surpass those of other classes by 20 or 30 points on average, and your practical results are among the top 2 in the grade. The proctoring teachers have remarked that your mastery of basic ninjutsu, such as the transformation technique and the shadow clone technique, is superior to that of other classes. It is indeed the students' diligence that has brought about this success. I merely endeavor to teach them to the best of my ability, while the rest relies on their own efforts, Muyu replied thoughtfully. He was humble, yet not entirely so, first acknowledging the students' inherent capabilities and then emphasizing his own dedication, subtly highlighting his contributions. To teach to the best of one's ability, well said. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with satisfaction. If the Ninja Academy had more teachers like you, Yuhuan, who are wholly committed to educating their students, there would be no need to worry about the development of our successors. Muyu chose not to respond to that statement, instead displaying a demeanor of attentive listening. To acknowledge it would imply that other teachers were incompetent, while to deny it would suggest that they were not earnest in their efforts. Based on the performance of your first-year class, I shall personally advocate for you to be named an outstanding teacher this semester, Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully. Muyu feigned surprise, quickly expressing his gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a heartfelt demeanor. However, esteemed third Hokage, would this not be somewhat improper? After all, it has only been a month since the semester began, and I fear that such news might tarnish your reputation, Muyu expressed with genuine concern, apprehensive that this might affect the third Hokage's esteemed name. An outstanding teacher is awarded to those who exhibit excellence. Should other teachers also cultivate such remarkable classes, they too would receive similar recognition, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared with authority. The third Hokage continued to weave dreams, stating, "If Teacher Hanyu maintains this quality of instruction over the coming year, I will promote you to Special Jonin and simultaneously appoint you as the vice class leader at the Ninja Academy. Thank you for your guidance, third Hokage. But as an educator, my foremost duty is to nurture my students, a principle I hold dear," Muyu replied earnestly. He reflected on how Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, being products of the same mentorship, had mastered the art of persuasion, both envisioning the elevation to Special Jonin. However, Muyu's genuine aspiration lay not in the title of Special Jonin, but rather in the progress of his students, for such advancement would yield substantial rewards. Observing Muyu's sincere dedication, the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen was convinced of his authenticity and found himself increasingly appreciative of Muyu. "Teacher Hanyu, I wish to discuss a personal matter with you. Would you be willing to listen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired suddenly. Muyu nodded, contemplating the hidden intentions of the third Hokage. "I have a young son named Asuma Sarutobi, who has just graduated and become a genin. He is still quite inexperienced, which poses a challenge for me. I would like to invite you to tutor him," Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed. Given Muyu's demonstrated teaching prowess, the Hokage felt confident that he could effectively guide the newly graduated genin Asuma. This invitation also served as a test of Muyu's capabilities. Should he excel, it would warrant Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention with Danzo to secure his position. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, both the esteemed educator and the title of Special Jonin were mere stepping stones to enhance Muyu's standing in his eyes, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. "Third Hokage, I must consider this carefully," Muyu replied after a moment of thought, refraining from an immediate acceptance. This response surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had not anticipated a refusal. "Given my teaching schedule, I am occupied Monday through Friday, and weekends require my attention for planning the following week's lessons. I must ensure that the quality of instruction is upheld for both parties before I can agree, so please allow me some time to reflect," Muyu elucidated. The third Hokage paused for a moment before smiling and once again praising Muyu as an exceptional teacher, indicating that there were no further matters to discuss, and that he was free to leave. Before departing, Muyu offered an appraisal. Name: Sarutobi Hiruzen, chakra, 170,000. Potential: S. Evaluation: exceptional aptitude for ninjutsu. Adept at combination techniques. While single-element ninjutsu may not rival bloodline limits, how would you respond if I unleashed 5 advanced ninjutsu with various elemental transformations simultaneously? The peak of the third Hokage. Upon glimpsing that staggering chakra figure, Muyu felt a blend of astonishment and envy as he exited the office. After all, this amounted to a staggering 170,000 chakra, surpassing his previous encounter with Minato by a notable 130,000. However, comparing a seasoned middle-aged ninja at his zenith to an 18-year-old in the throes of growth seemed futile. Returning home, Muyu found himself pondering how to articulate his report to Danzo amidst his astonishment. The pretext of being too busy to consider things carefully is merely a facade. Although he is not idle, it is implausible that he cannot spare a moment in an entire week to instruct Asuma. Muyu perceives that the third Hokage is attempting to curry favor with him. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the excellence of teachers and the esteemed position of a Special Jonin. However, the sincerity of the third Hokage is rather lacking. There are no tangible benefits, merely empty promises. Had he directly acknowledged Muyu's affiliation with the root upon entering his office and proposed an alliance, Muyu would surely have dismissed Danzo and followed the third Hokage without hesitation. Yet, the third Hokage refrains from revealing his true intentions, indicating his indecision, a typical display of reluctance. Should Muyu acquiesce immediately, he would find himself in a precarious position with Danzo, making it wiser to delay his response and shift the dilemma back to Danzo. As for whether the third Hokage is unaware of his identity, Muyu can only surmise that while it is not impossible, it is highly improbable. The existence of Root is ultimately not one to be publicly acknowledged. If the third Hokage were oblivious to the presence of Root ninjas in the Ninja Academy, his roles as Hokage and principal would be rendered futile. Upon returning to the office, the teachers were curious and began to inquire about Muyu's meeting. "Mr. Yuhua, what did Lord Third summon you for? Was it a commendation?" asked Ayako Ueda, her curiosity piqued. "It should be, considering the excellent results of this exam and being a new teacher. Mr. Yuhua is remarkable," remarked Yu Ikitani, clearly impressed by Muyu's accomplishments. "I suppose this affirms my teaching achievements," Muyu mused as he took a seat and retrieved paper and pen. "I wonder when I will also receive acknowledgement from Lord Third." Kamimura Shin felt the disparity between individuals acutely. He recalled Muyu's initial naivety upon arrival, astonished that he had so swiftly surpassed him in teaching prowess. "As long as I do my utmost to guide my students, that is sufficient," Muyu stated while practicing calligraphy. "Mr. Muyu, could I trouble you to cover my class this afternoon? I have a matter to attend to," Yu Ikitani asked, pouring a glass of water for Muyu. "Certainly, I am free this afternoon," Muyu nodded in agreement. "Mr. Yuhua, I now understand why all the students adore you." Ikitani expressed his gratitude. "By the way, Sujihara, could you lend me some money? I'll repay you when I receive my salary." Ikitani then turned to Kamimura Shin. Initially, he intended to borrow from Muyu, but feeling guilty for having asked him to cover classes so often, he opted for Shin instead. "How much do you need?" Kamimura inquired, as they were old friends, and borrowing money was not an issue. 80,000 ryo should suffice, Ikitani replied after contemplation. 80,000 ryo? What do you intend to do with that? Shin paused, his hand reaching for his wallet. The teachers at their ninja academy earn merely 100,000 ryo a month, making Ikitani's request for a substantial sum rather significant. Although lending was not out of the question, it warranted clarification. Muyu also cast a sidelong glance. In the context of the Hokage's world, 1 ryo equated to 10 yen, meaning Ikitani was effectively borrowing 80,000 ryo, or 800,000 yen, for formidable ninjas. This may be trivial, yet for a chūnin teacher, it was substantial. "A date, of course. I can't very well invite someone to ramen, can I?" Ikitani clarified. "You aren't planning to spend your entire salary on dates, are you?" Kimura Shanin cast a glance at Chitaguchi-yu, one filled with incredulity. "What do you mean it's only for dates? Is a date not also for oneself? I've had my fill." Chitaguchi-yu attempted to defend himself. "Enough of this. Would you willingly dine in those upscale restaurants alone?" Ueda Aya interjected. She had warned Chitaguchi-yu long ago, but to no avail. "She has no genuine affection for you. You are merely her meal ticket." Ueda Aya endeavored to enlighten him. "No way. Just the other day, she called me Chitaguchi and I. Chitaguchi-yu replied, a look of infatuation gracing his face. 80,000 for a single meal? I could call you that too and have you bankrupt, believe it or not." Ueda Aya stated flatly. "Calling you and I one tea cost her a penny. Forget it. I'll lend it to you. But remember to save some for yourself." Kimura Shanin sighed, ultimately deciding to lend Chitaguchi-yu the money. Upon hearing Kimura Shanin's willingness to lend him money, Chitaguchi-yu brushed aside Ueda Aya's mockery, quickly expressing gratitude before departing the office. Muyu Eshin mused that if Naruto had short videos, perhaps filming Chitaguchi-yu's office antics as a series could garner popularity, ensuring financial stability. After a brief internal monologue, Muyu soon focused on practicing calligraphy, only pausing as class time approached to make her way to the classroom. Upon entering, the students erupted in excitement. "How wonderful! Teacher Muyu is here to teach the ninjutsu class," one exclaimed, after attending Teacher Muyu's class last time. "My transformation technique has improved significantly. I hope she emphasizes the shadow clone technique this time." Muyu glanced around and noted with satisfaction that Obito had yet again failed to attend. 5 minutes into the lesson, Obito burst into the classroom, panting. Upon seeing Muyu at the podium, he was momentarily stunned. He pondered why it seemed he always encountered her when he was late. Did it not tarnish his image in her eyes? Teacher Muyu, I wish to explain. Obito stammered. Take a seat. Muyu gestured for him to sit down and began teaching the shadow clone technique as per the majority's request. Damn that Chidaguchi-sensei. Why didn't he inform teacher Muyu sooner about his absence? Obito grumbled, clenching his fists. During the break, Muyu called Obito and Might Guy outside to discuss their exam results. We passed, they proclaimed proudly in unison. Upon further inquiry, Muyu discovered their scores were precariously close to the passing mark, averaging 60, just barely achieving 30. I don't know why, but this time, our scores were better. 25 used to be the passing mark. Obito scratched his head, admitting it felt rather tight. Perhaps it's because teacher Muyu substituted for us, Might Guy suggested. Even he, who often struggled to grasp concepts, could distinctly feel the difference between Muyu and the other teachers. What? Does that mean the next time the bar will be set even higher? Obito exclaimed, bewildered. If the minimum passing grade proves challenging, then everything will be subject to my discretion. Muyu smiled benevolently. If you can't even manage to pass, I fear the rewards will diminish. As Obito and Might Guy gazed upon Muyu's smile, a chilling memory of the terror governed by the exam papers surged back, causing them to shiver momentarily. After which they hastily assured that they would pass next time. Upon returning home, Muyu meticulously drafted the report and submitted it. Before long, he received a response from the Root organization. Before him lay 3 scrolls, which he opened one by one. The first scroll contained a sum of money, 200,000 ryo. To be precise, Muyu carefully stowed the money away. After all, currency is universally valuable in any world. Even ninjas are known to spend lavishly, whether on various ninja tools or the medicinal concoctions necessary for training. He then proceeded to open the second scroll, which contained a C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, fireball technique. Although this was a technique he had not yet acquired, Muyu had already mastered numerous fire techniques, both expansive and versatile, rendering further practice of this particular technique unnecessary. Finally, he opened the last scroll, which contained Danzo's response to his report. Danzo commenced by commending Muyu on the completion of his work, expressing satisfaction at how swiftly he had become an excellent teacher and gained the praise of the third Hokage. Consequently, he awarded Muyu and outlined his expectations. Muyu was to become a tutor for Asuma Sarutobi, earn his trust, and become someone he respects. This encapsulated Danzo's response to Muyu's report. Muyu tucked the ninjutsu scroll away and incinerated the other 2 scrolls. Although he had no intention of practicing the techniques, it seemed a pity to dispose of something he had received without cost from Danzo. That old man Danzo is quite persistent regarding the Hokage position, Muyu mused. It was evident that Danzo harbored some ambitions concerning the third's younger son. However, Muyu was indifferent. At most, he would dedicate a few hours on the weekends, which would not significantly affect him. He contemplated whether he should sell the house in the main district. The original owner had not always resided in the sparsely populated southern forest. In fact, he owned a house in the heart of Konoha, a legacy from his parents. However, in a bid to maintain a low profile, he had chosen to settle in the southern forest, though he seldom stayed there. The original owner returned annually to clean the main district house. Reflecting on this, Muyu decided that since he no longer occupied it, he might as well sell it. He recalled that the house was situated in a decent location and could fetch a fair price, which he could then use to purchase medicinal items for training. Despite the aid of the system, every bit of personal enhancement was worthwhile. With this thought, Muyu rose and made his way to the main district of Konoha, intending to inspect the house and tidy it up for sale. Following the memories of the original owner, he located the house. But just as he was about to unlock the door, a golden-haired figure emerged from the adjacent house. "Hello, are you the new resident?" Minato Namikaze inquired curiously. He had purchased his house several months prior and was seeing someone enter the neighboring house for the first time, mistakenly believing that a new neighbor had moved in. As Muyu turned around, Minato's gaze was drawn to the golden hair and blue eyes, instantly recalling their previous encounter at the library. It is not that his memory is extraordinary, allowing him to recall every individual he encounters. Rather, the resemblance between Watergate and Muyu, both possessing golden hair and blue eyes, coupled with the gentle smile adorning Muyu's face, evokes in Watergate the sensation of encountering an alternate version of himself, thus leaving a lasting impression. No, this is indeed my home. However, due to certain circumstances, I have since moved out and rarely return, Muyu greeted with a smile. He believed there was no need to sell the house. It was quite valuable to keep. Previously, he had been troubled by how to forge a closer connection with Watergate to glean knowledge of sealing techniques. But here was the opportunity, as they were neighbors, and technically, Watergate had moved in after him. "Watergate, I have come to seek you out." At that moment, a vibrant female voice resounded. "Hey, Watergate. You never mentioned you had a brother who looks quite a bit like you." Kushina, gazing at Muyu, who shared the same golden hair and gentle smile, could not help but tease. While the overall features of the two did not strictly align, their dazzling golden hair and similar smiles gave Kushina an unmistakable sense of kinship. "I apologize, this is my girlfriend. As you can see, she can be overly lively, so please bear with us," Watergate said apologetically to Muyu. He intended to introduce Muyu, but realized he did not yet know his name. "I am Yusheng Muyu." Muyu introduced himself. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina." "Your name is quite lovely," Kushina chimed in, peeking around Watergate as she introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Namikaze Watergate," he replied with a smile, gently removing Kushina from his back. "Thank you. Your fiery red hair is also quite beautiful," Muyu responded graciously as he opened the door. Kushina's eyes instantly lit up, and she gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done. You have quite the discerning eye." She felt that Muyu was someone who could converse well. As Muyu opened the door, the dust that had accumulated in the crevices began to waft into the air. He glanced inside. It was not particularly dirty, just a bit dusty from prolonged absence. "I apologize, but I fear I cannot entertain you just yet. I must tidy up first," Muyu turned to say. "Then we shall not disturb you," Watergate replied, leading Kushina back to their home. Muyu watched the retreating figure of Kushina and assessed her. Name: Kushina. Chakra: 150. 000. Potential: SS. Evaluation: proficient in sealing techniques. Possessing an extraordinary amount of special chakra beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Muyu could only say that the amount of chakra was indeed enviable. As for the chakra being marked with a question mark, it was the first time he had encountered such a notation. He suspected it was because Kushina had already become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails within her had not been assessed, hence the question mark. Kushina's potential was indeed somewhat alarming. A double S potential was the highest Muyu had observed thus far. However, considering the original narrative, Muyu speculated that at least one of the S potentials stemmed from the Nine Tails within her. Without the Nine Tails, Kushina's potential would likely drop to S. Otherwise, with double S potential, even without the Nine Tails, Kushina would have thrived independently, surpassing both the third Hokage and Watergate, who each possessed only S potential. Muyu utilized the shadow clone technique to create 10 clones, directing them to commence the cleaning of the house. Muyu once again marveled at the genius of Fei Jian, who managed to develop such a convenient ninjutsu as the shadow clone technique. After completing the cleaning of the house, Muyu purchased some daily necessities to place within. He did not rush to visit Minato's home for social interaction, instead planning to occasionally reside there, allowing his friendship with Minato to develop naturally. He opened the window, savoring the evening breeze while beginning to enrich his training regimen for his disciples. Might Guy and Obito, who had not secured the top rank in their class, required targeted enhancement training. As for Shimizu, Muyu intended to improve his chakra control, thereby enhancing his current combat prowess and laying the groundwork for future illusion techniques. The following day, after attending morning classes, Muyu proceeded to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, could not be expected to await his response in the school office daily, so he informed Muyu that if he had any intentions of tutoring, he should find him at the Hokage building. Upon reaching the floor of the Hokage's office, Muyu was momentarily halted. But he had anticipated this and simply stated that he was sent by the third Hokage, which granted him access. He knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. "Third Hokage, I have made my decision," Muyu proclaimed, clarifying his identity and purpose. "It's you, Hiyu. Come in," came the voice of the third Hokage from within. Muyu entered and was surprised to find not only the third Hokage but also Minato present. Minato, too, was astonished to see his new neighbor from the previous day in the Hokage's office. "This is Hiyu, our esteemed teacher from the Ninja Academy, whose teaching abilities are so remarkable that even I am tempted to invite him to tutor Asuma," the third Hokage introduced with a smile, setting down his pipe. Noticing the expressions on their faces, the third Hokage inquired, "Minato, do you two know each other?" Minato nodded, saying, "We are neighbors. Hiyu lives right next to me." "What a delightful coincidence. Hiyu and Minato, you should exchange ideas," Both of you are exceptional ninjas in your respective fields, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. Not at all. I merely strive to do my best, Muyu humbly replied. Minato also offered a modest remark before excusing himself. As the Hokage's office was not an ideal place for casual conversation, Muyu shared this sentiment, recognizing the inappropriateness of the setting, thus refraining from further dialogue with Minato. Third Hokage, I have given it considerable thought since returning, and if time is managed wisely, I can allocate several hours over the weekend to tutor Asuma. Muyu conveyed his decision. Excellent. With you teaching, I need not worry about Asuma's development. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded cheerfully, his words reflecting his trust in Muyu. I will endeavor not to disappoint your expectations, Third Hokage, and will dedicate myself fully to tutoring Asuma. Muyu expressed his gratitude, affirming his commitment to the tutoring role. The subsequent discussion turned to the customary topic of remuneration. The third Hokage proved to be generous, offering a rate of 2,000 ryo per hour, totaling 8 hours over the weekend, with payment settled weekly. Muyu agreed to commence the sessions at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, concluding at 5. Today is Friday. In the afternoon, Muyu had no classes, so he headed directly to the small riverbank where he usually practiced. Shisui was there, honing his fire techniques with Muyu's shadow clone. Ever since he effortlessly secured the top spot in his grade during the recent exam, Shisui had followed Muyu's advice to utilize shadow clones for school, allowing him to train here during class hours. Upon Muyu's arrival, he dispelled the shadow clone, and Shisui paused his training, greeting Muyu with a respectful "Muyu-sensei." Muyu nodded and handed him a towel with a smile, saying, "Take a moment to rest and wipe off your sweat." Shisui gratefully accepted the towel, drying the perspiration from his forehead and neck before sitting beside Muyu under the large tree. Muyu provided Shisui with an assessment. Name, Uchiha Shisui, Chakra, 580, Potential, SS. Compared to a month ago, Shisui had made considerable progress in his chakra levels, attributable to both the increased intensity of his training and his body's gradual development, which would likely accelerate in the future. However, Muyu was somewhat dissatisfied with the simplicity of the assessment, as it only reflected chakra and potential. After a brief respite, Muyu spoke. Shisui, starting today, we will modify the training program to include the body flicker technique and enhance your chakra control. Given that Shisui had earned the moniker Shisui of the body flicker during the Third Shinobi World War, Muyu believed it prudent to introduce him to the technique. Shisui nodded in agreement, having developed great trust in Muyu's teaching abilities over the past month. The body flicker technique is not merely a singular ninjutsu, but a broad category of techniques that achieve instantaneous movement. Techniques that enable such effects, like the Flying Thunder God technique and the Lightning Release Chakra mode that enhances physical speed, also fall under this category. However, Muyu did not master the advanced techniques. Instead, he possessed a more conventional form of the body flicker technique. This involved forming hand seals to concentrate chakra in the legs, then releasing it to enhance physical speed. Its drawback was that excessive use could lead to muscle fatigue and injury. Though it was merely a basic D-rank physical technique, it proved highly practical in combat, effective for both ambushes and retreats. Shishui's innate talent continued to impress Muyu, despite not yet awakening his Sharingan. His remarkable abilities allowed him to learn the body flicker technique immediately after Muyu demonstrated and explained it. As the Ninja Academy day came to a close, Might Guy and Obito soon arrived at the training ground. You too, hold on before rushing into training. I have devised a special 2-month training program for you. Muyu called out to the eager Might Guy and Obito. Hearing Muyu's gentle voice, Obito anticipated that he was about to teach something new and exciting. Looking at Muyu with hopeful eyes, Muyu-sensei, are you going to teach us a new powerful ninjutsu? You haven't even fully grasped the Great Fireball and the Great Dragon Fire techniques yet. Why would I teach you new ninjutsu? Muyu replied, shaking his head. What is this special training then? Obito asked, slightly disheartened at the absence of new ninjutsu to learn. Muyu smiled and said, this training will enable you to triumph over Hinata Hiroma in the upcoming final examination. Obito, your taijutsu is rather lackluster. Not only would Hinata Hiroma best you, but even in a confrontation with the current guy, you would find yourself unable to unleash a single ninjutsu. Therefore, it is imperative that you intensify your training in taijutsu. Upon hearing Muyu's words, Obito wished to retort but found himself at a loss, as he had indeed suffered defeats against both Hinata Hiroma and Might Guy, precisely as Muyu had described. While ninja battles may occasionally resemble a clash of mages, those who perceive themselves merely as artillery wizards without honing their taijutsu are often the first to perish on the battlefield. Generally, powerful ninjas possess at least a modicum of taijutsu skills. As for Guy, your task is to amplify your strengths. You must become swifter, so swift that even if Hinata Hiroma's Byakugan perceives your movements, he will be unable to evade them. Indeed, the observational prowess of the Byakugan is formidable. Yet Might Guy does not need to exceed the Byakugan's perception. He merely needs to surpass Hinata Hiroma's reaction time. From now on, for every hour of training, you two shall engage in half an hour of practical combat, restricted solely to taijutsu. The use of ninjutsu is strictly prohibited. What? No ninjutsu. Obito was taken aback. If I can't even win, how can I bear to take a beating without my ninjutsu? If you wish to avoid defeat at the hands of Hinata Hiroma again, then you must forego your ninjutsu, Miyue replied. Obito pondered the bravado he had displayed before Rin, and despite foreseeing the arduous training that lay ahead, he could only nod in resignation, tears welling in his eyes. A new phase of training commenced, and Miyue contemplated whether this special training would finally trigger the reward for increasing her disciple's strength. Until now, she had yet to experience such a reward and wondered what level of improvement was necessary to achieve it. On Saturday morning, Obito, Shisui, and the others began their training as per Miyue's instructions. Initially, Obito practiced the fundamental techniques of taijutsu under Miyue's guidance. After an hour, Miyue permitted him to rest and handed him a bottle of water, wiping his sweat away. Obito sensed something amiss. Although Miyue was an excellent teacher, she would not typically show such attentiveness. Offering water was one thing, but wiping away sweat was a gesture reserved for the most intimate of relationships. Obito, I believe you possess untapped potential that has yet to be awakened, Miyue remarked cheerfully, placing the half-finished bottle of water on the ground. No. I believe my potential has been entirely unleashed by you, sensei, Obito replied, feeling a chill of cold sweat break out on his forehead after just having wiped away the heat. You still underestimate yourself, Miyue shook her head. How about this? During your battles with Guy, if you get hit even once, you will have to solve an extra problem during your rest period. This should thoroughly awaken your potential, even if it doesn't succeed. You will at least enhance your theoretical performance by solving more problems. Sensei, that is not a good idea. If I were to be struck 100 times, I wouldn't mind solving the problems, but I worry you might become weary from preparing them. Obito feigned concern for Miyue. In a moment of desperation, Obito's wit had sharpened. For him, enduring endless drills and examinations was far less appealing than engaging in spirited brawls with Might Guy, as the latter was far less torturous. Dato, your concern for the teacher's health brings me great joy. Miyue displayed a face of evident relief. Just when Dato thought he might escape unscathed, Muyu's tone shifted. I anticipated you would be such a diligent child, hence I have prepared a plethora of questions for you. So there is no need to worry about a lack of material, Miyue said, smiling as she presented a stack of examination papers, indicating an abundance of questions. Is it sufficient? If not, I can have my shadow clones generate more, Miyue inquired cheerfully. That is more than enough. Dato fervently shook his head and waved his hands, glancing at the towering stack in Muyu's possession, which seemed almost overwhelming. Despite the bright sun and Muyu's warm smile, Dato could not shake the chill that surged from his feet to his head. As Muyu's approach proved ineffective, Dato resolved to take a roundabout route. Since he could not avoid the questions, he would aim to minimize their number. With this thought, Dato quickly signaled to Might Guy, suggesting he ease up a bit later. Upon noticing Dato's gesture, Might Guy flashed a bright smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and gave Dato a thumbs up. If you miss on your first attempt, you will face 50 questions. However, if you strike true once, then you may reduce the number of questions by 1. With a maximum reduction of 40, Miyue continued. Might Guy's expression suddenly shifted, his demeanor turning serious as he offered Dato another thumbs up. You must give it your all. That is not advisable, Dato lamented, cradling his head in despair as he envisioned a torrent of questions heading his way. For the sake of youth, we must strive to minimize the workload. Might Guy felt a surge of motivation. Dato, who was equally reluctant to face the questions, found himself propelled into action. In the ensuing bout, Might Guy unleashed a powerful offensive, pursuing Dato with a speed that exceeded 100%, reluctantly dodging and weaving. Dato's agility increased significantly after enduring several hits. Observing their remarkable progress, Muyu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that much potential remained untapped. As both combatants exhausted themselves, the skirmish eventually concluded. Dato had been struck over 30 times, necessitating more than 30 questions, while Might Guy required only a handful. Muyu felt pleased with the outcome. At this rate, it wouldn't take 2 months before Hinata Hayashi would no longer be their rival. Regrettably, the talent of Noera Rin was lacking. If only she could be taken under his wing, it would be easier to motivate Dato. Muyu pondered. For the sake of discretion, he was reluctant to train individuals outside of his disciples. However, there existed a more suitable candidate, Kakashi. While Noera Rin could only motivate Dato alone, Kakashi's presence would incite both Dato and Might Guy. Kakashi possessed ample talent, but it was unlikely he could become Muyu's student, as he had already been promoted to chūnin 2 years prior. Muyu remained with them until midday, sharing a meal with the trio. Ultimately, he left 2 shadow clones behind and proceeded to the residence of the 3rd Hokage, preparing to commence his tutoring duties. Perhaps due to being at work, Muyu did not encounter Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he met a middle-aged woman with a single ponytail, who was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Biwako. Lady Biwako. Muyu greeted her. You are indeed the esteemed teacher Yuhuan, as mentioned by Risen. Sarutobi Biwako recalled the appearance described by the 3rd Hokage and inquired. Muketsu nodded. Asuma is waiting for you in the backyard. Sarutobi Biwako indicated the direction to Muketsu, then cautioned, Asuma can be a bit rebellious. So I kindly ask you to exercise patience, teacher Yuhuan. If he proves to be uncontrollable, just let me know. I shall, however. I possess certain specialized techniques for dealing with rebellious students. Muketsu replied with a smile, proceeding in the direction pointed out by Sarutobi Biwako. Upon reaching the backyard, Muketsu indeed spotted a child of about 9 years, lazily reclining against a tree with a blade of grass in his mouth, exuding an air of defiance. Muketsu first conducted an appraisal. Name: Sarutobi Asuma. Chakra: 1100. Potential: A. Noticing Muketsu's arrival, Asuma spat out the grass and, without rising, directly queried, Are you the one who is to teach me, Yuhuan Muketsu? Before Muketsu could respond, Asuma swiftly added, If you cannot help me surpass the old man, the 3rd Hokage, then you might as well leave. It would be utterly pointless. Asuma thought it prudent to assert dominance over this tutor and seize the initiative. Just as he pondered how Muketsu would react, Muketsu shook his head and replied, That is, of course, impossible. Then you may leave. Asuma waved dismissively and reclined once more. He could not fathom that Muketsu would actually take his leave. Very well, I shall depart, and inform Biwako-dano that you do not require a tutor. Muketsu turned to leave. Observing Muketsu truly appear poised to exit, Asuma was filled with confusion. This was not the expected script. Shouldn't there have been persuasive words urging him against such folly? Why was he merely walking away? Hey, don't go just yet. Asuma sprang up, calling out to Muketsu. If the teacher were to leave before even beginning the lessons, he would surely face a scolding from his mother. You are asking me to leave and then to stay. This is quite perplexing for me, Muketsu replied with a wry smile. Can't we negotiate? Perhaps we could each make concessions. I'll lower my expectations, and during lessons, you shall heed my words, Asuma proposed. It was not that he was unwilling to learn. Rather, he was simply rebellious, unwilling to accept his father's arrangements. No. Your high expectations are not the issue. It is my own inadequacy that prevents me from meeting your demands. Thus, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Asuma's suggestion, Muketsu turned to depart. Very well, there is no need to heed my words. Just don't leave yet, Asuma called out as Muketsu neared the exit of the backyard. Genuinely impressed by Muketsu's resolve. Shall we commence our lessons then? Muketsu inquired cheerfully. To deal with a rebellious student like Asuma, one must be even more defiant. Countering rebellion with rebellion. Fine, let it be so. What shall you teach? Asuma found himself at a loss for words. In his mind, he had envisioned a scenario where he would dissuade Muketsu, leading to a negotiation that would grant him the upper hand. Though he felt indifferent, even somewhat disdainful of his identity, he could not deny that being the son of the Hokage undeniably granted him numerous advantages. Muyu glanced around before suggesting, Let us train outside. It is rather inconvenient here. With a brief mention of Paipa Lake, Muyu led Asuma outdoors to a small grove adorned with a flowing river. Let us first assess your chakra control abilities. Try climbing a tree, Muyu instructed, pointing to a tall tree. Climbing a tree? That's a cinch. Watch me. Asuma's eyes sparkled with mischief, and with a sly grin, he devised a clever plan. Approaching the sturdy, towering tree, he refrained from using chakra, instead employing his hands and feet to ascend like an agile monkey to the treetop. With a triumphant expression, Asuma exclaimed, "Look how swiftly I climb." He was fully aware of what Muyu truly meant by climbing, yet he feigned ignorance, intentionally defying her instructions. Observing through a crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently lamented as he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Although he had been nicknamed Monkey in the past, he had never engaged in such antics. "Remarkably swift, and your limb strength is commendable," Muyu noted, her demeanor far from the frustration Asuma had imagined. Instead, she smiled and offered praise. She then selected a slender tree, stripped it of its branches, and coated it in oil, smiling at Asuma as she said, "Consider that a warm-up. Now let us begin the formal climb." As Asuma gazed at the bare, slick tree resembling a wooden pole, he could not help but grimace. No matter his climbing prowess, ascending it barehanded seemed impossible. It's perfectly acceptable not to succeed. Acknowledging one's shortcomings is a mark of true courage. Muyu remarked serenely, "Who can't climb? Don't underestimate me." Asuma, a freshly graduated 9-year-old, bristled at the challenge. Channeling chakra into his feet, he confidently stepped onto the tree, steadily making his way to the top. "Your control is quite decent," Muyu acknowledged with a nod, though she was not overly surprised. Next, Muyu led Asuma to the riverbank. "Since tree climbing was no issue, let us see if you can walk on water," she proposed, continuing to evaluate Asuma's chakra manipulation. After all, aside from the exceptionally gifted, most individuals had a limited chakra reserve. Enhancing its utilization was an effective means of strengthening one's abilities. If you can remain on the water's surface for 10 minutes without falling, you may train in whatever you wish thereafter, Muyu offered, motivating him with an enticing condition. "This is your promise. Do not go back on your word." Asuma replied with delight, already scheming on how to outsmart his troublesome teacher who had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. "Isn't it just water walking? It might pose a challenge for other newly graduated genin, but for me, it's quite manageable." With confidence, Asuma gathered chakra beneath his feet and stepped onto the river, strolling leisurely across its surface, which spanned a mere 20 meters in width. That detestable old man, his desire for control is excessive. Even after graduating to become a ninja, he still seeks a tutor, Asuma muttered to himself. He was quite eager to return home and share the expression of triumph with the third Hokage, who had agreed to his request for free training. Suddenly, Asuma sensed something amiss. Looking down, he noticed the formerly tranquil river had transformed into a tumultuous torrent. "Water release, water dragon bullet technique," Asuma exclaimed, realizing that Muyu was on the shore performing the water release ninjutsu, conjuring a water dragon that swirled and rolled through the river, causing the waters to surge violently. "What are you doing?" Asuma protested as a splash nearly sent him tumbling into the water. "I'm simulating a combat scenario for you. In battle, the water won't remain as calm as it usually does," Muyu replied with a grin. "Besides, I'm practicing water release myself, with the river and trees here. It's an ideal environment for honing my skills. Of course, if you feel it's too much, I can stop. After all, acknowledging one's limitations is also a form of wisdom," she added, employing her familiar tactics. Asuma swallowed his initial response. He was determined to prove himself capable. Needing no tutor or the third Hokage's arrangements, admitting inadequacy was out of the question. Thus, Asuma concentrated fervently on controlling his chakra to avoid plunging into the water. However, mastering chakra control is not something that can be achieved instantaneously, and the sudden waves tested his agility. Asuma struggled for 5 arduous minutes before he ultimately fell into the water, only to be rescued by Muyu in an instant. "It seems your chakra control still requires improvement. You cannot commence free training just yet," Muyu remarked with a hint of regret. "If you hadn't interfered with your water release, I wouldn't have fallen in," Asuma retorted, a touch of indignation in his voice. "Do you expect your enemies to refrain from using ninjutsu in battle?" Muyu replied calmly. "No, I must try again." Asuma, increasingly frustrated, resolved to prove his worth. It was demonstrated that haste does not guarantee success in solving a mathematical problem, yet in battle, one might indeed experience a surge of adrenaline. This time, Asuma managed to maintain his balance for 7 minutes, falling just 3 minutes short of the 10-minute benchmark. After a brief respite, he eagerly called for Muyu to challenge him once more. In his third attempt, he lasted 7.5 minutes. Ultimately, as the sun began to set. Asuma triumphantly succeeded in holding his ground for a full 10 minutes. I did it, Asuma shouted with exuberance, only to lose control of his chakra and gulp down a mouthful of river water as he fell back in. As Muyu pulled him up, Asuma still bore an expression of excitement. From now on, I can train however I wish, he declared, wiping the water from his face in delight. Who told you that? Muyu gazed at him quizzically. Asuma's smile faltered as he questioned, didn't you say that if I lasted 10 minutes, I could train freely? Indeed. Muyu nodded, but I specified this time, meaning your initial attempt. You didn't succeed then, did you? Asuma reflected and realized she was right. What was the purpose of his relentless effort? The fatigue of the body, compounded by a shattered spirit, nearly caused Asuma to faint in sheer exasperation. Overwhelmed by the rebellious teacher, he felt as though he had been subjected to an entire afternoon of torment. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Sarutobi Asuma stroked his chin, recognizing the formidable teaching prowess of Muyu. During the afternoon's training session, Asuma had honed his agility and chakra control. Tomorrow, he vowed silently, he would strike back. Today had been a day of relentless trials. After fulfilling her tutoring obligations, Muyu did not return to the southern forest, but instead made her way to her residence in the main city. Following a simple dinner of stir-fried dishes, she ventured out for a stroll, for friendship would not come knocking at her door. After walking for a while, she serendipitously encountered Minato and Kushina in a nearby park, where the two sat on a bench, enjoying the evening breeze and engaging in light conversation. Hey, Muyu, Minato greeted her upon noticing her presence. Are you here for a walk as well? Muyu nodded and settled onto the adjacent bench. I just finished dinner and thought I'd take a stroll to aid digestion. By the way, I've heard you are a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Kushina inquired curiously, as none of her acquaintances had ever held such a position. Yes, I just started this year, Muyu replied with a smile. Having just joined. You must be leading an impressive class, Minato remarked with surprise. Kushina looked at Minato with a hint of confusion. Yesterday, in the office, Lord Third praised Muyu's teaching abilities and even expressed a desire to have her tutor his family, Minato explained. To receive such high praise from Lord Third so soon after joining must mean your teaching results are exceptional, Kushina exclaimed, her surprise evident. Wow, did the old man really say that? Kushina asked, intrigued. Though she held a neutral opinion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she respected his judgment. Oh, it's merely due to the student's own diligence, Muyu humbly replied. But Minato, you are truly remarkable, a jonin at such a young age, becoming a vital asset to the village. Indeed, our Minato is the strongest, Kushina affirmed wholeheartedly. But I am also a jonin, she added with a laugh. Muyu feigned surprise before complimenting her. The Uzumaki jonin is equally impressive. You possess quite the eloquence, Muyu. As Kushina began to take a liking to Muyu, she thought it might be a good idea to introduce her to her sister, Uchiha Mikoto, who had already married. Look at this fine gentleman, handsome like Minato and exceptionally skilled, worthy of the third's praise. After a delightful chat, Muyu excused herself, recognizing the couple's desire for privacy during their evening walk. She understood the importance of moderation in her presence, gradually establishing her own rapport. The following day, Muyu continued her training with Obito and Might Guy until noon, then made her way to Sarutobi Hiruzen's home to instruct Asuma, leading him back to the riverbank they had visited the previous day. I'm too exhausted today. I don't feel like training, Asuma declared, reclining against a tree in a posture that suggested he was ready to doze off. He had silently resolved within his heart that, regardless of how Muyu provoked him later, he would remain unmoved. Want to sleep? Muyu remarked, her gaze fixed on Asuma. The smile she wore was gentle and healing, far superior to that of his father, yet Asuma felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, he hadn't slept well the night before. Was that not a valid reason? Asuma retorted stubbornly. To his surprise, Muyu nodded in agreement, saying, yes. Today the sun shines just right and the breeze is gentle. It is indeed a splendid day for slumber. She then stretched lazily, leaning back against a tree, exuding an aura of relaxation as she added, being a tutor is quite nice. Lying down to sleep and awakening to find oneself having earned 100,000 taels. With that, Muyu closed her eyes, resting her head against the tree, appearing ready to drift off. Wait, what did you say about 100,000 taels? Asuma exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he questioned Muyu. What is all this noise about? Are you not going to sleep? Muyu replied without opening her eyes, feigning the approach of sleep. Don't sleep yet. Quickly tell me about this 100,000 taels. Asuma shook Muyu's shoulders. What else could it be? It is, of course, the fee for your lessons. Muyu opened her eyes, beginning to concoct nonsensical tales with utmost seriousness. Do you think I work for free? Even if it's the Hokage hiring a tutor, payment is required. My rate is quite steep, 25,000 taels per hour. So teaching you for 4 hours in a day amounts to 100,000 taels. Is your mouth made of gold, charging such exorbitant fees? Asuma was taken aback to learn that Muyu could earn 25,000 taels merely by spending an hour with him. To put it in perspective, during his school days, his monthly allowance was only 50,000 taels, and he considered that to be quite generous. Muyu could earn an entire month's allowance in just 2 hours of teaching. You can inquire at the Ninja Academy about the name Yusheng Muyu. You will soon discover whether I am worth such a price, Muyu said with calm assurance. But how come I have never heard of your name? Asuma felt as though he were being deceived. Because I joined after your graduation, Muyu replied, once again closing her eyes, preparing to sleep. Witnessing her readiness to doze off, Asuma felt a pang of anguish. This was a tutor charging 25,000 taels per hour. Don't sleep. Let us begin our training. Asuma called out hastily, fearing she might fall asleep and be impossible to awaken. Didn't you say you didn't sleep well last night? Are you not tired anymore? Muyu opened her eyes, smiling at Asuma. Observing her expression, Asuma realized he had been tricked. This girl was clearly not asleep. However, he found himself powerless against her. This was a tutor charging 25,000 taels per hour. If she were to fall asleep now, he would not only be unable to sleep himself, but would also be restless throughout the night. I'm well rested now. Let us commence our training, Asuma said with a darkened expression. He resolved to return home and complain to his mother, questioning the wisdom of hiring such an expensive tutor when there were perfectly capable Jonin instructors available. Very well, today we shall continue our chakra control training. Our goal is to remain on the water for 15 minutes, Muyu said, rising with a smile. The training mirrored that of the previous day, as Asuma concentrated on maintaining his balance on the water's surface, while Muyu stood on the shore, utilizing water release techniques to create distractions. Today, Asuma was as energetic as yesterday. However, yesterday's motivation stemmed from a desire to confront his father, while today's enthusiasm arose from the exorbitant tutoring fees demanded by Muyu. During dinner, Asuma promptly reported to Pihua Lake, lamenting that Sarutobi Hizashi was spending lavishly on a tutor charging 25,000 ryo per hour. Pihua Lake was equally taken aback by such an exorbitant fee, for hours equating to a staggering 100,000 ryo. It is worth noting that the remuneration for certain B-rank missions is merely 100,000 ryo. This is tantamount to completing a B-rank mission solo within 4 hours. Oh, are you referring to Johanna? That is impossible. His tutoring fee is only 2,000 ryo per hour, Sarutobi Hizashi interjected with a bemused smile. 2,000 ryo? Asuma cast a skeptical glance at him. Indeed, 2,000 ryo. Where did you hear that it was 25,000? Sarutobi Hizashi asserted confidently. Observing his father's expression, Asuma realized he had been deceived by Muyu. Ah, that wretched Johanna Muyu. Asuma silently fumed, channeling his indignation into appetite, devouring his meal while vowing not to fall victim to Muyu's schemes again the following week. On Monday, in the classroom of the first year of the ninja school, the lesson had yet to commence, and only half of the students were present. Ziddy, when will you introduce me to that adorable girl you mentioned? Kamizuki Izumo could not help but inquire of Gang Ziddy. Gang Ziddy seized Kamizuki by the neck, glaring fiercely. How dare you ask me to introduce you to a girl? Last time, you pretended not to have performed well on the exam, yet you achieved an impressive score. Is it amusing to deceive your friends? Kamizuki protested his innocence, claiming that it had been a fluke, and he had only outscored Gang Ziddy by 5 points. Finally relenting, Gang Ziddy remarked that introducing a girl would be rather challenging, as his insufferable cousin had recently divulged some embarrassing matters to Mei Hui, leaving him temporarily unable to face her. What treachery! What insubordination! What villainy! Kamizuki expressed his outrage. You are being overly dramatic, Red Bean interjected with a smirk. And why do you need to meet girls? Am I not a girl? Red Bean queried with confusion. Both Kamizuki and Gang Ziddy fell silent, exchanging glances before Kamizuki finally replied. Red Bean, it is rather difficult to explain, but you know we are brothers at heart. The notion of girls momentarily eluded Kamizuki, as he had entirely forgotten that Red Bean was indeed female. However, what girl would stand on a desk and address the entire class? Red Bean's demeanor was more boyish than theirs, making it challenging for Kamizuki to regard her as a girl. At that moment, Muyu entered the room. Teacher Johanna, do you think I resemble a girl? Red Bean inquired directly. Muyu smiled and nodded. Of course, you are indeed a very cute girl. Setting aside her behavior, little Red Bean was undeniably an adorable girl. Upon hearing Muyu's response, Red Bean beamed with joy and made a face at Gang Ziti and Kamizuki. Kamizuki and Gang Ziti exchanged glances, bewildered by the audacity of a girl directly posing such a question and then pulling a silly face. Before long, the morning S-Theory class on ninjutsu came to an end. Upon the completion of the lecture, Muyu's mind was instantly flooded with the learning memories and techniques associated with this B-rank illusion, known as magical tree-binding kill. Another illusion had now been imparted to Shisui, and Muyu silently nodded in approval. In addition to this latest acquisition, he had previously obtained the Naruto vision technique through his teachings. The effect of the tree-binding kill is to ensnare the opponent in an illusion where they perceive themselves being entangled by trees, rendering their bodies immobile while their minds remain alert. This technique is typically employed to extract information. Conversely, the Naruto vision technique allows the target to confront the most terrifying scenes from within their own hearts. Although there were no classes scheduled for the afternoon, the teacher from Class 6 of the 4th grade requested Muyu to substitute. While instructing, he encountered two ninjas who had previously appeared in the storyline. Name: Shiranui Jinkin, potential A, and name: Ebisu, potential B. This session focused on ninjutsu, and due to the peculiar circumstances, the 4th grade had reached its graduation phase, leading Muyu to teach the shadow clone technique, which is typically what students are examined on for graduation. Indeed, the rumors were true. Teacher Habane was exceptionally skilled in his teaching. It became apparent that the clones produced were not an issue in this regard. Fortunately, the regular instructor for the ninjutsu class was ill today. Otherwise, Muyu would not have had the opportunity to attend Habane's lesson. He wondered if he could transfer to Habane's class. If he were to be taught by such an instructor daily, mastering these 3 fundamental ninjutsu would be a certainty. However, it seemed unlikely, as Habane appeared to only teach a 1st grade class, having undergone systematic training in pedagogy and possessing an abundance of ninja knowledge. Muyu's teaching quality was markedly superior compared to that of an average chūnin instructor. The students of Class 6 finally understood why those who had been taught by Muyu held him in such high esteem. His prowess was indeed remarkable. However, the numerous accolades from the students did not inflate Muyu's ego, as he recognized the multifaceted reasons behind this admiration. One significant factor being the somewhat distorted educational environment of the Ninja Academy. What kind of ninja would choose to become a teacher at a ninja school? Muyu was uncertain about the past or future circumstances, but presently, only those ninjas who felt their capabilities had reached a plateau would opt to teach. While the teachers' salaries were sufficient for a comfortable life in Konoha, the gap in supporting the rigorous training required for ninjas to grow stronger was substantial. This disparity led to a general mediocrity among the ninja school instructors, many of whom lacked ambition. If they had any drive, they would have dedicated themselves to completing missions, earning money, and diligently honing their skills, rather than becoming teachers. Such instructors, aside from those possessing a strong sense of responsibility, were unlikely to engage earnestly in educational research, primarily coasting through their days. Muyu had reason to believe that the higher-ups in Konoha were aware of the situation within the ninja schools, perhaps even considering it during their establishment, which is why there exists a system of lead teachers to guide the students. After graduation, students undergo further education in smaller classes. However, this did not pertain much to Muyu, as he was merely a junior teacher, focused solely on ensuring the quality of his own instruction. Upon the completion of the lecture, Muyu discovered a peculiar affinity with the Great Fireball technique, having acquired it for the 3rd time. As memories of cultivation surged within his mind, he felt that his mastery of the Great Fireball had reached a proficient level within the system. After school, Muyu gathered with his disciples at the training ground as per their daily routine. Master Muyu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request. I implore you to grant it. Without delay, Obito rushed to Muyu, hands clasped in reverence, bowing to make his plea. You haven't even stated your request. How can I agree? Muyu replied, momentarily perplexed by Obito's fervor. I wish for you to teach me a formidable fire-release ninjutsu, so that I may secure 1st place in the upcoming youth ninjutsu competition. Obito articulated his desire. Previously, he had participated in this competition, believing that his mastery of the Great Fireball would assure him victory. To his dismay, he encountered Kakashi, a prodigious talent, and ultimately lost the first place. Recently, having seen promotions for the competition, Obito resolved to invite Kakashi to join him once more, hoping to settle their rivalry. However, he harbored doubts. Although the Great Dragon Fire technique was practical, it lacked the visual impact he desired. And his version of the Great Fireball, which he humorously referred to as the Small Fireball, was even less impressive. Yet, Obito maintained his faith in Muyu's prowess. Disciple Uchiha Obito's training task set. Training task. Achieve first place in the Youth Ninjutsu competition. Reward. Dependent on the degree of task completion and growth in strength during the task. Suddenly, 3 notifications appeared on Muyu's system panel, prompting him to reflect. He had not anticipated that the master-disciple system possessed such a feature for training tasks. Why had this not surfaced when he previously formulated training plans? Was it solely triggered by the disciples? Even if it were, there should have been opportunities for tasks to arise, such as Obito's desire to achieve first place in practical combat. Muyu speculated that these training tasks might be subject to several restrictions, possibly related to levels of trust. As this was the first instance of such a trigger, he could not ascertain all the conditions, but it was evident that the disciple must possess a profound desire for the task's objective. Observing the eager anticipation in Obito's eyes, Muyu felt assured of this. Master Muyu, please consent to my request this time. Once I secure first place, I shall wholeheartedly fulfill any tasks you assign, and I will adhere to your training plans henceforth, Obito earnestly appealed. He could not forget the day he had suffered defeat against Kakashi in front of Rin. Very well. Muyu acquiesced, nodding with a resigned expression. Master Muyu, you truly are the finest teacher in the world, Obito exclaimed with exuberance upon receiving Muyu's consent. Let us reserve the compliments for after you achieve first place, Muyu remarked, playfully tapping Obito on the head with 2 fingers. Hehe, I am merely speaking the truth. Obito chuckled, unaware of what constituted a good teacher despite years of schooling. Muyu possessed a gentle temperament, delivering lectures that were both engaging and comprehensible, while showing great kindness towards her students. Such a teacher can only be deemed excellent. So, Teacher Muyu, what ninjutsu do you intend to teach me? Asked Obito, curiosity evident in his tone. The Great Fireball technique, Muyu replied. I already know that technique. I used it in my last competition and only scored 20 points. Obito lamented, scratching his head in exasperation. In that previous contest, he had indeed achieved a score of 20 points, temporarily placing him in first, only to be surpassed by Kakashi, who showcased the Earth Release, Earth-shifting technique, manipulating the entire arena and earning a perfect score of 30 points. Do you not desire to exude overwhelming power? Among the fire release techniques available to you at present, the Great Fireball is the most formidable, Muyu stated, as she moved to the riverbank and began to rapidly form hand seals. Great Fireball technique. Muyu gathered a substantial amount of chakra, transforming it into flames at the moment of exhalation, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. A colossal fireball, towering 10 meters high, was formed, rendering even Muyu, who stood at 1 meter 80, seemingly diminutive in comparison. The sight was utterly awe-inspiring, especially for Obito and Shisui. This display was even more powerful than what they had witnessed previously. What might Muyu's true strength be? Shisui recalled his first visit to Muyu's home, where he had chanced upon her practicing ninjutsu, also the Great Fireball, which had left him astounded. Yet, this demonstration surpassed that initial encounter in sheer magnitude. Shisui was struck by the realization that Muyu's strength was unfathomable. She might not even be exerting her full power. Is this really the Great Fireball? Obito gaped at the enormous fireball, which eclipsed even the height of his house. In comparison to Shisui's Great Fireball, his own seemed but a mere flicker, and next to Muyu's, it was akin to a minute spark. Obito struggled to comprehend that Muyu had indeed performed the same technique he had just executed. It's immense. If one were to encounter such a ninjutsu, one would need to be swifter and stronger, Might Guy remarked, gazing up at the Great Fireball with admiration. As the massive fireball plummeted into the river, it vaporized an abundance of water, generating a thick mist that enveloped the surroundings, dissipating rapidly after Muyu employed wind release. With a light sigh, Muyu looked at Obito and asked, "What do you think? Is the power of the Great Fireball sufficient?" "Absolutely, it appears overwhelmingly powerful." Obito nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. If he could wield a Great Fireball even a quarter the size of Muyu's, he believed he could triumph in the competition. Muyu thought to herself that it indeed was impressive. That single strike had been quite showy, yet drained a significant amount of chakra, costing her 1,000 points. In typical combat, such a colossal great fireball would be impractical, as it would be rather challenging to hit a target of comparable rank. Muyu recalled hearing that someone had once taken the time to tally the occurrences of the great fireball across over 700 episodes, discovering the astonishing fact that no human target had ever been struck by it. With such an extraordinary record, it was no wonder it was often referred to as the technique that never hits. Now, why don't you give it a try? Muyu suggested to Obito. All right. Obito nodded, approaching the riverbank, swiftly forming hand seals before forcefully exhaling a stream of fire. However, it is somewhat awkward that Tobi's fireball is merely the size of 2 human heads, a stark contrast to the magnificent fireball just conjured by Muyu. Tobi, undeterred, dismisses Muyu's peculiar attempt at consolation, stating his disinterest. Do you know why your fireball differs so greatly from mine? Muyu inquires. Is it because my mastery is insufficient? Tobi responds, uncertain. There are 3 aspects, Muyu summarizes. Firstly, your control over chakra is lacking, preventing you from effectively utilizing the limited chakra you possess. Secondly, your training in nature transformation is inadequate, hindering your ability to convert a substantial amount of chakra into flames. Thirdly, your proficiency in the fireball technique is not yet refined. With that, Muyu presents a small booklet to Tobi, saying, this contains some insights on training fire-type chakra transformation. By diligently studying and practicing from this manual, you will be able to resolve your issues with nature transformation. Compared to Shisui, Tobi's foundational skills are woefully insufficient. During the first month, Muyu primarily focused on helping Tobi rebuild his foundation, occasionally teaching him the Great Dragon Fire technique, which is why he had yet to provide Tobi with the nature transformation manual. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of a training task, Muyu had intended to wait until the next semester to present it, as overwhelming Tobi with too much information at once would be futile. Unexpectedly, Tobi proved quite capable, and Muyu was rewarded with a sudden boost in his mastery of fire release. The fire release technique he acquired is no ordinary skill. It is a B-rank ninjutsu wielded by the masked Kaku, known for its formidable power and compatibility with the wind release technique he had previously drawn, capable of conjuring a raging inferno that could engulf an entire forest. A torrent of training memories surged through Muyu's mind, momentarily leading him to feel as though he had silently dedicated 30 years in obscurity to mastering this single ninjutsu, honing it to a level of effortless precision. I will definitely study this every day, Tobi exclaimed, clutching the manual as if it were a treasure. One more thing. First, focus on enhancing your chakra control, Muyu advised with a smile. Once Tobi completes the basic tree climbing and water walking exercises, he would be ready to implement the enhanced water walking technique he developed with Asuma. Although Tobi was unaware of Muyu's thoughts, the painful memories of the previous weekend led him to suspect that it would likely involve a grueling yet effective training regimen. Nevertheless, he resolved to face it head-on, as he had requested this himself. Muyu first had Tobi attempt tree climbing. The eastern forest of Konoha was abundant with trees, towering over 10 meters high, with even taller ones scattered throughout. Muyu casually pointed to a 20-meter-tall tree, instructing Tobi to try gathering chakra in his feet to ascend. Nodding, Tobi took a deep breath, concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet, and shot upwards. He managed to ascend approximately 10 meters, but during his next step, he inadvertently lost control of his chakra, leaving a footprint in the tree and tumbling down. As the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, Muyu gracefully leaped to catch Obito, inwardly nodding in approval. Although his skills did not quite reach the level of Asuma, they were sufficient. At the very least, he did not stumble and fall after just a few steps. This form of training required little explanation. It merely hinged on persistent practice, devoid of any extraordinary techniques. After demonstrating a few repetitions for Obito, Muyu left a shadow clone to supervise, allowing Obito to practice independently while he sought out Might Guy, who was engaged in rigorous physical training. Among Muyu's 3 disciples, Guy's regimen could be deemed the most monotonous, while Obito could alleviate the tedium of physical techniques by incorporating various ninjutsu. Guy's training was exclusively focused on the leaf whirlwind and enhancing his physical prowess. The cultivation of physical strength is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. It is an area where even Muyu's teaching skills fall short. His abilities could expedite Guy's mastery of physical techniques, allowing him to refine his skills in a shorter span, yet they could not accelerate the effectiveness of his physical conditioning. The benefits derived from a single push-up remain equivalent to that solitary push-up. Upon approaching Guy, Muyu observed him performing push-ups while bearing a stone of comparable size on his back. "Guy, how is your leaf whirlwind progressing?" Muyu inquired, seeking to ascertain the conditions for triggering training missions. Given that Guy shared a trust level of 3 akin to Obito, he was the optimal choice for this query. Upon hearing Muyu's question, Guy paused, maintaining his position, and replied, "I am slightly quicker than during the exam, but still not fast enough." After responding, Guy removed the stone and stood, delivering a swift leaf whirlwind kick to a wooden post in the distance. Muyu nodded. Indeed, there was a noticeable improvement compared to before, with Guy's strikes becoming more incisive and decisive. This progress was likely a result of his experiences in battle against Hinata during the opening of the 8 gates. However, physical conditioning does not yield immediate results. Advancements in physical strength typically take months to manifest. What do you believe is necessary to enhance your strength? Muyu posed a question that left Guy pondering. Of course, it is through training, Guy replied without hesitation, finding Muyu's inquiry somewhat peculiar. To become stronger, one must undoubtedly engage in relentless training. Muyu shook his head and pressed on. Training indeed fosters progress and constitutes a vital aspect of enhancing one's abilities. But are there alternative methods? Guy scratched his head, then recalled his advancing leaf whirlwind and the practical combat tests held during each examination at the Ninja Academy. Suddenly, a light bulb illuminated in his mind. Combat. Indeed, combat is a crucial component in strengthening one's abilities, as it enables individuals to better translate their training achievements into actual prowess. A smile graced Muyu's lips. The combat I refer to is not akin to the earlier skirmishes between you and Obito. That was not genuine combat. To advance, one must challenge formidable opponents, engaging in honorable battles with those they aspire to confront. As Muyu's words resonated, a figure gradually materialized in Guy's mind. A person with white hair, perpetually masked, renowned as Konoha's prodigious genius. There was no need for another name. It was the lifelong rival that Guy had identified, Kakashi Hatake. After training under the guidance of Muyu, Guy had long harbored thoughts of challenging Kakashi, though he had been suppressing them. He intended to wait until he fully mastered the leaf hurricane technique before confronting Kakashi. However, Guy's mindset shifted. Would mastering the leaf hurricane necessarily guarantee his victory over Kakashi? Perhaps not. Would he fear the prospect of failure? Certainly not. So why not engage in battle with Kakashi, which could further enhance his strength? Teacher Muyu, I understand, Guy said earnestly, observing the determination on Guy's face. Muyu realized that his guidance had taken effect. Given Guy's proactive nature, it was likely he would seek out Kakashi that very night. Unfortunately for Muyu, no training task named defeating Kakashi had manifested. What other conditions could be at play? Muyu pondered. In terms of the original storyline of Naruto, Guy at this juncture possessed a strong desire to defeat Kakashi. The title of super genius and the identity of a rival provided Guy with numerous motivations to triumph over Kakashi. Reflecting on the details of how Obito triggered his training task, Muyu identified a crucial distinction. Obito's demeanor was one of earnest supplication, expressing a necessity for Muyu's assistance, stating that he required Muyu to teach him the formidable fire release technique to achieve his goal. Did achieving results necessitate an essential need for the teacher? Muyu speculated. If that were the case, it would explain why Guy had not triggered a training task. He had merely ignited his enthusiasm to challenge Kakashi without contemplating his reliance on Muyu. With this hypothesis in mind, Muyu decided against further probing, opting to wait until Guy faced defeat against Kakashi before taking action. At that point, he would offer comfort to his defeated disciple. After concluding his teaching for the day, Muyu returned to his residence in the main district. Following dinner, he first visited the park where he had previously encountered Minato and Kushina. Fortune smiled upon him, as he once again ran into the pair. Likely due to the park's popularity among local residents, they were not surprised to see Muyu. By the way, you left too quickly last time, and I forgot to ask you something, Kushina suddenly recalled. Did the third Hokage ask you to be a tutor, and did you agree? Muyu nodded. I heard that child is a bit rebellious and doesn't listen to the third Hokage. Will he listen to you? Kushina inquired with curiosity. Muyu chuckled and recounted his experiences training Asuma. While Kushina could not ascertain Asuma's feelings during the training, she found Muyu's story quite entertaining. Particularly amusing was the tale of how Asuma attempted to slack off the following day, only to be outsmarted into exhausting himself through training, prompting Kushina to exclaim how the astute third Hokage could have such a foolish son. Minato was equally astonished by Muyu's teaching methods, impressed by how he could engage a reluctant student in training. Muyu, not wishing to monopolize the conversation, also inquired about Minato and Kushina, creating a harmonious atmosphere for their chat. Muyu believed that after spending some time together and becoming friends, he could inadvertently showcase his interest in sealing techniques. You've arrived. I have come. You shouldn't be here. I am already here. Leave at once. It's bad enough that you barged into my home, but you stormed into the bathroom as well. What are you trying to do, Kai? Even the typically aloof Kakashi could no longer maintain his composure, gazing exasperatedly at the intruder in his bathroom. Of course, I'm here for an exhilarating battle filled with youth and fervor, exclaimed Might Guy, raising his arm and giving a thumbs up with unbridled enthusiasm. Kakashi thought to himself, had his father truly misjudged the potential of Might Guy, believing he would surpass him and become a worthy rival? If Guy wished to fight, let him do so. It would serve as a lesson to comprehend their disparities. Kakashi quickly washed himself clean and donned his clothes before stepping outside. Let us settle this, Might Guy proclaimed, striking a dynamic pose, his enthusiasm palpable. Are we to compete in taijutsu? Kakashi inquired. Since their first year, Might Guy had continuously challenged him, not limited to battles, but also including contests like shuriken throwing. No. Unleash your full strength. Treat this as an official fight, Might Guy replied earnestly, shaking his head. Are you certain? Kakashi pressed, doubtful that Guy could withstand his full power. After all, he had become a chūnin 2 years prior, while Might Guy remained a mere student at the ninja academy. Absolutely certain. Might Guy beamed brightly. Then be cautious. Kakashi barely finished his sentence before producing 4 shuriken, launching them towards Might Guy. Might Guy evaded the shuriken, only to realize that Kakashi had stealthily closed the distance. Throwing a punch. Leaf hurricane. Might Guy retaliated with a swift roundhouse kick, colliding with Kakashi's fist, and both were forced to retreat a few steps. Kakashi regarded Might Guy with surprise. He had not anticipated such a quick response and counterattack. The speed of Guy's kick was astonishing. Just 2 months prior, Might Guy had challenged him in taijutsu, and there was a noticeable improvement since then. How about that, Kakashi? I've become significantly stronger. Might Guy laughed heartily. Let us see if you can keep that smile. Kakashi's expression turned sharp. Swiftly, Kakashi performed hand seals, creating 4 shadow clones, which in turn created numerous illusions through the multi-shadow technique. So many Kakashis. Might Guy stared, bewildered by the sudden appearance of dozens of Kakashis. As Kakashi continually advanced toward Might Guy, the latter once again employed the leaf hurricane technique, swiftly toppling a dozen Kakashi clones. Alas, they were mere illusions. The remaining shadow clones of Kakashi seized the opportunity to launch their assault. While Might Guy struggled to counter, an unexpected hand emerged from the ground, grasping his foot. Earth release, decapitation technique. In an instant, Might Guy felt himself plummeting at an alarming speed, and by the time he regained his senses, only his head remained above ground. The battle had concluded. Kakashi squatted down to speak to the exposed head of Guy. Kakashi, truly worthy of being my rival. You are formidable, Might Guy exclaimed. Reflecting on his previous fight with the student from the Hyuga clan, he noted that he managed to exchange blows, albeit ultimately succumbing to the opponent's superior Byakugan insight. However, in combat with Kakashi, aside from the initial exchange of taijutsu, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage, with Kakashi seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. It was a battle that could only be described as overwhelming, as Might Guy conceded. If you recognize my strength, then train harder and return, at the very least. You should graduate first, Kakashi stated bluntly. Very well, I shall return once I have grown stronger, Might Guy laughed heartily. Kakashi sensed that Might Guy seemed selectively deaf, ignoring the latter part of his statement. Not wishing to inquire whether Might Guy had truly absorbed his words, Kakashi released him and headed home. Might Guy dusted himself off. Gazing at Kakashi's retreating figure, his fists clenched. He resolved to become even stronger. This encounter with Kakashi had broadened his horizons. To attain the pinnacle of strength, he still had a long journey ahead. Might Guy resolved to ask teacher Muketsu the following day if she could assist him in formulating a more rigorous training regimen. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, teacher Muketsu concluded her lecture on the essential aspects of the shadow clone technique after discussing the principles of hand seals and chakra guidance, briefly touching upon the body replacement technique. Although the ninjutsu class offered only 3 techniques, there remained a wealth of theoretical knowledge related to ninjutsu. Teacher Yuha. Since the primary aim of the shadow clone technique is to create illusions to confound the enemy, could I possibly merge it with the transformation technique to craft an illusion that is even more bewildering than myself? Steel Iron inquired. Teacher Muketsu pondered this thoughtfully, recognizing its potential for realization, and noted that even in the original narrative, someone had developed an upgraded version, Naruto's harem technique, which combined shadow clones, deception, and transformation, thus forming a perfect synergy. This is worth attempting, as we have an abundance of existing ninjutsu to learn from the endeavors of our predecessors. Muketsu encouraged Steel Iron's ideas. However, I advise against employing it in practical combat until it is fully refined, she cautioned. If he were to accidentally create something bizarre instead of the harem technique, Muketsu worried he might face repercussions. Understood, teacher. Steel Iron nodded, intending to discuss the matter further with his close friends, Kamizuki and Akane. He believed that by pooling the wisdom of the top talents from their 3 classes, they could develop a truly astonishing ninjutsu. Class dismissed. With the ringing of the bell, Teacher Muketsu announced the end of the lesson. Lesson completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Finally, the earth release arrived, and Muyu felt a surge of excitement. Although the earth flow wall is not considered an exceptionally powerful jutsu, the system would accompany it with a slight alteration in nature. Now, Muyu had successfully mastered the fundamental 5 nature transformations. After school in the afternoon, Muyu encountered Might Guy on his way to the training grounds. His suspicions were indeed confirmed, albeit somewhat beyond his expectations. Disciple Might Guy's training task established. Training task. Acquire a training plan capable of enhancing strength. Reward. Dependent on task completion. Upon observing the training task presented by Might Guy, Muyu experienced a mix of emotions. He had anticipated a task involving defeating Kakashi, but was surprised to find that it centered around acquiring a training plan. Is this truly what constitutes a training task? Muyu pondered the circumstances surrounding the activation of the training task and formed some conjectures. The disciple's thoughts determined the content of the training task. Obito believed that relying solely on his current abilities would not secure him the first place in the upcoming youth ninja competition. Thus, he sought a training task aimed at achieving that goal. When Obito learned that the competition was to be held again, only 2 weeks remained until its commencement. With such limited time, he believed that only with Muyu's assistance could he possibly attain the top spot. Though Might Guy aspired to defeat Kakashi, he felt no urgency and did not entertain the notion that he must seek Muyu's help to accomplish this. Perhaps, having known Muyu for merely a month and being purely a beneficiary, Might Guy might have hesitated to trouble him excessively. The culmination of these factors resulted in the peculiar nature of Might Guy's training task. Teacher, I must trouble you with the training plan, Might Guy expressed gratefully. There is no trouble at all. Your eagerness to grow stronger brings me joy, Muyu replied, affectionately ruffling Might Guy's hair. For a teacher, seeing a disciple grow stronger is the greatest reward. Muyu's expression was sincere, devoid of pretense. Hearing these words again, Might Guy felt a shift within himself. Perhaps he should rely on Muyu more. The two then proceeded to the training grounds. Obito was nearing completion of his tree climbing practice, after which he would engage in water walking exercises. Might Guy continued his rigorous training regimen, diligently repeating various exercises. Meanwhile, Obito practiced illusion techniques with Muyu's shadow clones, while Muyu focused on fulfilling Might Guy's training task by devising a new training plan. This was not a mere spur-of-the-moment endeavor. It required careful consideration. One cannot simply intensify training to become stronger without accounting for the body's limits. As dusk approached, the trio completed the training Muyu had set for them, and he also finalized Might Guy's new training plan. Muyu then called Might Guy aside to present him with the training plan. The cultivation task has been completed, yielding a reward of 20 training elixirs and 150 chakra. The training elixir effectively alleviates physical fatigue and restores the body while eliminating hidden injuries. The task was settled directly, and the rewards exceeded Muyu's expectations. After all, this task was exceedingly simple, and Muyu had merely anticipated gaining some chakra. To his astonishment, he received 20 training elixirs, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. This heightened his anticipation for what rewards might accompany Obito's task completion, as the difficulty of Obito's training task was significantly greater than that of Might Guy's. With a flicker of thought, Muyu pretended to rummage through his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a training elixir from the system space, extending it to Might Guy. "Here, this is for you. Please enjoy," Muyu said with a smile. Among his 3 disciples, Might Guy was the one who needed it the most, given the intensity of his training. "Thank you, teacher. What is this?" Might Guy inquired, accepting the elixir with a look of curiosity. "It is something beneficial for you. Do take it," Muyu clarified. Trusting Muyu, Might Guy consumed the elixir without hesitation. The moment he swallowed it, he felt a wave of warmth envelop his body, sweeping away his fatigue and rejuvenating his spirit instantaneously. "This must be a rather expensive elixir, isn't it?" Might Guy pondered, marveling at the extraordinary effects of the pill Muyu had provided, feeling significantly more at ease after consuming it. The term elixir refers to substances with special functions, typically crafted through unique methods using specific materials. A common and relatively ordinary elixir is the military rations pill, which restores a certain amount of chakra and is priced affordably. The more unique and powerful the elixir's effects, the higher its cost. Might Guy sensed that the elixir he had just ingested was certainly not inexpensive. Having consumed it, he decided not to dwell on it further. Muyu chose not to disclose the answer to Might Guy, as he too was unaware of the elixir's price. It had been provided by the system, and whether it was available in Konoha was another matter entirely. Besides, having asked, Might Guy had already formed a vague answer in his mind. "You have gifted your disciple a training elixir, and due to his profound gratitude, a critical reward has been triggered, granting you the 8 gates, the first 3 gates." In an instant, Muyu was flooded with memories of mastering the 8 gates, sensing that he could unlock a certain limitation within his body. Although he could only access the first 3 gates, he was quite satisfied. With the memories of the technique, he could further his training to unlock more gates. However, Muyu decided against continuing to practice the 8 gates, as investing time in other areas would yield greater benefits. While Might Guy possessed only average ninjutsu talent, his taijutsu aptitude was formidable. After decades of training, he was capable of opening the Death Gate, allowing him to severely injure 6 Paths Madara. Whereas Might Guy struggled to defeat even the 7 ninja swordsmen. Opening just 3 gates was perfect for him, as they were the ones least taxing on the body, while the subsequent gates demanded significantly greater physical strength. "Teacher, I will undoubtedly become the strongest," Might Guy exclaimed, deeply moved and shedding tears of gratitude. It was evident that Muyu had gone to great lengths to ensure he could consume the expensive elixir without burden. Had he not been perceptive, it is quite possible that Muyu would have informed him that this was merely a candy bean. With a gentle smile, Muyu handed a handkerchief to the tear-prone Might Guy, assuring him, "You will become the strongest. I believe in you." Even without his assistance, Might Guy would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of physical prowess through his own diligence. Muyu was confident that in this world, Might Guy would only venture further. Surely, his trust had grown considerably. One could only wonder when a disciple of trust level 4 would emerge. Muyu mused as she gazed at Might Guy's receding silhouette. Today, Muyu chose to remain in the southern forest rather than venturing into the main city to chance upon Minato and Kushina. Having traversed this world for over a month, she had contemplated developing the Rasengan, but had yet to find the time. Recently, she had immersed herself in numerous texts concerning sealing techniques and needed time to absorb the knowledge. During this period, she aspired to concurrently unlock the Rasengan. With the detailed process outlined in the original work and her mastery over form transformation, developing the Rasengan would not pose a significant challenge. "Teacher Muyu, when shall we commence the practice of nature transformation? I've been perusing the manual you provided every night, eager to put it into practice." Obito inquired while meandering along the riverbank. The monotony of climbing trees and treading water had become exceedingly tedious. Moreover, Muyu's nature transformation manual had greatly inspired him, awakening a sense of confidence in his fire style. "Do you find walking on water dull? Have you nearly mastered it?" Muyu inquired with a smile. "Yes, indeed." Obito quickly nodded, revealing that he could now jog lightly upon the water's surface. "Very well. Let me assess your skills and perhaps make this water walking a tad more interesting," Muyu declared, swiftly forming hand seals as her chakra surged. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon rapidly materialized, swirling in the river and transforming the tranquil surface into a tumultuous sea, occasionally unleashing towering waves. Obito, caught off guard, tumbled headfirst into the water, inadvertently gulping down a mouthful. Muyu promptly fished him out, chuckling. "You see, You still have not mastered it. Teacher Muyu, how could I withstand such a sudden onslaught? Obito retorted, mindful of his classmates and the pride of his clan. Then try again. Muyu encouraged with a smile. Walking on water demands a ninja's adept control over sustained chakra output, with the water dragon's interference and the need to dodge splashes. Maintaining stability while producing consistent output would indicate commendable chakra control. Although Obito feigned bravado, his skills faltered, and he soon found himself submerged once more. My shoes are ill-fitting today. They hinder my performance, Obito explained. Spitting out the river water before placing his shoes on the shore and opting to walk barefoot on the surface. Muyu simply smiled, choosing to remain silent. After a brief interval, Obito once again fell into the water. It must be that I stayed up too late reading yesterday, leaving me fatigued today. No wonder I made so many mistakes, he lamented, stretching his limbs, rotating his neck, rolling up his sleeves, and adopting a serious demeanor. Now it's time to focus. Plop. The sound of him falling into the water resounded once more. As the moonlight bathed the surroundings, Muyu swiftly pulled Obito out of the water. Obito's eyes were vacant, his expression devoid of emotion, and he fell silent. Obito, it's all right. I understand you were only trying to learn how to swim, Shisui consoled him. Obito covered his face with his hands and replied, Shisui, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll be fine here for a while. Are you feeling disheartened by your performance? Muyu inquired, squatting beside Obito, her gaze fixed on the horizon rather than on him. There's a saying that without comparison, one cannot feel pain. While Obito had yet to master his abilities, Shisui had already embarked on his journey of training. His progress was astonishing. He bypassed the initial stages of tree climbing and managed to tread water effortlessly, even with Muyu's distractions, managing to stay afloat for quite some time. With Shisui's remarkable performance as his younger cousin, it was no wonder that Obito remained stubborn, acknowledging that he might not be as skilled as Shisui, yet feeling he shouldn't lag so far behind. In fact, I left last weekend because I was tutoring at the Hokage's residence, Muyu continued. The Hokage has a young son, you might know him, Asuma Sarutobi, who is only a year ahead of you. Obito nodded, recognizing the name. During his water treading training, I disturbed him with the water dragon bullet technique, and he fell into the water at least dozens of times that afternoon. Yet, in the final attempt, he managed to hold on for 5 minutes. Obito was taken aback by Asuma's perseverance. He had never realized the tenacity of the top student from their ninja academy days. Teacher, I understand now. I've rested enough, it's time to train, Obito declared, taking a deep breath and exuding renewed vigor. If Asuma could endure, why couldn't he? After all, his goal was to defeat Kakashi and claim first place in front of Rin. Have a bite before you train, Muyu offered, handing Obito a sweet rice dumpling she had purchased earlier. Thanks, teacher, Obito exclaimed energetically, quickly devouring the dumpling before wading back into the river. You have gifted your disciple a red bean dumpling. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, a critical reward has been granted, acquiring the skill chef. Chef, the dishes you create are so delicious they can induce hallucinations. To Muyu's surprise, a skill had unexpectedly emerged, one related to life skills, nonetheless. While it was not uncommon for apprentices to receive random rewards, she found it perplexing that Obito had obtained the chef skill. However, this did not dampen her spirits, for the skill appeared to be potent. The ability to cook delicious meals was indeed a significant advantage. Had he possessed this skill earlier, he could have easily feigned a malfunction in his kitchen equipment and cooked for the Namikaze household, showcasing his extraordinary culinary talents, which might have led Kushina and Minato to befriend him proactively. Furthermore, it would swiftly enhance his disciples' affection towards him. Who wouldn't he appreciate a teacher who not only provided top-notch instruction, but also excelled in the culinary arts? After all the disciples completed their training, Muyu returned to the main district of Konoha early, eager to test the culinary delights that the new skill could produce. She chose to prepare 2 dishes, fried rice and tempura. He had previously mastered the art of fried rice, having a particular affinity for dishes enriched with eggs. Yet he had never attempted to prepare tempura. The moment he grasped the egg, Muyu felt an enigmatic force envelop him. Although the steps remained akin to those of earlier endeavors, everything unfolded perfectly. Upon completing the fried rice, he gazed at the grains, each distinct and radiating a golden hue, subtly shimmering with a celestial glow. Muyu found himself momentarily entranced, pondering how, despite not having added any luminescent powder, the dish appeared to emanate light. As he took a spoonful, the velvety smoothness of the egg, the elasticity of the rice, and the fragrant essence of the chopped scallions burst forth in a delightful symphony of flavors, presenting him with an unprecedented culinary experience. He even envisioned a robust rooster frolicking across a meadow, soaring freely and exuberantly, a delightful hallucination brought forth by the delectable dish. Shaking his head, Muyu quickly regained his composure. Switching to a frying pan, he began preparing the tempura. After crafting the batter, he heated the oil and coated the prepped shrimp with it before plunging them into the bubbling expanse. Soon, the tempura's exterior began to change color, releasing a distinctive aroma that wafted through the kitchen, reaching distant corners. Relying on instinct, Muyu retrieved the tempura and plated it, bringing it to the dining table. Just as he picked up a piece of tempura to savor its flavor, a knock echoed at the door. "Shuei-men, do you detect that enticing aroma?" asked Kushina, who had suddenly caught whiffs of an incredibly alluring scent while preparing dinner. "Indeed, it is a captivating fragrance of fried delicacies." Shuei-men nodded in agreement. What could possibly be the source of such a delightful scent? Kushina mused, having also dabbled in the culinary arts and prepared tempura before, yet never encountering such an enticing aroma. Merely inhaling its essence conjured images of perfectly golden, crispy delights. "I must venture outside to investigate," Kushina declared, stepping out. She inhaled deeply, tracing the source of the aroma to the house adjacent to Shuei-men's. "Oh, isn't this Yuing's home? Shuei-men, come quickly." Kushina beckoned to Shuei-men within. If her memory served her right, this residence belonged to Yuing Muyu, a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Though their acquaintance was brief, Muyu had made a lasting impression on Kushina, his golden hair and blue eyes reminiscent of Shuei-men, coupled with his eloquence and exceptional teaching ability. Shuei-men emerged and nodded towards the direction Kushina indicated. "Yes, that is indeed Yu Ying's house. Let us pay our neighbor a visit." With that, Kushina pulled Shuei-men along to knock on Muyu's door. As Muyu placed the shrimp into a bowl and set down his chopsticks, he approached the door and opened it. The moment the door swung wide, Kushina eagerly inquired, "Yuying, are you preparing dinner?" "My apologies for the intrusion," Shuei-men added, noting the apron still adorning Muyu's figure with an apologetic expression. "Not at all. I have just finished and was about to eat." "Your timing is impeccable," Muyu replied with a warm smile, inviting them into his home. As Kushina followed the enticing aroma, she found herself at the dining table, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the tempura, slightly golden from frying. This was indeed the flavor she had yearned for. However, upon entering Mitsuki's home, she was also captivated by the alluring scent of fried rice. "Yaharu, you are quite the hidden chef. I could smell the tempura from next door," Kushina praised. "Not a chef by any means. I just often cook for myself," Mitsuki replied, retrieving 2 glasses from the cupboard and pouring water for both Minato and Kushina. "You should try it. I just made it." She presented 2 sets of utensils. "Is it all right? It seems you haven't eaten yet," Kushina remarked, gazing longingly at the tempura. She was eager to discover the delightful taste of the dish. "Let us dig in," Mitsuki said with a smile, picking up a piece of tempura and placing it in her mouth. "Thank you, Yoharu," Minato expressed his gratitude. "I'm about to start," Kushina announced ceremoniously, placing her hands together before deftly using her chopsticks to lift a steaming piece of tempura to her lips. Upon biting through the crispy exterior, the succulent and tender shrimp within caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. A wondrous sensation enveloped her. It felt as if she had been transported to an oceanic realm, surrounded by a mesmerizing blue world, where she swam freely like a carefree fish, joyfully exploring the depths of the sea. Kushina quickly snapped back to reality, almost convinced she had fallen under a spell. Upon reflection, she realized there was no one present capable of such sorcery. "Mitsuki, how did you prepare this tempura? You didn't add any strangely colored mushrooms, did you?" Kushina inquired with curiosity. She had heard tales of ninjas foraging for mushrooms in the summer woods, only to end up in the Konoha hospital, claiming to have too many branches on their bodies and seeking assistance with pruning. No, it's just this and that," Mitsuki briefly described her cooking process. At that moment, Kushina noticed that Minato had taken a bite of the fried rice but had fallen silent. She turned to him, realizing he was lost in thought, and gently nudged him. "Minato, what's wrong?" Kushina asked. Minato instinctively replied, "I'm eating wild vegetables." "Where are the wild vegetables here?" Kushina said, glancing at the fried rice, which contained only eggs and chopped green onions, devoid of mushrooms, and expressed her confusion. after just finishing the fried rice. I felt as if I had transformed into a wild chicken living in the forest, Minato explained. Kushina looked at the fried rice in the bowl, each grain plump and golden, seemingly radiating a soft golden glow. Distracted by the tempura, she had only just noticed the fried rice appeared to shimmer. "This is the best fried rice I've ever tasted," Minato exclaimed, unable to resist scooping up 2 spoonfuls and indulging. "Is it truly that delicious?" "You should try the tempura as well," Kushina suggested, perplexed. Then, Kushina sampled the fried rice while Minato savored the tempura. Their faces once again illuminated with expressions of astonishment and bliss. "Yoharu, have you developed a culinary jutsu that enhances the flavor of your dishes? This is simply too delightful," Kushina joked. "If one day you consider opening a restaurant, please be sure to inform me," Watergate said earnestly. He was not one to indulge in material pleasures. Yet Muyu's fried rice and tempura had offered him an unparalleled experience. "If you enjoy it, feel free to visit more often. It has been rather quiet here." Muyu smiled invitingly. "As long as you don't mind the trouble, you can also sample the culinary skills of Watergate and myself, though they may not be as delectable as yours." Upon hearing Muyu's invitation, Kushina felt a surge of excitement. "I find myself looking forward to it," Muyu replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to the two, Muyu mused that his newfound skill was indeed formidable, swiftly progressing them to the point of casual dining together. He retrieved several books from the second-floor bedroom, gradually revealing his interests. Encouraged by Muyu and inspired by Asuma's example, Obito was filled with determination and was poised to complete his mastery of control by Saturday, ready to embark on training in nature transformation. As the weekend arrived, Muyu, the tutor, was once again at work. "You scoundrel," Asuma chastised Muyu. "Last week, in order to avoid squandering the exorbitant tutoring fees, he had truly exerted himself, returning home utterly exhausted. The effort and suffering endured during training only intensified Asuma's resentment upon learning the truth. "Oh, what have I deceived you about?" Muyu inquired with a smile. "Your tutoring fee is clearly 2,002, yet you deceived me into believing it was 25,000. As Muyu's denial further infuriated Asuma, he pressed on. "What have you lost? Did I really give you 25,000? Muyu continued to ask. Of course, Asuma wanted to retort, but he suddenly realized he had lost nothing. "See, you have not lost anything. In fact, you have gained. You thought you spent 200,000, but in reality, you only spent 16,000, making a profit of 184,000. You should thank me," Muyu stated swiftly. "I gained." Asuma pondered Muyu's reasoning and found it indeed plausible. "Well then, that settles it. Let us commence our training," Muyu said languidly. "No, something feels profoundly amiss." Asuma felt a sense of unease. "Even if the money was not given to you, it is still from our household. How could it be considered a gain?" Asuma clarified his thoughts and countered. "You are indeed quite clever," Muyu praised with a smile. Though flattered, Asuma felt a strange discomfort. "In any case, you should resign from your position with the old man. I do not require a tutor." Asuma reclined against the tree, making his stance clear. "Since you do not wish to be taught by me, simply refrain from following me or inform the third Hokage and the others," Muyu suggested. "Do you think I am foolish? If I do that, wouldn't the responsibility fall entirely on me?" Asuma replied with a proud tilt of his head. The third Hokage would likely be indifferent, but Asuma was particularly wary of his mother, Biwako, becoming upset. Muyu silently acknowledged his naivety. As long as he used Asuma's reluctance as a reason for resignation, the blame would surely rest on Asuma's shoulders. However, he had no valid reason to do so. After all, it was far too simple to manipulate a 9-year-old child like Asuma. "Why do you resist having a tutor so vehemently?" Muyu did not rush Asuma to commence his training, but rather continued their conversation. "You wouldn't understand?" Asuma shook his head, displaying an expression that suggested one could not possibly grasp his sentiments without experiencing his age. "Why wouldn't I understand?" "It's simply that you disapprove of your father's arrangements," Muyu stated plainly. Given Asuma's lineage and his own temperament, it was easy to deduce the reasons behind his rebelliousness. Asuma possessed undeniable talent, while he may not have been on par with prodigies. He was certainly gifted and had not been negligent in his training. Muyu discerned that Asuma had a solid foundation. Yet, due to his identity as the third Hokage's son, all his efforts could ultimately be reduced to a mere statement. No wonder he is the child of the third Hokage. His diligence would be taken for granted, while any lack of effort would invite criticism from many. Under such circumstances, It was a wonder that Asuma and his father's relationship could remain amicable. Having graduated as a ninja, Asuma felt a sense of maturity, only to find that the third Hokage had arranged for a tutor, which undoubtedly made him feel belittled. You can only see this superficial layer. Asuma maintained his expression of "you wouldn't understand," until Muyu posed the next question. "Isn't it because you have toiled diligently, only to receive the acknowledgement of being the third Hokage's child?" Muyu remarked with a smile. Asuma's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Muyu tinged with fear. This was a sentiment he had never shared with anyone, and having it suddenly unveiled by Muyu instilled in him a sense of vulnerability akin to having his flesh forcibly torn apart to reveal his innermost thoughts. "I don't understand what you are saying," Asuma stubbornly retorted, though his fidgeting hands betrayed his inner turmoil. "If you wish to prove yourself, you should embrace the tutoring and strengthen your abilities, thereby substantiating your worth through your prowess," Muyu continued. "After all, you are hardly exceptional at this moment." Muyu's direct dismissal of Asuma's capabilities struck hard. First, his innermost feelings were laid bare, and then his entire being was called into question. Asuma, flustered, defended himself. "I was often the top of my class at the Ninja Academy. How could I not be considered exceptional?" Muyu chuckled. "Do you believe that I could easily find a student just starting at the Ninja Academy who would surpass you?" Asuma, both frustrated and amused, thought it absurd to compare himself to a mere beginner, and he was unafraid even if it were Kakashi, a novice. "Find someone if you dare. If I lose, I will heed whatever you say from then on," Asuma declared boldly. "Of course, if I win, you must resign," he added. "It's a deal then," Muyu smiled. Soon after, Muyu summoned a shadow clone to bring Shisui over. Asuma scrutinized Shisui, sensing that Muyu had not spoken in vain. Indeed, he appeared to be the type of child who had just entered the Ninja Academy. "This is Uchiha Shisui, a student from my class. Just 6 years old and in his first year. This is Sarutobi Asuma, a newly graduated genin." Muyu introduced the two. "Uchiha Shisui, let me make it clear. If you find yourself outmatched, concede swiftly to avoid injury. I will not show mercy," Asuma warned. "Senpai Sarutobi, I shall take heed," Shizuka earnestly declared. "Begin." Without wasting a moment, Muketsu promptly announced the commencement once the two had assumed their stances. No sooner had Muketsu's voice faded than Asuma lunged forward, swiftly swinging his fists toward Shizuka. With an unfazed demeanor, Shizuka met the challenge head-on, engaging Asuma in close combat. The two exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth, yet Asuma, despite his imposing stature, found himself at a disadvantage. Asuma's expression shifted as he realized, after only a couple of exchanges, that Shizuka was no ordinary opponent. He had not anticipated such a formidable rival. Not only had he failed to gain the upper hand, but his impatience to assert dominance resulted in Shizuka seizing the opportunity to execute a leaf hurricane kick, sending him staggering 3 meters back. However, Shizuka refrained from pursuing the attack, as Muketsu had instructed him to strive for a comprehensive victory over Asuma. Even with only Muketsu as an audience, Asuma felt a flush of embarrassment. It was disheartening for a graduated genin to be pushed back by a mere student who had just entered the Shinobi Academy. Overwhelmed by the urgency to redeem his honor and prove himself, Asuma disregarded the reason behind Shizuka's restraint, focusing solely on defeating him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Asuma swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames fueled by his chakra. In response, Shizuka began his own hand seals, gathering a substantial amount of chakra in his mouth before exhaling it in a blazing inferno. The two fire techniques collided, yet Shizuka's flames, fiercer and more potent, rapidly overwhelmed Asuma's, advancing towards him with relentless force. Stunned by the confrontation of ninjutsu, Asuma stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the fireball hurtled towards him. He pondered why he was succumbing to a novice who had just entered the academy, suffering such a humiliating defeat. His failure in taijutsu had led to being pushed back 3 meters, and now, in a clash of ninjutsu, he was being thoroughly subdued. Was he truly devoid of merit beyond being the son of the third Hokage? Doubts gnawed at Asuma's self-worth. As the fireball drew nearer, the heat of the flames jolted Asuma into action, prompting him to evade, yet his speed was insufficient to escape the impending danger. At that moment, Muketsu intervened, unleashing his chakra and swiftly forming seals. Water release, water barrier. A robust wall of water materialized before Asuma, effectively shielding him from the oncoming fireball. In that instant, Asuma, Grateful for Muketsu's timely intervention, reflected on his previous behavior. He realized how unjustly he had directed his resentment towards Muketsu due to his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. Despite Asuma's continual resistance and negative attitude towards Muketsu's training, Muketsu had diligently guided him, ensuring he completed his necessary training. Though the process had been frustrating, it was ultimately for Asuma's own benefit. "Shizuka, you may return," Muketsu said, observing Asuma's dejected demeanor, aware that it was now his turn to address him. Shizuka nodded, choosing not to linger on words, and turned back to continue his own training. Muketsu approached Asuma, brushing off the dust from his clothes and tidying up his somewhat disheveled appearance. At last, Muyu sat on the ground, maintaining a height similar to Asuma's, gazing intently into his eyes. The two exchanged glances, and Asuma soon lowered his head, murmuring, "Teacher, I am sorry. What exactly do you believe you owe me an apology for?" Muyu inquired with a smile. "I should not have vented my frustrations on you. Nor should I have consistently opposed you and refused to cooperate." Asuma dared not meet Muyu's gaze. "You have not wronged me. Rather, you have wronged yourself," Muyu replied, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He then asked, "Does your lack of training affect me?" Without waiting for Asuma's response, Muyu continued, "It does not affect me. Even if you do not train, I can endure alongside you and still earn 2,000 liang for every hour. But you, on the other hand, lose an hour of training, and that hour vanishes, leaving you with nothing. For a rebellious youth like Asuma, it is crucial to make him perceive that all your actions are for his benefit, that you stand by his side, and that he is the one in error." Asuma hesitated, and with every word Muyu spoke, his regret deepened, and he felt increasingly worthless. The disdain he had previously harbored toward Muyu transformed into profound admiration in that moment. It is no exaggeration to say that Asuma felt Muyu, who had taught him for just a few days, surpassed his own father, the Hokage, by a considerable margin. While he had been insubordinate to Muyu's training demands, Muyu had not scolded him. Instead, he had praised his physical strength. Had it been Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would surely have been enraged, puffing and glaring, and berating him. Before embarking on his lecture, Muyu had even brushed the dust off Asuma's clothes and maintained eye level with him, a gesture of thoughtfulness. Reflecting on this, Asuma's eyes grew slightly moist. Why could a tutor he had known for merely a few days lavish praise upon him so freely, while he could never elicit such admiration from his parents upon returning home with his first-place achievements? Did his first place carry less value than that of others? As Asuma pondered this, he felt increasingly aggrieved, recalling how he had been defeated earlier that day by a mere student who had just entered the Shinobi Academy. The accumulation of various emotions ultimately culminated in an outburst. Despite his efforts to control himself, tears began to flow down his cheeks, and he turned his head to hide them from Muyu. Yet, how could he conceal it from someone as observant as Muyu? Instead of acting immediately, Muyu waited patiently, allowing Asuma to vent his emotions through tears before rising to pat him on the shoulder and offering him a handkerchief. "You are truly kind, Teacher Yu Sheng," Asuma said, accepting the handkerchief and wiping his tears with a choked voice. "Unlike my parents, they never act this way. That is because you only remember their shortcomings and forget their kindness. Think carefully. Who was it that tirelessly soothed you to sleep in your childhood? Who taught you to walk and run step by step? Who checked on you in the middle of the night to ensure your blanket was secure?" Muyu spoke earnestly. The third Hokage might be watching, so one cannot focus solely on improving personal rapport. It is also essential to mend the father-son relationship seamlessly. Asuma found himself momentarily at a loss for words. When Muyu spoke, fragments of similar memories stirred within him. "You may ponder this at your leisure, but for now, we must prepare to commence our training. Surely, you have not forgotten your previous declarations?" Observing Asuma's conflicted expression, Muyu proceeded to discuss the matter of training. "Of course I haven't forgotten. In the future, whatever you instruct me to practice, I shall diligently undertake," Asuma replied, wiping his face with a cloth. In Asuma's eyes, Muyu had transformed from a cunning, vexatious adult into a truly benevolent and exemplary teacher. "This week, we shall focus on mastering chakra control, and next week, we will delve into ninjutsu." Muyu succinctly outlined the training agenda. His approach to Asuma would certainly differ from that he employed with Shisui. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, Asuma's sensitive identity warranted careful discretion, as the third Hokage might be observing him directly or indirectly, and Muyu preferred not to reveal prowess exceeding that of a chūnin at this time. Secondly, the pragmatic reality was that Asuma, Being merely a student rather than a disciple did not warrant an investment of excessive effort. As Muyu anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stationed within the Hokage building, was utilizing the telescope technique to scrutinize how Muyu was instructing Asuma. In the realm of teaching children, Yu Sheng indeed exhibited remarkable aptitude. Witnessing Asuma's journey from initial reluctance to eventual respect, Hiruzen affirmed Muyu's competence as an educator. He was not particularly surprised that Muyu managed to summon Shisui. Given that Shisui was a student in Muyu's class, it was only reasonable that his own students would hold Muyu in high regard, especially since other classes seemed to admire him as well. However, the fact that Asuma possessed such prowess right at the onset of his education hinted at a potential that might even surpass that of Kakashi. Hiruzen recalled his former comrade, Uchiha Kakashi, a distinguished Uchiha acknowledged for his will of fire by the second Hokage. Clearly, closer attention was warranted. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, contemplating. Shisui, being the grandson of Uchiha Kakashi and displaying exceptional talent, was already known to Hiruzen. He hoped that Shisui might rise to become an Uchiha of Kakashi's caliber. As he observed Asuma commencing his training, Hiruzen dispelled the telescope technique and returned to his administrative duties. As evening approached, he employed the telescope technique once more to survey Konoha before departing the Hokage building to dine at home. At the dinner table, Hiruzen cheerfully inquired, Asuma, are you satisfied with your tutor? I selected him with great care for you. Asuma's hand, which had been vigorously consuming his meal, paused as memories of the day's events flooded his mind. Prior to today, he would have described Muyu as a deceitful and inept instructor. Yu Sheng is remarkable, far superior to your teachings. Asuma complimented Muyu while slyly disparaging the third Hokage. Despite Muyu's guidance, his grievances toward Hiruzen were not easily assuaged. What do you know, child? The legendary Sannin were all mentored by me, Hiruzen retorted, puffing up in indignation. Yet it is evident that Tsunade and her contemporaries possess extraordinary talent on their own, Asuma countered. Although the Sannin are renowned, each has forged their own path. Sometimes, acknowledging one's own limitations is a mark of true wisdom. Asuma imitated Muyu's tone, remarking that Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless by his own son. To admit inferiority to Muyu was one thing. To deny it was a sign of folly. Observing his father's hesitance, Asuma felt a surge of delight, invigorating his appetite. Teacher Muyu, how long did you endure this time? Obito wiped the moisture from his face, gazing eagerly at Muyu. It felt as though he had spent an eternity on the river, perhaps even an hour. You performed remarkably, sustaining it for 20 minutes, Muyu praised generously. Huh, only 20 minutes? I thought it was at least half an hour, Obito replied, somewhat disheartened. On the river's surface, he had to maintain a constant output of chakra while also being mindful of Muyu's water techniques, observing the ripples on the water, ready to dodge at any moment. This constant state of alertness made the time feel prolonged. You have mastered chakra control. You may now commence training in nature transformation, Muyu said with a smile. All right, I'm heading down immediately. Recently, Obito had been practicing water treading, instinctively moving towards the riverbank, only to realize what Muyu had actually said moments later. Finally, no more water treading. Obito couldn't help but cheer, quickly silencing himself upon noticing the glances from Shisui and Might Guy. After spending so many days treading water, I've grown accustomed to the taste of the river, Obito quipped. Treading water is not like climbing trees. As long as you adjust yourself or Muyu catches you swiftly, you're fine. But if you lose control while treading, it's as if you're gulping down the river. Thankfully, there were few people around, and the water was relatively clean and clear, lacking any peculiar taste. Should we practice a bit more? Muyu asked playfully. Forget it, forget it. I feel like I want to take a detour whenever I see the river now. Obito, tormented by the ordeal, chose not to be stubborn this time. It's better to start on nature transformation sooner. There are only 14 days left until the competition. Obito felt a sense of urgency. In addition to nature transformation, he needed to deepen his proficiency in the Great Fireball technique. Trust my plan, there will be enough time, Muyu reassured Obito. This is merely training for a local competition, not preparation for a battle against pain, so there's no need to exaggerate the nature transformation training. With the advantage of teaching skills and Muyu's mastery of the Great Fireball, it would be quite simple for Obito to improve his technique. After all, the rewards for completing the training tasks were at stake, and Muyu had meticulously devised a plan. Soon, Muyu's shadow clone brought over a large wooden tub. Muyu opened the tub and retrieved an ice block the size of an egg, handing it to Obito. Place the ice block in your palm, and then use chakra to transform its nature to melt it, Muyu instructed, explaining the first step of nature transformation training. Nature transformation is regarded as a rather challenging and advanced aspect of a ninja's training. Even with an ample amount of chakra, if one's proficiency in the corresponding nature transformation is insufficient, the power of the ninjutsu will be compromised. Training in the nature transformation of fire is somewhat more perilous than that of wind, as the combustive nature of fire may pose a risk to the practitioner. Initially, Muyu intended for Dai-Tu to incinerate the leaves. However, should Dai-Tu fail to instantly reduce them to ashes, his hands would inevitably be scorched by the burning foliage. Thus, Muyu conceived the idea of using ice cubes, as their sufficiently low temperature would merely cause them to melt into water upon encountering flames, rendering Dai-Tu's fire insufficient to scald the ice's water. How cold? Dai-Tu gasped, gripping the ice cube tightly. It was still spring, and the morning sun was not particularly strong, resulting in a relatively mild temperature. Quickly release your chakra, Muyu instructed, gently tapping Dai-Tu on the head with 2 fingers. Wincing at the sudden sting, Dai-Tu retracted his neck and began to channel his chakra towards his palm, preparing for a transformation of its properties. While transforming, remember the characteristics of fire, combustion, and high temperature. Ignite your chakra to elevate the temperature, Muyu reminded him. Dai-Tu fixed his gaze on the ice cube in his hand, nodding as he silently repeated the words burn and high temperature in his mind. 2 minutes later, he felt a stream of water forming on his palm, his face lighting up with joy. Teacher, the ice is melting, he exclaimed. Why not grab another ice cube and hold it for a few minutes to test? Muyu suggested. Curiously, Dai-Tu discarded the ice cube he held and retrieved another of similar size, this time without using chakra. To his embarrassment, he soon realized that the melting was only marginally more advanced than before. The human body has its own temperature. Holding an ice cube of this size in your hand will naturally cause it to melt, even without chakra, Muyu explained, rubbing his forehead. Fortunately, the weather was not hot. Had it been summer, Dai-Tu might have fancied himself a prodigy of chakra transformation. I'm so used to using my mouth for ninjutsu that using my hands feels a bit strange, Dai-Tu scratched his head, sheepishly admitting. Always remember the nature of flames when transforming properties, Muyu advised, simultaneously producing an ice cube the size of a human head, cradling it in his hands. With a sizzling sound, the moment Muyu finished speaking, a flash of red light surged forth, and the massive ice cube instantly transformed into wisps of white smoke, dissipating into vapor that ascended into the sky. High temperature, combustion, Dai-Tu continuously muttered these 2 phrases, diligently condensing and releasing chakra in his palm. As the morning wore on, Dai-Tu felt his hands growing numb from the cold, the skin turning pale and wrinkled from prolonged contact with water. Reflecting on it, he lamented the missed opportunity to practice further just a few hours prior. This training in property transformation is even more torturous than treading water, he thought. Let us pause the training and have a meal, Muyu called out to the trio, producing 3 lunchboxes and distributing them accordingly. The food smells delightful today, Might Guy exclaimed as he opened the lid, a fragrant aroma wafting up to his very soul, accompanied by a dazzling golden glow emanating from the lunchbox. Teacher Muyu, this food seems unusual, it's actually glowing, Might Guy remarked, astonished. It's merely the reflection of sunlight. No need for concern, enjoy your meal, Muyu replied with a gentle smile. With a spoonful of fried rice, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with delight as he rapidly shoveled the delicious morsels into his mouth. So tasty, so delicious. Might Guy felt as though he had never tasted such exquisite cuisine before. You gifted your disciple a golden fried rice, and the disciple, overwhelmed with gratitude, received a critical reward of 100 chakra. Moonlight nodded to herself, affirming that the culinary skill indeed wielded great power. Was Guy particularly exhausted today? Obito perceived Might Guy's enthusiasm as somewhat exaggerated. Although Master Moonlight possessed commendable culinary skills, there was no need to devour the food so hastily. It did, however, emit a delightful aroma. Upon opening his lunchbox, Obito's perspective shifted slightly. His dish was not fried rice, but rather a simple home-cooked stir-fry. He first took a bite of the vegetables, followed by a morsel of rice. Delicious. Obito's eyes widened as an unprecedented flavor exploded in his mouth. He then began to ravenously shovel the food into his mouth until he encountered a chili pepper hidden within the vegetables. A wave of intense spiciness surged forth, and Obito, in a moment of disorientation, felt as if he had stepped into the mouth of an erupting volcano, surrounded by scorching, arid air. Gazing skyward, he observed billowing black smoke obscuring the heavens, and amidst the dark, gray terrain, he found himself ensconced in a monotonous world of black and gray. So hot, so spicy. Obito gasped for breath, attempting to soothe his tongue. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and an indescribable torrent of molten lava surged from the volcano's mouth like a fountain. Shooting skyward, the searing black smoke, the towering flames, and the dark red magma infused the once monochrome world with a perilous hue of crimson. In the next moment, the terrifying lava descended, engulfing Obito, who regained his senses. Spicy, spicy, spicy. As he regained awareness, the sensation of heat gradually subsided, yet the lingering piquancy on his tongue remained. Nevertheless, Obito continued to munch away. Despite the heat, the food was simply too delectable to resist. Heat, combustion. Obito couldn't help but recall the inexplicable visions that had surfaced, the flames erupting from the earth, the molten lava that threatened to engulf him. Suddenly, as he gasped for breath, Obito expelled a jet of crimson flame from his mouth, exclaiming about the spice while fanning his tongue as if performing a fire-eating act. Abashed, Obito found himself momentarily bewildered. Cease the chakra output, Moonlight stated calmly. It was only then that Obito realized he had unwittingly tapped into his chakra, promptly severing the supply, causing the flames to extinguish. Seize the moment and practice diligently, Moonlight advised, presenting Obito with a palm-sized block of ice. Remember the sensation of high temperature and combustion. Recalling Obito's dazed expression moments earlier, Moonlight surmised something significant. To think that a simple dish infused with the essence of illusion could yield such effects surprised her. She mused that it might be time to prepare some heartier meals for Obito. Master Moonlight, look! Obito exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the ice block in his hand rapidly melting. Muyu nodded slightly after observing the situation. The ice block, originally the size of a palm, had diminished in size within a minute. Excellent. Maintain this momentum, and do not forget this sensation, Muyu affirmed with a nod, also reminding Obito not to get carried away. Indeed, Obito quickly nodded, his focus entirely on the ice block, continuously channeling chakra. His recent progress filled him with excitement. Sometimes, the unbearable monotony of training stemmed from the lack of feedback. If every training session yielded such advancements, Obito believed he might become a fervent practitioner. Obito, you don't dislike spicy food, do you? Muyu inquired with a sudden smile. Spicy? If it could be as delicious as that dish just now, I wouldn't mind a bit of heat, Obito replied, licking his lips as he reminisced about the delectable meal. It was his first experience with such delightful stir-fry. Although the chili was somewhat fiery, it was undeniably delicious. Rest assured, it will be delectable, Muyu assured him, patting Obito's shoulder. After all, those were his own words. While diligently working to melt the ice, a foreboding sensation washed over Obito. Could it be? Despite holding the ice block in his hands, a chill coursed down his spine. Teacher Muyu, I actually rather enjoy fried rice. Obito attempted to salvage the situation. Ah, spicy fried rice, is it? I shall make it for you. Muyu responded with a gentle smile. Could you make spicy fried rice without the spice? Obito asked eagerly. He had a particularly unpleasant memory of consuming something exceedingly spicy, which revealed to him the true meaning of heat. If Muyu were to serve spicy dishes daily, he feared he might find himself unable to leave the restroom. Fried rice without spice? I didn't realize your palate was so robust. It's not impossible. Muyu feigned deafness. Upon hearing Muyu's words, Obito felt dizzy, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed on the spot. He looked to Shisui for help. But Shisui, still savoring his meal, merely glanced skyward, pretending not to see. It wasn't he that Uchiha Shisui disregarded familial bonds. Rather, he felt this matter was best left untouched. After all, Obito had indeed enhanced his training efficiency post-meal, and perhaps spiciness had a remarkable effect on the transformation of fire nature. Moreover, Obito himself had declared it delicious, ravenously devouring the food while exclaiming its spiciness. The primary reason for Shisui's silence was that he knew the outcome would involve him and Obito dining together. While Shisui did not mind spicy food, he had no desire to consume it daily, as he did not require an immediate enhancement of his nature transformation. Obito turned his gaze toward Might Guy, who, perceiving Obito's look, flashed a thumbs up and declared, "A vibrant youth should indulge in spicy food." At that moment, Obito felt a coldness in his hands and an even deeper chill in his heart. What about brotherhood and camaraderie? In a critical moment, none of them could be relied upon. Obito unleashed his chakra, swiftly melting the ice in his hands, adjusting his goggles. "Teacher, I believe preparing 3 separate dishes is quite cumbersome. It would be much easier to make a larger portion of one dish and divide it into 3 servings for us." Obito spoke as if he were considering Muyu's convenience. "If that is the case, then let us all suffer together. If we perish, we shall do so as one." That sounded rather agreeable. Muyu wore an expression of deep contemplation. He was certainly aware of Dai-Tu's intentions, yet he chose to respond in a manner that brought amusement. Shisui, who had initially maintained a calm demeanor, could not help but be taken aback by the unexpected cleverness displayed by his somewhat goofy clan brother in this situation. "Youth should be savored together with spice," declared Might Guy with a hearty laugh. It was indeed a revelation to him. Dai-Tu and Shisui exchanged silent glances, pondering this unexpected development. Muyu considered the notion and found it quite agreeable. After all, the flavor was assured, and both Dai-Tu and Shisui were keen to practice their fire release, while Might Guy was more than willing to indulge. From that day forth, the trio embarked on a life that was literally and figuratively fiery. "So spicy, so delicious," exclaimed Dai-Tu, tears streaming down his face. Yet he could not restrain himself from devouring the mapo tofu in his lunchbox. "So spicy, so flavorful." Might Guy, equally tearful yet moved rather than pained, savored the dish with gusto, while Shisui, struggling to cope with the spice, discreetly distanced himself from the two. The 3 ventured to the restroom together, entering upright and emerging while leaning against the wall. During their school days, Lin often noticed Dai-Tu inexplicably thrusting his rear in the air, prompting her to inquire with concern, "Dai-Tu, are you feeling unwell?" Dai-Tu, wearing a melancholic expression, replied, "No, it's merely a slight side effect of my rigorous training. You have no idea how much my fire release has improved this time, Lin. I am determined to defeat Kakashi in the upcoming Young Ninja Tournament," Dai-Tu asserted confidently. One of the reasons he persevered through arduous training was to redeem himself by vanquishing Kakashi in front of Lin and claiming first place. However, Lin interjected, "But Kakashi probably won't participate. He is already a chūnin, and this tournament is typically attended by students like us." Lin believed in Dai-Tu's diligent training and significant progress, yet she doubted that Kakashi would engage in such a grassroots competition. "What?" Dai-Tu was taken aback, having assumed Kakashi would certainly compete. Growing increasingly agitated, he realized that without Kakashi's participation, winning first place would hold no meaning for him. His desire to triumph in the Young Ninja Tournament was entirely fueled by the need to confront Kakashi and reclaim his honor in Lin's presence. Years ago, Kakashi had decisively claimed first place with a score that overshadowed Dai-Tu's, turning his victory speech into mere bravado. This memory lingered with Dai-Tu, who had previously lacked the capability to win. Now, equipped with the means to triumph, he found that his rival had seemingly stepped away, which left him feeling quite vexed. "No, I must ensure Kakashi participates in the tournament." The more he contemplated, the more he felt that the competition would be futile without Kakashi. Lin suggested, "We could seek Kakashi after school and inquire about his intentions regarding the tournament. I can accompany you. It's been ages since we last saw Kakashi." Despite their strong bond, opportunities to meet had dwindled since Kakashi's graduation, as both Lin and Dai-Tu were bound by their daily schooling, while Kakashi, now a ninja, was occupied with missions. "All right," Obito nodded, finding Rin's suggestion quite commendable. Before school ended, he had taken a day off with Muketsu, deciding not to visit him after class, but rather to resolve matters concerning Kakashi first. After school, Rin and Obito made their way directly to Kakashi's residence. Kakashi's home was situated not in the bustling city center, but rather in the suburbs adjacent to it. Though not particularly prosperous, it was a welcome reprieve from the city's congestion. Having previously visited Kakashi's home and even been invited to dine there, the duo recognized their arrival upon spotting the modest, slanted roof flat. Fortune favored them that day, for Kakashi was not on a mission. Upon their arrival, he was training in his yard, wielding a silver-white chakra blade. He swiftly severed the head and limbs of a straw dummy. Noticing his friends, Kakashi exhaled lightly, sheathing his chakra blade and inquiring, "What brings you here?" "We haven't hung out in a while, and we've missed you, so we decided to come find you," Rin replied with a smile. Obito, however, lacked Rin's politeness and bluntly asked, Kakashi, are you going to sign up for the upcoming Youth Ninjutsu Tournament? The Youth Ninjutsu Tournament? Kakashi pondered, recalling it as a trivial contest he had participated in out of boredom during his school days. No, I'm not interested, he replied nonchalantly. To him, such contests were merely child's play, with the first prize being nothing more than a slightly more refined kunai. He had only participated in his student days out of sheer ennui, so the thought of joining now was even less appealing. Obito's expression fell. Kakashi's rejection was far too decisive. Why not? You used to participate. He pressed on, genuinely wishing for Kakashi to join the competition. Back then, I was still a student at the Ninja Academy. Now I am a chūnin. Kakashi pointed to the forehead protector atop his head. Obito sensed an implication in Kakashi's words, thinking that being a student or chūnin held little relevance, especially since there was no age limit. Are you saying that you have no interest in a mere child's game? Kakashi, observing Obito's persistence, replied without mercy. Obito felt a rush of indignation. It's not a child's game. It's the Youth Ninjutsu Tournament. Are you afraid of losing to me? His tone grew more aggressive. Lose to you? Have you ever defeated me? Kakashi stated with an expressionless demeanor. Obito frantically searched his memories, only to realize with astonishment that he had never won against Kakashi. The weight of this disheartening truth reddened his face further. Don't get too cocky, Kakashi. I'm not the same as I was back then, he declared, hands on his hips, asserting his newfound prowess. Kakashi scrutinized Obito, noting his goggles, sports attire, and the goofy grin plastered on his face. He candidly remarked, I can't say I see any difference. Shut up. Obito could barely contain himself. It is indeed a rare occasion for the two of you to meet, yet your dynamic remains unchanged. Noera Rin observed this scene with a light chuckle, well aware that it had unfolded before her countless times. Obito had an affinity for challenging Kakashi, yet it was invariably Obito who ended up at a disadvantage. Taking a deep breath to momentarily calm his emotions, Obito was suddenly reminded of his teacher, Mitsuki. How would Mitsuki-sensei approach this? Obito pondered deeply. To encourage him to train more seriously, Mitsuki had devised a rather challenging method. For every time he was struck, he had to solve an additional problem. Though training was arduous, solving problems proved to be even more excruciating. Thus, he opted for the lesser of two evils. By training diligently, he could minimize the number of hits he received. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Obito's mind, leading him to devise a plan. Kakashi, you claimed I could never defeat you. Are you bold enough to wager on it? Obito taunted with a playful grin. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly. Are we betting on who comes in first during the competition? Do you think I would fall for such a foolish provocation? Engaging in such a pointless contest is far less productive than reading a book. Of course not. Don't you consider yourself quite formidable? How about we test whether your visual acuity surpasses my speed? Obito countered. If you win, I shall refrain from mentioning the competition and treat you to 5 bowls of ramen. If you lose, you simply have to participate in the tournament. As long as Kakashi refused to agree, Obito would incessantly pester him about entering the Youth Ninjutsu Tournament, and eventually, Kakashi would acquiesce to this simpler and swifter challenge. Kakashi did not hastily accept, but instead inquired, how exactly will we compete? Obito plucked a leaf from a tree adjacent to Kakashi's home and placed it in his palm, stating, it's quite simple. I will swiftly alternate the leaf between my hands, and you will guess which hand it is in by the end. Doesn't that sound easy? After contemplating, Kakashi concluded that Obito's speed could not possibly surpass his vision, thus he readily agreed. He understood Obito's temperament and surmised he might persistently bother him until nightfall. It would be better to engage in this straightforward contest to illustrate the disparity between them. Obito unleashed his utmost speed, his hands a blur, and after approximately 5 minutes, he finally halted. Right hand, Kakashi declared, pointing decisively at the hand concealing the leaf. I truly wonder where you found the audacity to challenge me with this, Kakashi remarked, a touch of disappointment in his voice. He had anticipated that Obito's speed would be impressive, yet this was all he could muster. The leaf had scarcely left his line of sight. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito erupted into laughter, asking, Kakashi, are you certain it is this hand? Once you decide, you cannot change your mind. Trying to deceive me? It's the right hand. Hurry and reveal it, Kakashi replied, unwavering in his conviction, dismissing Obito's laughter as mere bravado. Very well, I shall reveal it. Obito slowly opened his right hand. As he fully extended it, only a hint of black ash remained, devoid of the green leaf that had previously been there. When the wind whisked away the ash, nothing remained. With a triumphant smile, Obito declared, "Kakashi, it seems you have guessed incorrectly." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and grasped Obito's left hand, revealing, as he had anticipated, that it was empty. After a moment of contemplation, he unraveled the sequence of events. The transformation of fire attribute chakra. Kakashi looked at Obito with mild astonishment, not expecting him to have not only grasped the preliminary aspects of this transformation, but also to have devised a clever ruse. While the former was somewhat bizarre, it was not entirely implausible. The latter, however, truly astonished Kakashi. "Ha ha ha, Kakashi, did you not see this coming?" Obito's smile grew increasingly arrogant. Indeed, it was somewhat unexpected. It seemed he had been complacent lately, Kakashi's expression returning to a calm demeanor. Although he recognized Obito's significant growth, he felt no inclination to commend him, especially given Obito's audacious demeanor. "What do you mean by that, you insufferable Kakashi?" Obito retorted, slightly disgruntled. To lose to him meant one had become complacent, which implied that he was weak. Kakashi replied coolly, the literal meaning. Obito originally intended to argue further with Kakashi, but then recalled that since he had achieved his objective, it would be prudent to return to training. He had triumphed over Kakashi this time, but such cunning would not be available during the competition, where true strength would prevail. "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Just remember to sign up for the competition. You wouldn't back out after losing, would you?" Obito said. "Wager and accept defeat," Kakashi responded. Initially, he felt that the competition lacked significance. Yet witnessing Obito's remarkable growth instilled a modicum of anticipation within him. With their objective accomplished, Lin and Obito soon bid farewell to Kakashi and departed. "Obito, how did you manage that? It felt incredible," Lin inquired on their way back. Receiving Lin's praise, Obito instantly swelled with pride, laughing heartily. "Ha, it's merely chakra transformation. It's not that impressive." In his exuberance, Obito failed to notice his surroundings and collided headfirst into a telephone pole adjacent to Kakashi's home. "Damn you, Kakashi." Obito blamed the positioning of the telephone pole on Kakashi's property. As Kakashi watched them depart, he retracted the flicker of expectation in his heart. Obito had not truly changed. He was still the same fool as before. In the ninjutsu class, after Muyu completed her lecture and demonstration, she allowed the students to practice independently, encouraging them to approach her with any questions they might have. Muyu understood well the chasm between theory and practice. Often, the mind might assert its understanding, while the body would betray its ignorance. "I'm not accustomed to dividing myself into different forms. It feels quite strange," Gangzi remarked, scratching his head. "Why not ask Teacher Yuhang if he has any special techniques?" Shingitsu suggested. Akane nodded in agreement, saying, "Finding Teacher Yuhang for questions is the way to go." The trio was collaboratively developing a new ninjutsu, aiming to combine the shadow clone technique with transformation, hoping to astonish the entire school and achieve better results in the upcoming final examination. They unified their thoughts and approached Muyu to express their queries. Muyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "You may begin with simple objects to familiarize yourselves with the sensation, gradually advancing to more complex forms." Gang Zitai fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Hongdo, spotting a chair on the podium, pointed directly at it and exclaimed, "Let us start with the chair then. It's quite simple, isn't it?" Gang Zitai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the chair's structure was indeed straightforward, merely a combination of a few wooden legs and a plank. Thus, the trio embarked on their training as per Muyu's counsel, transforming the classroom into a peculiar scene. Chairs with 3 legs, 2 legs, and even 1 leg began to populate the space, revealing that crafting chairs was not as effortless as anticipated. Shinyu Aoda scratched his head awkwardly. The 1-leg chair was his creation. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Aoda?" Gang Zitai promptly pointed at Shinyu Aoda's singular chair, bursting into loud laughter. His commotion attracted the attention of the entire classroom, causing many to chuckle at the whimsical chair. "Is your 2-legged chair not peculiar as well?" Shinyu Aoda retorted, his face flushed. The crowd turned to inspect the chair beside Gang Zitai, which had 1 leg in front and 1 in the back on the same side. Unable to suppress their laughter. "You too are lacking. You must behold my chair, which is the second best in the class." Hongdo crossed her arms, revealing her chair not only possessed 3 legs, but was also moving around her. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the students in the classroom could hardly contain their amusement. And as the school day neared its conclusion, Laughter attracted students from other classes to observe. Amidst the merriment, the school bell rang, and Muyu announced the end of the lesson. Lesson completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Healing technique. A segment regarding the cultivation of the healing technique and the utilization of memory entered Muyu's mind. Today was fortuitous. He discovered that the reward was, in fact, the healing technique, nodding to himself in approval. The healing technique was no ordinary medical ninjutsu. It was a highly advanced form of healing art, with very few medical ninjas in the entire Konoha mastering it. This technique could not only mend external injuries, but also cure internal ailments, proving to be exceptionally powerful in healing. Possessing the healing technique made it considerably safer for Obito to practice nature transformations, as he could receive immediate treatment in the event of injury. It seemed that he had gathered all 7 elemental attributes, Muyu mused. The healing technique belonged to the yang chakra nature transformation. Since he had yet to master this attribute, the system, as per its usual practice, bestowed upon him a fragment of memory regarding the cultivation of nature transformations. Coupled with the previous in-release illusion technique, he had now acquired mastery over 7 elemental nature transformations. After school, Muyu routinely guided his disciples in their training. Once they concluded, he did not return to the main city, but instead remained at his residence in the southern forest. Today marked the day he would report on the mission to the root organization. Given Shisui's character was distinctly different from the average Uchiha, Muyu conveyed the information truthfully in this regard, while employing a touch of literary embellishment in other areas. For instance, he depicted the practical examination results, portraying Hinata Haya's overwhelming victory over his opponent as a testament to his genius, while Obito and Might Guy's success was attributed largely to fortune. In the Asma mission, Muyu expressed that he had successfully gained recognition as a teacher from Asma and inquired whether he should attempt to recruit Asma into the root organization. As long as Danzo is not suffering from dementia, Muyu is confident that he will not receive an affirmative response. The purpose of this report is merely to inform Danzo of the successful completion of his mission and to demonstrate his loyalty to the root. The root organization acted swiftly. Shortly after Muyu submitted his report, a root ninja silently arrived in his courtyard the following morning, bearing orders from Lord Danzo. The ninja handed 2 scrolls to Muyu, who nodded in acknowledgement. He first unrolled the task assignment scroll. As was customary, the root ninja offered no superfluous words and departed immediately after delivering the items. Sensing the ninja's presence dissipate, Muyu entered his dwelling to examine the scroll's contents. It was largely as expected, beginning with praise for Muyu's excellent completion of the task and assuring him that he had not let the organization down, followed by a reminder to continue his efforts. However, Muyu focused intently on the latter part of the scroll. Danzo addressed Muyu's previous inquiry about bringing Asma into the root organization, stating that it was unnecessary. Danzo indicated that Muyu merely needed to teach Asma normally and become an important mentor to him, without engaging in any extraneous activities, while admonishing Muyu not to exhibit any abnormalities. This response aligned closely with Muyu's expectations. The notion of bringing Asma into the root organization was akin to Danzo waiting in the Hokage's office for Muyu to regret his decision. Although the root organization possesses considerable strength, its current power is largely derived from the nourishment provided by the Umbu. As the true Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily manage the root. Additionally, it was essential to keep a close watch on Uchiha students, assessing any inclinations towards rebellion against Konoha and identifying any geniuses that could be absorbed by the root. As for the second scroll, it contains several rare high-grade secret medicines, awarded to Muyu as a reward for his exemplary completion of the mission. He carefully stored the scroll containing the medicines and disposed of the other scroll by incineration. In this world, a stable life had become a luxury. Muyu swept the ashes into a bin, his expression indifferent as he gazed into the courtyard. The presence of a fully armed ninja standing in his yard each morning was quite unsettling for him. However, Muyu felt he had no choice. He had considered whether to reveal his strength while teaching Asma, thereby demonstrating his worth to Sarutobi and potentially transferring to the third Hokage's side, which would resolve the curse mark issue. This thought was quickly dismissed by Muyu, though he could switch sides by earning Sarutobi's recognition. Exposing his strength was not an option. Sarutobi was unaware of Muyu's specific abilities and the jutsu he had learned. As long as he did not reveal his water disruption wave technique, he could adequately explain his abilities. However, The situation with Danzo was different. The original Mu had been cultivated by Danzo and possessed too much sensitive information. If he were to expose his strength to switch allegiances, Danzo might inform the third Hokage and treat Mu as a spy. Mu believes there are only 3 circumstances under which one might reveal their true strength. The first is if Danzo intends to utilize him as expendable, in which case exposing his abilities would provide an opportunity for escape. The second scenario arises when his power reaches the level of the legendary 3 ninjas, enabling him to intervene during a conflict and provide critical assistance to Konoha. Even if the origins of his strength remain a mystery, Mu would undoubtedly be regarded as a hero rather than a spy. The third situation occurs when he possesses the capability to overthrow Konoha. At that juncture, whether to reveal his strengths would be of little consequence. With his expression composed, Mu arrived at the Ninja Academy, entering the office and subsequently the classroom with a gentle smile. When one lacks sufficient power, it is better to embody the image of a warm-hearted gentleman who is beloved by all. On Saturday, Obito arrived early at the training ground to commence his practice. He picked up a fist-sized block of ice, placing it in his palm as he began the arduous task of manipulating chakra for nature transformation. After approximately 10 seconds, the ice vanished, leaving behind only a trace of water as evidence of its existence. Mu, observing nearby, nodded in approval. 6 days prior, Obito's speed of melting ice had not even matched the natural dissipation rate of the block. To have achieved such progress in 6 days is indeed beyond expectations. After all, he had never anticipated the emergence of his cooking skills, nor did he foresee their applicability in nature transformation training. The rapid advancement he experienced can largely be attributed to the influence of Mappo Tofu. You have now grasped the fundamentals of nature transformation. Your next objective is to enhance your maximum output, Mu stated. Directly retrieving a block of ice the size of a human head from the wooden barrel and placing it on the ground. Your goal is to melt this block within 10 seconds. This is far too large, Obito exclaimed, scratching his head as he gazed at the sizable block of ice. Feeling overwhelmed by the increase in scale. This time, we are pursuing the limits of instantaneous nature transformation. Do not concern yourself with chakra consumption. Exert yourself fully. If you tire, take a break, and when you are refreshed, resume your practice. This phase requires time and perseverance. Unless one possesses the vitality and chakra akin to Naruto, allowing for the reckless creation of numerous shadow clones to gain experience, there is no comparison. However, compared to an average individual, Obito has already made significant progress, especially with the benefits of skill acquisition and the enhancement from special dishes. As midday approached, Mu instructed his 3 disciples to halt their training. You must be weary of consuming similar dishes daily. Today, we shall have hot pot, he announced with a smile. Although the skill enhancement made repetitive meals bearable, Mu sought to cultivate a deeper trust, thus striving for greater variety. Wonderful. At last, we need not endure that extremely spicy tofu, Obito exclaimed, leaping with excitement. It was not that Mappo tofu was unpalatable, but rather that consuming it daily led to considerable discomfort during restroom visits. I have only prepared the broth. The ingredients will depend on what you manage to procure, Mu continued. I want fish, Obito declared, swiftly retrieving a kunai and dashing to the riverbank. Eager to catch fish. I'll assist you, exclaimed the enthusiastic Might Guy, hearing Obito's request for fish, and with a burst of energy, he sprinted into the water, creating a flurry of splashes. As Obito wandered in search of opportunities to catch fish, he was unexpectedly drenched with a refreshing splash. AKA, Obito clenched his fist, feeling invigorated. Moments later, Might Guy emerged from the water, holding 2 fish aloft, a puzzled expression on his face as he looked at Obito and asked, "Did you call me?" "Indeed. I must commend you, aka, you truly are a good brother," Obito replied, his demeanor shifting as he admired the 2 fresh fish in Guy's grasp. In the heart of the forest, Shisui foraged for wild vegetables and mushrooms. The trio collaborated to hunt a wild boar, with Guy drawing attention while Shisui led the assault and Obito provided support. Together, they successfully subdued the boar. Meanwhile, Muketsu prepared the base for their meal, processing the ingredients they had gathered with the aid of several shadow clones to expedite the task. The wild boar and fish proved slightly more challenging. However, the vegetables and mushrooms merely required washing and having before being tossed into the pot. Instead of lighting a fire, they utilized Obito's hands as a makeshift heater, turning the experience into a form of training. Thus, The four masters and disciples resolved their midday meal using the resources at hand within the forest. Although the preparation was uncomplicated and the ingredients were simply sourced, the warmth and joy experienced by Shisui, who had lost his parents at a young age, was profound and rare. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's trust level has increased, current trust level, 3. As Muketsu savored a piece of fish from the pot, a smile graced his lips. On Saturday afternoon, Muketsu returned to his residence in the main city. Having shared meals several times, the bond between them had grown comfortable, prompting Muketsu to invite the two to his home before dinner. "Yoharu, what are you planning to cook today?" Kushina inquired with curiosity. Having dined at Muketsu's abode on multiple occasions, she had never encountered a repeat dish. The variety was impressive, but what truly captivated her was Muketsu's culinary prowess, which evoked both admiration and envy. Mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms. Muketsu indicated the plastic bag brimming with mushrooms beside the sink. They had gathered an abundance of ingredients earlier, including various fishes, wild vegetables, and even collaborated to hunt a wild boar, prompting Muketsu to bring the surplus back home. Not to mention, wild mushrooms are indeed fresh. However, they must be thoroughly cooked to avoid food poisoning, with the risks of mere diarrhea being the least of one's worries. "These aren't the wild mushrooms you picked from the forest, are they?" Kushina remarked, observing the diverse sizes and types of mushrooms, which appeared unlike those purchased from a store. This reminded her of her first teasing encounter with Muketsu during her initial visit for a meal, questioning whether he had added some strange-colored mushrooms that induced hallucinations. If such mushrooms were indeed present, combined with Muketsu's culinary skills, consuming them might feel akin to being ensnared in a jinjutsu. Muketsu nodded, explaining, "I had a picnic in the forest with a few students today, and we gathered more ingredients than we could consume, so I brought the leftovers home." "You still take students on picnics?" Kushina asked, a hint of envy in her voice. Having attended the ninja academy for 6 years, she had never encountered a teacher as generous as Muketsu, who would take his students on outings. "Those students and I share a close bond," Muketsu elucidated. "Yuhuin, would you like some assistance?" "Allow me to wash the vegetables," said Minato, stepping forward to help, feeling somewhat guilty for being a freeloader. "Hashiyuki, could you please wash the mushrooms while I tend to the wild boar meat?" Without hesitation, Hashiyuki assigned tasks to Minato, believing that excessive politeness could hinder the growth of their friendship. Relationships, after all, flourish through reciprocity. As they were preparing a meal for 3, in addition to mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms, Hashiyuki intended to make braised pork. In his previous life, he found himself repulsed by fatty meats, but he could accept the fat in braised pork, even preferring the balance of fat and lean meat. Braised pork with preserved vegetables was one of his favorite dishes. However, lacking preserved vegetables at the moment, he settled for plain braised pork. "What about me? What should I do?" Kizuna scratched her head, observing the camaraderie between Minato and Hashiyuki as they cooked together, feeling like an outsider. "There isn't much room here. You should sit down and wait for the meal," Hashiyuki replied. This was not a restaurant kitchen, and having 3 people working together would only complicate matters. 2 were just right, with little need for extra hands. With nothing else to do, Kizuna took a seat in the living room and casually picked up a book from the low table. "Oh," she exclaimed, surprised to find it was a book on sealing techniques. "What is this sealing technique, Yuhuin?" The title alone seems unremarkable. Kizuna paused, having turned the page to find the name Uzumaki Erasure inscribed within. "Ahem, this book is quite good. Hashiyuki, you should take a closer look," she said, clearing her throat and rephrasing her thoughts. "Indeed, I've read it several times. Lord Uzumaki Erasure is truly the master of sealing techniques in Konoha. Even someone like me, who knows little about sealing, has gained much from it," Hashiyuki replied while preparing the pork. "Of course, he is the leader of our Uzumaki clan," Kizuna said proudly. "But Hashiyuki, are you still interested in sealing techniques?" she asked curiously. "I find them immensely intriguing. They appear both mysterious and powerful," Hashiyuki responded with a sense of wonder. "From the perspective of enhancing one's strength, sealing techniques are indeed an excellent choice," Minato nodded in agreement. The trio continued their discussion on sealing techniques until the meal was ready, with Hashiyuki primarily listening but occasionally contributing fresh insights that bolstered Minato and Kizuna's sense of accomplishment. Kizuna was the first to try the braised pork she had never tasted before. One bite left her astonished, the tender, rich flavor compelling her to take a hefty mouthful of rice. "This is absolutely delicious. Why have I never encountered such a delightful dish before?" Kuzina instantly fell in love with the taste of braised pork. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Hashiyuki said with a grin. It's a deal. Tomorrow evening. Minato and I will help you procure the ingredients. Kuzina swiftly agreed. After speaking, Kushina glanced at the plate of sautéed mushrooms, only to realize that it had already been consumed to a significant extent. Minato had been eagerly devouring the food while they discussed culinary techniques. I haven't eaten yet, Minato. Save some for me, Kushina exclaimed, disregarding everything else and promptly joining in the feast. The first bite astonished her. The flavor was simply exquisite. Having satisfied their appetites, the trio took a leisurely stroll together. During their walk, conversation flowed naturally. Muyu shared amusing anecdotes from his teaching experiences, while Minato and Kushina recounted some peculiar incidents from their missions. With only 2 days remaining until the competition, Muyu commenced the final training session with Obito. To enhance the visual impact of ninjutsu, aside from altering its nature and chakra volume, we can also employ shape transformation to make it appear more formidable, Muyu explained. However, with only 2 days left, Obito wondered if there was sufficient time to master shape transformation. Of course, there isn't, Muyu replied candidly, acknowledging Obito's lack of innate talent in ninjutsu. But you don't need to master shape transformation. You only need to grasp my modified fireball technique. In his determination for Obito to secure first place and maximize the rewards from the training task, Muyu had meticulously redesigned the fireball technique to appear larger, while its actual power remained unchanged. In essence, it was all about creating an intimidating visual. After all, the upcoming youth ninjutsu competition would not involve combat. Each participant would merely showcase a technique to see who scores higher. Teacher Muyu, you are truly my sage of the 6 paths, Obito exclaimed, feeling confident that victory was within his grasp. With Muyu's guidance, he felt that Kakashi stood no chance against him. Since you've expressed such a heartfelt request, as your teacher, I must do my utmost, Muyu replied with a cheerful demeanor, intentionally instilling in Obito a sense of dependence on his teacher. Hee, Obito smiled bashfully. Focus on your training. Muyu gently tapped Obito on the head. Yes. Obito immediately began to train, eager to defeat Kakashi and claim first place in front of Rin. As evening fell in the Uchiha district, Obito's grandmother cautioned, Obito, don't eat so quickly, be careful not to choke. He slowed his pace, responding, Grandma, a friend invited me to hang out. Which friend? Is it Rin? His grandmother inquired with a smile, as she was familiar with Rin's frequent visits to see Obito. Yes, but there are others too, Obito replied while eating. Tomorrow marked the start of the youth ninjutsu competition, and he had trained diligently all day, leaving him quite exhausted. Perhaps due to his rivalry with Kakashi, Rin had invited them out to relax this evening. Consequently, Obito also invited Might Guy to join them. I'm full, Obito declared after finishing his meal, wiping his mouth before hastily preparing to leave. His grandmother followed him to the entrance, cheerfully saying, Do your best, Obito. I want to see my great-grandson. As Obito stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, he turned around, his cheeks flushed, and exclaimed, Grandma, I'm still in school. Though he harbored thoughts, he felt he was still too young for such matters. The group had agreed to gather on a street in the southern part of the main city. Upon his arrival, Obito found that the other 3 had already assembled. He was the last to arrive. He had encountered an elderly lady in need of assistance on the way, which delayed him slightly. He explained, You really do seem to attract elderly ladies. It happens every time, Kakashi remarked, finding it somewhat absurd. I can't help it. When I see someone in need, I can't just ignore them. Obito defended himself, feeling somewhat wrong since he had genuinely assisted the old woman. Well, it's probably because Obito is just too kind-hearted. Possessing the ability to notice those in need, Rin said gently, stepping between the two with a warm smile. With this small episode resolved, the 4 of them strolled down the bustling street. So many people. How about we see who can navigate through the crowd faster? Might Guy suggested. Gazing at the throngs of passers-by. I must decline, Kakashi replied decisively, leaving no room for Guy's hopes. Such a challenge seemed rather foolish. There is an event taking place on this street today, which is why so many people have come, Rin explained, leading the group to the event's location. The entire street was filled with vendors, brightly lit, and groups of people dressed in yukatas wandered about. Look, those goldfish are so cute, Rin exclaimed upon spotting a goldfish-catching stall, waving to her companions. Little miss, would you like to give it a try? Just 10 ryo for a net. The stall owner tempted. 10 ryo? Rin pondered. While it wasn't a great sum, A single net might not suffice, as those paper nets were easily torn. I'll give it a go, Obito volunteered, stepping forward to hand the owner the money for a net. He immediately focused on the most vibrant, lively fish. But after 2 or 3 attempts, he had yet to catch one, and the net was torn. Again, Obito remained undeterred, trying once more, yet he still failed. By the 9th attempt, Rin intervened, gently stopping him. Maybe we should just move on. 80 Ryo could buy a bowl of ramen. But I've already tried so many times. I'm getting better at it. Ending now would feel like a loss. Obito hesitated. I want to try too, Guy declared, rolling up his sleeves. Prepared to catch the fish with all his might. With a loud snap, the stick securing the net broke. Let me handle it, Kakashi said nonchalantly, handing the owner 10 Ryo and effortlessly catching a goldfish in one swift motion. Here you go, Kakashi said, handing the packaged fish to Rin. Thank you, Kakashi. Rin beamed. Then added, and thanks to Obito and Guy as well. The previously sullen Obito instantly broke into a goofy grin. The 4 friends continued their day of fun, playing with shuriken and identifying shadow clones. As the number of pedestrians gradually dwindled, they decided it was time to buy some takoyaki before heading home. Kakashi, prepare to witness a spectacle tomorrow. This time, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. Obito, savoring a piece of octopus balls, did not hesitate to deliver a fierce declaration. If you desire the prize for first place, I shall gladly present it to you once I obtain it. At this moment, Kakashi exuded a remarkable intensity. The exchange of bravado between the two stirred Might Guy's fervor. If there were a youth martial arts tournament, he would undoubtedly extend an invitation to Kakashi for a friendly competition. The following day, being a Sunday, there was no school. The competition commenced in the afternoon, and Obito devoted the morning to final preparations. The venue for the youth ninjutsu tournament was a bustling commercial street in the heart of Konoha. It was said that an elderly ninja shopkeeper had organized this event to encourage the students of the ninja academy, and soon others joined in to contribute, making it an annual affair. What ninjutsu do you plan to employ in the competition? Lin Noira inquired. The great fireball technique, Obito replied candidly, without any pretense. Aren't you going to use the great dragon fire technique that you employed during the practical exam? Lin asked, somewhat puzzled. Obito recalled that he had lost to Kakashi using the great fireball technique, scoring a mere 21 points, 9 points lower than Kakashi. This time is different. My great fireball technique has grown significantly stronger, Obito proclaimed, confidence radiating from him, believing that his fireball would astound the audience. Well then, I eagerly await your performance, Lin said with a gentle smile. Obito, give it your all. As my rival, that man is not easily defeated, Might Guy declared with his arms crossed, a mysterious expression on his face. You want me to leave? Kakashi, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Why are we discussing how to defeat him in front of him? Lin immediately turned to Kakashi with a smile. What ninjutsu do you plan to use? I'm not sure yet. I'll probably just use something at random, perhaps the earth-style wall, Kakashi mused. This statement was not mere bravado, as he possessed a considerable repertoire of ninjutsu, allowing him the flexibility to choose freely in such a competition. Obito glanced around and noticed several familiar faces from the Ninja Academy, as well as 2 ninjas wearing forehead protectors. There seemed to be significantly more participants this time than last, he remarked, recalling the previous tournament. Perhaps it's due to the increased rewards. This time, the first place not only receives a finely crafted silver kunai, but also a cash prize of 8,000 Ryo, Lin explained. 8,000 Ryo. Obito's eyes widened, further solidifying his resolve to secure first place. That was indeed a substantial sum, allowing for generous meals with Lin or exquisite gifts without hesitation. As the competition commenced, the first contestant was invited to the stage. Excellent. We thank our first contestant for their demonstration of the shadow clone technique, scoring 8 points. Next, the second contestant was called forth. Teacher Muketsu, why do you bother attending such a competition? It seems like a waste of time. Even official ninjas rarely partake in these events, Asuma remarked upon arriving and witnessing the lackluster performance of the participants. Muketsu chuckled. Asuma, have you forgotten about your previous battle with Shisui? Never underestimate anyone. Asuma fell silent, recalling that if it weren't for Muketsu's timely encouragement during that encounter, he might have succumbed to despair. Gaining a deeper understanding of the abilities of one's peers within the village is neither harmful nor unbeneficial, Muyu casually remarked. Primarily, he feared that Obito might falter, and being present at the scene would provide him with greater reassurance. Asuma glanced around and noticed some familiar faces. To his surprise, Kakashi was also present. Could it be that he too was participating? That would certainly seem somewhat unfair. Asuma soon spotted Kakashi and his companions. He considered Kakashi a friend. Well aware of the latter's extraordinary prowess, graduating at the tender age of 5 and becoming a chūnin by 6, his talent was undeniably astonishing. While others were still grappling with the basic hand seals and practicing the three-body technique, Kakashi had already embarked on the path of mastering various ninjutsu. Not only Kakashi, but Asuma also recognized Uchiha Shisui, the very opponent who had once bested him. He found himself eagerly anticipating a clash between Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi. Let the two prodigies engage in their own contest. Now, may we welcome our second contestant, Steel Iron, the host exuberantly announced. Upon hearing his name, Steel Iron promptly stepped onto the stage. Go for it, Iron. Shingetsu shouted in encouragement for his dear friend. He believed he was not yet ready for competition and thus refrained from participating. Red Bean expressed interest in competing but was unable to attend due to prior commitments. Steel Iron, which ninjutsu do you wish to demonstrate? The host inquired with a smile as he bent slightly. I will perform the distracting technique that I developed alongside my friend. Steel Iron proclaimed proudly. The audience, particularly Shingetsu, beamed with pride. Knowing that he too had contributed to this ninjutsu. One must not underestimate the current generation. Despite his youth, our contestant Steel Iron has already begun to develop new ninjutsu. The host praised. If I may be so bold, Steel Iron, what grade are you currently in at the Ninja Academy? Steel Iron candidly replied, first grade. Remarkable. The host expressed astonishment, considering that first-grade students typically had not studied for more than 2 months. Mastering the three-body technique was already commendable. The audience was equally incredulous, especially the second and third-year students, who felt as though their own studies had been in vain. Meanwhile, Muyu had begun to surmise what kind of ninjutsu Steel Iron would employ, though he was uncertain of its level of completion. The host stepped back and announced, now, let us witness Steel Iron's distracting technique. Steel Iron swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra, and with a puff, a towering chair, taller than Steel Iron himself, materialized on stage. A profound silence enveloped the venue as spectators stared in bewilderment at the oversized chair beside Steel Iron, puzzled by its purpose. The host, who had been guiding competitions for 5 years, thought he had seen it all, yet today he found himself momentarily speechless, hesitating to approach the stage. Ahem, Steel Iron. This ninjutsu, I am at a loss for words, he stammered. Isn't the shadow clone technique meant to confuse the enemy? My technique primarily combines the shadow clone technique with transformation technique to achieve a superior distracting effect, Steel Iron elucidated, revealing the inspiration behind his ninjutsu. And why a chair? The host could not help but inquire whether the enemy might be bewildered. He was uncertain, and his teammates undoubtedly harbored questions in their minds. The chair can only transform into itself. It cannot morph into anything else, Steel Iron candidly remarked. This elicited a burst of laughter from the audience, who had expected a prodigious talent but were instead met with a rather foolish display. Truly, this young man possesses a unique flair. Asuma's lips twitched just moments ago. He had underestimated the abundance of geniuses, questioning whether a first-year student could truly develop ninjutsu, perhaps a reincarnation of the second Hokage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Teacher Muyu, is this the standard for students at the Ninja Academy nowadays? Asuma could not restrain his sarcasm. Muyu, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered how the student had managed to master transformations only to limit himself to chairs. In truth, considering the level of skill, a first-year student demonstrating such proficiency in the shadow clone technique was commendable. After all, he was a student of her class, Muyu objectively assessed. Upon hearing her words, Asuma realized that Steel Iron was merely a first-year student, not yet a fully fledged ninja, and such a level of skill was indeed exceptional. You are truly impressive. Teacher Muyu, you were not deceived by appearances. Observing the laughter around him, Asuma suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Shingetsu Izumi fell silent after the laughter subsided, internally relieved that he had chosen not to participate. With so many peers from the same school, the news would undoubtedly spread, and his student life would be effectively over. Let us review the judges' scores, a total of 12 points. The initial intent behind this ninjutsu was commendable. With further refinement, it could potentially achieve higher scores, the host announced. I will strive to improve alongside my good friends Shingetsu Izumi and Mitarashi Izuki, enhancing the ninjutsu we developed together Steel Iron stated with a smile, deliberately mentioning their full names. It turned out that the other two were indeed named Shingetsu Izumi and Mitarashi Izuki. He wondered if they were present. Upon overhearing the chatter around him, Shingetsu Izumi's face turned pale. If such notoriety spread, how would he ever find a girlfriend? Next, let us welcome contestant number 3, Uchiha Tetsuhan, to the stage. Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Tetsuhan, a man of few words, promptly unleashed his most adept technique, conjuring a fireball the height of a person with swift hand seals. Indeed, a youth of the Uchiha clan, already mastering such a formidable technique before graduation. The host marveled. For a genin to command such a ninjutsu is remarkable, one of the judges commented, promptly awarding a high score. The other judges nodded in agreement, bestowing high marks as well. 26 points. Contestant Uchiha Tetsuhan achieves a remarkable score, placing him in the lead. The host proclaimed, with 5 years of experience in hosting competitions. He noted that no excessively formidable contestants had emerged, making 26 points a secure first place. Uchiha Tetsuhan descended the stage with an air of indifference. Were it not for the 8,000 ryo, he would have little interest in participating in such a contest. Shisui, what did you think of my great fireball? Uchiha Tetsuhan inquired. It is evident that you have dedicated yourself to your training, Tetsuhan, Shisui remarked. In truth, he had intended to rendezvous with Obito. But upon encountering fellow Uchiha like Tetsuhan, he chose to accompany them instead. Although Uchiha Tetsuhan's proficiency with the great fireball technique is commendable, Shisui does not believe he can secure the first position, for he has witnessed Obito's mastery of the same technique. Now, let us welcome the 4th contestant, Uchiha Obito, to the stage. Obito, it's your turn, called out Noara Rin. Obito nodded and swiftly ascended the stage. Go for it, Obito. Rin cheered, her fists clenched in encouragement. This time, you shall face Kakashi. Unleash the fruits of your hard work. Might Guy also rallied behind Obito. Having trained together with Muketsu, Guy was well aware of Obito's dedication. Let us hope you don't concede defeat before the match has even begun, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, offering his own form of encouragement. Kakashi's support had a profound effect, prompting Obito to respond fervently, impossible. Just wait and see. Another Uchiha youth, such a rarity. One wonders what splendid performance he shall deliver. The host marveled, noting that with a little investment, even the Uchiha clan could present 2 contenders. Yet, Obito's participation seemed somewhat unfortunate, as he would inevitably be compared to the outstanding performance of the previous Uchiha. Asuma already felt a twinge of embarrassment for Obito. Having known him for over 3 years, he was acutely aware of Obito's capabilities. Although he had also learned the great fireball, his proficiency remained mediocre. Uchiha Tetsuhan, upon seeing Obito take to the stage, furrowed his brow, sensing that the competition was indeed fierce. However, the judges were of average caliber. Perhaps they would not discern the true might of the great dragon fire technique. Tetsuhan contemplated another aspect. While the great dragon fire technique is a B-rank fire release ninjutsu, its learning curve is steeper than that of the great fireball, but in terms of visual impact, it pales in comparison. Uchiha Obito, may I inquire what ninjutsu you shall perform? The host asked, adhering to protocol. I shall demonstrate the fire release, great fireball technique, Obito replied confidently. Another variation of the great fireball technique. Could it be that all the Uchiha youths have mastered this jutsu? Truly, they are a prestigious clan. Let us anticipate Uchiha Obito's performance. The host continued as he stepped back, mindful of the safety distance required for such a wide-ranging destructive technique. Could he possess a high level of proficiency in both the great dragon fire and the great fireball? Tetsuhan found this notion somewhat unrealistic. While he had absolute faith in Shisui's capabilities, Obito had previously been regarded as the underachiever of the Uchiha clan. Standing on the stage, Obito gazed down at the audience, where he could see everyone clearly. Noara Rin was beaming with encouragement, while Might Guy flashed a bright smile, giving him a thumbs up. Kakashi remained focused on the stage, and Shisui appeared to be silently cheering him on. Asuma wore a look of regret. Muketsu, Obito exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise upon spotting Muketsu in the crowd. The only regret he harbored that day was that Muketsu could not attend his match due to tutoring obligations. Obito felt immense gratitude towards Muketsu, for he had liberated him from the title of Uchiha Underachiever, enabled him to surpass Uchiha Tetsuhan, and even helped him pass the theoretical exam that had previously eluded him. His confident presence here is intricately linked to Muyu. Over the course of this intensive training lasting 20 days, His efforts were not solitary. Muyu exerted every conceivable means to enhance his strength, even going so far as to modify ninjutsu. If Muyu were unable to witness his spectacular performance upon securing first place, it would indeed be a source of great regret for Dato. Noticing Dato's gaze, Muyu smiled and greeted him. He must not disappoint those who cheer for him. Dato took a deep breath, entering an unprecedented state of seriousness. The failure of that year still lingered in his memory, and this time, he aspired to triumph in every aspect. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Dato skillfully performed the hand seals, gathering an immense amount of chakra in his throat, transforming it, and then releasing it in an instant. A fierce blaze erupted from his mouth, swiftly morphing into a vibrant orange fireball that expanded rapidly, ultimately reaching a height of 4 meters, almost 3 times Dato's own stature. How could such a formidable fire technique be unleashed by a student of the Ninja Academy? One judge, taken aback by the spectacle of the colossal fireball, appeared utterly astonished. Another judge rubbed his eyes in disbelief, equally shocked. The grand fireball displayed by Uchiha Dato exhibited a level of prowess beyond the ordinary, leaving even the judges in awe. The host, while astonished, continued to provide commentary. In 5 years of commentary, he had never witnessed a grand fireball of this caliber, especially from a student of the Ninja Academy. Such a level of mastery was unfathomable. Uchiha Tetsuhan felt as though he had fallen under a jinjutsu. He would rather believe he was ensnared in an illusion than accept that Dato could wield such a powerful grand fireball while also mastering the great dragon fire technique. With such an impressive grand fireball, Dato certainly did not need any elaborate strategies. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly overwhelm his opponent. Is this truly Dato's grand fireball? Asuma rubbed his eyes in disbelief, feeling as though the situation was surreal. Teacher, please hit me. I feel as though I am caught in an illusion. Asuma implored Muyu. Obliging Asuma's request, Muyu tapped his fingers together and struck Asuma's forehead. That hurts. Asuma gazed at Dato, still on stage, along with the immense fireball before him, his mouth agape in utter astonishment. Defeated by Uchiha Shisui, he accepted that this was a talent potentially more monstrous than Kakashi. Yet Dato was an old friend. He knew all too well the extent of his abilities. What on earth was this grand fireball, nearly the height of a house? Had he been concealing such power all along? With Dato exhibiting such strength, Asuma began to doubt his own capabilities. He felt compelled to strive harder. Otherwise, he would find himself lagging behind, not just in surpassing the 3rd Hokage, but among his friends as well. No wonder Dato had exuded such confidence. Kakashi observed Dato's grand fireball and recognized his significant advancement. So much so that Kakashi found himself perplexed. How could Dato have made such tremendous progress without yet graduating? Typically, one would enter a phase of rapid growth only after completing their studies. With utmost excitement, the host announced that Uchiha Obito had achieved a remarkable score of 30 points, securing a perfect score and thus, the first position well ahead of schedule. The judges unanimously awarded him full marks, a rarity indeed. However, Hyuga Hayashi, having activated his Byakugan, discerned the true nature of Obito's impressive fireball technique. While it appeared formidable, it was not as extraordinary as it seemed. He had accompanied a friend, and now it appeared that Obito would indeed claim the top spot. Nevertheless, Hyuga Hayashi remained confident that during the next final examination, Obito would not surpass him, as he intended to prevent Obito from utilizing any ninjutsu. The host praised Obito for his outstanding performance, exclaiming that he had already secured the first position. You are truly remarkable, Obito, cheered Nara-Rin as he stepped off the stage. Obito could not help but break into a foolish grin. Do not rejoice too soon. When my turn comes, perhaps they will award even higher scores, warned Kakashi, cautioning Obito against premature celebration. Now, let us welcome the 5th contestant, Hitaki Kakashi, to the stage. As the host called his name, Kakashi instantly materialized on the arena. Kakashi, give it your all, encouraged Nara-Rin. Observing Kakashi's swift entrance via the body flicker technique, Obito felt a twinge of envy, realizing he too needed to master that technique. Hitaki Kakashi is no ordinary contestant. He is a renowned prodigy from our Hidden Leaf Village. I recall this is your 2nd time participating in the competition, the host elaborated, given Kakashi's significant reputation. Indeed, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Hitaki Kakashi, what ninjutsu will you be demonstrating this time? The host inquired. Earth style, earth wall, Kakashi responded. Once the host stepped back, Kakashi swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a surge of chakra. Earth release, earth wall. As he executed the technique, a massive, solid wall began to rise behind him, shaking the arena with its sheer magnitude. The judges observed the formidable earth wall, momentarily lost in contemplation. In the past, such a display would have warranted immediate full marks, yet with one perfect score already awarded, giving another would mean 2 first places. The judges deliberated and ultimately raised the card marked with 10 points, deciding to leave such matters to the organizers. Asuma was not surprised by Kakashi's prowess. Defeating Kakashi while he utilized ninjutsu would require considerable effort. Guy recalled the day Kakashi had fought with all his might, a battle that had been nearly one-sided, with only the unexpected Leaf Whirlwind managing to strike once, leaving no room for retaliation thereafter. Observing one of the judges grant 10 points, Obito felt a sense of foreboding. If Kakashi also received a perfect score, determining the true first place would become a dilemma. 10, 10, 10. Hatake Kakashi's total score is 30 points. The host marveled, incredible. This marks the second perfect score of the day, and for the first time in the history of this competition, we have 2 perfect scores. The quality of participants in this competition was remarkably high, with 2 competitors achieving a perfect score. Individuals of the caliber of Uchiha Tetsuhan would have secured first place in the previous contest. What a stroke of bad luck. Uchiha Tetsuhan felt somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated claiming the top spot, only to be relegated to 3rd place. Yet, he conceded defeat gracefully, acknowledging the formidable ninjutsu exhibited by Kakashi and Obito. If only Shisui had participated, he would undoubtedly have attained a perfect score, Uchiha Tetsuhan remarked, possessing unwavering confidence in Shisui's abilities. Although he was 2 years older than Shisui, he regarded himself as inferior to him. Shisui smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. He harbored no particular aspirations for this competition. And with Obito so eager for victory, he was even less inclined to participate. Satisfied now? If you wish to defeat me, perhaps you should train for a few more years, Kakashi remarked as he stepped down from the platform, addressing Obito. What are you so proud of? We both achieved 30 points, and I attained mine earlier, so by all rights, I should be the winner, Obito retorted defiantly. Your 30 points were merely a reflection of your limitations. My 30 points represent the maximum attainable score, Kakashi replied with an air of nonchalance. Obito found himself at a loss for words, his face reddening slightly. All right, you are both impressive. There's no need to quarrel, Yukihara Rin interjected with a resigned smile. Standing between the two, nearby, the event organizers engaged in discussion. How did we end up with 2 perfect scores? How should we determine the rankings now? One merchant proposed. Perhaps we could hold a tiebreaker, allowing them to showcase other ninjutsu in another round? That might indeed help determine a clear winner, but it seems rather inappropriate. One party is still a student, and mastering a single fire ninjutsu is already quite commendable, countered another merchant. Is it not possible to declare a joint first place? A voice suddenly interjected. The merchants recognized the voice as somewhat unfamiliar, only to realize that a golden-haired man wearing a forehead protector had joined them unnoticed. Additionally, we could use the dual first place as a promotional gimmick to attract more shoppers, Muyu suggested with a smile. That's a splendid idea, the merchants mused, finding Muyu's proposal quite enticing. One of the purposes of hosting this competition was indeed to increase foot traffic in the commercial district, and attracting more customers to shop would be nothing short of advantageous. Every additional sale would yield profit, considering the first place prize was only 8,000 ryo. Dear Ninja, do you have any intentions of opening a store here? One shop owner inquired, sensing Muyu's business acumen. No, I am merely an ordinary chūnin passing through. This competition is excellent. It encourages the youth of the village to practice diligently, Muyu complimented before taking his leave. If a tiebreaker were to be held between Obito and Kakashi, Obito would certainly not triumph over Kakashi. He had exerted considerable effort for Obito's sake, having done all he could, and hoped the eventual reward would not disappoint him. In the subsequent rounds, no one matched the perfect scores achieved by Obito and Kakashi, with the highest score being only 23 points. Once all participants had completed their presentations, it was time to announce the rankings. The host announced the top 3 contenders: Uchiha Obito in first place, Hatake Kakashi in first place, and Uchiha Taijutsu in second. The suggestion from Muyu proved effective, resulting in a tie between Obito and Kakashi. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you, Obito declared excitedly after securing first place. When your strength rivals your bravado, perhaps then you may succeed. In terms of sharp wit, Kakashi was far beyond Obito at that moment. Fortunately, with the first place reward in hand, a beautifully crafted silver kunai, and a sum of 8,000 ryo, Obito felt elated despite Kakashi's retorts. At the moment the rankings were announced, Obito's training task was also concluded. Disciple Uchiha Obito's training task completed, rewards obtained. 800 chakra, ninjutsu proficiency scroll, in chakra nature transformation, proficient. Upon seeing the rewards that appeared, Muyu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Such bountiful rewards were a testament to his 20 days of hard work. 800 chakra would require him to achieve 40 B rank evaluations if he were to use it for training. The proficiency scroll for ninjutsu was also a valuable item, capable of instantly elevating his mastered techniques to proficiency. As for the in chakra nature transformation, it was the reward that Muyu cherished the most, even more so than the 800 chakra. The cultivation of the yin and yang nature transformations was notoriously challenging, and at the moment he received the reward, a multitude of memories related to training in yin chakra nature transformation flooded Muyu's mind. Muyu opened his panel to review his data. Name, Yusheng Muyu. Age, 18. Chakra, 8,000. Skills, Professor, proficient in fire release, master of sage techniques, wind release, earth flow rampart. 8. Gates technique. Evaluation. You have mastered 7 chakra nature transformations and excel in fire and water release. If it is merely a contest of strength, ordinary chūnin will be crushed by you. Continue to enhance your chakra, and you shall become a formidable force. Compared to the data from the end of last month's examination, his panel had witnessed a remarkable surge due to the training tasks this month. The increase in chakra was particularly evident. When he traversed into this world in April, the total increase from April to May was 1,000, rising from 4,300 to 5,300. Adding the 500 chakra obtained from the early May examination, it totaled 5,800. From the conclusion of the early May examination to now, at the beginning of June, he had experienced a significant boost, directly ascending from 5,800 to 8,000, an overall increase of 2,200 chakra. Once, Muyu had envied the 7,000 chakra of the root chūnin, but in just 2 months, he had surpassed that, now possessing 1,000 chakra more than them. However, Muyu was aware that maintaining such an increase in chakra from June to July would prove challenging. The substantial rise was due to the completion of Obito's training task, and currently, no new training tasks had emerged. Additionally, there would be no examinations from June to July, with the final exams set for mid-July. Besides the gratifying increase in chakra, Muyu also received a series of rewards, including proficiency in water chakra nature transformation, mastery of fire release, and proficiency in yin chakra nature transformation. These rewards significantly enhance Muyu's formidable capabilities. Otherwise, possessing only the blue without any skills would be quite awkward. Mastery of various chakra nature transformations is the reward Muyu currently yearns for most. Having mastered the water and fire nature transformations, not only has the output potential of corresponding ninjutsu increased, but Muyu feels that with a few years of diligent effort, perhaps they might even unlock the boiling release bloodline limit. If Muyu were to master the transformations of all 7 attributes, it is unfathomable what they might achieve. Perhaps the ability to manually create the truth-seeking balls. After some contemplation, Muyu mused that it might still be insufficient. As mastery is not the highest level, it would require an even greater level to possibly create the truth-seeking balls by hand. However, even if that is unattainable, there should still be hope for developing various bloodline limits. Obito, Kakashi, you both achieved first place together. What a wonderful outcome, Lin Yahara exclaimed, her sweet smile radiating joy as she congratulated her 2 good friends. Hee, it's all thanks to you cheering us on from below, Obito replied, his heart brimming with excitement as he recalled the scene he had imagined 20 days prior, his cheeks slightly flushed. It would have been even better if Kakashi's name weren't included, Obito added silently to himself. To be tied for first place, it seems we have reached a draw, Might Guy observed thoughtfully. Until now, he had lost all battles against Kakashi, never once achieving a victory. Witnessing Obito successfully match Kakashi in ninjutsu stirred something within Might Guy, igniting a desire for another duel with Kakashi. Kakashi, to celebrate your achievement of first place, let us engage in a battle, Might Guy declared with enthusiasm. I must decline. This is not an appropriate way to celebrate, and winning first in such a competition does not necessitate a celebration, Kakashi responded, while simultaneously teasing Obito. Instantly, Obito felt the urge to engage Kakashi in a verbal duel, but upon noticing Muyu and Asuma approaching, he refrained. Obito, have you been secretly hiding your talents during previous exams? You've suddenly become so impressive, Asuma joked as he jogged up to Obito, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Not at all. It is all due to the lessons learned from you, Asuma, Obito replied. In fact, his perseverance in mastering water walking was inspired by an example Muyu had shared regarding Asuma. Haha, I should be learning from you. Your fire style is executed so skillfully, Asuma chuckled, interpreting Obito's words as mere banter among friends, and he affectionately draped an arm around Obito's shoulders. Teacher Muyu, Lin Yahara, Obito, and Might Guy greeted as they noticed Muyu approaching from behind. Due to frequently substituting for class 2 to 4, Lin had grown somewhat familiar with Muyu. You all did well, Muyu encouraged with a warm smile, offering little more before quickly departing with Asuma. In truth, Muyu had reminded his 3 disciples to avoid revealing their relationship in the presence of others, maintaining the appearance of a teacher-student dynamic within the school. The reason behind this was left unspoken, allowing the disciples to deduce it themselves. Even so, Muyu felt it prudent to limit interactions in the presence of others, as Obito during this period was indeed somewhat unreliable. Before leaving, Muyu provided Kakashi with an evaluation. Name, Hatake Kakashi. Chakra, 2,500. Potential, S. Evaluation, suitable for training in lightning and earth release, recommended for apprenticeship. Upon gazing at Kakashi's profile, Muyu felt a surge of intrigue. Achieving a chakra level of 2005 at merely 8 years of age is truly remarkable. He had assessed the profiles of various chūnin instructors at the Ninja Academy, most of whom hovered around the chakra range of 1,500 to 2,500. This indicates that Kakashi, at such a tender age, has already surpassed many chūnins in terms of chakra. Should he take on an apprentice, the trust level would undoubtedly increase, and the chakra provided would be substantial. However, Muyu soon dismissed this tempting notion. Kakashi is not easily swayed like Obito, and at present, he remains a chūnin. What merit does he possess to learn from a fellow chūnin instructor? Kakashi's potential is merely rated as S. Could it be that without the Sage of Six Paths bloodline, his potential could only reach such heights? A new question emerged in Muyu's mind. Having assessed numerous individuals, he recognized that potential does not equate to innate talent. If potential is indeed S for both Kakashi and Obito, how could there exist such a vast disparity between them during their academy days? In Muyu's eyes, potential represents a person's possibilities rather than innate talent. Families boasting the Six Paths bloodline possess greater potential, hence their higher ratings. For instance, he has never encountered a Hyuga or Uchiha with a potential below A. Despite their elevated potential, he has yet to witness either clan achieving universal Jonin status. Even the 2 gatekeepers rated B have ascended to special Jonin within the storyline. After Muyu and Asuma departed, Obito and his companions convened, ultimately deciding to celebrate with ramen. Due to their first-place victory, Obito generously offered to cover the expenses. Yet, during their meal, disputes between Obito and Kakashi were inevitable. Have you ever ranked first in your class at the Ninja Academy? Kakashi inquired nonchalantly. When you can maintain the top rank before graduation, then we can debate the outcome. Obito retorted, rendered speechless as he had never attained the top spot, even within his own class. Might Guy, too, paused mid-bite, struck by Kakashi's remark, as he had never ranked first either. Simultaneously, while instructing Asuma, Muyu was greeted by a sudden system notification. Disciple Uchiha Obito's designated training task. Achieve first place in the practical exam at the Ninja Academy. Rewards, dependent on task completion and growth in strength during the task. Disciple Might Guy's designated training task. Achieve first place in the practical exam at the Ninja Academy. Rewards, dependent on task completion and growth in strength during the task. As Muyu pondered over the newly appeared notifications, he found himself deep in thought. Although the cause of these tasks remained unclear, the outcome seemed promising. With dual training tasks, coupled with rewards based on exam performance, he was confident that by the end of the semester, his chakra would undoubtedly surpass the 5-digit mark. Regrettably, the practical examination would not allow for tied scores. A distinction must be made, resulting in one task reward being lesser than the other. He seriously contemplated whether it would be more advantageous for one of them to encounter an unforeseen circumstance, thus postponing their examination to the following semester. Muyu hesitated momentarily. He was confident in his ability to accomplish this task, yet he could not guarantee that it was the optimal solution, as no scenario had yet arisen where two training tasks coincided. Muyu assumed that an individual could undertake no more than one training task at a time. Should one person delay the completion of their task until the next semester's monthly examination, there would be an interval of nearly 3 months in which new training tasks could not be initiated. While prolonging the task duration might enhance the foundational rewards, would the completion of additional training tasks truly yield greater benefits? According to the mechanism for triggering training tasks, it was not inconceivable that a disciple who secured second place, feeling discontented, might immediately trigger a first-place task. Muyu resolved to act according to circumstances, first devising a reinforcement plan for Obito and Might Guy. For regardless of the outcome, the rewards for enhancing strength would undoubtedly increase. This was an immutable fact. On Tuesday morning, Akane hummed an unfamiliar tune, her face aglow with joy as she made her way to the Ninja Academy. Having taken a leave of absence on Monday, and with the weekend preceding it, she had not heard Muyu's lectures or spent time with her close friends for 3 days. Thus, Akane eagerly anticipated attending school today. Would teacher Muyu think I was ill and express concern? I wonder if Zidi and Izumo secured the prize money from the competition. How exciting. The more she pondered, the more she felt that returning to school held great promise. She was indeed Mitakahashi Akane, one of the trio of prodigies. Yes, I remember her. She had achieved second place in the practical exams last time. Second in practicals. That was quite impressive, though her thought process was rather unconventional. As Akane approached the vicinity of the school, she noticed an increasing number of students casting peculiar glances in her direction. Was it unusual for students at the Ninja Academy to take leave? Had her absence become the talk of the school? Initially, Akane believed the attention stemmed from her recent leave. Murmuring to herself, she continued towards Class 1. The closer she drew to the classroom, the more she sensed an unusual intensity in the stares directed at her, gradually realizing that something was amiss. Upon entering the classroom, she observed an anomaly. Gongzi Tai and Kemizuki Izumo were not engaged in their usual banter, but instead had their heads buried on their desks as if in slumber. Normally, when she arrived, the two would either be strategizing on how to deal with Gongzi Tai's troublesome cousin or discussing ways to impress girls. Just as Akane prepared to approach her seat and rouse the two, a girl with whom she had a decent rapport called out to her. "Akane, you've become quite famous at the Ninja Academy these past few days," the girl said, stifling laughter behind her hand. "Huh, I haven't been at school. Surely I can't have become famous just for taking a leave?" Akane scratched her head, perplexed. "Is that chair transforming jutsu your invention?" The girl continued, barely containing her amusement. "Chair transformation? Are you referring to the confounding technique?" "Well, yes, I developed it alongside Zidi and Izumo," Akane replied. At this, the girl could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. "Haha, you should really ask your two good friends about it. Zidi, Izumo, did you not sleep well last night?" Growing more perplexed, Akane opted to awaken her two friends. However, one can never rouse a person feigning sleep. They appeared to be ensnared in a profound slumber, and despite Akane's repeated calls, neither stirred from their deep repose. At this hour, a typical girl might simply let it go or give a light poke, but not Hondo. After confirming that her comrade was merely pretending to sleep, she delivered a swift punch. "Are you concealing something from me?" Hondo inquired, her expression laced with suspicion. The two, aware that their charade could not continue, opened their eyes. "This is all Zidi's fault. He embarrassed himself on stage and dragged us into it," Shinue Chuyin exclaimed, promptly betraying her comrade by divulging the weekend competition to Hondo. She deliberately pronounced their full names loudly, an act both treacherous and unforgivable. Standing beside Hondo, Shinue Chuyin chastised Gang Zidi with palpable indignation. "How could this escalate just because you requested a day off? It turns out Zidi sold you out." As Hondo cracked her knuckles, Zidi hastily revealed Shinue's cunning plan from the previous day. "Hondo, don't believe him. It was Chuyin who suggested that since you weren't coming, we should shift all the blame onto you, claiming that all the ninjutsu was developed by you." Hondo turned her gaze toward Shinue, her eyes now brimming with a murderous intent. It was absurd. She had hoped to celebrate their victory with Dango, only to discover that these two so-called friends were adept at betrayal. "You both are no good. Prepare to be punished. Hongdo seized Shinue with one hand and Zidi with the other. With their guilt evident, they could only flee, causing a wave of mirth to wash over the classroom. This farce continued until the arrival of Muyu, who brought the chaos to an end. Teacher Muyu, my reputation has been tarnished. I am no longer the genius Hongdo, but merely the talentless Hongdo. She lamented, her face a picture of gloom. As long as they do not label you a fool, your abilities are still recognized, Muyu consoled with a smile. I still prefer the title of genius, Hongdo replied. Then prove your worth next time. Will there be dango if I perform well on the exam? If you do well, indeed. Upon hearing the promise of dango, Hongdo's frown vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Just then, the class bell rang, signaling the start of the lesson. Muyu commenced the day's instruction, tirelessly elucidating the 3 foundational ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Lesson completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Water release. Water barrier. Under your tutelage, the students of Class 1 have made significant progress in ninjutsu, earning the reward of mastery-level body technique. As the lesson concluded, Muyu was pleasantly surprised to discover an unexpected reward in addition to the usual teaching accolades. It seemed there were rewards beyond mere lesson completion. After more than 2 months of teaching, this was the first time he had triggered such a reward. Although it was merely a mastery-level technique, it could still prove useful in practical applications beyond the classroom. Muyu pondered this, finding it quite reasonable. After all, this was a teacher's system, not just a simple master-apprentice dynamic. As a teacher guiding a group of students, it was only natural to receive rewards for their progress. He then contemplated whether teaching higher-level ninjutsu might yield even greater rewards. The idea is commendable. Yet Muyu is acutely aware that it is currently unattainable due to the regulations of the Ninja Academy, which stipulate that aside from theoretical lessons, ninjutsu classes may only teach the body flicker technique. Muyu can somewhat comprehend this stipulation. With a class of 40 students, each possessing distinct chakra affinities, it is unreasonable to expect a chūnin instructor to master 5 different chakra-based ninjutsu. Furthermore, one must consider the varying capacities for learning among the students. For Muyu, however, this presents no insurmountable challenge, as he not only possesses a vast repertoire of ninjutsu, but also boasts teaching skills that enhance his instructional capabilities. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own safety, he must refrain from revealing the full extent of his abilities. Perhaps he could contemplate applying to the 3rd Hokage for permission to conduct the taijutsu classes for the first-year students himself. Muyu feels that the quality of education for non-disciples deserves greater emphasis. He recalls that the students in the first-year class expressed considerable dissatisfaction with their taijutsu instructor, often lamenting that the lessons were both ineffective and tedious. Should Muyu personally lead the taijutsu class for the first-year students, their proficiency in the art would likely advance more swiftly. After finishing his meal, Muyu returned to his office, pondering ways to elevate the capabilities of the first-year class. Inside the office, a scene reminiscent of events from the previous month unfolded. Chiguyu stood behind Kimura Shinrin with a broad smile, kneading his shoulders with a tone of ingratiation. Shinrin, could you lend me another 80,000 ryo? I'll repay you when payday comes. Kimura Shinrin mused that such unsolicited flattery could only be motivated by ulterior motives. This massage service was rather costly, after all. Why are you borrowing again? Did you not borrow last month? He sighed in resignation. I did repay you last month, did I not? Chiguyu chuckled. So this month you borrow again. And when you repay it, you will find yourself short of funds next month, leading to yet another request for a loan. Kimura Shinrin inquired. Following this line of reasoning, he felt as though he had become Chiguyu's personal 80,000 ryo. Chiguyu faltered momentarily. No, Shinrin, it's not like that. It's merely because we've only recently become acquainted. I must demonstrate my sincerity. I assure you, I want to borrow next month. Chiguyu attempted to clarify. That is what you said yourself. Do not forget, Kimura Shinrin retorted, ultimately retrieving his wallet and handing over 80,000 ryo to Chiguyu. He did not begrudge the amount, for while Chiguyu might not behave like a typical person in matters of affection, he was otherwise decent and would not default on his debts. Kimura Shinrin simply felt that lending money to Chiguyu was detrimental, only deepening his predicament. Next month you won't borrow? Shinrin, you overestimate him. I can already foresee his justification for next month, Ueda Aya remarked with a pessimistic outlook. She then mimicked Chiguyu's tone. Shinrin, please lend me just one last time. I feel this month I can finally confess my feelings. And I assure you I will not borrow again next month. Chiguyu responded. if this were a first date. Choosing a nice restaurant to make a good impression would be understandable, but you have been together for 2 months now. If she truly cared for you, she would not refuse an invitation to have ramen. Ueda Aya sought to awaken Chi-Gu-Yu's dormant intellect. And can't you select a time on your own? Why must you always rely on teacher Muyu to cover for you? She remarked, glancing at the entering Muyu. She stated that she was unavailable at other times. Either it was this day, or they would arrange to meet again when she was free. Chikyu expressed his mild frustration, feeling somewhat guilty about always imposing on Muyu. He even contemplated offering to substitute for her classes to alleviate his sense of indebtedness, but she consistently declined his offer. It's no trouble. After all, I am idle, and teaching more students can enhance my own skills. Muyu smiled as she approached her desk. Chikyu couldn't help but admire her kindness, though he lamented that such a disposition often led to her being taken advantage of. Feeling somewhat indebted, he hurried to Muyu's side, pouring her tea and offering compliments. As the time drew near, he departed the office, returning home to change in preparation for his date. If only Chikyu were the physical education teacher for Class 1, Muyu mused. In that case, there would be no need for a teacher switch. If Chikyu taught more frequently, it would be akin to her being the physical education instructor. It would be illogical to directly apply to the third generation for the position, as a normal person would not actively seek to fill their schedule to such an extent. This would also lead to character inconsistencies. If others requested him to substitute and he obliged, he would be seen as the nice guy. But if he proactively sought to take classes, it would raise questions. One must consider the student's dissatisfaction as well as the physical education teacher's own teaching abilities. Muyu pondered. The most vital aspect of the ninja academy is strength. Should the students and the school administration discover that the physical education teacher's instruction impacts their strength development, then it would be manageable. Thereafter, Muyu diligently practiced calligraphy until it was nearly time for class. When she entered the classroom of Class 2, Year 4, the students had become somewhat accustomed to her presence. With Muyu teaching them once a week, they had come to regard her as their instructor. Teacher, I, Abito, am also perpetually late. Muyu remained silent, allowing Abito to take his seat and listen to the lesson. Damn Chikyu-sensei, Abito quietly grumbled, feeling that Chikyu always scheduled Muyu's classes at inopportune times. Did you encounter an elderly person in need of assistance? Naira Rin inquired. Not today. I lost track of time while selecting pens at the bookstore, Abito answered honestly. Why didn't you go after school? The lunch break is so short. You didn't skip your meal, did you? Rin questioned, puzzled. Missing one meal is fine. I can eat more in the evening. I just found that shop today to be the best after visiting several others, Abito replied. Honestly, what could be more important than eating? I have a little snack. I'll share it with you after class, Rin said with exasperation. Abito nodded, refraining from further conversation with Rin, as he needed to focus on Muyu's lesson. The 40 minutes flew by, and as the bell rang to signal the end of class, Muyu announced that the lesson was over. Rin handed Abito the snack. Abito, how many classmates did you assist today? Someone familiar with Abito teased. How did you know I won first place in the youth ninja competition this weekend? Abito preemptively responded. Upon hearing this, the teasing ceased, leaving the others feeling as if they had bitten into a lemon. A reward of 8,000 ryo was indeed substantial. Not far away, Uchiha Tiho remained silent. Abito still recalls the magnificent fire-style technique he employed during the competition. Initially, he believed that having learned from the previous contest lessons, he could perhaps triumph over him in the next battle by paying closer attention to the Great Dragon Fire. However, the subsequent youth ninjutsu tournament left him feeling rather unsure of himself. Observing the expressions of those around him, Abito's smile brightened significantly. Consequently, during each recess, he would venture out, eagerly asking everyone how they knew he had secured first place, thus maximizing the benefits of his victory. Upon the completion of the lecture, Muyu internally nodded in approval at the reward of the hidden mist technique, a ninjutsu of modest rank, yet undeniably practical. The mist conjured by this technique is not mere vapor. It can obscure the vision of the Sharingan. And the mist technique employed by Konin can even impede Madara's Rinnegan to a certain extent. In the absence of overpowered ninjas, it remains quite effective. After school, Muyu proceeded directly to the southern forest. When he arrived, Shizuka was still immersed in his training. Following Muyu's advice, Shizuka had been utilizing shadow clones to attend school, while his main body trained alongside Muyu's shadow clone. It wasn't long before Might Guy arrived. However, Muyu was somewhat surprised that Abito had yet to appear even after a quarter of an hour had passed. Despite often walking with Rin, Obito, being in the same class, rarely set off for this location with Guy. Yet, it was unusual for him to be more than 15 minutes late. Muyu felt compelled to address this habit before it became ingrained. "Apologies, Teacher Muyu, for my tardiness," Obito exclaimed, sprinting toward Muyu while clutching a long box. Breathing heavily, he handed the box to Muyu, saying, "I heard you have a fondness for calligraphy, so I thought to use my competition prize money to buy you a brush." Initially, Obito had intended to purchase a gift for Rin, but upon reflection, he deemed that inappropriate. Though he sometimes feigned indifference, he was acutely aware of his circumstances. Without Muyu's dedicated guidance, would he have achieved first place? Certainly not. This transformation, from securing first in the competition to passing his theoretical exams for the first time and redeeming himself in practical assessments, was all due to Muyu's instruction. Thus, after much contemplation, Obito resolved to present Muyu with a gift. As he received the long box, Muyu swallowed his admonitions. He opened it briefly, nodded in approval, then closed it, holding it in his left hand while using his right to reassure Obito, saying, "I indeed appreciate calligraphy, and I am quite pleased with your gift. Please take a moment to rest before preparing for training." As a student had presented him with a gift, it was imperative for him to provide positive reinforcement rather than adhere to his original plan of lecturing. Given Obito's demeanor, it was likely that his tardiness stemmed from this thoughtful gesture. After all, who would feel gratified receiving a lecture after putting such effort into selecting a present for their teacher? Of course, there existed the potential for a reversal. He could express his apologies and gratitude after training, framing their relationship as one of mentor and disciple during practice and as friends once it concluded. At the outset, emotions might be tinged with grievance and indignation, but as the narrative unfolds, these sentiments will transform into positive feelings, significantly enhancing one's fondness. However, Muyu is currently reluctant to employ this method, at least for today. After all, she has just received her very first gift from the world. Hehe. As long as you like it, teacher. I know nothing about calligraphy. I merely found this stroke quite appealing and decided to purchase it, said Obito, flashing a goofy smile. Obito then took a few deep breaths, stood up, and declared, "Muyu-sensei, I'm ready now. Let us commence today's training." Observing Obito's enthusiasm, Muyu nodded and gestured for Might Guy to approach. "Shall we resume the training we began 3 weeks ago? I trust you haven't forgotten?" Muyu inquired with a smile. Obito's memory gradually drifted back to the days preceding the special training for the competition. Suddenly struck by a wave of recollection, he broke into a cold sweat, recalling the hellish training regimen he had momentarily forgotten while focusing on chakra control and elemental transformations over the past 20 days. "I haven't forgotten. If one is hit, one must solve an additional problem. Each successful hit allows one to reduce the number of problems by 1, up to a maximum of 40, Might Guy recalled. While he might struggle to name his opponents from the practical exam, the training plan remained clear in his mind. Obito cannot use ninjutsu in combat. Being hit once means solving one problem. Might Guy commended Obito with a thumbs up, reiterating the rules. Obito gazed tearfully at Might Guy's gleaming white teeth and lamented, "Thank you, teacher. I seem to have overestimated myself. Perhaps I should take a break today." With a dramatic flair, he sat down, feigning exhaustion. While strengthening oneself is admirable, the thought of solving problems is quite daunting. He resolved to leave that for another day. Muyu chuckled softly. "Rest, indeed, is an option. Since we cannot train, let us diligently tackle some problems instead. I have plenty of worksheets here." With that, she produced a stack of examination papers from her scroll. Then, a miraculous transformation occurred. Obito sprang to his feet, his demeanor suddenly serious. "A little discomfort? What does that matter? Muyu-sensei, I believe I can endure. Let us commence training." Muyu, with a gentle smile, replied, "There is no need to push yourself. Rest when needed." "Thank you for your concern, Muyu-sensei, but with only a month until the final exam. I seek vengeance against the Hyuga clan and wish to seize the opportunity to grow stronger," Obito asserted, his expression resolute. Muyu nodded in satisfaction, still holding her brush case, and patted Might Guy on the shoulder. "Guy, since Obito possesses such determination, you must assist him in enhancing his physical prowess." Might Guy stood tall, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "Rest assured, Muyu-sensei, I will give 120%. Upon hearing their exchange, Obito thought, "It seems today, one of us must face a dire fate." Might Guy's words were not mere boasts. When he spoke of giving his all, he truly meant it. While Obito was undergoing specialized training for the competition, Might Guy was consistently honing his physical strength. With the advent of the secret elixir, Muyu subsequently elevated the training intensity for Might Guy. The arduous training over the past 20 days has yielded tangible enhancements in Guy's physique, resulting in increased speed and strength. Conversely, Obito's specialized training has primarily focused on ninjutsu, yet the current regimen prohibits its use. In this scenario, Obito finds himself enduring a one-sided beating. Fortunately, Muyu's enhanced water-treading practice has also refined Obito's agility. Otherwise, the situation would be far more dire. Such an overwhelmingly dominant battle has provided Obito with a sobering realization of his own capabilities. Despite having secured first place in the youth ninjutsu tournament, sharing the honor with Kakashi, Obito's mindset has become somewhat inflated. However, after his confrontation with Guy, he recognizes that even in his current state, he would be unable to defeat Hinata Hayashi from the time of the practical exams. While his ninjutsu has indeed strengthened, his taijutsu skills fall short against the combination of Hinata's gentle fist and Byakugan, leaving him without the opportunity to execute his techniques. With the Byakugan's ability to see chakra points and the gentle fist's capacity to disrupt chakra flow, once Obito falls into Hayashi's rhythm, defeat is almost inevitable. Yet, the examination questions appear daunting, and as Obito clutches his pen, a sense of despair washes over him. Although he comprehends the principles, the act of solving the problems proves exceedingly challenging. Perhaps it's best to eat first. Muyu hands a lunchbox to Obito, then passes another to Shisui and Guy. The despondent Obito, upon tasting Muyu's culinary creations, is instantly reminded of the beauty of the world, as if he has been rejuvenated. You have gifted your disciple a delicious homemade meal. The disciple is immensely grateful, resulting in a critical reward of 100 chakra. The heartfelt gift, along with the timing of the meal, elicits the anticipated critical response. Due to Obito's frequent defeats, Muyu permits him to complete the questions at his own pace, alleviating the immediate pressure. The following day, in pursuit of enhancing the strength of Class 1 Year 1 and acquiring greater rewards, Muyu commenced his strategy. He first utilized the ninjutsu class time to conduct a practical examination within the class, providing individual feedback thereafter. Adhering to the rules of the practical exam, Muyu allowed the students to draw lots to determine the combatants, offering critiques after each match. The timing of the transformation technique was misapplied, failing to achieve its intended effect. The taijutsu was lackluster, and the speed of strikes was insufficient. How could such a blatant shadow clone deceive an opponent? Your martial arts lack refinement. Your kicks are feeble, your footwork is loose, and your reactions sluggish. How can such taijutsu prevail against an adversary? Muyu showed no mercy. His critiques were indeed stringent. Nevertheless, he spoke only truths, and those students who were addressed with constructive criticism lowered their heads in shame. I am aware that your results in the recent monthly examination were commendable, with both theoretical and practical scores surpassing those of other classes. However, such achievements should not lead to complacency in your training. My remarks may have been somewhat harsh, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Yet, my intention is solely for your benefit. Both taijutsu and ninjutsu are vital. Should you neglect your physical training now, you will surely regret it when facing enemies in the future. After reviewing everyone's performance, Muyu sighed and said, Teacher Muyu, I truly have not been negligent. I have devoted as much time to physical training as I have to ninjutsu. It's just that the physical training instructor's teaching is not as effective as yours. Hongdo expressed with a hint of grievance. Indeed, I have been earnest in my studies as well, but the physical training instructor's explanations are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Gang Zitai chimed in with a complaint. Initially, Gang Zitai felt somewhat disgruntled when Muyu provided feedback, perceiving her as overly stringent considering they were merely first-year students. However, after hearing Muyu's apology, he felt a pang of guilt. How could he think Muyu was at fault when she genuinely cared for their progress? It was unheard of for a teacher to apologize to students, especially when Muyu had not wronged them. It was simply her responsibility as an educator. The sentiments expressed by Gang Zitai and Hongdo resonated with the other students in Class 1, prompting a chorus of complaints. Teacher Muyu, could you possibly replace the physical training instructor? He truly cannot teach. His classes are both tedious and incomprehensible. Indeed, with an instructor like him, I feel I could be a physical training teacher myself. Isn't it merely calling people to run on the playground? Anyone can do that. How can you speak so of Teacher Gu Village? After all, He has been your instructor for 2 months. As a teacher, would he not wish for your strength to improve? Muyu began to defend the physical training instructor. Teacher Gu Village Toshiro had been teaching at the Ninja Academy for 3 years, unlike the newcomer Muyu. Despite his tenure, Gu Village's teaching quality left much to be desired. As a class teacher, Muyu had interacted with Gu Village and could only conclude that he was among the less competent instructors. Moreover, as students, their primary exposure was to Muyu. In comparison, Gu Village was utterly outclassed. Teacher Muyu, it's not that we question his teaching attitude. We simply feel his capabilities are lacking, Shinyu explained. Yes, the students from the adjacent class have praised our ninjutsu skills, but no one has ever remarked on our prowess in physical training, another student added. Typically, they had not perceived significant issues. They merely found the physical training instructor's teaching lacking and monotonous. Yet, as they gathered to discuss, the students of Class 1 sensed a troubling reality. This was no longer merely a matter of boredom, but one that pertained to the very foundation of their capabilities as ninjas. In practical assessments, students would not fight to the death, and teachers would intervene in case of accidents. However, in assignments and on the battlefield, they would encounter enemies who would show no mercy. Muyu wore a troubled expression before finally sighing. Do not speak of these matters in front of Teacher Gu Village. Instead, practice physical training diligently. If you truly do not understand something, please find time to consult me. The students' dissatisfaction with Gu Village's teaching was akin to a pile of gunpowder, merely waiting for a spark to ignite it. Observing Muyu still defending the physical training instructor, the students felt it was unjust for her. They believed Muyu was far too accommodating. After all, as colleagues, she surely did not wish to put Gu Village in an awkward position, thought Shisui, who witnessed the scene. Shisui also believed that the physical training teacher's skills were lacking, far inferior to those of Uchiha's mentor, and even more so compared to Muyu. After class, before leaving, Muyu reiterated his advice to the students to refrain from openly criticizing their physical training teacher and to show some understanding. The students nodded in agreement. But once Muyu departed, they rallied around Akane, discussing how they might replace their physical training instructor. Isn't it true that we can change teachers if their performance is subpar? Why not deliberately score poorly? One student suggested. However, there wasn't a separate physical training examination. Would they have to intentionally underperform in the practical assessments? That would also affect Muyu, who taught ninjutsu, countered Gongzi Tai, shaking his head. That won't do. Muyu is such a great teacher. I wish he could teach us until graduation. Upon hearing that this suggestion could harm Muyu, Akane promptly dismissed it. Her stance received unanimous support from the others. Shall we collectively present the truth of his inadequate teaching skills and let him leave on his own? Someone proposed, bringing forth a new idea. But isn't that not allowed by Muyu? It would benefit him, so why not pursue it? Our strength reflects well on him as our homeroom teacher. Gongzi Tai felt this was a viable option. A change in the physical training instructor could bolster their abilities, which in turn would be advantageous for Muyu. I think the proposal is valid. If we can drive the teacher away, it's our issue. And it won't affect Muyu. Shingetsukuyuki nodded in agreement. Moreover, if he stubbornly refuses to leave, I have a brilliant plan. An idea struck Shingetsukuyuki. With only a little over a month until the final exams, they could exaggerate their learning outcomes in both ninjutsu and physical training during the practical tests, demonstrating to the school the inadequacy of the physical training teacher. However, our overall performance must be strong. This is essential to capture the school's attention, Shingetsukuyuki cautioned. Gongzi Tai, putting his arm around Shingetsukuyuki's shoulders, smiled. You're the best, Shinyuki. The group nodded in agreement, feeling motivated to train harder and achieve excellent results in the final exams to facilitate a change in their physical training teacher. After lunch, Muyu did not return to his office, but instead went to the adjacent office, where Taniguchi Yoshihiro resided. Habu-sensei. Upon entering, many teachers greeted him warmly. Muyu responded with a smile to each, then approached Taniguchi Yoshihiro, citing a matter of urgency to take him to a secluded area. Taniguchi-sensei, I apologize. Muyu said to Taniguchi Yoshihiro. Habu-sensei, has something happened? Why the suddenness? Taniguchi Yoshihiro appeared bewildered, unsure of what was unfolding. Today, during my morning class, I conducted a practical assessment. Muyu recounted the events of the class to Taniguchi Yoshihiro, slightly embellishing the students' criticisms to soften their tone. I merely intended to motivate them to train more earnestly. I did not anticipate such an outcome, and I am truly sorry. Muyu expressed his regret with a sincere demeanor. It's my fault for being overly critical. I should have been more lenient with them. Muyu took all the blame upon himself. Although it was the inadequacy of Yamaguchi Yoshihiro's teaching that incited the students' discontent, Muyu merely ignited the flames of their dissatisfaction. However, unwilling to allow any cracks in his persona, he chose to confide everything to Yamaguchi, admitting his fault and claiming he had inadvertently done harm with good intentions. Thus, regardless of how the events might be unraveled, Muyu would not be perceived as malevolent. After all, he had promptly informed Yamaguchi the moment the incident occurred. How could one suspect ill motives in someone so concerned for a colleague? Yamaguchi found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he recognized the students' criticisms were valid. Indeed, his teaching skills paled in comparison to Muyu's. Yet, no one in the ninja school could rival Muyu, a newcomer who, after just a month or two, became renowned throughout the entire school and garnered the recognition of the third Hokage. For an ordinary teacher like Yamaguchi to compare himself to Muyu was simply courting discomfort. I have instructed them not to speak ill of you, but they are merely children. They may agree outwardly, but one can never be certain of their true feelings. Muyu sighed, his gaze towards Yamaguchi filled with remorse. It's quite all right. I won't take it to heart, considering they are just 6-year-olds. Yamaguchi replied with a cheerful smile. Even when faced with students openly criticizing him, Yamaguchi would not relinquish his position as the physical education teacher for Class 1, Year 1. The class boasted excellent practical performance, not only securing the top 2 spots in the Grade S combat assessments, but also leading in the overall average scores. Although he understood that such achievements were not due to his own efforts, they were undeniable results, and he had no reason to worry about his performance or potential bonuses. Teacher Yuhuan, I am aware of your good intentions for the students, Yamaguchi expressed, acknowledging Muyu's earnestness. Despite the unfortunate incident, Yamaguchi still regarded Muyu as a kind-hearted colleague who promptly came to apologize when trouble arose. Originally, the physical education class was scheduled for the morning, but Yamaguchi had prior commitments and swapped with Muyu, who readily agreed. Yamaguchi had heard of Muyu substituting for other teachers. He found it challenging to do so himself, as one could manage once or twice, but having teachers requesting coverage weekly was quite taxing. With his high teaching standards, leading classes that excelled in overall performance and receiving praise from the third Hokage, it was no wonder the female teachers in the office discussed Muyu daily. Yamaguchi was well aware of the underlying reason for this situation. He had indeed been an average teacher all these years. Nevertheless, he would never voluntarily relinquish his position as the physical education teacher for Class 1. Teaching at a ninja school was a pursuit of financial security without risk. An opportunity to earn substantial bonuses with ease. Knowing that you think this way puts my mind at ease, Muyu seemed to relax significantly, a gentle smile gracing his face. Haha, let us go to an izakaya for drinks sometime, Yamaguchi suggested with a laugh. Muyu nodded with a smile. And after engaging in some trivial conversation with Yamaguchi, he found an excuse to take his leave. Upon returning to the office, Tanehiro Kumigane was approached by a curious female teacher who inquired, Mr. Kumigane, did Mr. Hanyu summon you for a specific reason? Nothing of great significance. Just some trivial matters among students. However, I must say, Mr. Hanyu is rather difficult to converse with, Kumigane replied as he took a seat. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about his inadequate teaching skills, he found solace in using Muyu as a topic of conversation with the female teacher. When the bell for class rang, Kumigane made his way to Class 1. Upon entering the classroom, he perceived no notable changes from before. As per usual, he commenced with a discussion on theoretical aspects of physical techniques before guiding the students outside for a run. After the run, he began to teach the routine of the physical techniques, demonstrating it once before allowing the students to practice freely. Mr. Kumigane, could you please demonstrate it a few more times? I didn't quite understand the first time, asked Akadama. These are merely the fundamentals. If you don't grasp them, it simply means you need more practice, Kumigane responded. But Ms. Muyu demonstrates it several times and breaks it down meticulously, Akadama countered. Ninjutsu and physical techniques are not the same, Kumigane explained. Yet physical techniques also contain numerous practical details. Should those not be elaborated upon? Queried Gongzi. Kumigane was at a loss for words. He shrugged off the notion that a middle-level instructor would possess so many practical techniques, offering a vague response instead. Soon, a barrage of questions and suggestions came from the students. Hold on. You all should train first, and we can address your queries in the next class, he urged, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of inquiries. Mr. Kumigane, how about we all take a step back? We won't ask any more questions, and you need not instruct us further, proposed Shingetsu Izumi. Kumigane, bewildered, thought to himself how bold the students had become, directly suggesting that the teacher refrain from teaching. Yet, the comments became even more confrontational. Mr. Kumigane, perhaps it's time for you to retire. I have yet to hit the target with your shuriken technique. Mr. Kumigane, ever since we took your physical training class, the entire grade has praised our class's proficiency in ninjutsu. Listening to the student's acerbic remarks, Kumigane found himself momentarily speechless. Having taught for over 3 years, he had never encountered such a situation. He recalled that while previous classes may not have been fond of him, they had never been this drastic. Grateful for Muyu's prior warning, he realized he would have been utterly perplexed otherwise. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. I shall demonstrate a few more times, Kumigane said with a resigned cough. He then noticed something intriguing. Despite their discontent, the students continued to train, appearing even more earnest than before. He found it perplexing. Logically, one would expect that such disdain would lead to a lack of enthusiasm in their practice. Kumigane surmised that Muyu's influence had instilled a sense of diligence in the students, compelling them to persevere in their training despite their grievances. He felt a mixture of relief and envy for Muyu's ability to command the class effectively. Let us just get through this year, Kumigane thought. Unwilling to relinquish his position as the physical techniques instructor for Class 1, hoping to potentially become a commendable teacher. Had this been an ordinary class, the teacher would have promptly admonished a few students for their disrespectful behavior, instilling in them an understanding of the true essence of resilience. However, this was the first-year class, renowned as the best in the entire school. The more Gomu Nyenhong taught, the more the students discerned his shortcomings, fortifying their resolve to seek a different instructor. On Thursday afternoon, Gomu Nyenhong approached Muyu, lamenting, "Teacher Yuhang, the students of Class 1 are utterly insufferable. Their disruptions have rendered my lessons unmanageable." He confessed that he had previously underestimated the students' tenacity. After a grueling afternoon of instruction the day before, he found himself yearning for the school day to conclude. Though he had no classes with the first-year students on Thursday, he anticipated a morning session on Friday. To prevent a repeat of the disheartening ordeal from Wednesday afternoon, Gomu Nyenhong sought Muyu's assistance, hoping to leverage her influence among the students. Alas, these children had promised me otherwise, Muyu sighed, sympathizing with Gomu Nyenhong. Rest assured, Teacher Gomu, I shall certainly address their behavior this afternoon, urging them not to oppose you. Upon hearing her words, Gomu Nyenhong felt a slight sense of relief. Yet he remained apprehensive. Could you possibly drop by during my class on Friday? I fear they may disregard your authority. If the entire year unfolded like the torment of Wednesday, he doubted his endurance until the time for bonuses arrived. It was one thing to be dismissed by 1 or 2 students, but an entire class's rejection was truly overwhelming. Of course, Muyu nodded in agreement. With your assurance, I feel reassured. Gomu Nyenhong expressed his gratitude with a smile. After their conversation concluded, he returned to his office. Watching him depart, Muyu pondered that Gomu Nyenhong's 3 years of teaching may have been in vain, as he seemed unable to grasp the student's psyche. His attempts to coerce students through Muyu would likely breed resentment towards him rather than any animosity towards her. From the student's perspective, Muyu was merely aiding a struggling colleague, displaying commendable generosity, whereas Gomu Nyenhong appeared oblivious to his own inadequacies while attempting to control them. Upon further reflection, Muyu considered that perhaps he had misjudged Gomu Nyenhong. This was a ninja school, and the circumstances differed vastly from his previous life. Had it not been for the exceptional performance of Class 1, Gomu Nyenhong would not have found himself in such a predicament. Shaking his head, Muyu resolved to dismiss these trivial thoughts and proceeded to his office. Since Gomu Nyenhong had made the request, what choice did he have? To refuse would invite accusations of pettiness, so he would comply, for he was the universally acknowledged perfect colleague, Yuhang Muyu. Upon returning to his office, he resumed practicing calligraphy. "Ah, Teacher Muyu, you've changed your pen," Ueda Aya remarked, noticing that the pen in his hand was different from the one he had used previously. "Indeed, it was a gift from a student," Muyu replied with a smile. "Isn't it wonderful? After teaching for several years, I have yet to receive a gift from any of my students," Aoi Ueda expressed with a hint of envy. Hearing her words, Yu Ikitani seized the opportunity to retort. "Aoi, have you considered the teaching caliber of Teacher Muyue? His popularity among students far surpasses yours." It seems a bit unwise to compare yourselves. Aoi was momentarily at a loss for words. It is not the lies that wound, but rather the truth that cuts deep. Observing Aoi's dejected demeanor, you felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Perhaps teacher Ueda's students are simply shy, wanting to gift, but lacking the courage, Muyue suggested. You certainly have a way with words, teacher Muyue, Aoi smiled, aware that it was merely a consolation, yet who does not appreciate kind words? Watching this exchange, Sharon Kimura mused that Yu's prolonged singleness was not without reason. As class time approached, Muyue departed the office and made his way to the classroom. He did not rush into the lesson, but instead addressed the matters assigned by Yoshimura Toshiro. Did I not instruct you? Do not speak ill of teacher Yoshimura in person. And under no circumstances should you disrupt his classes, Muyue lamented. Teacher Muyue, has the martial arts instructor reported us? Tetsu Kanagain responded with incredulity, as it was his first encounter with a teacher complaining about students, embellishing the tale. We did not interrupt him during his teaching. Our discussions occurred only after he had finished, Izumi Kimizuki insisted, feeling wronged. They had not disrupted the class, although Yoshimura's teaching was indeed lacking. No one had voiced objections during his lessons. Everyone was diligently engaged, focusing on their studies, and completing their training earnestly, all with the hope of achieving commendable results in the upcoming practical assessments. You must not disrupt teacher Yoshimura's classes, nor speak ill of him, Muyue reiterated, deliberately avoiding a direct response to Tetsu's inquiry. His intent was clear. He would not explicitly state that Yoshimura had complained, yet everyone understood that it was Yoshimura's actions that prompted Muyue's admonishment. We understand. The students nodded in agreement, though their future actions remained uncertain. Muyue smiled and began his lesson. Lesson completed. Evaluation. A. Reward. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. After school, Muyue conducted his usual training with his disciples, and by evening, he returned to his home in the central district. This time it was not Muyue who was the beneficiary of a meal, but rather he who was invited to dine at the Namikaze's residence. We have dined at your home so many times, it feels rather awkward. Today, teacher Muyue, you shall take a day off and savor our culinary skills, Watergate declared, leading Muyue to his home. Watergate and Kushina teamed up, each preparing 2 dishes. They urged Muyue to taste their creations first. Although Muyue intended to suggest they all eat together, the eager anticipation in their eyes indicated the proper course of action. Muyue first sampled the grilled fish prepared by Watergate. To be honest, this grilled fish bore little resemblance to what Muyue had previously known. It was not even a whole fish, but rather a palm-sized piece that had been marinated and lightly salted before being grilled. It preserved the food's original flavors remarkably well and was utterly delicious. This is exquisite, Muyue praised. However, Muyue did not merely offer praise without criticism. He pointed out some shortcomings, such as the failure to manage the cooking time effectively. The subsequent 4 dishes received similar evaluations from Muyue, though some were lauded more while others were noted for their deficiencies. Hey, our dishes aren't too shabby, are they? Kushina remarked with a beaming smile. The recognition from Muyue, a culinary maestro, brought her immense joy. Watergate and I have been practicing making braised pork. You must come and taste it when we're ready, Kushina declared. Muyue nodded with a smile, jesting that it was imperative to sample their culinary efforts and assess the progress of his 2 students. They continued to enjoy their meal while engaging in lively conversation. Watergate informed Muyue that he had recently overheard discussions among other jonin, who mentioned that some children criticized his teaching as inferior to that of the academy's instructors. Upon hearing this, Kushina affirmed Muyue's teaching prowess, despite not having witnessed his classes at the academy, as she had observed him explain cooking techniques. At this juncture, Muyue refrained from excessive modesty, instead complimenting Watergate and Kushina, suggesting that Watergate would undoubtedly be a popular teacher if he pursued that path. In this harmonious atmosphere, they all relished their dinner while achieving their respective goals. On Friday morning, in the classroom of the first year of the ninja school, the students were engaged in a discussion about their upcoming physical training class. Should we approach it like we did last time? One student inquired. Not today. Based on what Muyue-sensei said yesterday, the physical training instructor has surely embellished our actions in class when reporting to him, Kamizuki Izumo speculated. Given Muyue-sensei's nature, he might even come to oversee our physical training class. I can't believe the physical training instructor would report on the students, Gongzi Tetsu remarked. Not only reporting, but with a personal agenda, which is even more absurd. Let's all give Muyue-sensei some face today and refrain from any dismissals, Kamizuki Izumo suggested. The students found wisdom in his words and decided to treat the physical training class as Muyu's lesson. That instructor is truly detestable, Akane remarked with a frown. Having performed poorly in physical training, she faced criticism from Muyu and had to endure the instructor's disparaging remarks. The students of Class 1 nodded in agreement, their opinion of the instructor plummeting as a result of his actions. When the class bell rang, Taniguchi Yoshihiro entered the classroom. Seeing the students seated quietly without a word, he felt a sigh of relief. However, he remained vigilant, recalling that the previous class had not initially displayed such aggression. "Let us head to the playground for 3 laps to warm up," Taniguchi Yoshihiro said, clearing his throat. The students complied with his instructions, descending to the playground to run without any discussion about their instructor. After completing their warm-up, he began to teach the physical training routine, demonstrating it twice before allowing the students to practice freely. During this period, not a single student spoke ill of Yoshimura Toshiaki, creating a tranquil atmosphere that made him feel as though this class was entirely different from the previous one. He truly felt compelled to invite teacher Yuzuki for a drink. In his heart, Yoshimura expressed gratitude towards Muyu, for he understood the source of this transformation. It was undoubtedly Muyu's intervention that led to such a stark contrast in the students' behaviors. At that moment, Muyu passed by the playground as per Yoshimura's request. She exchanged greetings with him and lingered for a brief while. As the class concluded, Kamizuki Izumi proudly declared, "Was I not correct? Teacher Muyu is indeed coming. So, will there be no further actions?" One student inquired, reluctant. The more Muyu assisted Yoshimura, the more irked they became with him. "Of course not. Teacher Muyu is not available every day. We can continue our endeavors in the next class," Kamizuki Izumi replied. In Class 2 of Year 4, Noera Rin observed her neighbor, Obito, who was scratching his head in frustration while working on problems, and asked with concern, "Obito, what has been troubling you lately? You seem so diligent, studying whenever you have a moment." While such earnest dedication to study is commendable, Obito's sudden passion for theory left Rin somewhat apprehensive. Upon hearing Rin's words, Obito's pen paused, a wave of tears threatening to surface. Was this diligence born out of a love for learning? No. It was the consequence of insufficient training in martial arts. Dividing the problems into segments came with its own costs. For instance, a set of 10 problems could easily swell to 11. This meant that although Obito did not have to tackle a multitude of problems in one day, he was required to engage with them daily. To make matters worse, training occurred every day, implying he was continuously amassing new problems and subsequently dividing them. However, he found it impossible to complete them all in one go, which was agonizing and detrimental to his training. "Everyone's grades are improving. I cannot afford to fall behind," Obito stated with a strained smile. He would never admit that being penalized with extra problems due to inadequate martial skills was a source of embarrassment. "It is wonderful that you think this way. It seems you have grown so much," Rin remarked with a look of satisfaction. Since the beginning of the school year, Noera Rin had cared for Obito as if he were her own younger brother. Witnessing him now excel in practical skills and begin to pass theoretical assessments filled her with genuine joy. "Haha, is that so?" Obito responded, and the once rigid smile on his face blossomed like a withering plant nourished by water, quickly returning to a more natural expression. With Rin's encouraging praise, Obito's speed in tackling problems increased, and he even felt capable of repaying tomorrow's segments ahead of time. "Another holiday is approaching. What are your plans for the weekend, Obito?" Rin inquired. "Wait, is today already Friday?" Cold sweat broke out on Obito's forehead. The past few days of martial training and various problems had dulled his sense of time. "Yes, after class, we will be on holiday. Aren't you excited, Obito?" Rin asked with a smile. Upon receiving Rin's affirmative response, Obito felt a wave of despair wash over him. From Monday to Friday, they only needed to practice from the afternoon until sunset. However, the weekend presented a stark contrast, as it was a time devoted to rigorous training from dawn until dusk. An abundance of training hours translated into numerous encounters with Might Guy, and each battle heralded an array of challenges. Obito felt as if a deluge of questions and examinations surged towards him, threatening to envelop him entirely. "Obito, what seems to be troubling you? Your expression appears rather grim. Would you like me to escort you to the infirmary?" Lin Yawahara inquired, noticing the disquiet in Obito's demeanor. "It's nothing. I'm merely exhilarated by the break," Obito replied, forcing a semblance of a smile. "Indeed, I am delighted. After such an extended period of training, My strength has significantly improved, and I aspire to claim the top spot in the school, winning Lin's admiration in the process. Obito had already begun to hypnotize himself with these thoughts. Promise me, Lin, that you will diligently practice your taijutsu. He could not help but urge. Yes, I understand. Taijutsu is indeed crucial, Lin nodded, oblivious to the underlying anguish in Obito's words. After school, Obito made his way to the training grounds in the southern forest. Might Guy had arrived ahead of him and was already immersed in his workout. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fervent desire for victory mirrored in each other's eyes. They were acutely aware of the significance the weekend held for them. It was no trivial matter. One misstep could lead to an overwhelming barrage of questions. If only I possessed the Sharingan, it would undoubtedly make a difference. Obito yearned for the awakening of his Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. The Sharingan endowed its wielder with exceptional dynamic vision, enabling them to perceive an adversary's movements with ease. He had a premonition that should this weekend pass, the volume of questions could stretch all the way to the semester's conclusion. This must not come to pass. Obito struck the wooden dummy with a powerful punch. Meanwhile, Might Guy silently performed squats with a massive boulder, determined to fortify his thigh muscles. He not only sought to avoid the accumulation of questions, but also aspired to secure the top rank in their grade. Muyu observed the two, energized by their vigorous training, and a satisfied smile graced her face. If they maintained this momentum, in a month's time, Hinata's fire gate would be no match for them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shizuka leaned against a tree, taking a moment to rest. As Might Guy and Obito concluded their workouts, they prepared to engage in a contest where the number of questions served as the stakes. This is the moment to unleash our youthful spirit, Might Guy declared earnestly, his muscles taut and ready for action. In truth, the pressure weighed heavier on Might Guy than on Obito, as he bore the burden of 50 questions, necessitating relentless strikes against Obito to alleviate this debt. I cannot exceed 30, otherwise, I will have no time tomorrow evening. Obito inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a blend of longing for victory and dread of the impending questions. He yearned to spend the weekend evening with Lin Yawahara and could not afford to accumulate an excessive number of questions. Begin, Muyu commanded. As her words resonated, Might Guy lunged forward in an instant, unleashing a rapid whirlwind kick aimed at Obito. The latter swiftly distanced himself, striving to minimize the hits he would take. After standing for a while, Shizuka sat down, watching the earnest battle unfold between Obito and Might Guy, and could not help but remark, how splendid it is, enjoying each other's company and joy, and yet giving our all in practice to progress together. The bond of friendship between companions is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Obito nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. If he did not exert himself to the fullest, he would indeed find himself racing alone down the path of problem-solving, making frenzied progress. If he were not at a disadvantage, Obito would have eagerly requested that Shisui join such rigorous training alongside him. Although he did not fall, Obito was still successfully struck by Might Guy, resulting in an additional problem to solve. This incident prompted Obito to temporarily overcome his tendency to be easily distracted, focusing intently on repelling Guy's onslaught. 5 minutes later, Muketsu announced the results of their battle. Obito had solved 35 problems, while Akai had managed only 15. 35. Obito's expression darkened. This exceeded his threshold by 5 problems. Tackling such a multitude of problems could leave one utterly dazed, making it impossible to engage in playful banter with Rin. Might Guy also bore a somewhat pained expression. Enduring daily beatings, Obito's improvement was undeniable, and he could no longer reduce the problems to a mere 10. Never mind, if you can't finish today, you can spread it out over a week. Just solve 5 problems a day, and consider the interest to be 4 problems, Muketsu smiled. Tackling too many problems in a single day might overwhelm Obito's mind, rendering the effort futile. Obito was reluctant to spread the workload, as the original 35 problems would balloon to 39. However, completing them all at once would be exhausting, leaving him drained and unable to enjoy time with Rin. Then let us divide it over 7 days, Obito replied wearily. Though this distribution would increase the total workload, he found solace in the fact that it would make the task more manageable. Muketsu nodded, recording Obito's latest segmented problems. Today's tasks should be completed today, Might Guy declared, unwilling to defer the problems. Muketsu concurred, recognizing that problem-solving itself served as a motivational tool, simultaneously enhancing the theoretical knowledge of both. She believed this method to be effective. allowing them to expand their knowledge beyond the confines of the Shinobi Academy curriculum. After a brief rest, Shisui resumed his training, focusing on body flicker technique and jinjutsu. These two types of techniques were new to him, yet he learned at an astonishing pace, even quicker than when he had initially practiced fire release. Disciple Uchiha Shisui, under your guidance, diligently trains and experiences a growth in strength, receiving the reward shave, proficient level. Muketsu paused momentarily upon seeing this reward. He could not recall a technique named shave in Naruto, though it did exist in the adjacent world of pirates. As memories of shave flooded his mind, Muketsu instantaneously understood the connection. It was one of the 6 forms he remembered, albeit adapted into the Naruto universe. Classified as a martial art akin to the body flicker technique, requiring a use of chakra. Muketsu nodded in satisfaction. If it were the version from the pirate realm, his slight frame might struggle to utilize it, as those pirates possessed formidable physiques. Comparing his own body flicker technique to shave, he resolved to adopt shave as his primary technique moving forward. He felt that the common body flicker technique he had mastered paled in comparison to the prowess of shave. Shisui, I have noticed your recent efforts. Compared to 2 months ago, your strength has significantly improved. Keep honing your skills, and in due time, I shall teach you a more formidable body flicker technique, Muyu praised with a smile. The discovery of valuable treasures in the great gold mine had elevated her spirits. A more powerful body flicker technique. Shishui's eyes sparkled with interest. He found this type of ninjutsu particularly suitable for himself. Indeed, you must focus on strengthening your physique. The body flicker technique is a form of taijutsu, and if your body lacks strength, it will place considerable strain on your legs, Muyu advised, nodding in affirmation. After all, it was a modification of taijutsu in the pirate world. Although it utilized chakra, a certain level of physical strength was still required. Not to mention, Muyu herself recognized the need to enhance her physical training. Shishui's ninjutsu repertoire was already quite luxurious at this early stage, and the addition of the body flicker technique would further enhance his mobility. Muiwa-sensei, I believe I have also made significant progress. Could you possibly teach me as well? Obito scratched his head and chuckled, eager to learn the body flicker technique, not for combat, but because he found it incredibly cool. If he could perform the body flicker technique during the Young Ninja tournament, he could appear on stage like Kakashi instead of walking up. Of course. Muyu nodded in agreement. That's wonderful. Muiwa-sensei, you are the best teacher in the ninja world. Obito exclaimed with joy upon receiving her immediate consent. Actually, I have made considerable progress too, Might Guy chimed in, expressing his desire to learn new taijutsu. Yes, everyone can learn, Muyu replied with a warm smile. As long as you achieve first place in the final exam, you may learn the body flicker technique from me. But both Kai and I are in the 4th grade. Does that mean one of us cannot learn? Obito questioned, perplexed. Then aim for first place in the next exam, or complete the physical challenges I assign. Successful completion will also grant you access to the technique, Muyu responded. Are the challenges difficult? Obito inquired tentatively. At your current level, you probably wouldn't be able to endure them, Muyu stated bluntly. Obito fell silent. It seemed the only way to learn was to secure first place in the grade. He felt an additional motivation to strive for the top. He glanced at Might Guy, who beamed at him with a thumbs up. Absolutely not going to concede the first place. Right? Perfect. The practical exam does not prohibit the use of ninjutsu, Obito thought, feeling a fire ignite within him. First, he would tackle Might Guy, then defeat Kakashi, and emerge as the genius Uchiha Obito. Here are the problems you need to solve. Remember to do your best. Muyu handed the test paper to Obito. Instantly, the flames of determination within Obito extinguished as he gazed at the array of questions awaiting him. His head began to spin. And Kai, here's yours. Muyu smiled as she passed Might Guy's test as well. As he looked at the blank sheets filled with questions, the smile on Might Guy's face gradually faded, and his previously upright thumb drooped. Even a resilient man like him could not withstand such a burden. P.S. I kindly request your continued support through reading, recommendations, and votes. We are at a critical juncture, so please make an effort to follow along, especially on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. A surge of updates will follow upon publication. Shall we return together? As Shisui inquired of Obito, are you returning home early today? Obito, somewhat perplexed, responded. Both belonged to the Uchiha clan. Their homes situated not far apart, yet they seldom returned together, as Shisui often lingered longer than his peers. Obito's reluctance to train excessively stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from concern that his grandmother would worry should he return too late. Yes, Teacher Muketsu advised me to return early today, to rest adequately, and prepare for tomorrow's training, Shisui affirmed with a nod. The reason for his late returns was simply that his home was devoid of company. It mattered little where he spent his time. Then you truly must rest well. Tomorrow's training will surely be arduous, Obito reminded him, his gaze imbued with a hint of sympathy. After all, with Muketsu's guidance, the upcoming training would undoubtedly be formidable. Obito himself had not received such counsel regarding rest in relation to his own training regimen. I suspect it will entail a focus on physical conditioning, Shisui mused. Muketsu has already mentioned that the new body flicker technique will impose greater strain on the legs, so enhancing physicality is certainly essential. Perhaps it will include your combat drills. I shall give it my all as well, Shisui jested. Let us hope it is not so. Obito silently prayed to the Sage of Six Paths, clasping his hands together. He had witnessed Shisui practice the body flicker technique and marveled at the astonishing speed. In combat, he feared he would be unable to react in time. If the opponent were Shisui, the number of exercises he would need to complete in a single battle would likely double. It should not be the case. If it were, Muketsu would have certainly forewarned us. Shisui chuckled at Obito's earnest demeanor. To speak somewhat harshly, neither Obito nor Might Guy could exert any pressure on him at present, which likely explained why Muketsu did not arrange for them to train together, unless Muketsu's intent was to instill a sense of pressure upon them. As they walked, Obito suddenly halted, prompting Shisui to cast a curious glance back at him. Shisui, wait a moment. There seems to be an elderly lady in need of assistance, Obito pointed out, indicating a bent-over woman burdened with a heavy load. Shisui followed Obito's gesture and indeed spotted an elderly person struggling along the street. Is Obito's observational prowess truly that keen? He pondered, taken aback that he had initially overlooked her plight. After ascertaining the woman's difficulties, Obito promptly offered to carry her belongings and escort her to her destination. Dear lady, fret not. I may appear young, but I shall become a ninja next year, and I am quite strong, Obito declared with a hearty laugh, patting his chest. He even demonstrated a series of martial arts moves, which successfully astonished the elderly woman, leading her to entrust her burdens to him. With Obito leading the way and the elderly lady following, Shisui trailed behind, wearing a contemplative expression. After assisting the woman, the two resumed their journey homeward. After a short while, Obito halted once more, this time offering his help to another elderly lady relying on a cane. Shisui began to understand why Obito was often regarded as an anomaly. For the children of the Uchiha clan, the primary lesson was not to respect teachers or cherish the elderly and young, but rather that strength holds precedence, and the power of ninjutsu reigns supreme. Strengthening one's abilities is paramount. As long as one's prowess is formidable, no challenge is insurmountable. Although Shisui is still young, his innate talent speaks volumes, compelling even those older than him to look to him as their leader. Conversely, Obito shows little enthusiasm for training that enhances strength. Rather, he is deeply interested in actions that aid the elderly. Shisui muses that this may be the reason Obito is attuned to the needs of those in need of assistance. Upon entering the Uchiha clan grounds, Shisui begins to encounter familiar peers of his age. Uchiha Taiho greets Shisui, but his gaze lingers on Obito, who stands beside him. Filled with curiosity, Shisui reciprocates the greeting, stating that he must return home. Obito, eager to visit his grandmother, bids farewell to Shisui without acknowledging Taiho, for they are not well acquainted. Why are you with him? Uchiha Taiho inquires, his curiosity piqued. Before the recent exam, Obito had been perceived as an oddity within the Uchiha clan. His poor grades and lack of ambition made him seem rather foolish, his demeanor not reflective of the Uchiha lineage. Post-exam, many of those labels faded, yet Taiho still finds Obito to be a peculiar Uchiha. Is there a problem? Shisui asks. I'm just surprised, after all. He is the Uchiha Obito, Taiho responds after a moment of contemplation. In truth, once you get to know him, you'll find that Obito is quite a remarkable individual. Shisui replies, offering no further explanation before returning home. Could it be that Obito's improvement stems from some secret training techniques imparted by Shisui? Taiho ponders as he watches Shisui's retreating figure. He feels a tinge of resentment at having been bested by Obito, as he has been diligently training to reclaim his pride in the upcoming finals. In the early morning, Shisui and Obito rise early and venture to the training grounds in the southern forest. As Shisui anticipates, Mitsuki has arranged an extensive regimen of physical training for him. Standard exercises like push-ups and squats are just the beginning. Swimming and running laps around Konoha are also included, with the volume of training exceeding Shisui's expectations. Isn't this training a bit excessive for someone my age? Shisui cannot help but inquire. While some assert that a ninja's body holds infinite potential, the truth is that overtraining can leave hidden injuries. Hearing Shisui voice such concerns, Obito curiously glances over, momentarily rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of his training. Feeling as though his own efforts are rather relaxed by comparison. Normally, such a volume of training would be impossible. But I possess a special elixir that alleviates fatigue and heals the body, Mitsuki explains. Unbeknownst to Shisui, this is a reward Mitsuki has bestowed upon him. The special elixirs provided by the system are finite, and Mitsuki intends to reserve two for future research, with each usage diminishing their stock. Among his 3 disciples, only Might Guy is strictly on the path of physical prowess. Initially, Mitsuki had planned to reserve all the elixirs for him. However, upon witnessing Shisui's exceptional performance, he has decided to allocate 2 of the elixirs for Shisui's enhancement training. The potential of Shisui is currently the highest among his peers. Muyue hopes that Shisui will soon enter a phase of explosive growth, as this would significantly enhance the chakra provided through his training. A secret elixir? Shisui exclaimed in surprise. If it possesses special effects, it would indeed be justifiable. Given Muyue's usual training regimen, he is not one to indiscriminately increase the training load. Teacher Muyue, how much does this secret elixir cost? My family has left me a considerable sum, Shisui inquired. Although his grandparents and parents have passed away, their assets remain with him. You need not worry about that. Your earnest dedication to your training is the greatest reward for me, Muyue replied with a warm smile. Seeing Muyue's sincere expression deeply moved Shisui. He could feel the authenticity in his words. Frankly, the warmth that Muyue provided surpassed that of even his uncle. The physical training was far more arduous than Shisui had anticipated. Previously, he primarily relied on running for exercise, rarely pushing himself to the point of exhaustion. However, today was different. Shisui undertook a comprehensive workout targeting every part of his body. After completing 800 push-ups, he felt as if his arms no longer belonged to him. Following 800 squats, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and after 800 sit-ups, his abdomen throbbed with pain. Once he finished all these foundational exercises, Shisui leaned against a tree, feeling as though he had lost control over his own body. Observing Might Guy training vigorously had not quite prepared him for the discomfort he now experienced. In the later stages, he was nearly relying solely on willpower to persist. His bodily sensations becoming increasingly blurred, and he executed the repetitive motions mechanically. Shisui nearly succumbed to the temptation of using chakra to aid his movements, for he was utterly fatigued. Imagine the relentless sweat streaming into your eyes, the salt causing discomfort, and the heavy limbs testing your will and strength with each movement. Yet you cannot cease, as you have yet to reach your training goal. For 112, for 113. Glancing at Might Guy, who was still engaged in frog jumps nearby, Shisui felt a surge of admiration. They had commenced their training almost concurrently. Guy's physical exercises were even more challenging. While Shisui performed push-ups, Guy added the burden of a stone on his back. Even so, within the same time frame, Might Guy accomplished a greater quantity, and despite Jisui's exhaustion, Guy still had the energy to continue exercising. In truth, even in pure taijutsu combat, Shisui would not be inferior to Might Guy, perhaps even surpassing him. However, in terms of sheer physical strength, he fell significantly short. During a break, Shisui could not help but ask, aka, you must have trained frequently before, considering the volume of your workouts. Might Guy nodded in affirmation, replying, I began training before attending the Ninja Academy, guided by my father. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Shisui felt a pang of melancholy and a twinge of envy, for he had lost his parents at a tender age. Shisui believed that had his parents been alive, they would have imparted to him the knowledge of ninjutsu. Shisui, do you find it exhausting and feel unable to complete your tasks? I possess a training secret you might find intriguing. Might Guy resolved to share with Shisui the training methods passed down from his father. Lacking the familial bond that existed between Obito and Shisui, Might Guy had limited interactions with him. However, their frequent training sessions and shared meals had forged a bond of trust, leading him to regard Shisui as a reliable companion. What is the secret? Shisui inquired. Piqued with curiosity, engage in self-discipline, treating your completed training as a challenge. Should you fail to meet the challenge, you must accept a punishment, such as performing an additional 500 push-ups if you do not complete 3,000 on time, Might Guy explained. Imposing such constraints upon oneself is indeed an excellent training method, Shisui reflected, recognizing the similarity between Might Guy's approach and Muyu's method of tackling combat scenarios. He was surprised that someone who appeared so boorish could devise such a motivational strategy for himself. Isn't it impressive? This is what my father taught me. I must practice self-discipline whenever I face a daunting challenge. Might Guy chuckled, scratching his head. Your father must be quite an exceptional chūnin, Shisui commended, convinced that any father capable of raising a son like Might Guy could not be mediocre. Just a lowly chūnin, but I believe my father is remarkable. Might Guy laughed heartily. Despite being merely a perennial chūnin, this did not deter Might Guy from believing in his father's prowess. Jisui's expression shifted to one of surprise, his curiosity regarding Might Guy's father intensifying. Considering Might Guy's age, his father must be at least 28, and it was not uncommon for someone in their 30s to still be a chūnin. Such a situation was rather rare. I have a technique regarding chakra application in taijutsu. Let's discuss it, Shisui suggested in reciprocation. In the classroom of the first-year ninja academy, the theory lesson on ninjutsu had concluded. With only 2 weeks until the final examination, Muyu urged everyone to devote themselves to review. Initially, the lesson was meant to conclude a week ago. However, due to Muyu's brisk pace, 2 weeks had been allocated for revision. Muyu, don't forget my dumplings, Hongdo piped up. As long as you perform well on the exam. The dumplings are guaranteed, Muyu smiled warmly. Muyu, I crave snacks. Gongzi Tai raised his hand. Prepared diligently for the exam, and there will certainly be rewards. Muyu organized her lesson plan. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, accompanied by a notification from the system. Lecture completed. Evaluation. 8 reward. Fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu. As Muyu picked up her lesson plan, she nodded inwardly, deeming it a rather practical fire release technique. 2 weeks of review sounds exhausting just to think about. Gongzi Tai grumbled. Then don't review. You've been attentive in class, Shinya Izumi suggested. Due to the unreliable nature of steel iron, Shinya Izumi felt that finding a girlfriend would ultimately depend on his own efforts. He had learned that the girl from the neighboring house also attended the ninja school, specifically in class 6 of the first year. He planned to secure the top position in the theoretical examination and approach her with that distinction. Although steel iron had scored a few points lower than him in the last exam, the recent mock tests showed that their scores were now nearly equivalent. Shinya Izumi perceived steel iron as a formidable rival in the race for first place. Thus he intended to persuade steel iron to abandon his study efforts. Not studying sounds appealing, he mused, recalling what his older cousin had once said, that sometimes approaching exams without cramming could lead to better results. Steel iron nodded in agreement. In truth, steel iron's initial remarks served as a pretext to dissuade Shinya Izumi from studying, allowing him to seize the top rank. He had already boasted in front of Mihue that he could achieve the highest theory score, and Shinya Izumi was indeed his primary competitor. Is that so? Hongdo felt a twinge of temptation, as she found the prospect of 2 weeks of studying quite exhausting. Both steel iron and Shinya Izumi nodded in affirmation. Jishui, do you usually study for exams? Hongdo inquired of Jishui, who was seated behind her. Jishui shook his head, stating that he remembered everything from class. Seeing that Jishui, who had scored the highest in the last theoretical exam, shared this sentiment, Hongdo's eyes brightened, leading her to believe that perhaps studying was unnecessary. Then shall we go out this weekend? Hongdo extended an invitation to her 2 companions. No, I have matters to attend to at home this weekend, Steel Iron declined, as his sole focus was on studying to secure the top position. What about you, Izumi? Hongdo turned to Shinya Izumi. He too shook his head, saying, My family has been quite busy lately, so I can't go either. Having successfully convinced them to forego studying, he intended to immerse himself in his books at home. Oh, in that case, I'll find someone else to hang out with. Hongdo accepted their responses without suspicion. The true examination had already commenced outside, and Hongdo had unwittingly been eliminated. At last, I've finally completed it. Obito Uchiha could not contain his exuberance after finishing the last problem. After more than 10 days of relentless effort, he had completed the installment questions and would no longer have to tackle problems daily starting today. What have you completed, Uchiha Obito? Stop shouting and get up to answer the question. Chigakuyu, startled by Obito's exuberance, retorted. To his surprise, Obito answered correctly, prompting Chigakuyu to nod and allow him to sit down and pay attention in class. Lin, let us go out tonight. Obito, now seated, suggested with a grin. Tonight? Tomorrow is Saturday. How about we go out then? Nayu and Lin replied. What? Is it already the weekend? Obito's eyes widened in shock. He had just finished the installment problems. How could it be time for the weekend again? Obito, have you been so absorbed in your studies that you've lost track of time? Today is already Friday. Nayu and Lin teased. She had noticed Obito's recent dedication, which was indeed a departure from his previous habits. As the weekend approached, it felt as though time in class dragged on, while weekends seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Indeed, those long semester breaks felt shorter than 5 days of school. Obito, the sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. He merely perceives their incessant clamor. He feels as though his weekdays are pilfered from him. For each time he regains consciousness, it is already Friday, on the brink of dismissal, followed by an interminably protracted weekend. Rin, let us embark on our escapade this evening. I must devote my daytime to training tomorrow and shall likely lack the energy come nightfall, Obito said weakly. As the end-of-term examinations draw near, the weekend training has escalated in difficulty. Previously, while battling Might Guy, he could leverage the forest terrain to his advantage. However, now relegated to an expansive plain, he is left to rely solely on speed and agility. Thus, Obito resolved to spend the evening in the company of Noera Rin, as Friday's training was relatively lenient. Very well, then, let us proceed with tonight. I shall seek you out after school, and then we shall find Kakashi. Rin nodded in agreement. Obito was inclined to inquire about the necessity of Kakashi's presence, yet he hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing the question. Perhaps it was because Kakashi, being a solitary figure, needed company, he mused inwardly. After school, Obito arrived at the training ground as per usual, still the last to arrive. As before, he commenced with various physical conditioning exercises, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and the like. After a period of rigorous training, it was time for combat. Today, I shall modify the combat rules. Muyu called Obito and Might Guy together. For each strike landed upon the opponent, they would incur an additional 2 questions, while the assailant would have 1 question deducted, with a combat duration of 7 minutes. 1 strike would now equate to 2 questions, and still within a 7-minute time frame. Obito envisioned the mountain of questions rising before him. Previously, a single strike resulted in merely 1 question, and the combat lasted only 5 minutes. This change was a significant escalation. The sole advantage lay in the ability to reduce 1 question for each successful hit, provided he could accumulate enough strikes to negate the questions entirely. The predicament, however, was that he had consistently found himself at a disadvantage in prior battles. He felt fortunate for his foresight in arranging an outing with Noera Rin for that evening. Given the intensity of the training, the weekend would undoubtedly be exhausting, leaving him drained for several days. Sharingan, Sharingan, Obito muttered repeatedly, fervently yearning to awaken the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Muyu-sensei, what about the 50 questions I start with in battle? Might Guy gazed at Muyu with anticipation. Reduced to 40. Muyu replied. To maintain balance, the questions could not be entirely eliminated, as Might Guy's taijutsu far surpassed Obito's. Although the number was not fully revoked, the deduction of 10 questions left Might Guy rather pleased. Furthermore, he could offset questions through training, with a maximum of 60% of the questions negated. 300 push-ups could counterbalance 1 question, and other exercises would similarly apply, Muyu elaborated. The transformation of 1 strike into 2 questions would cause the total number of questions to swell significantly, prompting Muyu to implement training as a means to recover the inflated question count. After all, the purpose of the questions was to enhance both participants' learning and knowledge acquisition, rather than serving merely as a punitive mechanism. Those questions were intended for elucidation, not mere completion. 60% offset. Upon hearing those words, Obito's eyes brightened. But the subsequent mention of 300 push-ups for a single question filled him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. 300 for just 1 question? Ha! Might Guy erupted into laughter, confidently declaring that he would certainly excel with a 60% completion rate. Observing the boisterous Might Guy, Obito, inspired yet apprehensive at the thought of facing a mountain of exam questions, calmly remarked, Teacher Muyu, this approach seems flawed. The purpose of exercise should be to enhance our training, shouldn't it? Such a rigid numerical requirement fails to accommodate individual progress. He certainly did not wish to tackle a plethora of questions alone. You make a valid point, Obito. Then let it be 1,000 push-ups for a single question, replied Kai, contemplating the suggestion and finding it agreeable. Might Guy, puzzled, turned to Obito, the smile on his face abruptly freezing. Kai, I know you seek superior training, right? No need to thank me, Obito said, flashing a thumbs up at Might Guy. Indeed, Obito, you must yearn for an all-out battle. Might Guy began to stretch, preparing for a serious engagement with utmost focus. 7 minutes later, the confrontation concluded. Obito completed 100 questions, while Kai managed 20. Teacher Muyu announced the results of the bout. Obito, I know you wish for more questions to enhance your learning, right? No need to thank me, Might Guy beamed, displaying his gleaming white teeth and giving a thumbs up. Obito suddenly felt the urge to slap himself for his earlier decision. What was the point of it all? Now, both had suffered. The sheer volume of questions rendered it impossible to complete in a single day, necessitating a portion of training to be offset and another to be postponed. As Lin suggested they find Kakashi to hang out, Obito asked Might Guy if he would join. After all, it was no longer just a date for him and Lin. And Might Guy had a good rapport with Kakashi. To Obito's surprise, Might Guy declined, stating he had arranged a night run with Shisui for physical training. However, they eventually crossed paths later that evening, encountering Shisui and Might Guy during their run. Shisui, believe me, you should try this form-fitting attire next time. It's perfect for exercising. Might Guy attempted to promote his green bodysuit. Shisui glanced at Might Guy posing dramatically and quickly shook his head in refusal. Envisioning himself in such an outfit, it was far too bizarre. Who is that beside Kai? Kakashi inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar figure next to Might Guy. Our Uchiha prodigy. A genius even beyond your caliber, Obito replied deliberately. Oh, and what does that make you? The Uchiha underachiever? Kakashi remarked coolly. I am not an Uchiha underachiever. I ranked 3rd in the last practical exam. Obito retorted, realizing Kakashi's perception of him was still rooted in a time before he had trained with Teacher Muyu. He revealed his previous exam results with pride. If 3rd place is considered underachieving, then there must only be 2 in the entire grade who are not. Besides, I was merely careless last time. I shall certainly secure 1st place next, Obito declared defiantly. Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback. 3rd place was hardly underachieving. Reflecting on Obito's performance in the Young Ninjas competition, he deemed 3rd place quite reasonable. However, Kakashi could not tolerate Obito's arrogance, and thus spoke up. I truly do not know if 3rd place can be considered trailing behind, as I have consistently secured 1st place and am unfamiliar with the sensation of being in 3rd. Obito opened his mouth, realizing he had no rebuttal. For this was the undeniable truth. During their school days, Kakashi wielded absolute dominance, always claiming the top spot. By the way, did you place 3rd in the theoretical exam? I was 1st, Kakashi added with a sharp retort. Obito felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. Theoretical exams were his eternal affliction. Not to mention, he barely passed thanks to supplementary lessons from Rin. Though his theoretical performance was indeed lacking, he would not concede this to Kakashi and stubbornly replied, I didn't sleep well the night before the last theoretical exam. I performed slightly worse than in practicals, but this time will surely be different. Slightly worse, you say? How much worse? Could it be that you didn't even pass? Kakashi, fully aware of Obito's situation, provocatively inquired. As anticipated, Obito soon divulged the truth. Not quite. I barely passed, he retorted, this being his first instance of achieving a passing grade. Barely passing is still a bit worse than 3rd. Your margin is rather significant, Kakashi remarked, a smile inevitably creeping onto his face. Obito fell silent. If he were to become Hokage, he would surely issue a decree abolishing the theoretical examinations at the Ninja Academy, as they were utterly torturous. Obito has been putting in great effort lately. I see him studying diligently every day. His grades in the final exams may very well skyrocket. Lin spoke on Obito's behalf. Instantly, the previously despondent Obito regained his spirits, perceiving the world to be astonishingly beautiful. Even the receding figures of Might Guy and Shizune appeared somewhat endearing. Yet, a thought struck him. Wait. While Aki and Shizune are training, I am here squabbling with Kakashi and wasting time. Obito suddenly pondered a pressing question. In contrast, Might Guy would undoubtedly become stronger than him. Consequently, the challenges he would face would multiply, leaving him with even less time to spend with Lin. Playing with Lin would necessitate more study, and more study would afford him no time for her, thus leading to a peculiar logical chain in Obito's mind. He found himself confused as to why Might Guy and Shizune trained together at night. One was his clansman, and the other was his classmate. Why did he feel like an outsider? Upon reflection, he recalled that they had indeed called for him, but he had declined, wanting to play with Lin. Obito was now deeply conflicted, pondering how to resolve this dilemma, when he glanced at Kakashi, and a thought took root. No matter how much he might deny it or feign obstinacy, he had to acknowledge that Kakashi was truly formidable, graduating at 5 and becoming a chūnin by 6. While they were still in their second year of the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had already attained the rank of chūnin, on par with their instructors. If he could glean even a modicum of knowledge from Kakashi, he might gain an advantage in his confrontations with Might Guy. Kakashi, what would you do if your opponent were swifter and stronger than you? Obito inquired. Create distance and utilize ninjutsu, Kakashi replied, under the constraints of solely utilizing physical techniques. Obito added a stipulation. If I possess ninjutsu, why not employ it? Kakashi declined to respond. Obito, scratching his scalp, silently seethed at the infuriating Kakashi. The reason being, his chakra was nearly depleted, rendering ninjutsu unusable. After some contemplation, Obito asserted, then I shall confront him head-on. However, he pondered, why would I engage in direct confrontation when strength and speed are both disadvantages? How could I possibly prevail? His confusion was palpable. This way, my demise would be more valiant. Do you believe that physical techniques do not require chakra? Kakashi retorted without hesitation. Obito felt exasperated. This insufferable Kakashi was utterly unpredictable. Sensing the banter had reached its peak, Kakashi finally remarked, since your physical strength and speed do not match your adversary's, you must focus on agility and skill. Combat, in essence, revolves around how to strike the enemy while evading their attacks. Agility can help you dodge incoming strikes and prevent injury, while superior technique can compensate for any lack of strength during offense. Obito found Kakashi's words to be quite insightful, yet they seemed somewhat vague. Upon reflection, he realized he had heard similar sentiments from Muyu. Are you preparing for a competition that strictly requires physical techniques, where someone surpasses you? Kakashi surmised. It is not a competition, but a practical examination. My two formidable opponents are adept in physical techniques. Obito refrained from disclosing the full truth to Kakashi. He feared that if Kakashi learned it involved punitive combat exercises, he might refuse to assist and instead mock him as he struggled through the tasks. If you genuinely wish to enhance your physical techniques, I wouldn't mind lending a hand, though I am concerned about your ability to endure the hardships, Kakashi stated. Uchiha Obito, fear nothing as much as hardship, Obito replied with a smile, thinking nothing could be more grueling than enduring a battle while solving 100 problems. Subsequently, Kakashi led both of them to a nearby training ground. From now on, I will engage you without using ninjutsu, but I shall not hold back. Are you certain you wish for my assistance in training? Kakashi inquired. Feel free to unleash your full strength, Obito replied nonchalantly, eager to test Kakashi's prowess. Undoubtedly, Kakashi excelled in ninjutsu. Thus Obito believed that the disparity in a pure physical confrontation would not be excessively vast. Very well, I shall commence. Kakashi decided to grant Obito's request, given his affirmation. In the next instant, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique, appearing directly before Obito, delivering a kick that sent the unprepared Obito flying. Having just been conversing with Rin Noara, Obito found himself momentarily dazed, dusting himself off and stating, I was careless and did not evade. Let us continue. A minute later, Obito was covered in dust, adorned with several shoe prints. Despite having fallen numerous times within that minute, he managed to feign nonchalance, rising to call for another round, all while Rin observed from the sidelines. Feeling somewhat superfluous in this scenario, after concluding the training session on Sunday afternoon, Muyu made her way to the main city, not returning home, but heading directly to Minato's residence. Last night, while dining at Muyu's place, Xianai and Minato informed Muyu that they had nearly perfected their braised pork dish and were ready to commence the official cooking the following afternoon, inviting Muyu to observe if she were free. Upon Muyu's arrival, the duo had just finished boiling the pork belly and were preparing to enhance its color with soy sauce. As Muyu stepped forward to assist, she was gently halted by Xianai. Muyu, you can simply watch. If you notice any missteps in the process, feel free to point them out. No need to assist, Xianai stated, feeling slightly embarrassed about asking Muyu for help after frequently enjoying her hospitality. Minato, offering Muyu a glass of water from a fruit platter, smiled warmly. Today, you need not lend a hand. Just play the role of an observer. Both Minato and Nai shared the sentiment that they ought to handle this task themselves. Then I shall indulge in some leisure, Muyu replied with a smile. She suggested, you could prick small holes in the skin of the pork before pouring on the soy sauce. This would allow the flavors to penetrate more deeply. And during frying, the texture would be more tender. Following Muyu's advice, Nai and Minato methodically completed each step, including frying, slicing, and preparing the seasoning sauce. By the time they finished, night had fallen. This braised pork, while delicious, is indeed quite laborious. You must be quite hungry by now, Muyu, Nai remarked. Compared to her usual home-cooked meals, braised pork required significantly more effort, involving 3 distinct cooking methods: boiling, frying, and steaming. Thankfully, I was merely observing, Muyu replied. As they conversed, Minato brought out the completed dish of braised pork. Now, let's have Muyu assess our efforts, he joked. After working so hard, why not sample your own labor? Muyu chose not to taste it immediately, but instead urged Minato and Nai to try it first. Let's eat together then. Nai, feeling quite hungry, decided to forego any formalities. The trio quickly served themselves, declared, "Let us begin," and dove into their meal. Indeed, it has that perfect balance of richness without being greasy, Nai exclaimed, as she savored a piece of meat paired with a mouthful of rice, her face lighting up with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. She felt that her time had been well spent, successfully mastering a delightful recipe. Although she believed Muyu's version tasted even better, Nai mused that no one could surpass Muyu's culinary skills. It was only natural to be slightly inferior to the best in the world. When Jiraiya-sensei returns, I must prepare this for him, Minato said as he enjoyed the dish, eager to share it with his mentor. The execution is commendable, with hardly any flaws, Muyu praised after tasting it. Her appreciation was not solely for the sake of building rapport. This dish was a straightforward home-cooked meal, and with her guidance, the outcome was bound to be pleasing. However, an awkward situation soon arose. The braised pork was quickly devoured, leaving the 3 of them exchanging blank stares. Oh no, I forgot to prepare other dishes, Minato suddenly realized as he gazed at the empty platter. Caught in her distraction, Kushina revealed an embarrassed smile. Let me cook a couple of dishes, Muyu suggested as he rose from his seat. Isn't that inappropriate? You are a guest. How can I allow you to cook? Kushina felt a twinge of temptation, but ultimately deemed it improper. Shall I prepare them at home and bring them over? Muyu inquired with a smile. I'll handle the washing of the vegetables. Minato quietly stood up. After contemplating the flavors of Muyu's previous dishes, Kushina found herself unable to resist and nodded in agreement. Muyu, aren't you interested in sealing techniques? Have you been studying any recently? I could teach you some techniques, Kushina, idly seated at the dining table, couldn't help but ask. Feeling a bit guilty for imposing on Muyu, she wished to repay him for his hospitality. I am currently perusing various theoretical texts. Do you have any recommended sealing techniques, preferably those available in the library? Muyu pondered before responding. If you haven't begun your studies yet, how about I teach you a basic sealing technique from our Uzumaki clan? It will also serve to test your aptitude for sealing techniques. If you master it within a day, you are a sealing genius. If it takes a week, you possess potential. However, if it exceeds a month, I would advise against wasting time on sealing arts, Kushina explained. And how long did it take you to learn? Muyu asked as he heated the oil in the pan. One day, Kushina replied proudly, having anticipated his question. Then you must be a genius at sealing techniques. Muyu praised. It's rather ordinary. I merely learned most of the sealing techniques from our clan, Kushina responded, feigning modesty as her smile betrayed her pride. After their meal, Kushina handed Muyu a scroll before heading off to wash the dishes, leaving Minato to provide the explanation. Muyu listened intently, more focused than ever before. This sealing technique is called one-finger quick seal. It creates a rapid seal that restricts chakra, though its binding strength is minimal and easily broken, offering little practical combat value. It is primarily used for introductory practice, Minato explained. It was uncertain whether Minato's proficiency in sealing techniques or Muyu's inherent talent made the one-finger seal seem deceptively simple. Yet Muyu refrained from revealing his thoughts and asked questions intermittently. On Monday, Gang Ziti arrived early at the ninja school. Seeing that Shunyu had yet to arrive, he nodded in satisfaction, placing a novel on the desk before diving into his reading. As he sensed Shunyu's impending arrival, he put away his textbooks, leaving only the novel atop the desk. Ziti, didn't you say you wouldn't review? Why are you here so early to read? Shinyu, who had been studying until 1 in the morning, asked in surprise. Ziddy raised the novel in his hand and replied, "What review? This is a newly released ninja novel. And it's fantastic." Upon glancing at the cover and title, Shinyu felt relieved and remarked, "Reading novels for relaxation is indeed a splendid choice." So Ziddy enjoys reading novels, huh? I'll buy him a best-selling novel tomorrow and let him enjoy it for 2 weeks, Shinyu thought to himself, sensing that the first day was becoming increasingly stable. Izumi, you appear rather weary. I trust you haven't been staying up late to study. 4 such habits are detrimental to your health and could adversely affect your examinations, Steele voiced with genuine concern. Not at all. I simply lost track of time while playing games with my cousins last night and went to bed quite late, Izumi replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, indulging in games for relaxation is indeed pleasant, Steele remarked with a smile, sensing that Izumi was becoming increasingly steady. It is wonderful to have a penchant for gaming. He resolved to inquire about various games after school, aiming to ensure that Izumi could enjoy a variety of games every day for the next fortnight. What novels and games are you referring to? Red Bean, entering the classroom, expressed curiosity. Sealing. On a Monday afternoon within the South Border Forest, Muyu was diligently practicing the sealing technique taught to him by Kushina, an art of sealing chakra. To test its efficacy, he employed his shadow clone for experimentation. It proved ineffective in gathering chakra, thus it was a success, the shadow clone reported. However, it feels as though I could easily break through it with full strength. The clone added. Muyu nodded in agreement. It was no wonder that Minato remarked this sealing technique lacked practical value, although he had just recently mastered it. The fact that his shadow clone, possessing only half of his chakra, was able to break through instantaneously spoke volumes about its feeble binding capacity. Nevertheless, he had indeed learned it. Could it be that I possess a natural talent for sealing techniques? Muyu pondered. Kushina had bestowed the sealing technique upon him just the previous night, and he had managed to master it by today. According to Kushina, he was considered a prodigy in sealing arts. In truth, he had practiced for less than half a day. A portion of the previous night and a brief session that afternoon sufficed. A multitude of speculations raced through Muyu's mind, whether it was due to the original owner's innate talent, his own abilities, or perhaps a combination of both that yielded such results. Regardless of the reason, this was undeniably splendid news. Even if he did not aspire to pursue the formidable sealing techniques of the future, it illuminated a path toward unraveling the root's cursed seal. Having perused texts regarding sealing techniques and cursed seals, Muyu had come to understand that cursed seals were merely a subset of sealing arts. The curse of tongue's eradication was essentially a unique form of sealing technique. Sealing techniques can typically be resolved through 2 methods. The first involves overwhelming chakra to forcefully break through, while the second entails employing a corresponding release technique to nullify the seal. Attempting to forcibly breach the seal with chakra seemed rather implausible to Muyu, especially considering the formidable nature of the curse of tongue's eradication. If he could simply shatter it, dispatching Danzo would hardly pose a challenge. Thus, Muyu intended to delve deeper into sealing arts, subsequently researching his own curse of tongue's eradication, ultimately aspiring to develop a release technique for it. He had intentionally reserved a ninjutsu proficiency scroll for the purpose of mastering sealing techniques. The system would reward him with knowledge of corresponding nature transformations for chakra-based ninjutsu he had yet to master. Hence, Muyu speculated that should he elevate any sealing technique to a proficient level, he could also acquire insights into sealing arts. Muyu had no intention of employing the proficient scroll in the one-finger seal technique, believing that this sealing art was akin to the 3 bodies technique within the realm of sealing jutsu. Utilizing the proficient scroll for this particular technique felt somewhat extravagant. After concluding the disciples' training, Muyu proceeded directly to the main city. Having been invited to dinner by Kushina and Minato the previous day, he naturally extended an invitation to the 2 of them to dine at his home. Today, Muyu prepared spicy scrambled eggs, tempura, and braised potatoes with meat. His personal favorite was the spicy scrambled eggs, a dish frequently prepared by his mother in his past life. Muyu had an undeniable fondness for eggs, whether steamed, boiled, fried, or battered. He also had a penchant for spicy flavors. Consequently, his household seldom featured chive scrambled eggs, as he preferred the spicy variety. He cracked the eggs into a bowl, swiftly whisked them with chopsticks, then added the peppers to the egg mixture and stirred before pouring it into the pan. Despite his culinary skills surpassing the ordinary, each time he prepared this dish, memories from his past life would resurface. What's wrong, Muyu? Are you afraid your own cooking might be too spicy? Kushina teased as she noticed Muyu hesitating to eat the spicy scrambled eggs he had just served. How remarkable! The combination of peppers and eggs when cooked like this is absolutely delightful, Minato praised. He mused that he could never have concocted such a combination, let alone cook it in such a vigorous manner. Indeed, the spicy scrambled eggs are quite delicious, Muyu replied, shaking off his reverie and offering a gentle smile before placing a piece of the dish into his mouth. Delectable. As the trio enjoyed their meal, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, eventually gravitating towards the sealing techniques that Muyu was currently studying. Muyu, can you perform the one-finger seal now? Kushina inquired. Muyu shook his head, responding, every time I mentally rehearse it, it feels seamless, yet I cannot execute it successfully. It seems I am missing something. He refrained from divulging that he had grasped the technique in merely half a day, as that would be rather astonishing, especially since Kushina claimed to have mastered it in a day. In the presence of Kushina, the watchful Anbu were ever vigilant. He did not wish to appear overly exceptional. He planned to disguise his progress as having taken 7 days to master, which would neither paint him as a prodigy nor deny his inherent talent for sealing arts. That's quite normal. It's rare for anyone to learn it in a day. Your situation is entirely typical, Minato reassured him, concerned that Kushina's earlier comments might unduly influence Muyu's mindset. Yes, as long as you can master it within a month, there's no problem, Kushina added. Feel free to ask us anything you don't understand. Don't hesitate, she continued while enjoying her meal. Minato nodded in agreement, indicating there was no issue with their assistance. As long as you don't find it troublesome, Muyu chuckled. On Thursday afternoon, in the southern forests of Konoha, Muyu announced the results of the day's training. Obito, 85 questions. Guy, 30 questions. A glimmer of excitement crossed Obito's face as he exclaimed, only 85? He felt that the rigorous training he endured under Kakashi had not been in vain, as this was the fewest questions he had faced since the rules of engagement had changed, signifying his progress. He had been struck less often and had landed more hits. As Obito prepared to offset 40% of his training, he accomplished 10% that day, leaving 50% to be divided into installments. After the distribution, he felt surprisingly that the number of questions was not overwhelming. There were merely 30. Might Guy clenched his fists in disbelief, for this was the highest number of questions encountered since the rule change. Even if he maximized the ratio of questions converted to training, he would still have to tackle 12. You have all made significant progress. Today, if you choose to complete the questions in installments, the interest will be waived, said Muyu with a smile. Obito's eyes lit up at this prospect, sensing the potential for greater installments. Might Guy pondered the no-interest installment plan. Realizing it was akin to receiving a gift, he too applied for the installments. After training, Might Guy approached Shizun, hoping he could assist him with some enhanced training. Obito's progress instilled a strong sense of crisis within him. Although his advantages remained considerable, the combat scenario prohibited Obito from utilizing ninjutsu, rendering him only half as powerful. Might Guy recalled Muyu's words. Combat is also a crucial part of enhancing one's strength, not merely training like that of Obito, but a true battle where one exerts their utmost effort. All your strength? Shizun inquired. Might Guy nodded in affirmation. Then I shall make my move, Shizun announced. Might Guy tensed his muscles, ready to unleash his taijutsu at any moment. Yet, in the very next instant after Shizun spoke, a massive tree erupted from the ground, ensnaring Might Guy. While he was still perplexed by the ninjutsu Shizun had employed, the tree that had bound him suddenly vanished, and Shizun had already positioned a kunai against his neck, signaling the end of the battle. Might Guy understood what had transpired. He had fallen victim to Shizun's jinjutsu. The path to becoming the strongest was still long ahead, he mused after being taken down in a single strike. Please, once more, he thought, resolute that despite the arduous journey, he would not concede. Obito, have you encountered some good fortune recently? You seem particularly cheerful today, Lin Yuyuan observed, noting Obito's unusually bright demeanor. Of course, it's because good days are approaching, Obito replied with a chuckle. Although the combat rules had changed, making the questions appear more numerous, the offset training and installment options meant that the daily number of questions remained relatively constant. As he gradually grew stronger, the questions became fewer, and with offsets and installments. Indeed, good days were on the horizon. Obito, you finally remembered the date. Shall we hang out tomorrow? Lin Yuyuan asked, mistakenly believing that Obito's good days referred to the weekend. Date? Hang out tomorrow? Obito's expression turned perplexed, leading him to ponder a dreadful possibility. Is today Friday again? He inquired of Lin Yuyuan. Yes. Were you not referring to the weekend? She nodded, seeking clarification. Obito fell silent, feeling as though yesterday was Sunday. And now it was Friday again. In a daze, he recalled having experienced this scenario multiple times. Have I been trapped in a world that only cycles through Fridays and weekends? He thought, clutching his head in disbelief. Obito, what's wrong? You look quite distressed. Lin Yuyuan remarked, puzzled by his demeanor. How is it that some students display expressions of anguish as the weekend approaches? Shouldn't holidays be a source of joy? It is simply because I have an immense passion for school and learning, explained Obito, his heart heavy at the thought of not attending classes. Fearful of accumulating a mountain of exercises over the weekend and failing to complete them, an embarrassing scenario he would never share with Naira Rin, Obito felt a pang of distress. Is it true that you cherish learning to such an extent? Naira Rin inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice, as she contemplated how this might correlate with Obito's recent academic progress. So, are we still going out tomorrow? She asked. We shall go tonight. Obito replied. With the new regulations in place, weekends had become devoid of energy for leisure. He spent nearly the entire day immersed in training and problem-solving, leaving him too exhausted to move by nightfall. Each time he considered how Might Guy could train relentlessly while still finding time for personal practice. Obito felt a shiver of admiration. How could Guy endure such fatigue? He gazed at Might Guy, who was engrossed in his exercises, lost in thought. I wish weekends could be interest-free installments, Obito mused, recalling the previous day and silently praying to the benevolent Moonlight Sage. After school, Obito proceeded to the training grounds. Arriving last as usual, Moonlight gathered the trio and assigned tasks. Guy, unleash your full strength and kick that tree, Moonlight casually instructed, pointing to a robust tree. Might Guy nodded, approached the tree, and unleashed a whirlwind kick powered by chakra. With a resounding crash, the tree fell, severed by Guy's strike. I can now break trees with my strength, Might Guy exclaimed, astonished. Having witnessed Moonlight effortlessly sever a tree, he never imagined he could achieve such prowess so swiftly. Subsequently, Moonlight utilized ninjutsu to create a large pit, filling it with water through water release, and instructed Obito. Use your fireball technique to attack the water pit with all your might. Following Moonlight's guidance, Obito formed the necessary hand seals and released a colossal fireball that instantly evaporated the water, leaving scorched earth in its wake. This demonstrates the power of my fire release. Obito marveled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just 3 months prior, he could scarcely evaporate a half-meter pit with his small fireball. Moonlight then led them through a series of training exercises, including tree climbing and water walking. Obito suddenly realized how significantly he had improved, once a source of struggle. The water walking drills no longer posed a challenge, and he could traverse the surface without being toppled by splashes. He could effortlessly ascend even the tallest trees, melt sizable ice blocks with ease, and command both fireball and grand fire dragon techniques with finesse. Finally, Moonlight administered a mock exam for Obito and Might Guy. 60 points? Is this truly my score? Obito gasped, his expression more astonished than when he witnessed the fire technique evaporate the water pit. Scoring 30 points in the last exam had been a first. Achieving 60 was an unprecedented high. 54 points. Might Guy exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. His feelings mirrored Obito's. Such a score seemed fantastical. Unable to contain his curiosity, Obito asked, Moonlight Sensei, could it be that you are indeed the Sage of Six Paths? All their hard work had borne fruit, and everything had finally paid off. The transformation in nature, the mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and chakra control, alongside theoretical achievements, led Obito to feel a significant enhancement in all aspects of his abilities. He felt that the daily practice and weekend training sessions were of little consequence, as the rewards were plentiful. If this progress continued, he might genuinely ascend to the position of Hokage of Konoha. Such sweet words. Do you wish to enjoy another interest-free day today? Muyu inquired with a smile. It would be splendid if tomorrow could be the same. Obito replied with a cheerful grin. Although the tasks no longer seemed burdensome, he preferred to minimize them when possible. Such delightful thoughts. However, special privileges were limited to yesterday. Muyu playfully tapped Obito on the head with 2 fingers. The purpose of this sudden training summary was to allow his disciples to recognize their advancements. thereby fostering their motivation to train diligently. Timely positive feedback is essential, and Muyu planned to conduct such training summaries periodically. As the spirits of his disciples were lifted, Muyu took the opportunity to present them with his calligraphy. You have gifted your disciple, Uchiha Obito, your handwritten calligraphy. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, a critical reward has been granted: Earth Release, Earth Spear, Proficient Level. A wealth of insights regarding Earth Release, Earth Spear flooded Muyu's mind, and he instantly grasped the various applications of this ninjutsu in combat. Muyu nodded inwardly, feeling pleased with this reward. This technique was remarkably practical, capable of hardening any part of the body, thus serving both offensive and defensive purposes with exceptional utility. Whether defending against close attacks or hardening offensive limbs during an assault, its effectiveness was undeniable. To remain true to one's original intent, Obito pondered for a moment, but ultimately could not discern any special meaning and chose to dismiss the thought. Heaven rewards diligence. Might Guy scratched his head, vaguely sensing its implication, and broke into a smile. Even without considering this training summary, he remained full of motivation. The diligent receive much assistance, while the undisciplined receive little. Shisui was also somewhat baffled by the meaning behind Muyu's calligraphy. What does it mean to be diligent or undisciplined? On Sunday evening, while preparing dinner, Muyu casually mentioned that he had mastered the one-finger seal technique. Have you already mastered it? Let me count. It's exactly 7 days. Kushina exclaimed, counting on her fingers and realizing Muyu had indeed learned it in a week. Learning it in 7 days signifies you possess a remarkable talent for sealing techniques. Kushina smiled, genuinely pleased for Muyu. With such a talent, advancing to special chūnin through sealing techniques would not be an arduous task. I believe my rapid learning is primarily due to the excellent teaching from you, Kushina-sensei and Minato-sensei, Muyu said as he set the dishes on the table, smiling. This exchange could be seen as reciprocal. Previously, Minato and Kushina had playfully referred to him as Teacher Muyu. Indeed, that's true. Minato's sealing techniques were all taught by me. Step by step, Kushina proudly declared. After growing closer to Minato, Kushina hoped for his further strength and often encouraged him to practice sealing techniques together. Under her meticulous guidance, Minato has become a master of sealing techniques, possessing an array of advanced skills. Perhaps I am truly suited for the role of a teacher, Kushina mused, contemplating her potential teaching abilities. She had imparted her knowledge of sealing techniques solely to Minato and Muketsu, while Minato had excelled and become a master. Muketsu had swiftly grasped the one-finger seal within a week. Kushina-sensei, enough chatter. Let us prepare for our meal, Minato jested as he served Kushina. Student Minato, who permitted you to speak to your teacher in such a manner? I shall impose a penalty upon you. Assist your teacher in serving the dishes, Kushina replied, mimicking the tone of her former instructors at the Ninja Academy. Very well, Minato responded with a resigned smile, indulging in Kushina's playful act as he helped her serve the food. Nearby, Muketsu felt a peculiar sensation, despite being in his own home. He entertained thoughts of stepping outside with his bowl. If you continue this way, I shall consume all the dishes myself, Muketsu declared, entering a mode of fervent eating. He swiftly filled his bowl with food, shoveling it into his mouth in rapid succession, repeating the process with relentless enthusiasm. Hey! As the dishes on the table dwindled, Kushina and Minato found themselves too engrossed in their meal to continue their role-playing, succumbing to the immersive experience of dining. Before long, the trio had devoured every morsel on the table, leading Kushina and Minato to the task of washing the dishes. Due to their frequent dining together, they often assisted Muketsu with various chores, such as washing vegetables and dishes, and Muketsu would reciprocate the gesture when dining at their place. After cleaning the dishes, Kushina encouraged Muketsu to further familiarize himself with the one-finger seal and the knowledge inscribed on the scrolls, as she intended to teach him the three-finger seal in a few days. The three-finger seal is an advanced version of the one-finger seal. Given your aptitude, you should master it within a month, Kushina remarked. Isn't there a four-finger seal or a five-finger seal? Muketsu inquired, feeling that the naming seemed somewhat haphazard. There is no four-finger seal, only a five-finger seal, Kushina clarified. Indeed, there is, she continued. Mastering the five-finger seal would render the learning of most sealing techniques effortless. And moreover, the five-finger seal itself is part of a certain advanced sealing technique. With this explanation, Muketsu grasped the significance of the one-finger and three-finger seals within the realm of sealing techniques. What would you like to eat tomorrow? I shall prepare the ingredients in advance, Muketsu suggested. Though they had grown quite familiar with one another, he felt the need to express his gratitude for Kushina and Minato's teachings. Braised meat, Kushina replied immediately. Stir-fried mushrooms, Minato pondered before responding. Kushina's choice was anticipated, while Muketsu felt compelled to remind Minato to ensure the mushrooms were thoroughly cooked, as well as to leave a flying thunder god mark at the Konoha hospital. On Monday, Gantetsu arrived at school early. He skillfully placed his novel on the desk and began to read. This would be the final week. The following Monday would commence the final examinations, concluding within 3 days, after which they would be released for vacation. As the time approached for Kamizuki Izumi's arrival, Gantetsu stowed his book and opened his novel. Gantetsu, good morning. Kamizuki Izumi greeted him with a smile. Are you reading a novel again? Shinyu Chizumi gazed at the novel displayed before Gang Ziti and sighed in relief upon confirming its nature. Indeed, with only a week left until the examination, studying at this juncture seemed futile and would only incite anxiety. It was far better to indulge in relaxation. Gang Ziti responded with a smile. By the way, Chizumi, I recently discovered a delightful game. Come and see if it piques your interest. As he spoke, he retrieved a square iron box from his bag. This was the much-discussed and popular game, backgammon, reputed to be highly addictive, compelling players to crave just one more round after finishing a game. Backgammon. I played it once at a relative's house, and it was incredibly enjoyable. You are indeed a true friend, Ziti, Shinyu Chizumi expressed with genuine appreciation. He was touched to realize that Ziti had remembered his earlier pretense regarding his studies, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. Recently, I've acquired many captivating ninja novels that I can't possibly finish. Let me gift you 3 of them, Shinyu Chizumi said with a smile, offering the novels to Gang Ziti. While he cherished their brotherhood, his heart longed for the affection of the neighbor's younger sister. If he enjoyed reading, then a week devoted to novels seemed fitting, especially since Ziti had mentioned wanting to take a break for a week. These are all recently popular novels, Chizumi remarked, observing Ziti's touched expression as he received the books. It was astonishing that Ziti had taken his facade seriously, even going so far as to use such a clumsy excuse to present him with a gift. There's no such thing as an unreadable novel. The more engaging they are, the more one feels the need for more. I have recently collected various games. Take this, Ziti said, concerned that a single game of backgammon might not suffice, handing Chizumi a piece of paper listing a dozen games, both indoor and outdoor, focused on providing a comprehensive selection. My apologies, Meihui, for the inconvenience, Chizumi, Ziti thought to himself. Shisui, would you like to take a novel to unwind? I see you studying tirelessly every day, and with so many books here, I can't read them all at once, Ziti inquired of Shisui, who was situated behind him. I can share my games as well, Chizumi quickly added. However, to their dismay, Shisui gently shook his head in refusal. Are you two still not good brothers? Why ask Shisui and not me? Hongdo interjected, hands on her hips, glaring at the two. Shun Ziti and Shun Yu Chizumi exchanged glances, fearing that if Hongdo continued in this manner, their grades would not surpass the last. Perhaps, Hongdo, you should consider reviewing, Ziti couldn't help but suggest. He felt no threat from her, but he was genuinely concerned that she might perform poorly in the upcoming exam. Review? Isn't it said that not reviewing is better? Have you reviewed? Hongdo queried. Confusion etched on her face. Ziti, naturally, dared not admit the truth and merely shook his head. And you, Chizumi, have you reviewed? She pressed further. No, Chizumi replied, also shaking his head. Then that settles it. Hongdo nodded in satisfaction. Shun Yu Chizumi and Gang Ziti exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to Hongdo's wishes by sharing the novels and games with her. That is how true brothers should be, Hongdo declared, beaming as she patted their shoulders with a joyful smile. In the coming days, I must tackle 25 problems daily for 10 consecutive days to repay all my dues. While journeying to the southern forest, Obito found himself calculating the burdens of his assignments. The thought of having to continue working on them during the holidays filled him with a sense of overwhelming pressure. Not only were there lingering debts, but new ones seemed to compound daily, making the situation increasingly difficult to bear. Obito felt as though he would be destined to solve problems every single day of his life if this continued. Upon arriving, Muyu summoned Might Guy and Obito, declaring, "The final exams are next week, and I will be altering the training plan." Altering the training plan? With only a week left, is that truly necessary? Obito asked, his anxiety palpable. The last modification had escalated the number of problems from over 30 to more than 100 in a single battle, and Obito was understandably apprehensive. Temporarily, we will suspend physical combat and focus on individual training, Muyu explained with a smile directed at Obito. Are you certain that no changes are warranted? I believe they are quite necessary, Obito replied with a serious expression. While combat might not be crucial, and the problems themselves might not hold great significance, the absence of new challenges was essential for him. Teacher Muyu, your decision is nothing short of magnificent, a stroke of genius that transcends the ordinary, Obito exclaimed, employing all his rhetorical flair to extol the virtues of the change, gradually losing track of his own words. Your flattery is excessively grandiose, Muyu remarked, playfully tapping Obito on the head. One more thing. Although we are not engaging in combat now, the previously assigned problems must still be completed on time. Obito covered the spot where he had just been tapped and chuckled. I vow to fulfill the task. If a mere tap could reduce the workload, he would gladly endure bumps on his head rather than labor over the problems for such an extended period. What are your thoughts, Kai? Muyu inquired. Obito anxiously glanced at Might Guy, dreading any unfavorable remarks. I think it's a splendid idea. Might Guy quickly responded, eager to ensure Muyu did not misinterpret his intent. Might Guy had remained silent until Obito spoke, understanding that no enthusiast would relish the prospect of tackling assignments. Obito sighed in relief, flashing a smile and giving Might Guy a thumbs up. Might Guy nodded back, reciprocating with a radiant smile and a thumbs up of his own. They had reached a consensus. Let us all strive diligently in our training. This week, I will not interfere. You are free to train as you see fit, whenever and however you wish. Muyu said with a smile. How wonderful. Obito felt as though Muyu's very essence radiated brilliance. Shisui, come here for a moment. Muyu called to the practicing Shisui. Shisui paused his training and approached Muyu. After a month of intensive training, your physique has significantly improved and you are now ready to begin practicing the new body flicker technique, Muyu announced. During this past month, Shisui had set aside other forms of training to focus entirely on physical conditioning. The considerable training load had yielded remarkable results. Shisui's body was far stronger than before. Thanks to the restorative effects of the secret medicines, Muyu had challenged Shisui to push his limits each day. Moreover, given that Shisui possesses an innate talent for the body flicker technique, Muyu believes it is only fitting to pass this skill on to him. Upon hearing that it is the same body flicker technique previously mentioned by Muyu, both Obito and Might Guy cannot help but turn their attention toward her. Isn't it required to excel in practical combat to achieve the top rank in our grade? Obito inquires. This technique was a reward granted to Shisui. And do you truly believe he is incapable of securing the top position? Muyu replies with a smile. Obito contemplates this and realizes that even if Shisui were placed in the first year, he would still dominate effortlessly, let alone when compared to someone even stronger like Shisui. With Shisui present, the outcome of the first-year practical exam seems predetermined, devoid of any suspense. Muyu grasps Shisui's hand and, with a swift flicker, they appear several meters away. Obito watches in awe as Shisui's movement resembles instantaneous teleportation, and he cannot suppress a look of longing. If I could master such a body flicker technique, how impressive I would be. Imagine entering the classroom and in the blink of an eye, appearing at my desk, or vanishing from my seat to suddenly stand at the podium when called upon, startling the teacher. He envisions aiding the elderly with greater speed, allowing them to experience the exhilarating sensation of the wind. I must secure the top rank in practical combat. So Rin knows I have grown stronger and that the insufferable Kakashi will no longer underestimate me. Obito vows silently. He has endured too many mocking jests from Kakashi, and this time he must prove himself. What remarkable speed. If I could master this body flicker technique, perhaps I could have a chance to defeat Kakashi. Might Guy muses as he observes Muyu vanish and reappear at a distance. Though Muyu's speed is impressive to Obito, it may not suffice against Kakashi. Might Guy believes that if he learns this body flicker technique, he could catch Kakashi off guard with his speed, even if he cannot defeat Kakashi outright. He hopes to avoid the embarrassment he experienced last time. To conquer Kakashi, he must acquire this body flicker technique and secure first place in the upcoming practical examination. Might Guy is already filled with fervor, eager to leap past this week, skip the theoretical exam, and dive straight into the practical test. Out of the corner of her eye, Muyu observes Obito and Might Guy, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This is precisely the outcome she hoped to achieve. Sometimes, Setting a defined amount of training is less effective than allowing students to exercise their initiative. With the allure of the body flicker technique as bait, motivation is never a concern. Coupled with Mike Guy's unwavering dedication to training, there is no fear of Obito neglecting his responsibilities. Watching his classmate and rival train vigorously, can Obito truly relax? This body flicker technique, known as shunshin, presents the primary challenge of rapidly channeling chakra to enhance physical capabilities for high-speed movement. Muyu begins to focus on teaching Shisui the body flicker technique. In one piece, the technique involves rapidly stepping on the ground multiple times to generate immense reactive force for swift movement. Initially, Muyu found this concept rather far-fetched while watching the anime. But upon reflection, it seems plausible given the physical prowess within the pirate world. The ninja world version of this technique, modified by the system, appears to be quite fitting for ninjas, and Muyu feels it would be appropriate to rename it as a localized martial art. In the realm of ninjas, the technique known as shunshin does not rely on the reactive force generated by forcefully striking the ground. Instead, it involves a special chakra technique that rapidly enhances the legs multiple times, thereby unleashing an extraordinary speed. It is evident that the essence of this ninja version of shunshin lies in that unique chakra technique, which is quintessentially ninja-like. The notion of multiple enhancements in such a short span of time astonished Shisui. It was the first time he had encountered such a technique. No wonder Muyu insisted on a month of physical training for him. The shunshin he had learned previously only allowed for a single enhancement, and overuse would lead to fatigue. This new technique, however, seemed to be far more advanced. He was eagerly anticipating the upcoming training, as mastering this shunshin would undoubtedly improve his speed significantly. On Monday, as the day of the examination arrived, Gongzi Tai did not rush to the Ninja Academy. He had already reviewed for 2 weeks and did not see the need to scramble for an extra 10 or 20 minutes in the morning. On the way, he encountered Kamizuki Izumi, who was also heading to school. "Good morning, Izumi." Gongzi Tai greeted with a radiant smile. "Good morning, Ziddy." Kamizuki Izumi replied with a cheerful smile upon seeing his good friend. "How was your weekend? Did you spend both days reviewing your studies?" Gongzi Tai inquired warmly. "Reviewing? Not at all." Kamizuki Izumi laughed heartily. "Do you review?" he asked. "I don't review." Gongzi Tai shook his head before continuing. "Who, in their right mind, reviews before an exam? Can a last-minute cramming yield genuine results?" Kamizuki Izumi nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. "Double chess is utterly delightful. You must try it after the exam, Ziddy," Kamizuki Izumi exclaimed, embodying the spirit of a fervent gaming enthusiast. Internally, he mused that victory was assured, for Gongzi Tai had seemingly not reviewed at all. His only rival remained Shisui. "I'll give it a try when I have the chance. The novels I've been reading lately are quite captivating too. You should check them out when you have time, Izumi," Gongzi Tai recommended with a smile, as if he had genuinely delved into those novels. Victory seemed certain. Izumi had indeed spent his time playing games, leaving only Shisui as his competitor. Gongzi Tai thought to himself, "Haha, I'll definitely check them out when I have time." Kamizuki Izumi responded with a bright smile, his mood notably buoyant. "What are you two so joyfully discussing?" Akane suddenly appeared from behind, patting both of their shoulders. "We were just chatting about our weekend activities." Gongzi Tai explained with a grin. "Activities? Have you not reviewed at all?" Akane inquired. "Of course. Were you diligently reviewing these past 2 days, Akane?" Kamizuki Izumi asked, feigning surprise. "Not really. I only reviewed for a day yesterday," Akane replied after a moment's thought. In truth, she had only studied for half an hour on Sunday night. But when asked by Kamizuki Izumi, she felt embarrassed to admit such a short duration, so she exaggerated to a full day. "Oh, you reviewed for a day? That's quite good," Gongzi Tai said with a smile. However, a single day of review posed no threat to his 2 weeks of preparation. In fact, Gongzi Tai believed Akane had not reviewed enough and should have dedicated the last 2 days to studying. Having performed well, the family rewarded him. Yet he did not forget his brothers, joked Kamizuki Izumi with a smile. "Hee, considering your games and novels, it wouldn't be too much to ask," said Akato, feeling quite pleased. Soon, the three of them, chatting and laughing, made their way to the ninja school, entering their classroom to await the commencement of the examination. Before long, Muyu and Ueda Aya entered Class 1, with Muyu assigned to supervise the exam in her own class. "Ms. Muyu." The students greeted her enthusiastically, to which she responded with a warm smile. "Is it really you supervising us this time, Ms. Muyu?" asked Gongzi Tai. Muyu nodded affirmatively. Ms. Muyu, can we ask you about any questions we find difficult? Akato inquired, feigning ignorance. Tap. Muyu playfully tapped Akato's little head with her fingers, saying, You may ask. But the answer will only be this. Ouch. Akato covered the spot where she was tapped, instantly becoming obedient. Please check that you have all your examination tools ready. The exam will commence in 10 minutes, Muyu reminded them. Some cautious students, upon hearing her prompt, began to check their belongings. Ms. Muyu, you are quite popular among the students, Ueda Aya remarked, having noticed that nearly all the students greeted Muyu. This was indeed a rare occurrence in a class of 40. There are always some who are introverted or less talkative. Furthermore, some might think that if so many are greeting her, their own greetings would go unnoticed and unheard. After all, I am their homeroom teacher, Muyu replied. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Muyu announced the beginning of the theoretical examination and, alongside Ueda Aya, distributed the test papers. The students of Class 1 honored Muyu's presence, remaining silent throughout the examination, diligently working on their papers. Muyu and Ueda Aya took turns monitoring the classroom. During their rounds, Ueda Aya curiously glanced at a few students engrossed in their work. Such a serene atmosphere was indeed a rarity, especially in a ninja school where students tended to be more spirited. After observing a few students, Ueda Aya was astonished. It seemed that, at a glance, all the answers were correct. Ms. Muyu, I believe your class's average score will once again lead the entire grade. Ueda Aya quietly conveyed her observations to Muyu. It is premature to say before the results are announced. Perhaps other classes performed well too, Muyu replied softly. Although the achievement was a fact, Muyu preferred to remain modest. Once the examination concluded and the papers were collected, the atmosphere in Class 1 shifted dramatically. Finally, it's over, Gongzi Tai exclaimed, beaming as if liberated. The daily grind of studying diligently, while also devising ways to prevent Kamizuki Izumi from studying, had been quite exhausting. Indeed, after the practical exam, we shall enjoy an extended holiday, Kamizuki Izumi remarked, his expression relaxed. Having finished the theoretical part, he no longer had to pretend daily to distract Gongzi Tai from reviewing. Zitai, Izumi, how do you feel about the exam? Akato inquired, leaning closer. It was average. This exam felt quite challenging, Gongzi Tai sighed. Indeed, many questions elude my thoughts, and I find myself writing haphazardly, uncertain of the score I might achieve. A cloud of worry crept across Shinyue Izumo's face. Oh, is it truly difficult? I find it rather simple. Perhaps yesterday's revision bore fruit? Hondo scratched her head, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the scene before her. Jishui, how do you feel about the exam? Hondo inquired as she noticed Jishui preparing to depart. Mediocre, Jishui paused in his tracks to respond, sensing that his performance mirrored that of the previous examination, leaving little to elaborate upon. Why do I find it so straightforward? Could it be that I performed exceptionally well? Hondo sensed the reward dumplings drawing ever closer to her. Tomorrow marks the practical exam. Everyone must strive to excel and showcase our ninjutsu prowess to that female invigilator. Hondo recalled their former instructor's withdrawal plan. Absolutely, we must ensure the school appoints a more reliable physical training teacher this time. Gongzi Tai nodded in agreement. I believe it would be splendid to have teacher Muyu conduct the classes. However, that would be quite taxing for her. Given the number of lessons she would need to teach, Shinyue Izumo lamented. The other students echoed their sentiments, promising to deliver 120% of their capabilities in the upcoming examination. The following day, the practical exam took place at the training grounds, just as before. After all the students drew lots, Muyu officially announced the commencement of the practical examination. Please, contestant number 1, Gongzi Tai, and contestant number 2, Feng Xingzi, enter the arena. Aware that as the first contestant, he would be the first to face the challenge, Gongzi Tai had already warmed up in advance. Allow me to lead the charge. Remember to cheer for me. Gongzi Tai bid farewell to his two brothers before stepping into the examination area. Ziti, do not falter in the opening match. Shinyue Izumo encouraged him with sincere support. Feng Xingzi and Gongzi Tai entered the arena together, exchanging little conversation. They formed opposing seals and, upon Muyu's signal to begin, immediately engaged in battle. While the intention was to dismiss the physical training instructor, the focus was not on acting during the practical exam, but on showcasing their true abilities, allowing the invigilator to perceive the disparity between their ninjutsu and physical skills. As the clash commenced, both combatants utilized physical techniques to probe each other. In the initial probing attack, Gongzi Tai temporarily subdued Feng Xingzi with his superior strength. Subsequently, Feng Xingzi began to employ tactics, using the substitution technique to create distance, then conjuring 2 shadow clones to obfuscate his movements while seeking an opportunity to strike. Feng Xingzi's 3-body technique was commendable, yet Gongzi Tai demonstrated even greater ingenuity. He initially created a chair clone, followed by 2 standard clones. By employing the ordinary clone to mislead Feng Xingzi, he seized the moment to cancel the chair clone and produce another standard clone, ultimately transforming himself into a chair. Naturally, Feng Xingzi did not regard a seemingly animated chair as a threat, and Gongzi Tai seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Isn't that Gongzi Tai, one of the 3 renowned ninjutsu prodigies that has been the talk of the school? I never anticipated such clever use of deceptive techniques. Ayaka Ueda marveled at Gongzi Tai's combat acumen. Moreover, the techniques of the shadow clone and transformation jutsu have become exceedingly proficient, surpassing even the skills of my students in class. Ayaka Ueda marveled. She teaches the second-year ninjutsu class, and even the top student in her class pales in comparison to the formidable Kozo Tetsu before her. In terms of the shadow clone technique alone, Ueda believes Kozo Tetsu has reached a level sufficient for graduation. His execution of the technique is truly exemplary. His opponent, Soki Matsucase, also performed remarkably well, capable of outshining the majority of her students. As Ueda praised them, she assigned Kozo Tetsu a perfect score of 10 for his ninjutsu skills. To not award such a level of ninjutsu a full score in the first year would indeed be a travesty. As for his physical performance, she assigned a score of 71, which can only be deemed above passing, in stark contrast to his ninjutsu score. Soki Matsuke's physical score was even lower, a mere 5. Both demonstrated average skills in shuriken throwing, earning them each a score of 5. However, their hand seal proficiency was commendable, with Kozo Tetsu receiving an 8 and Matsuke's a 7. Ultimately, Ueda calculated the total score for Kozo Tetsu, which reached an impressive 301. This score is notably high, as the scoring in the ninja school is quite rigorous. Exceeding 20 points signifies commendable skill, while surpassing 30 indicates exceptional talent. Tetsu is indeed diligent in his studies, Muketsu remarked. Although uncertain whether Kozo Tetsu practices at home, he is certain that Tetsu dedicates time to his studies, as evidenced by a brief glance at the papers indicating high scores. The second examination is about to commence, with the third candidate, Kamizuki Izumi, and the fourth candidate, Koizumi Yuki, preparing to begin. After concluding her scoring, Muketsu called out, "Now, let us see how I perform." Kamizuki Izumi exchanged a high five with the approaching Kozo Tetsu, smiling. "Izumi, give it your all," Akato cheered, raising a small fist in support of his good friend. Kamizuki Izumi's battle style appeared steadier than Kozo Tetsu's. Rather than disguising himself as a chair, he seized the opportunity to employ the confusion technique, conjuring a 3-meter-tall, green-faced monstrosity to frighten Koizumi Yuki, thereby securing victory in the confrontation. Kamizuki Izumi, he is indeed one of the 3 great talents in ninjutsu, Ueda observed. Acknowledging the exceptional abilities of both Kozo Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi as commendable talents, Kamizuki Izumi exhibited outstanding ninjutsu skills as well, earning him a perfect score. With a total of 305, his hand seal execution slightly outperformed Kozo Tetsu's. Ueda initially believed the quality of students in the first 2 rounds was unusually high. But as she continued scoring through the 5th round, she realized her error. She had not assigned any student a ninjutsu score below 8. All students excelled in the shadow clone technique. The 11th candidate, Mitarai Akato, and the 12th candidate, Shima Kaishir, prepared for their examination. You too should watch closely. Allow me to demonstrate what genuine confusion technique entails, Akato stated, asserting that both Kozo Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi were lacking. What is wrong with disguising as a chair? If it leads to victory, isn't that sufficient? Kozo Tetsu retorted defiantly. Can anything be more intimidating than my illusion? Kamizuki Izumi believed his approach was indeed superior. Akato chose not to respond to either, as practical experience serves as the finest demonstration. In the realm of martial prowess, Daiki's skills paled in comparison to those of Akane, who swiftly subdued him from the outset. With a commanding presence, Akane wasted no time in casting her jutsu, producing 7 or 8 clones that mirrored Daiki's form, while she herself transformed into his likeness. In an instant, the examination hall was overrun with replicas of Daiki, rendering Akane's original form invisible. Teacher Muyu, your student is indeed a prodigy, Ueda Aya exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Having served as an examiner for several years, she had witnessed numerous examinations. Yet this was her first encounter with such an extraordinary display. Her thought process is truly unconventional, Muyu mused. As Daiki observed the chaotic scene, confusion enveloped him. He tread carefully around each of his clones, yet ultimately fell victim to a decisive strike from Akane. Unsurprisingly, Akane's prowess in ninjutsu earned her a perfect score, with Ueda Aya remarking that it was not merely a matter of achieving a full 10 points, but rather a testament to her superior skills compared to even the likes of Kanji, Tetsujin, and Tsukuyomi. In the end, Akane secured an impressive total of 36 points, scoring full marks in all categories except for taijutsu and shuriken throwing. Ueda Aya felt as though she were supervising students from the 3rd or 4th year, rather than first-year students. The ninjutsu abilities of these pupils exceeded her expectations, far surpassing those she had encountered in her previous examinations. She recalled a time when she had proctored the first-year class, which, while commendable, did not compare to the current level of excellence. Back then, she had remarked on how the first-year class was nearing the capabilities of her second-year students, but now she felt her own class fell short. Teacher Muyu, your class's ninjutsu proficiency is truly remarkable. All the instructors at the Ninja Academy should learn from you how to teach ninjutsu, Ueda Aya praised. While a few standout students might possess innate talent, the exceptional performance of the entire class undoubtedly reflected the quality of their instruction. Such talent could not simply be attributed to luck. It is all due to the students' hard work. I merely strive to teach to the best of my ability, Muyu humbly replied. Mastery of advanced ninjutsu, combined with his teaching skills, rendered him unmatched among all instructors in Konoha when it came to teaching these 3 techniques. As contestant number 38, Uchiha Shisui, prepared for his examination, Ueda Aya's spirits lifted at the mention of his name. He was the student she had been most eager to witness. Previously, he had demonstrated capabilities rivaling that of his contemporaneous Kakashi. Contestants number 37, Akasaki, and 38, Uchiha Shisui, please enter the examination hall. Upon hearing that his opponent was Shisui, Akasaki stood frozen for a moment. Undoubtedly, Shisui was the most formidable adversary among the first-year students. His strength was unparalleled. During the last examination, he had dominated the competition, claiming both the class and year rankings, leaving even the second-ranked Akane in his wake. The scores for the practical examination are determined by performance during combat. If one is swiftly defeated, the proctor may not witness their abilities, resulting in lower scores. However, having drawn Shisui as his opponent, Akasaki resigned himself to his fate and entered the examination hall. Once Muyu announced the commencement of the exam, Akasaki wasted no time, employing the 3-body technique to showcase his proficiency. This student certainly demonstrated a commendable understanding of the examination scoring criteria. Ueda Aya nodded and remarked that she found no fault in Akasaki-isamu's performance. Shisui silently observed Akasaki's display, feeling it was sufficient, before swiftly releasing 2 shurikens to eliminate the shadow clones, then charging in to deliver 2 decisive punches that brought Akasaki to the ground. The disparity in their abilities was stark. Ueda Aya could not discern any change in Shisui's strength compared to the last encounter. The gap between Akasaki and Shisui was so vast that it was nearly imperceptible. After the battle between students 39 and 40 concluded, Ueda Aya completed her initial round of scoring. A cursory glance revealed that none of the 40 students received scores below 8. The average was astonishingly high. I suppose you, Muyu, shall once again earn the commendation of the Third Lord. I can only imagine the inquiries that will follow when this score is submitted, Ueda Aya joked. Then we shall likely face questioning together, Muyu replied, showing Ueda Aya his scores, which were quite similar. Despite being from the same class, he acknowledged that outstanding performance deserved recognition, and he felt no need to underplay his scores out of bias. As the battles continued, the students inevitably faced off against friends. Kamizuki Izumi tearfully eliminated Gongzi Tai, while Akato, also in tears, eliminated Kamizuki Izumi. Ha, Gongzi, your distraction techniques are utterly ineffective. Kamizuki Izumi, masking his sorrow with a smile, consoled his friend. Gongzi Tai vowed to train diligently during the break, promising to defeat Kamizuki Izumi in the next semester to regain his pride. How could you two? With your ninjutsu talents, possibly rival my genius, Akato? The proud Akato stood with hands on hips, reveling in her success. The two exchanged glances, resolving to strike back fiercely on the day of theoretical results. Candidates, Akatsuki Akato and Uchiha Shisui, please enter the examination arena. The class practical examination had entered its final phase. Ueda Aya attentively watched this battle. Akato had secured second place in the previous examination, making her the strongest in the first year after Shisui, and she was expected to challenge Shisui further. Aware of Shisui's formidable nature, Akato initiated the battle with a distraction technique. However, this time she made some adjustments. She first created 7 shadow clones to obstruct Shisui, then used a transformation technique to disguise herself as Shisui, while producing another clone resembling her true self. Yet, Shisui was not an ordinary student easily deceived. Despite the numerous illusions attempting to obscure his vision, he maintained a clear line of sight to the real Akato. A swift body technique enabled him to reach Akato and defeat her in an instant. The body technique must be placed in the fourth-year practicals to reveal its full potential. Ueda Aya mused silently. The battle between Shisui and Akato was decidedly one-sided, though Shisui showcased a bit more of his capabilities. As Shisui secured first place in the class practicals, the second day of examinations came to a close. While returning to the office with Muyu, Ueda Aya encountered the exuberant Ikigami Isamu, who was exclaiming, "What is going on? How can Might Guy and Uchiha Obito be so incredibly strong?" Chikawa found himself utterly perplexed. He had not perceived the remarkable prowess of the two individuals during class. This time, he was assigned as the proctor for his own class, observing the performances of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito throughout the day. He felt that even Hinata Hayashi might struggle against them. Chikawa was intrigued, wondering how these two renowned underachievers could exhibit such extraordinary abilities under his watch. Was it possible that he had stumbled upon hidden teaching talents? However, a glimmer of rationality prevailed as he quickly dismissed this notion, for he also managed a class of third-year students whose overall proficiency could only be described as average. He noticed Muketsu and Ueda AI and decided to share his thoughts with them. Perhaps they have finally unleashed their latent potential? Ueda AI speculated uncertainly. Regardless, isn't it a good thing for our students to demonstrate such strength? Muketsu remarked with a smile. Chikawa found merit in Muketsu's perspective. The reasons behind their impressive performance this semester were irrelevant, as the rewards bestowed by the school were undeniably tangible. The third day marked the commencement of the grade-level practical assessments. The evaluation instructor for the practicals was randomly selected from among the proctoring teachers of that year, and Ueda AI was chosen, while Muketsu was not. Nevertheless, as a first-year teacher, Muketsu decided to observe for a while. After Ueda AI had completed a round of scoring, she realized that some of the top performers from other classes paled in comparison to the talented ninjutsu practitioners from Muketsu's class. This restriction of 2 participants per class needed reconsideration. Had it not been for this limitation, at least 6 students from the first-year class would have undoubtedly ranked among the top 8. Ueda AI mused, feeling that such regulations were somewhat unjust for a class that was so exceptionally gifted. It was disheartening to possess the requisite strength yet be barred from participating in the practical competition. After watching the first round, Muketsu departed for the 4th grade assessment arena. It was a foregone conclusion that Shisui would secure first place, but his focus lay on the happenings in the 4th grade. Both Might Guy and Obito were tasked with achieving first place in their training, with 2 months of arduous training as their foundation. Muketsu anticipated that the rewards for completing their training tasks would be remarkably generous, and his excitement grew. Upon his arrival, he found that the 4th grade had just concluded the first round and was now progressing into the quarterfinals. Contestant number 1, Hinata Hayashi, and contestant number 4, Might Guy, please enter the arena. As the proctor's voice resonated, the gathered students began to murmur amongst themselves. Given the results of the previous examination, this battle was undoubtedly the highlight of the practical assessments, as the combatants were the first and second place finishers from the last test. Might Guy, do you remember me? Your abilities are commendable, but here, you shall falter, Hinata Hayashi declared with a regretful expression as he formed his hand seals. Despite being the second place contender, Might Guy would inevitably succumb against the first. Who are you? Might Guy scratched his head, struggling to recall his opponent, only to find himself at a loss. Could you possibly be Hinata Hayashi? He vaguely recalled the proctor's previous announcement. Your fists have become hard, but it feels like an affront, Hinata Hayashi thought. sensing that Might Guy's demeanor was akin to mockery. "I am the Hinata Hayashi who defeated you in the last examination. It is Hayashi, not demon." Hinata Hiruman could not help but correct, deciding that when the time for battle came, he would certainly observe Might Guy's color. "Understood." Might Guy replied as he formed the necessary hand seals and nodded. "The exam begins." As the proctor's voice faded, Hinata Hiruman activated his Byakugan, causing the veins around his eyes to bulge, lending his face a somewhat fearsome aspect. With the enhancement of the Byakugan, Hinata Hiruman could see through Might Guy's every move, easily perceiving the chakra pathways and the flowing chakra within. Without hesitation, Hinata Hiruman chose to gather chakra in his palm and launched an offensive. Armed with the formidable techniques of Gentle Fist and Byakugan, he felt confident that no one at the Ninja Academy could surpass him in close combat. The Byakugan allowed him to anticipate his opponent's actions, while the Gentle Fist technique, in conjunction with the Byakugan, could directly disrupt the flow of chakra within the enemy's body. However, what Hinata Hiruman did not foresee was that his punch aimed at Might Guy was swiftly seized. His other hand, which sought to strike at Might Guy's chakra points, met the same fate. Quickly, Hinata Hiruman resorted to kicking, yet it was Might Guy who excelled in such techniques. He released Hinata Hiruman's hands and executed a rapid whirlwind kick, sending Hinata Hiruman stumbling back 3 meters. How is this possible? I clearly saw through his movements. Hinata Hiruman's hands trembled as he gazed at Might Guy in disbelief. He had accurately anticipated Might Guy's actions, yet found himself unable to react in time. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Hinata Hiruman was actually at a disadvantage in this physical confrontation. The onlooking students were astounded. Ever since Kakashi graduated, their cohort had been under Hinata Hiruman's dominion, with each attempt to challenge him in physical prowess resulting in dire consequences. Is Might Guy truly this formidable? Last time, he ranked second in the class. This time, he aims for the top. Might Guy's fierce performance elicited widespread astonishment. "Go, Might Guy! Chikawayu!" Witnessing Might Guy's dominance over the previous exam's top student, Hinata Hiruman could not help but cheer for him, envisioning substantial rewards beckoning him. "Ahem, Chikawa-sensei. You are the proctor for this exam. Please maintain your composure." The nearby proctor quietly reminded him as he observed Chikawayu's excitement. Realizing his lapse, Chikawayu promptly closed his mouth, though a smile lingered on his face. Despite Might Guy's apparent advantage, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Should he be struck by the Gentle Fist even once, the rhythm of his offense would be utterly disrupted, a teacher commented. Some teachers nodded in agreement. Hinata Hiruman might suffer a brief moment of pain from a mistake, but if Might Guy is hit by the Gentle Fist, the situation could become grave. Having chakra forcibly inserted into the body is no trivial matter. In other words, Hinata Hiruman had numerous opportunities for errors, whereas a single misstep from Might Guy could lead to his downfall. Chikawayu glanced over and noted that the speaker was Hinata Hiruman's homeroom teacher. He refrained from countering, as Hinata Hiruman had secured first place numerous times, leaving Chikawayu feeling somewhat uncertain. The ensuing events exceeded the expectations of many. Hyuga Hayashi exerted tremendous effort in his attempts to strike Might Guy, yet not once did he find his mark. Instead, in the midst of his own assaults, Hayashi found himself at the mercy of Guy, who seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick in return. How remarkable it was, with his eyes covered. One might mistake Guy for the one possessing the Byakugan. The students were utterly captivated by Might Guy's prowess. Previously, it was Hayashi who effortlessly evaded his opponents by discerning their movements. But now the roles were completely reversed. While they witnessed Guy's extraordinary agility, they remained oblivious to the arduous journey he had endured. Obito, overhearing the discourse among the students, was inevitably reminded of his own harrowing encounters with Might Guy. A single hit necessitated solving 2 problems, and with each battle commencing with a daunting array of challenges. One had to strike their opponent while evading blows to diminish the number of tasks. It was this grueling training that sculpted Might Guy's unparalleled agility. Obito had barely completed the assigned tasks from his previous period. How vexing. In a state of growing desperation, Hyuga Hayashi struggled to comprehend the transformation before him. It was perplexing. In their last encounter, Might Guy had not exhibited such strength. Yet now, merely 2 months later, his prowess had surged tremendously. As Hayashi grew increasingly anxious to reverse the tide, he revealed even more vulnerabilities. Guy concentrated his chakra in his leg, unleashing a rapid kick with unparalleled precision. The very technique he had mastered. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a resounding thud, his chakra-infused, high-speed kick struck Hayashi, sending him crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Candidate number 4. Might Guy is victorious, declared the proctor. All evaluators awarded full marks to Guy for his martial arts performance. Meanwhile, Hayashi received a score of 9. But the instructors understood that the disparity between the two was far more significant than that mere decimal point. Indeed, it was no easy feat to land a blow on Hayashi, and it was fortunate that he had not been struck by any of Hayashi's gentle fist techniques. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. I can already sense the sweet aroma of victory, chuckled Ichirakuyu. Hayashi's homeroom teacher opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. It appeared that the first place was destined for Might Guy, having even bested Hayashi. The onlooking students felt as if the victor of the grade examination had already been determined. Not necessarily, retorted Uchiha Tetsuhiko. Uchiha Obito's fire release techniques are formidable. No matter how proficient Guy is in taijutsu, can he truly withstand Obito's fire techniques at this stage? Having suffered defeat to Obito in the class combat, Tetsuhiko hoped for Obito to ascend to the top position. Swiftly, Obito validated Tetsuhiko's words, demonstrating his combat prowess. The first place from Class 6, Nara Shinkai, fell effortlessly to Obito. His formidable fire techniques and commendable taijutsu propelled him to become the leading contender, having replaced the already defeated Hayashi. Were it not for the proctoring duties, Ichirakuyu would have already sought to whisk Mitsuki away to a tavern for celebration. With these two students in hand, how could one worry about the insufficiency of rewards? Candidates Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, please enter the examination room and prepare for the test. As anticipated, the ultimate contest for the top rank was between Might Guy and Obito. Might Guy triumphed over the previous exam's champion, Daylight, while Obito exhibited formidable prowess in his battles against other contenders. Go Obito, cheered Rin, her small fist clenched in encouragement from the sidelines. Just wait and see. I will emerge victorious, Obito replied with a confident smile, waving at Rin. This time, he was resolute in his quest for first place. To bolster his strength, he had endured considerable hardship at the hands of that irksome Kakashi. After a month of transforming his chakra nature and honing his ninjutsu, coupled with another month of rigorous taijutsu training, Obito was no longer the same boy who had struggled to unleash his ninjutsu 2 months prior. Teacher Muketsu, behold my progress. Obito noticed that Muketsu had also arrived at the examination site. I will be the champion. Might Guy beamed, his bright smile gleaming under the sun. In terms of confidence, he would not be outdone by Obito. Even during the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy, when he faced failure, he maintained his belief in becoming the strongest. Furthermore, with teacher Muketsu watching, he felt an even greater need to succeed. Might Guy cherished the kindness Muketsu had shown him and remembered her words that his improvement was the best reward she could receive. He was determined to showcase his utmost strength to her. Let us see who can ignite their youth more fiercely, Might Guy declared as he formed the necessary hand seals. Observing the two competitors, Muketsu contemplated the potential outcome of the match. The two were quite evenly matched in strength, although Obito's taijutsu was inferior to Might Guy's. He possessed the advantage of 2 fire-style jutsus, while Might Guy only knew the body replacement technique. Nevertheless, Muketsu felt that Might Guy had a slightly higher chance of victory. Although Might Guy appeared somewhat simple-minded at times, he remained exceptionally calm in battle, whereas Obito tended to be more erratic and easily distracted during conflicts. Thus, despite their comparable strengths, Muketsu leaned in favor of Might Guy. The exam commenced. Shortly after the two completed their hand seals, the proctor announced the start of the battle. Leaf Whirlwind. Barely had the proctor's words faded when Might Guy surged forward, executing his signature taijutsu with remarkable speed aimed at Obito. Having been on the receiving end of that kick countless times, Obito was well prepared and swiftly evaded to the side. Simultaneously, while retreating, Obito hurled several shurikens toward Might Guy. Sensing Obito's strategy, Might Guy surmised the impending attack, yet Obito's throwing technique was impressive, forcing him to dodge backward. Fire style, fireball jutsu. After creating some distance, Obito wasted no time and immediately formed the seals to cast his most proficient fire technique. A roaring inferno erupted from his mouth, rapidly coalescing into a massive fireball the size of 2 men, hurtling toward Might Guy. The family of ninjas is indeed remarkable. Even those who have yet to graduate can acquire such formidable jutsu. A student gazed enviously at the terrifying fireball, longing for its power. He, too, was a fourth-year student, currently proficient only in the basic technique of the Shadow Clone Jutsu taught at their academy. Mastering ninjutsu is no easy feat. Merely possessing a scroll does not guarantee success. A nearby second-generation ninja retorted. Though he came from a non-ninja family, both of his parents were ninjas, and he, too, had only mastered the Shadow Clone technique. The level of fire release displayed was not something one would expect from a mere student, or even a genin, exclaimed a jonin teacher who specialized in fire techniques. His own fire release jutsu barely reached that standard. Indeed, one cannot deny the prowess of a Uchiha student, another teacher concurred. The fireball relentlessly hurtled towards Might Guy, who swiftly evaded its trajectory, retreating rapidly to escape its lethal range. However, Obito quickly unleashed a flurry of shuriken to hinder Guy's movements. The massive fireball could not change its course. To Obito's astonishment, Guy skillfully deflected all of the shuriken with his kunai, successfully extricating himself before the fireball detonated. Fortunately, Obito's shuriken throwing was not as precise as Shisui's. Otherwise, he might have sustained injuries. Guy breathed heavily, relieved. During his battle with Shisui, the latter's shuriken had posed a considerable challenge. Having experienced Shisui's overwhelming presence, he found himself well prepared to counter Obito. The fireball was still too difficult to land a hit with. Had he known, he would have opted for the Great Fire Dragon technique, Obito lamented. He believed that the Great Fire Dragon would have been a more effective choice. But last time he had secured first place in the Youth Ninjutsu tournament with the Great Fireball, and he felt that winning the practical competition using the same technique would hold greater significance. However, he soon had no time for reflection, as Guy seized the opportunity to unleash a burst of chakra in his legs and charged forward. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy executed his signature kick, reaching an unprecedented peak in his technique. Akai, your speed can't match Kakashi's body flicker technique, Obito remarked with a proud smile after dodging Guy's attack. He felt that Guy's martial arts were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Subsequently, Obito attempted to engage in a taijutsu duel with Guy, only to realize he had overestimated his abilities. In terms of strength and speed, he was no match for Guy. Soon, Obito found himself retreating under a barrage of attacks, relying solely on his agility to evade. Although Uchiha Obito was adept in fire techniques, Might Guy's martial arts were equally impressive, and if this continued, Obito would face defeat. A teacher noted, recognizing Obito's shortcomings. How can one hope to compete in martial arts without leveraging their strengths? Chigakayu smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. After all, both were his students, and the outcome mattered little. The rewards would remain unchanged. Observing the battle unfold as he had anticipated, Muyu felt little emotional turbulence. Ultimately, the victor mattered less than the rewards to be distributed, as both bore training obligations. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Guy unleashed his most exceptional kick to date, surpassing all previous iterations. The sudden display of speed by Might Guy caught Obito off guard. Unable to evade this attack, he was directly sent flying several meters away. With the conclusion of the fourth-grade practical examination, the ultimate victor emerged as Might Guy. The proctor announced the definitive end of the final exam. At that very moment, Muyu's system also chimed in with an announcement, indicating that the cultivation tasks were now being settled. Disciple Might Guy's cultivation task completed, reward received, chakra 1000. Breath of the Rock, mastery level. Disciple Uchiha Obito's cultivation task completed, reward received, chakra 700, Great Fire Extinguishing, proficient level. The system panel swiftly displayed several messages. It became evident that the final completion rate significantly influenced the rewards. Observing the disparity in rewards between the two, Muyu began to grasp the mechanics behind the cultivation task rewards. The rewards were comprised of two components, one being the strength gained during the cultivation period, and the other being the task objectives. Obito's physical prowess during the task was comparable to Might Guy's. However, he failed to achieve the primary objective, resulting in a considerable gap in rewards compared to Might Guy. Muyu then focused on the reward of the Breath of the Rock, instantly recognizing it as not belonging to the world of Naruto, for he had encountered it in another context. Drawing from his previous experience of acquiring the technique of shave, Muyu understood that the system could indeed reward items from other realms and subsequently localize them within the Naruto universe. As he recalled the suddenly vivid memories of decades of training in the Breath of the Rock, Muyu mused that localization had indeed occurred. Upon reviewing the memories, he felt that the Naruto version of the Breath of the Rock could rightfully be deemed a forbidden technique. Mastering the breath of the rock allowed one to unleash terrifying power through total concentration, breathing at critical moments. Proficient mastery enabled one to maintain a state of total concentration breathing for 24 hours, effectively enhancing physical strength. Upon achieving mastery in the breath of the rock, one could access an even more potent breathing technique, causing the entire chakra to erupt and strengthen oneself into a patterned state, significantly amplifying one's prowess. However, entering the patterned state consumed an immense amount of chakra and placed considerable strain on the body. Muyu silently nodded in agreement. This technique was more fitting for him than the 8 gates. As long as he refrained from actively entering the patterned state, the breath of the rock was undeniably beneficial, allowing for superior physical training while also enabling the release of formidable power during combat. Upon further reflection, Muyu realized that the combination of the 8 gates and the breath of the rock was indeed a perfect match. The 8 gates could unleash a surge of chakra within the body, but such fervent chakra was too wild to utilize ninjutsu. In contrast, the patterned state of the breath of the rock required no intricate manipulation of chakra. The excess chakra from the 8 gates could be perfectly employed to sustain the chakra needed for the patterned state, with the sole consideration being whether his body could withstand it. At this juncture, the benefits of learning the breathing technique became apparent, as it could enhance physical strength. Muyu concluded that the combination of the 8 gates and the breathing technique was a commendable pairing. The 7th gate combined with the patterned state was undoubtedly a far safer alternative than directly opening the 8th gate. Muyu felt that this time was indeed a remarkable breakthrough. The skillful Great Fire Annihilation unleashed by Obito was impressive, yet it paled in comparison to the rock-breathing technique from the Hokage version. Muyu opened his personal panel. Name: Yuhang Muyu. Age: 18. Chakra: 11. 300. Skills: Chef, 3-finger seal, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Body Flicker Technique, Earth Release, Earth Spear, Rock Breathing. Evaluation: You have mastered numerous ninjutsu, including high-level techniques and terrifying forbidden arts, enabling you to unleash astonishing power at will. Your strength is considered elite among many jonin. Gazing at the successful surge of his chakra into 5 figures, Muyu felt a surge of joy. From a mere 4,300 upon his arrival to an impressive 11,300 in just 1 semester was a remarkable achievement. With 3 semesters in a year at the Ninja Academy, if he could maintain this growth rate, excluding the holiday increases, he could potentially accumulate an additional 21,000 chakra in a year. His current chakra level should equate to approximately 45 small cards, Muyu mused. In his past life, it was common for people to use Kakashi as a unit of chakra measurement, though he referred to the younger Kakashi, hence the term small card. As the first student emerged, the examination came to a close, and both teachers and students departed. Obito, are you alright? Rin Noera hurriedly approached Obito. What could possibly be wrong? It was just a mere kick, Obito replied, but his words were cut short as he twisted the very spot that Guy had struck, causing him to gasp in pain. Don't be stubborn. Let me assist you, Rin said with a sigh, placing a hand on her forehead. No need. I'm truly fine. I merely lost due to carelessness. What could possibly be wrong? Obito gritted his teeth, maintaining his bravado. His defeat stung, especially in front of Muyu and Rin, and he felt unable to counter Kakashi's future taunts about never having secured first place. Muyu-sensei. Obito's gaze shifted as Muyu approached. How are you feeling? Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? Muyu inquired with genuine concern. It was essential to comfort a student who had faced defeat. No, I'm actually all right, Obito responded truthfully, feeling only a slight pain. He had previously declined the proctor's suggestion to visit the infirmary. Let us check just in case. It's better to be safe, Muyu said softly. Muyu-sensei is right. We should visit the infirmary, Rin concurred. Rin, you should head back first. I will accompany Muyu-sensei to the infirmary, Obito said, finding it difficult to resist their simultaneous suggestions. I'll go too, Rin insisted, worried for Obito. No, it's fine. Isn't Muyu-sensei here? Obito wished to spare Rin any further worry. I'll accompany you, Obito, Guy interjected. His commitment to fighting wholeheartedly did not diminish his belief in Obito as a comrade. See, there are already 2 of us going along, Rin. You should head home, Obito stated. Rin pondered for a moment, deeming Muyu a reliable teacher, and with Obito's insistence, she ultimately decided to return home alone. In the infirmary, Muyu devised a reason to dismiss Guy temporarily and began to engage Obito in conversation. Do not let the outcome of a single examination sway your spirit. A semester hosts 2 assessments, and within a year, there are 6 opportunities to prove oneself. If this time does not yield success, then one must strive even harder for the next. Muyu spoke earnestly. Do not harbor the notion that failing to secure the first position is a disappointment to me. If that were the case, then both you and Kai would inevitably owe me an apology, and that would mean a biannual regret. Muyu jested lightly. Daitu chuckled, reflecting on the wisdom of Muyu's words. An examination is but a singular event. There will be chances anew in the subsequent semester, and all that is required is continued diligence. As long as you earnestly hone your skills and elevate your capabilities, the notion of disappointing me shall not arise. Muyu affectionately ruffled Daitu's hair, observing the sincerity and seriousness in Muyu's expression. Daitu felt a deep sense of gratitude and resolved to achieve the top rank in the next semester, proving himself worthy of Muyu's guidance. Disciple Uchiha Daitu's training task. Achieve the top rank in the practical examination at the ninja school. Upon seeing the system notification, Muyu smiled with satisfaction. After comforting his defeated disciple, he did not forget to reward the victorious one. He escorted the returning Might Guy out of the infirmary. Kai, congratulations on securing the top rank in your grade, Muyu said with a beaming smile. Gazing at Muyu's warm and radiant countenance, Might Guy felt slightly dazed. He had always been a person brimming with confidence, steadfast in his belief that through relentless effort, he could become the strongest. Even before graduating from the ninja school, he had faced numerous setbacks, failing the entrance examination, only being admitted through supplementary enrollment, and being labeled as the last in his class due to poor grades. Not to mention being swiftly defeated by Kakashi in their first challenge. Most of the time, he would laugh off these challenges and continue to strive. Though moments of doubt occasionally crept in, he would quickly reaffirm his aspirations. Even so, he had not anticipated such a rapid transformation. In the previous semester's practical exam, he had failed to place within the top 20 of his class. Yet, this semester, his lowest score was the second in the grade, culminating in him achieving the first rank in the practical exam, emerging as the strongest of the 4th grade. He was acutely aware of who had catalyzed this change, Muyu. Muyu had taught him physical techniques and provided him with invaluable medicinal remedies, facilitating his remarkable growth in such a short span. This is all thanks to your guidance, Teacher Muyu, Might Guy exclaimed, his fist clenched, tears welling in his eyes. Do not underestimate your own efforts. While my teachings have indeed borne fruit, it is your relentless training that has been the cornerstone of your success. Continue this path, and you shall undoubtedly realize your dreams, Muyu encouraged him. Inspired by Muyu's words, Might Guy felt a surge of enthusiasm. Envisioning the day he would become the strongest in physical techniques, almost compelled to begin doing push-ups right then and there. This is the training method and experience from my teachings. Take it home and review it. Tomorrow morning during training, I will guide you on how to practice, Muyu said, smiling as he handed the scroll to Might Guy. You have bestowed upon your disciple the training scroll of the body flicker technique, for which the disciple expresses profound gratitude, resulting in an extraordinary reward, mastery of the Leaf Dragon God technique. In the wake of this overwhelming emotional surge, Muyu experiences a cascade of memories regarding this advanced martial art. Such a technique, however, cannot yet be entrusted to students. Muyu reflects on the original narrative concerning this skill. In the animation, it is an advanced technique developed by a martial artist known as Teacher Chen. According to the storyline, even Teacher Chen's own disciples have yet to master the Leaf Dragon God, rendering it somewhat abstract for others to employ. Nonetheless, even in the absence of copyright concerns, Muyu is disinclined to teach this technique to his disciples, as it demands a significant physical and chakra investment, making it unsuitable for their current level of training. I understand, Teacher Muyu. I will diligently study it upon returning home, replies Might Guy with a face full of appreciation. Previously, while Muyu was instructing Shisui, Guy had longed to learn this technique known as the body flicker. Thus, when Muyu presented him with the scroll for its cultivation, Guy cherished it as a treasured possession. Today, there is no need to train with me. Take the time to relax and engage in activities you enjoy, Muyu suggests, laying the groundwork for Guy's training tasks. Obito, inspired by Muyu's encouragement, has resolved to undertake the goal of achieving first place in their grade, while Might Guy has yet to initiate a new training task. Undoubtedly, training tasks are pivotal for acquiring rewards, Upon completion, one can gain substantial chakra and various high-level accolades. Hence, Muyu has begun contemplating how to trigger new training tasks following the conclusion of the first task 2 weeks before the final examinations. For the disciple who did not secure first place, it is straightforward. Through verbal encouragement, they can be motivated to undertake the first task again. As for the disciple who achieved first place, new training tasks can be induced based on their character, aspirations, and dreams. In Guy's case, Muyu believes that the challenge of defeating Kakashi would serve as an excellent training task, thus allowing Guy to pursue his own interest for the time being. With his significant power increase and his recent first-place achievement, it is only natural for him to seek out his dear friend and rival for a challenge. When Guy is ultimately bested by Kakashi, it will present an opportune moment to stimulate a new training task, although previous attempts of a similar nature had faltered. Resulting merely in a designated training task, Muyu deduces that the failure was not due to a flaw in his strategy, but rather a lack of trust on Guy's part regarding his abilities. After all, a task was indeed triggered, albeit one that differed from his initial expectations. Nodding in agreement, Guy resolves to seek out Kakashi shortly. Since commencing his intensive training regimen, Guy has not engaged in combat with Kakashi, and he finds himself eager for a bout. Meanwhile, after treating Obito, Muyu returns to practice sealing techniques, diligently studying the sealing knowledge imparted to him by Kushina. 10 days have elapsed since Kushina provided him with the 3-finger seal. In fact, he had achieved a preliminary mastery of it by the 6th day, and the time following has been devoted to further refinement and the pursuit of additional sealing techniques. As Muyu delved deeper into the study of sealing techniques, he cultivated a more profound understanding of their intricate mechanisms. He discovered that, under equal chakra conditions, the lesser the impact of the sealing technique, the more robust and difficult it became to break free from the seal. For instance, the 1-finger seal, which restricts the chakra throughout the entire body, is easily shattered. However, if the 1-finger seal were refined to confine the chakra of a specific limb, its strength would increase exponentially. Without altering the sealing effect, the greater and more potent the chakra, the more formidable the sealing technique one could wield. The ability to seal the mighty Kagaya Otsutsuki using the 6 paths, Heavenly Deception undoubtedly ranks as the most powerful sealing technique in the realm of shinobi. Though its execution is heavily constrained by the necessity of possessing the 6 paths yin-yang power, Muyu surmised the reason behind the Uzumaki clan's innate affinity for sealing techniques, their natural endowment of formidable chakra. Chakra is indeed the essence of all. Muyu acutely felt the significance of chakra quantity. Fortunately, he had the advantage of traversing worlds. Otherwise, even with foreknowledge of the narrative, establishing himself in the shinobi world would prove exceedingly challenging. As the summer vacation approached, he contemplated that the increase in chakra might slow down. With the onset of summer, aside from the rewards tied to the impending examination in 2 days, Muyu found himself unable to accrue chakra and ninjutsu through the Ninja Academy. Attending classes was a substantial source of chakra income. If he dedicated the entire month to merely accumulating chakra rather than honing ninjutsu, he could amass nearly 800 chakra. The advantage of not attending classes was that Might Guy and Obito could devote more time to training with him, facilitating greater progress for the students, which would likely enhance the chakra they returned to their mentors. As evening descended, after purchasing fish, Muyu returned home to the Central District, where he planned to prepare an exquisite and visually appealing new dish for Kushina and Minato. Squirrel fish? Is it truly delectable to combine squirrel and fish? Kushina expressed her skepticism. It's not about cooking the squirrel with the fish. Perhaps the finished dish merely resembles a squirrel, Minato clarified. Having noted that he hadn't even washed a squirrel, thus it surely wasn't included in the dish. Minato was correct. There was indeed no squirrel in this recipe. Muyu rinsed the fish, having already removed its scales and entrails, and explained, squirrel fish is a classic dish from Sioux cuisine, embodying color, aroma, and flavor. Having watched numerous videos on this dish in his previous life and having attempted it once, he found that his lack of knife skills resulted in a final product that bore little resemblance to the original. However, with the chef's skill now at his disposal, Muyu felt mentally prepared to handle the fish even before he began. He first used a knife to remove the fish bones from the back, leaving about 1 centimeter of spine at the tail. Then, he laid the fish skin side down and made diagonal cuts into the flesh, penetrating to 4/5 of the meat. This step was crucial. Any misstep could compromise the aesthetic appeal of the final dish. Under the auspices of her culinary prowess, Muyu flawlessly replicated the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish from her memories. The golden, crisp fish, resembling a squirrel, was drenched in a meticulously prepared sweet and sour sauce, presenting not only a visual feast, but also an inviting aroma. How is it that while I was merely chatting with Minato, this fish transformed into such a masterpiece? Kushina exclaimed, staring in awe at the squirrel fish on the table. It is no exaggeration to say that she had never encountered such a visually appealing dish before. In her recollection, food primarily served two purposes: to satiate hunger and to delight the palate. Minato stood up to closely examine the freshly cooked squirrel fish, equally astonished by its beauty. "This is the first time I find a dish so aesthetically pleasing," he praised, acknowledging Muyu's creation as truly delightful. "Don't just admire it. You must try it," Muyu encouraged with a smile. Without hesitation, both Kushina and Minato picked up their chopsticks and took a piece of fish. The moment Minato tasted the fish, he was first greeted by the sweet and sour flavor, followed by the crispy exterior and tender interior, culminating in the harmonious infusion of flavors permeating the fish. After regaining his composure, Minato quickly served himself a bowl of rice, compelled by the appetizing nature of the dish. "One of us has to master this recipe," Kushina declared earnestly after finishing her meal. Although she still preferred braised pork, the visual appeal of the squirrel fish was undeniable. "Not a problem. I will teach you," Muyu responded with a smile. "However, this dish is considerably more challenging than braised pork, so prepare yourselves," she cautioned. Unlike braised pork, which does not prioritize appearance, the squirrel fish's visual presentation is its very essence. Any flaw in its appearance would render it a failure. "I refuse to believe this dish can be more difficult than those advanced sealing techniques," Kushina confidently asserted regarding herself and Minato. "Muyu, to what level have you progressed with your three-finger sealing technique? Have you encountered any obstacles?" Minato inquired about Muyu's training in sealing arts. "It feels significantly more challenging than the one-finger technique. After 10 days of practice, I still feel lost," Muyu sighed. Although she had mastered it in 6 days, Kushina estimated it would take Minato about a month to complete, while Muyu planned to announce her success after 27 days. Subsequently, Muyu shared the challenges she faced on her first day, presenting herself as an eager learner. Kushina and Minato enthusiastically provided her with answers. Seizing the opportunity, Muyu not only inquired about certain superficial aspects of her training progress, but also posed questions regarding sealing arts that she genuinely did not understand. With Minato and Kushina, both experts in sealing techniques, offering guidance, Muyu gained considerable insights, realizing that her culinary skill was indeed timely. Without the culinary skill, her social endeavors would have progressed at a much slower pace. 2 days after the final exams, Gongzi Tai, Shinju Tsukuyami, and Hongdo agreed to meet and check their results together. Upon arriving at the designated location, the three set off towards the school. In the midst of practical examinations, I achieved second place. If only my theoretical scores were slightly better, I could request more rewards from Teacher Muyu. Today, Hongdo was in remarkably high spirits. "Didn't you find the questions rather simple during your last exam? Your score must be outstanding," remarked Gang Zitai with a grin. "Indeed, we are in dire straits. Many questions left us uncertain," replied Shinyu Jiyun, a look of worry etched on her face. "Fear not. Once the results are out, I shall treat you both to breakfast," Hongdo declared with a grand demeanor. "Is that truly the case, Hongdo?" Gang Zitai asked, his eyes alight with anticipation. "When have I ever deceived you?" Hongdo countered, hands on her hips. Gang Zitai and Shinyu Jiyun exchanged glances, shaking their heads, pondering who could ever be fooled by Hongdo. As they approached the school, Hongdo suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of suspicion, questioned the two. "You both did exceedingly well last time. You wouldn't be deceiving me about my performance, would you?" "Not at all. Last time was merely a stroke of luck," Gang Zitai denied. "Yes, this time we likely won't be so fortunate," Shinyu Jiyun sighed. The final exam results could be viewed on the bulletin board or directly in the classroom where the papers had been distributed. The trio returned to their classroom, where Muyu had already placed the test papers at each student's desk. After greeting Muyu, they settled down to examine their results. "Wait, how did I only score 78? That is 2 points lower than last time," Hongdo exclaimed, scratching her head in disbelief. 87 would have been more acceptable. "What about you, Zitai and Jian?" she inquired, her expression tinged with concern over how she could possibly request rewards from Teacher Muyu. This time, luck seemed to favor us as well, My score is slightly higher than yours, Gang Zitai said, flipping his paper over with a smile. Mine too. Just a tad higher than Hong Do's, Xinyu Jian added, her smile growing as she glanced at her own score. Slightly higher? Hong Do erupted in indignation, snatching their papers with lightning speed. You dare to call 100 higher than 78? She glared at the scores written on their tests. Zitai scored 100? And Jiyun as well? Both Gang Zitai and Xinyu Jiyun looked utterly astonished, bewildered by the unexpected results. Jiyun, did you deceive me during the last 2 weeks before the exam? You were not playing games at all, but studying diligently. Gang Zitai could not contain his curiosity. And you, Zitai, with your novels, were you not also secretly studying every day? Xinyu Jiyun retorted. You too. Hongdo stared at them in disbelief. Realizing that these two rascals, who claimed not to study, had been secretly preparing all along. Unable to hold back, Hongdo charged after them, exclaiming, You two scoundrels have led me to ruin. Breakfast? You'll first have to endure a punch from me. Observing the lively trio, Muyu smiled. Feeling quite pleased with the rewards that the system had offered, sensing that this semester had yielded considerable gains. The disciple Uchiha Shisui diligently trained and achieved perfect scores in his academic assessments, earning a reward of 300 chakra and a proficiency scroll for ninjutsu. The disciple Might Guy also exerted great effort, attaining excellent results and receiving 250 chakra as a reward. Meanwhile, the disciple Uchiha Obito labored hard to secure commendable grades, resulting in a reward of 200 chakra. Upon concluding the final examination rewards, Muyu's total chakra experienced a modest increase. Name, Yuhang Muyu Chakra, 12. 050. It appeared that only by securing dual first places could one obtain a proficiency scroll as a reward. Muyu mused as he surveyed the 3 reward notifications from the system. Aside from Shisui, who was undeniably the top of the grade, both Might Guy and Obito had received slightly higher rewards compared to their previous ones. Last time, their rewards were merely 150 chakra each. This time, Guy received an additional 100 chakra, while Obito gained an extra 50. Both had indeed made significant progress, not only in practical combat, but also in theoretical assessments. Now managing scores over 50. Although the proficiency scroll for ninjutsu was a valuable asset, Muyu was reluctant to have Guy and Obito invest excessive time in theoretical studies to attain perfect scores, as their learning efficiency was considerably low. Despite his frequent tutoring sessions, they barely managed to score over 50, while others, like Hongdo, could easily achieve full marks. To enable Guy and Obito to attain perfect scores, Muyu felt he would need to halt all training and conduct classes himself, ensuring they engaged in study and practice daily. However, he deemed such an approach unworthy. It would be more beneficial to focus on normal training, enhancing their strength to secure greater rewards for himself. Hey, Teacher Muyu, Hongdo approached him, somewhat sheepish after having scolded the 2 troublemakers earlier. You're still asking for rewards despite your decline in performance, are you? Muyu playfully tapped her head with 2 fingers. That is not true. I still ranked second in practical exams, but Shisui is just too formidable to compete against. Hongdo attempted to deflect. I was referring to your theoretical decline. You scored 2 points lower than last time, Muyu pointed out, recalling every student's scores with clarity. Oh dear, it's all Ziddy and Chūnin's fault. Hongdo lamented, wishing she could turn back time and punch the 2 for misleading her into thinking she didn't need to review. Here, take this treat. If you underperform again, there won't be any more. Muyu finally handed her the dumplings she needed most. He had purchased them on his way to school, ensuring everyone in the class received a share. Teacher Muyu is the best, Hongdo exclaimed as she accepted the dumplings, immediately beginning to extol Muyu's greatness. The atmosphere in Class 1 was quite pleasant. After reviewing their scores and receiving their papers, they lingered in the classroom, chatting until noon before departing. At midday, Muyu joined other teachers in the lecture hall for a meeting. Teachers at the ninja school also convened, though infrequently. This meeting primarily focused on summarizing the semester's teaching efforts and announcing the list of outstanding educators. For Muyu, the meeting held little significance. He differed from the regular teachers and had no interest in accolades or bonuses. To everyone's surprise, the 3rd generation made an appearance at the meeting. According to Chickgong and Ueda Aya, such meetings are typically convened by the class leader of the teacher's cohort. Lord 3rd, Muketsu greeted the 3rd generation with a respectful demeanor. The 3rd generation smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. With a lighter schedule of late, The third generation glanced at the results of Class 1, Year 1, and was astounded by the remarkable performance. The previous results had already been unparalleled in the Ninja Academy, yet Class 1 had surpassed them once more. The theoretical examination average reached an astonishing 81 points, a score that qualifies as exceptional among other classes, indicating that the students of Class 1 are collectively outstanding. The practical examination average was 24 points, which is quite extraordinary, considering that typical classes average around 16 points. Upon closer inspection, the third generation noted that the ninjutsu scores in Class 1 were particularly high, with no student scoring below 8 points, followed closely by their proficiency in sealing techniques. Muketsu had nurtured such an exceptional class, and coupled with the fact that he had not attended a school meeting in quite some time, the third generation found it worthwhile to attend. Perhaps due to the presence of the third generation, the meeting proceeded swiftly without any interruptions. The list of distinguished teachers for the semester was read aloud, and Muketsu's name was placed at the very top. Muketsu-sensei. As expected, Ueda Aya whispered her congratulations. Although Muketsu felt no inner tumult, he responded to his colleagues' accolades with a gentle smile. "I am also an outstanding teacher," Chik-kyung exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Given that his students had claimed the top 2 spots in their grade, he had speculated that he might receive the title of outstanding teacher. Yet the reality of it still took him aback. This recognition is rare, with only 4 awarded each semester. He had taught for several years without ever receiving such an honor. Damn it, why didn't my students suddenly excel? Kimura Shin lamented enviously. He did not envy Muketsu for receiving the recognition, as he believed it would have been strange if Muketsu had not been recognized as an outstanding teacher. Yet, did Chik-kyung not know the caliber of his own students? His award was primarily due to the efforts of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. You previously complained about Might Guy and Uchiha Obito being at the bottom of the class. This outstanding teacher title is entirely thanks to them, Ueda Aya remarked, equally envious. When Chik-kyung took over Class 2 in Year 4, everyone had offered their condolences, yet the semester culminated in such a reversal of fortune. "I am guilty of underestimating true talent," Chik-kyung admitted, acknowledging his misjudgment of Might Guy and Obito. "When the bonuses are distributed, I shall treat you all to drinks." Muketsu-sensei. "You must attend. You are partly responsible for this recognition," Chik-kyung said with a broad smile, grateful for all the times Muketsu had covered for him. "If time permits, I would be happy to join," Muketsu replied with a smile. "I must take a moment to commend teacher Muketsu. The students of Class 1 have achieved remarkable results under his guidance." Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak. He then proceeded to announce the various accomplishments of Muketsu's class, encouraging everyone to learn from such an exemplary teacher to foster the next generation of Konoha. After being commended by the third Hokage, Muyu felt the gaze of all the teachers upon him. Perhaps it was due to his charming demeanor that he did not encounter any venomous looks of jealousy. Everyone was exceedingly amiable. "Muyu, you are doing splendidly. Keep it up," encouraged Sarutobi Asuma, patting Muyu on the shoulder as the meeting concluded. "Lord Third, I shall exert myself to guide the students to the best of my abilities," Muyu reiterated his response from the principal's office. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage chuckled heartily, appearing to be in high spirits. The conclusion of the meeting also signified the commencement of a holiday for Muyu and his fellow teachers. Receiving the accolade of outstanding teacher and being personally recognized by the third Hokage did not disturb Muyu's inner tranquility. However, he was somewhat puzzled that Might Guy had not triggered any training missions in recent days. A subtle inquiry revealed that Might Guy had yet to engage in battle with Kakashi, which alleviated his concerns. It seemed Kakashi was preoccupied with missions, leaving Might Guy without a sparring partner. With the holiday officially underway, Muyu shared his special training plan with his disciples. The holiday special training has finally arrived. Obito sighed deeply, as if he could already foresee the arduous month and a half ahead. During school, at least there were 5 weekdays to cushion the workload. Now, with an extended break, every day felt like a weekend. Obito hoped the combat training would return to its former state. Otherwise, with an additional 200 problems each day, his life would effectively come to an end once the break concluded. Upon hearing about the special training, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. But the thought of the extra assignments weighed heavily on him. In contrast, Shizun remained impassive, unlike Might Guy and Obito. He had already mastered the shadow clone technique and had long sent his clones to school. Aside from attending exams, Shizun spent most of his time training under Muyu. making the prospect of daily training during the holiday no different from his usual routine. On Thursdays and Sundays, you will have a break. On other days, come to my place for training in the mornings and afternoons, and you may return home for lunch. If you choose not to, I shall prepare meals, Muyu announced. While the students had been visiting Muyu daily during school, the time dedicated to training from Monday to Friday was relatively limited. Thus, even if they practiced 5 times and rested twice during the holiday, the actual training hours would significantly exceed those of their school days. 2 days off a week. Obito exclaimed in delight. After some calculation, he realized that this arrangement seemed even more relaxed than during school. While attending classes from Monday to Friday and training at Muyu's place on weekends, he was now granted a reprieve. Additionally, we will be pausing combat training. Obito, continue to practice the nature transformation of your fire release chakra. Shizun, learn body flicker technique with me. Muyu delineated the new training plan for the holiday. During the Youth Ninja Tournament's training missions, Obito had practiced the nature transformation for a while, but he had only begun to scratch the surface. Further training was essential. Lacking the extraordinary vitality and chakra of Naruto, Obito could not employ the multiple-shadow clone technique for training and had to proceed in a more incremental manner. No combat training. If the 2 days off had thrilled Obito, the announcement of the halt in combat practice made him truly relish the prospect of an extended holiday. Without combat training, there would be no plethora of challenges. Although the training in nature transformation is arduous, he prefers it over solving problems. Once the training tasks were arranged, the disciples commenced their individual practices. Obito alone grasped a large block of ice, continuously unleashing chakra, while Shisui, Might Guy, and Muyu learned body flicker technique. Watching Muyu darting about with Shisui and Guy, Obito felt the chill of the ice seep through his hands and travel to his heart. Muyu-sensei, what was that taijutsu challenge you mentioned earlier? I wish to learn the body flicker technique as well. Obito could not help but inquire. He recalled Muyu stating that, aside from achieving the top rank in his class, completing the taijutsu challenge he set would also allow him to learn the technique. However, at that time, Muyu had directly asserted that Obito would be unable to complete it, hence he refrained from asking for specifics. Yet, a month had passed, and his strength had significantly improved. Perhaps he could indeed accomplish the challenge Muyu had mentioned. The taijutsu challenge is quite difficult. Are you certain you want to attempt it? Muyu sent a shadow clone to communicate with Obito, but everyone is learning the body flicker technique. If I don't learn it, I will fall behind, Obito replied. Very well, I will prepare the venue today, and you may attempt the challenge tomorrow. Muyu nodded in agreement. Obito's actions were anticipated. The reason he had not directly taught the body flicker technique to all his disciples, but imposed conditions was to enhance the training of those who had previously faltered. Rather than enforcing training directly, he believed it more beneficial to stimulate the disciples' enthusiasm. He would set up mechanisms that could not be completed without sufficient speed and strength. Thus, Obito would surely exert himself to strengthen his physique in order to learn the body flicker technique. Once the challenge was completed and his body strengthened, mastering the technique would become easier. Moreover, the reward gained through personal effort would compel Obito to study more diligently, as it would be hard-earned. In his commitment to bolster his disciples' prowess, Muyu considered every aspect, including the psychological state of his students. After the training concluded, Muyu proceeded to his residence in the main district as usual. Today, he prepared sushi and tempura. However, a minor interruption occurred during their meal. Just as the three were enjoying their food and engaging in pleasant conversation, a hawk's cry resonated from outside. What a time for this, Kushina grumbled. Having just finished a piece of sushi. Let us go. This sudden occurrence must indicate something serious, Minato declared as he rose to his feet. Apologies, Muyu, but we must excuse ourselves momentarily. An urgent high-ranking ninja meeting has been convened. Minato had experienced such notifications before, where the village would dispatch ninja beasts to inform the higher-ups of significant matters. Muyu, please save us some food. Such meetings typically do not last long. And with Minato's speed, we will return shortly, Kushina reminded Muyu as they exited. I can't possibly eat all of that by myself. Muyu smiled and nodded, pondering what major event could have transpired. Based on the timeline, he surmised it was related to the Third Great Ninja War. Would the war erupt in full force? Muyu contemplated. Kushina and Minato did not keep Muyu waiting long. They returned in less than half an hour. It was initially assumed that a significant event had transpired. Yet it turned out to be the disappearance of the third Kazekage from Sunagakure. Upon entering the room, Kushina remarked in a teasing tone. With such an urgent call for a jonin meeting, one might think that the third Hokage of Konoha had vanished. Listening to Kushina's words, Muyu inwardly speculated that a grand conflict was indeed on the horizon. The hidden Cloud Village, having already amassed its strength, was likely to seize this fortuitous opportunity presented by the third Kazekage's sudden absence. The disappearance of any Kage holds significant implications for the balance of the ninja world, and the likelihood of war erupting in the wake of the third Kazekage's vanishing was exceedingly high. In contrast to Kushina's demeanor, Minato bore a more solemn expression. Indeed, Sunagakure was poised to face dire consequences. Kushina nodded in agreement, taking a substantial bite of sushi. Listening to their conversation, Muyu's emotions were rather complex. Little did they realize that the Third Shinobi World War, ignited by the disappearance of the third Kazekage, would witness Konoha enduring the most brutal onslaught, despite ultimately emerging victorious. As the specter of war loomed, Muyu felt an intensified sense of insecurity. He could only be grateful that he was a covert operative of the route. Even if Danzo were to act rashly and send his subordinates into harm's way, he would likely be among the last to do so. Muyu held no illusions regarding Danzo's intentions. His sole desire was to elevate his abilities to that of a Kage before the flames of war engulfed Konoha. In this perilous world, strength was paramount. Without it, all was mere empty rhetoric. The physical challenge consisted of two stages. The first being a sprint through a forest where numerous traps and mechanisms had been strategically placed. Each time one fell into a trap or was struck by a mechanism, a point would be deducted, and accumulating 3 points would signify failure. There were 3 attempts permitted. Obito felt that Muyu's challenge was not overly daunting. Setting traps was a fundamental lesson for ninjas, and he was familiar with the concept. Additionally, Muyu mentioned, "I will dispatch a shadow clone of yours, slightly slower than you, to pursue you from behind. If you are too slow and allow the clone to catch you, that will also be deemed a failure." Muyu elaborated, "While one could easily evade the traps by proceeding cautiously, the presence of a pursuer complicates matters." The thought of Muyu's clone trailing him made Obito realize the challenge was not as simple as it appeared. As long as you can maintain your speed, the shadow clone will not catch up to you, Muyu reassured with a smile. "Then, Muiwa-sensei, please take me through the challenge once," Obito proposed, eager to try. "Very well, let me first collect the challenge fee," Muyu replied, producing 3 examination papers. "There are roughly 100 questions here. Consider this the cost of initiating the challenge." "Wait, what?" Obito stared blankly at the papers handed to him, taken aback by the notion of a paid challenge, and wondered why Muyu was the one covering the fee. "Muiwa-sensei, this seems inappropriate. How can the owner pay the customer? Instead, let me offer you these 3 papers as my challenge fee." As Obito gazed at the 3 papers, he felt a bit dizzy and began to ramble. With a gentle tap of 2 fingers, Muyu brought Obito back to reality, playfully stating, "Do you think I can set up the venue without any time investment? If I don't require some form of compensation, should you fail on your first attempt and persistently seek to challenge me again, I would be utterly exhausted from preparing traps." As the sudden blow jolted him, Obito's mind cleared, revealing an endearingly sheepish smile. He found merit in Muyu's words. "Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Muyu," he said, standing on a stone to massage her shoulders. "However, I believe both 103 are rather undesirable numbers. 2, on the other hand, seems quite appealing. Shall we discuss the possibility of only tackling 2 questions?" he proposed. "I assure you, I won't trouble you with more." "Apply some pressure," Muyu suggested. "What about the questions?" Obito's face brightened. "Very well, if you truly favor the number 2. Let us modify it to 250 questions," Muyu replied with a warm smile. "Actually, I do have a fondness for 3 and 100 as well." Obito quickly countered, undergoing a swift change of heart. "Enough with the chatter. Allow me to take you to the challenge location," Muyu said, seizing Obito and swiftly transporting him to the designated site via technique. Upon arrival, Obito surveyed his surroundings but found no significant difference from the other parts of the forest, save for the trees being somewhat sturdier. "Simply head east, and you will reach the endpoint. My shadow clone will commence its task 3 seconds after you set off," Muyu instructed, pointing in a direction. Nodding in acknowledgement, Obito took a deep breath and sprinted forward with all his might, casting a worried glance back at the shadow clone. However, neglecting to watch where he was going while running led to dire consequences. He stepped directly into a rope trap set by Muyu and found himself dangling from a tree. -1 point, Muyu's gentle voice echoed in Obito's ears. Moreover, if you do not extricate yourself from the trap swiftly, the shadow clone will begin its task. In that moment, Obito recalled the cost of his 100 question tickets. He could not afford to falter at the entrance. This represented 3 entire papers. Summoning strength from his core, he executed a handstand sit-up, grasped the rope, and severed it before racing eastward. Having learned from his earlier misstep, Obito became acutely aware of the terrain, avoiding any suspicious ground. It seems that if I remain diligent, this challenge is not insurmountable. After running for a minute without encountering another trap, a smile broke across his face. Yet, the next moment, his smile faded as several thick logs unexpectedly swung toward him, moving back and forth like a pendulum. Obito finally understood why Muyu had asserted that he would be unable to complete it at that time. Had it been a month prior, he would have been struck by the logs, but now, accustomed to Kakashi's instant transmission technique, his reflexes had sharpened. Although he managed to evade the traps, his speed diminished, and he was ultimately caught by the pursuing shadow clone, marking a failure in the challenge. Had I known, I might have preferred to take a hit instead. That would only cost me 1 point, Obito lamented, realizing he could have been faster. Why can't I enhance both my speed and reaction time to navigate through the trap-laden area more swiftly? Muyu reminded him. This challenge was not merely to bolster Obito's capacity to endure punishment. It was designed to refine his skills, preparing him for the eventual mastery of the technique. If only I could master the art of instantaneous movement, I would surely surpass all obstacles in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, Obito arrived at a conclusion. It is time to train diligently. Muyu expressed her thoughts, suggesting that it was a noble idea, but advised him not to dwell on it further. Since today was Saturday, Muyu visited Asuma's home in the afternoon, preparing to commence this week's training with him. To her surprise, she found Sarutobi Hiruzen at home and greeted him. Upon her arrival, he was seated in the living room, exhaling smoke thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. You've come to train Asuma, I presume? He.S. waiting for you in the backyard, Hiruzen said, removing the pipe from his mouth, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly recalling Muyu's extraordinary performance from the previous day, Hiruzen inquired, Muyu, if a great war were to erupt in the ninja world, and Konoha were to be drawn into the conflict, what would you do? After pondering for a moment, Muyu smiled and replied, as a teacher, I would provide special training to my students, enhancing their strength and contributing to the village's power. As a ninja of Konoha, I would willingly fight for my village. Given the news of the third Kazekage's disappearance and considering his own displayed abilities, Muyu surmised Hiruzen's thoughts. Not only did Muyu not mind Hiruzen's perspective, but he also worried that he might be overthinking, subtly guiding Hiruzen towards the conclusion he desired. Hiruzen nodded, clearly pleased with Muyu's response. He then informed Muyu that a war was imminent due to the disappearance of the third Kazekage. I propose we gather the fourth-year students who are about to graduate for a summer training program to bolster their abilities, and allow outstanding students from other grades to join as well, Muyu suggested. This way, Obito and the others could undergo more intensive training while Muyu continued to earn rewards for his lessons. Hiruzen contemplated this and remarked, I believe you underestimate your own capabilities, Muyu. How about this? On top of your training program, we promote it to the newly graduated Chūnin this year, inviting those interested to participate in your special training. With a smile, Hiruzen looked at Muyu and asked, what do you think? Since Lord Third has such confidence in my abilities, I shall endeavor to give it a try, Muyu responded respectfully. He welcomed the prospect of having many students, eager to teach hundreds in a single day. According to Muyu's reasoning, the number of students in a class would also affect the rewards received for teaching, which is why he earned rewards at the Ninja Academy. However, the lack of sufficient students during his lessons with Obito and the others meant no rewards were granted. If he could gather all the fourth-year students, along with outstanding pupils from other classes and some graduated Chūnin, assembling over 300 participants would be quite feasible. Muyu was curious if teaching a class of over 200 would yield better rewards. If you manage to execute this special training effectively, enhancing the strength of both students and Chūnin, you need not wait for the year to pass. Upon completion of the training, you could be promoted to special Chūnin, Hiruzen said with a cheerful demeanor. If Muyu could consistently replicate the teaching achievements of Class 1 each year, it would not only be remarkable, but even the class leader of the teacher's class, Sarutobi Hizashi, could be replaced by Muyu. However, when that time arrives, he would need to have a thorough discussion with his old friend Danzo regarding Muyu's identity. While instructors at the Ninja Academy may be members of Root, The leader of the teacher's class cannot be. I will inform the Ninja Academy to cooperate with your endeavors, and this matter will proceed under your guidance, Sarutobi Hizashi stated. Muyu expressed his gratitude, and then headed to the backyard to take Asuma away for their weekend training. Teacher Muyu, are we really going to have special training? Asuma inquired curiously, having overheard their conversation. Since Lord Third has so much faith in me, I naturally cannot disappoint him, Muyu replied with a smile. I see the old man just wants you to do the heavy lifting. You are just a student in the same grade, and to teach so many people at once must be exhausting, Asuma defended Muyu. Moreover, he hasn't mentioned how your salary will be calculated during this special training. If it ends up being the same as during normal periods, Teacher Muyu, you will be at a loss. Upon hearing Asuma's words, Muyu thought to himself that if Asuma were also a disciple, his level of trust would likely be quite high. As he had begun to assist Muyu in speaking well of Sarutobi Hizashi. I do not teach for the sake of profit. I merely hope for my students to thrive, Muyu replied with a smile. If another teacher had said such a thing, Asuma would have dismissed it as pretentious. However, when Muyu articulated it, Asuma found it entirely reasonable. If it were merely for financial gain, Muyu could easily choose to clash with him and would have no need to devise elaborate methods to ensure his training. Since you are truly organizing special training, I must bring my teammates along to learn from you, Asuma declared, eager to support Muyu, being a recently graduated Jonin himself. To be fair, Asuma felt that while Muyu might not possess the strength of a Jonin, his teaching ability was undoubtedly far superior to that of his own Jonin instructor. Each weekend spent training with Muyu left him feeling significantly enriched. Spending a month learning from Muyu would surely yield greater benefits than their usual training. Kakashi, let us engage in a contest filled with youth and fervor. I understand the reasoning, but could you please refrain from barging in while I am bathing? Kakashi, reclining in the bathtub, responded with exasperation to the unexpected entrance of Might Guy. He was at a loss for words, questioning why Might Guy always appeared at such inopportune moments. I came at this hour because I was training during the day, Might Guy explained. Could you at least step outside? Kakashi, observing the stationary Might Guy, felt a headache coming on. It seemed that among his few friends, only Noera Rin was truly normal. Finally, Might Guy stepped outside, but as he reached the door, he curiously looked back, prompting Kakashi to lose his composure and throw a bottle at him. Next time, I will definitely set a trap at the bathroom door, Kakashi warned Might Guy after finishing his bath. Might Guy disregarded Kakashi's words. His fists clenched and enthusiasm ablaze as he exclaimed, Kakashi, let us engage in another fervent battle with all our might. This time, my strength is unlike before. Carelessness will lead to defeat. Let us proceed to the courtyard, and I hope your prowess matches your eloquence. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, this time, I have achieved the top rank in the Ninja Academy. Do not underestimate me. Guy, with a thumbs up and a hearty laugh, retorted, isn't it true that one only needs to participate to claim the first place? Kakashi, who had never tasted defeat in the Ninja Academy's examinations, responded with indifference. As they reached the courtyard, their gazes met, and with a nod, the battle commenced. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Aware of Kakashi's formidable strength, Guy unleashed his newly learned chakra burst technique, swiftly closing the distance to deliver a spinning kick. Although he had yet to master the body flicker technique completely, he was able to accelerate using its principles. Such speed. Kakashi was taken aback by Guy's display of velocity, and with no time to evade, he braced himself with his arm, stumbling back a few steps. Unyielding, Guy pressed forward, intent on maintaining an aggressive rhythm to prevent Kakashi from utilizing ninjutsu. However, Kakashi was no Abido, and to Guy's astonishment, he found himself unable to gain an advantage in taijutsu, gradually falling behind. Leaf Whirlwind. As Kakashi began to regain control of the situation, he executed a spinning kick that sent Guy flying, immediately following up with a body flicker technique to place a kunai against Guy's neck. Kakashi, there seems to be a discrepancy in your Leaf Whirlwind, Guy pointed out candidly. As long as I can win the battle, that suffices, Kakashi replied, sheathing his kunai. After observing Guy's technique a few times, how could he replicate it flawlessly? Kakashi merely sought to avenge the incident in the bathroom, hoping to frustrate Guy. Yet, he found it intriguing that Guy, defeated by his own specialty, remained unfazed. Truly, my rival in pursuit, you are remarkably strong, Guy proclaimed proudly. In this encounter, Kakashi had scarcely employed ninjutsu to secure victory. Observing Guy's expression, Kakashi momentarily found himself at a loss for words. one might mistakenly believe that Guy had triumphed. I shall return stronger to challenge you next time. Feeling the rekindled spirit between them, Guy exchanged farewells with Kakashi before dashing off to train. Kakashi reflected on Guy's rapidly accelerated growth and strength, marveling at his impressive performance today. That initial kick had genuinely caught him off guard, something previously unimaginable. Guy, you appear to be in excellent form today, remarked Muketsu as he arrived at their usual training spot on a Sunday morning, discovering Guy already present, performing deep squats while holding a large stone. I believe what you said previously holds merit. Engaging in a fair fight with the strong can better transform training results into personal strength. Guy recounted to Muketsu the tale of his defeat against Kakashi the night before. You are able to cherish the words of your teacher, and this brings great joy to me, Muyu remarked with a smile. As long as you continue to exert yourself in the time ahead, I firmly believe you will surpass your dear friend and emerge as the strongest, for you are a diligent genius. Upon hearing the term diligent genius, Guy felt a surge of energy. It was indeed a fitting description of him. With your guidance, Teacher Muyu, I am filled with confidence on my path to becoming the strongest, Guy proclaimed, his face brightening with a radiant smile. Each time he reflected upon the transformations he had undergone, he grew increasingly aware of Muyu's significance. In truth, after being a disciple of Muyu for a considerable period, even someone as slow to perceive as Guy and Obito began to sense that something was amiss. The prowess Muyu exhibited before them was far beyond the expected capabilities of a chūnin instructor. However, Guy remained unconcerned. He could sense that Muyu genuinely cared for his well-being. Whenever they, as disciples, experienced notable advancements in their abilities, he felt that Muyu was even more elated than they were. Apart from Muyu, he had only witnessed such enthusiasm from his own father. With Teacher Muyu's instruction, I shall inevitably defeat Kakashi. Guy was brimming with confidence in both himself and Muyu. Disciple Guy sets training task, defeat Kakashi, reward, determined by the completion level of the task and the growth in strength during the task, as he observed the training task finally materialize. Muyu nodded to himself, affirming that his thoughts had indeed been correct. He had essentially grasped the triggering mechanism of the training tasks. Over 2 months had passed since the first training task was activated, and through continuous exploration, he had discerned some conditions underlying these tasks. The training tasks primarily depend on the subjective willingness of the disciples. In cases like Guy and Obito, the tasks were relatively easy to trigger, while Shisui posed a greater challenge. This was because Shisui was far too formidable among his peers, presenting no pressure for him to overcome, thus lacking a target to surpass. Muyu had once attempted to encourage Shisui to activate a training task, but after much effort, he was unable to elicit one. Muyu speculated that training tasks might not be triggered for long-term, ambitious goals. Otherwise, with Shisui's character, it would not be impossible for him to generate a task that could alter the plight of the Uchiha clan. It might also be due to insufficient trust level. Perhaps it required a trust level of 3 to trigger a training task, and a trust level of 4 might yield new developments. Although a training task could not currently be generated for Shisui, Muyu still regarded him with great importance, perhaps due to Shisui's superior talent and extensive training. His chakra had been increasing rapidly, and he currently possessed the highest chakra bestowed by his master, surpassing that of both Obito and Guy combined. Moreover, Shisui was the only disciple so far to have triggered a reward for strength growth. Muyu estimated that Obito and Guy would require more time before they could activate such a task. Not long after, Shisui also arrived, ready to train. Noticing both of them present, Muyu called them together to commence their training in the body flicker technique. Obito, arriving last, felt a wave of envy upon seeing Guy and Shisui engaged in their studies of the technique. However, the thought of the ticket fee and difficulty of the physical training challenge left him with a headache. To swiftly evade while maintaining forward momentum, Obito practiced the transformation of chakra, pondering solutions to this dilemma. Without resolving previously encountered challenges, even if he were to attempt a new endeavor, he would merely end up facing 3 additional assessments. Perhaps an evening run would prove beneficial. Obito believed that strengthening his legs could yield significant advantages. Stronger legs would not only enhance his speed, but also reduce fatigue when utilizing chakra. With the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, overseeing matters, arrangements for the summer training program were swiftly finalized. For the 4th grade students, barring exceptional circumstances, all were to return to school for intensive training. while outstanding students from other grades could decline the invitation. The primary focus of this training was not the graduating chūnin of this year, nor the exceptional students from other grades, but rather the fourth graders who were soon to graduate. The Ninja Academy directly dispatched teachers to inform parents and facilitate communication. Muketsu believed that in this harsh world of ninjas, it was unlikely that any parent would wish for their child to be less formidable. Regardless of how noble the textbooks of Konoha depicted ninjas, the reality remained that it was an exceedingly perilous profession. News of the disappearance of the third Kazekage had already spread throughout Konoha, and anyone with a modicum of understanding of the current ninja landscape recognized that a great conflict was inevitable. Considering the previous tensions between the Cloud Village and Konoha, it was highly probable that Konoha would not remain uninvolved. The selection of outstanding students was determined by Muketsu, who chose 8 from each grade, instructing the teachers to base their selections on combat scores. Given the dominance of Muketsu's class in the first grade, 4 students were chosen: Shisui, Akane, Tetsu, and Kamizuki Izumi. Akane was unsure of others' sentiments, but when the teacher came to inform her that she would need to undergo another month of summer training, she was utterly bewildered. The vacation had barely lasted a week, and now it seemed she was to return to school. Fortunately, this summer training focused solely on practical combat, devoid of theoretical lessons, and was to be taught by her beloved instructor, Muketsu. Generally, outstanding students did not refuse the invitation. In contrast, few graduating chūnin applied to join the training, with only a handful expressing interest. Muketsu understood this, as most individuals would naturally place greater trust in their post-graduation mentors than in the chūnin instructors at the academy. Having a suspicious superior was indeed a troublesome affair. Due to the summer training program, Muketsu conducted a special report to Danzo, detailing the inception and progression of the initiative. This was a significant undertaking, being the first summer training program ever held by the Ninja Academy, and even the graduating chūnin had received notifications. Danzo seemed to believe that Muketsu had performed admirably, rewarding him with a secret medicinal elixir for his efforts. In his response, Danzo urged Muketsu to strive for excellence, so that the third Hokage might promote him to the rank of special chūnin, accompanied by some rather meaningless PUA content. Muketsu could only ponder that the original owner of this body might resonate with those sentiments, whereas he himself would only grow to despise Danzo further. The thought of teaching over 300 students was daunting indeed. Under the gaze of more than 200 pairs of eyes, a mixture of curiosity, anticipation, and confusion could be felt. Muyu had every reason to believe that if a more introverted individual were in his position, they would likely struggle to speak under such scrutiny. However, Muyu was no ordinary person. The presence of a larger audience invigorated him. Hello everyone. I am Yushing Muyu, the instructor responsible for this summer training program, he announced with a warm smile, introducing himself. Although he was somewhat well known at school, and some students were from classes he had taught, he did not presume that everyone recognized him, making the self-introduction essential. Muyu-sensei. Some familiar students greeted him enthusiastically. Muyu nodded in response before continuing. I understand that many of you have questions about why we are conducting a summer training program during the break and what its purpose is. I can unequivocally inform you that the singular aim of this training is to enhance the abilities of the participating students, enabling them to become more competent ninjas in the future. He refrained from voicing the harsher realities, such as the potential for impending war. After all, a full-scale conflict had yet to erupt. Even the most crisis-aware ninjas of Konoha would not anticipate that their village would gradually become the epicenter of war, besieged by the 4 great ninja villages. What form will the training take? Surely we, as lower-ranked ninjas and students, cannot engage in the same training as formal ninjas, as our levels of skill differ greatly, inquired Nizuo Raito, a teammate of Asuma who had been brought along. Raito felt somewhat deceived. How could a chūnin instructor possibly be as formidable as Asuma claimed? I have made arrangements for that. However, do not underestimate the students of the Ninja Academy. Muyu replied, not directly addressing Raito's question, but instead summoning Shisui. This is Uchiha Shisui, a student in my class who is currently in his first year. You may engage in a spar with him to gauge the level of the academy students. Muyu smiled as he spoke. Muyu had anticipated such a scenario. Lower-ranked ninjas, having encountered more seasoned ninjas and received guidance from chūnin, would approach their interactions with academy students and a chūnin instructor with a different mindset. In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme, and thus, Muyu's solution was rather straightforward. If you believe academy students to be lacking, Then challenge one to a duel and see if you can prevail. As Shisui stepped forward with an air of calm, Asuma felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, recalling the humiliating experience from 2 months prior. That moment, when he, a graduated lower-ranked ninja, had been defeated by a mere first-year student, would likely haunt him for a lifetime. Raito, I absolutely cannot tolerate this. He is just a first-year student, Asuma whispered to Nizwa Raito, who was eager to witness Raito's incredulous expression upon defeat. Such a moment of anguish could not be borne alone. This seems inappropriate. After all, he is merely a first-year student. Yuhi Kurenai quietly interjected, feeling that the situation was somewhat unethical. As a senior before graduation, I came to assess whether the skill level of the students at the Ninja Academy has declined. To my surprise, Muyu summoned a fourth-year student, but it was a first-year student who stepped forward, making me feel somewhat belittled. Coupled with Asuma's provocation, I could no longer contain my frustration. The other students quickly retreated, providing ample space for the impending duel. If I couldn't hold back, I would concede immediately. I wouldn't want to be responsible for any injuries. I reminded them as I pulled out a kunai from my ninja tool pouch. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I won't overexert myself, Shisui replied politely. Observing Shisui's respect towards seniors, I resolved to let him lose gracefully, ensuring it wouldn't be too humiliating. Obito had already covered his face, unable to bear the sight of the impending brutality. He knew my capabilities all too well and understood that even I, at my current level, would likely struggle against him, making it implausible for Shisui to be a match for me. This battle was undoubtedly a one-sided affair, but ironically, the one being outmatched was the already graduated me, not the first-year Shisui. Go, Shisui. Defeat that arrogant fellow who looks down on current students, Akane urged, pushing to the front to cheer him on. Steel and Kamizuki also joined her, rallying behind Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, was he not the first-year prodigy renowned for achieving perfect scores in all subjects? Even the fourth-year students had heard of his extraordinary talent. Regardless of his brilliance, it seemed improbable that a first year could triumph over a fully fledged Chūnin. Although the students were hopeful for Shisui's victory, the majority remained skeptical, as it was indeed a staggering feat for a first year to overcome a seasoned shinobi. Begin, Muyu announced as the makeshift referee once both prepared for combat. It was time to engage. I warned Shisui, then charged at him with my kunai. Shisui, unfazed, calmly retrieved his kunai from his tool pouch, initiating a direct confrontation. The sharp sounds of clashing kunai resonated as Shisui effortlessly parried my relentless assaults. Something felt amiss. This strength, this speed, this reaction, was this truly a first-year student? I swiftly retreated, forming hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique, creating 5 clones to distract Shisui. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui, remarkably composed, performed hand seals of his own, summoning a towering fireball 3 meters in height. Who among us is truly the student of the Ninja Academy? As I beheld the approaching inferno and glanced at my intangible clones, my mind momentarily froze. Fortunately, the fireball was not particularly swift, and I managed to escape its range just in time. As I rejoiced in my narrow escape, a kunai suddenly appeared at my throat from behind. Realizing the cold steel against my skin, I was struck by the realization that Shisui had stealthily positioned himself beside me. I concede, I underestimated the students of the Ninja Academy. I acknowledged my defeat, recognizing that had Shisui been my enemy, I would have perished. Senior, I humbly accept your concession, Shisui replied, sheathing his kunai with modesty. He is entirely capable of delivering a decisive blow, yet he has opted to hold back. Previously, it must have been a careless remark. Shisui did not wish to embarrass him too much, thus he showed leniency. He still restrained himself. This great fireball was not nearly as formidable as the one he had employed against me, Asuma mused. Senpai, do you harbor a grudge against him? Why do you appear so delighted? Gonzi noticed someone nearby laughing heartily. Initially, he assumed it was a fellow student united in enmity, only to discover the individual bore a forehead protector, which left him perplexed. No, I merely recalled some joyful memories, Asuma denied, shaking his head. Reinforced by his discontent, the young ninja returned to his team. He didn't feel defeated in spirit, for Shisui's displayed prowess was undeniably impressive. He simply was not his match. However, the sting of defeat lingered. He, a fully fledged Chūnin, had been bested so effortlessly by a student just entering the academy. This Uchiha Shisui was exceedingly formidable, having vanquished even seasoned Chūnin. Even if Kakashi, of the same age, were to face him, he might not fare any better. There was also the possibility that his opponent had overheard the remarks from the students nearby, which intensified his embarrassment. Upon returning, he found Asuma unable to suppress his grin. "Asuma, do you know something?" he queried, his expression filled with skepticism. With deeper contemplation, he sensed something was amiss. Previously, when Asuma had gathered them for special training, he had mentioned that Mitsuki was his tutor. Thus, it was plausible that Asuma was aware of a prodigy named Uchiha Shisui in Mitsuki's class. "What do you mean?" Asuma feigned ignorance. "How could I possibly know that first-year student was so formidable, dispatching you in just 2 or 3 moves?" Upon hearing Asuma's words, Reinforced felt as though he had been struck by another arrow. Being bested by a first-year student in such a manner was indeed mortifying. "Everyone, please quiet down." Mitsuki raised his hand to signal the crowd to cease their discussions. "We have students from 1st to 4th grade here, as well as some graduated genin. We are all comrades from the same village, and I hope you can coexist harmoniously. Shortly, I will conduct a power assessment and divide you into groups for specialized training. There will be 3 groups, A, B, and C, each receiving distinct training." Mitsuki addressed the earlier inquiries from Reinforced. With such a diverse array of students, including graduated genin, he could not impart the same teachings to all. Therefore, he chose to teach in groups. After all, they were all in the same training ground. Once he finished with one group, he could proceed to the others. Coupled with the assistance of Shadow Clone Jutsu, he could effectively teach the 3 groups as if they were 3 individual students. The power assessment was quite straightforward, requiring students to demonstrate their ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken throwing skills, the fundamental techniques expected of a ninja, after which the teachers would assign scores. Mitsuki summoned several teachers, and within a single class, he managed to evaluate over 300 students and assign them to specific groups. Group A was designated for those at the level of genin, tailored for graduated genin and outstanding academy students, focusing primarily on chakra control, physical conditioning, and body flicker technique. Group B comprises the exceptional students of the institution, primarily focusing on specialized training and techniques such as the 3-body technique, chakra control, physical prowess, and martial arts. Group C, on the other hand, consists of the average students, undergoing training similar to that of Group B, albeit at a more rudimentary level and with a reduced training volume. Muyu glanced at the roster for Group A and immediately recognized many familiar names. Naturally, figures like Obito, Shisui, and Might Guy stood out, along with Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and Kakashi Hitaki. Those who qualified for Group A, other than Shisui, were predominantly either genin or students who had achieved a ranking among the 4th-year cohort. In Group B, Muyu only spotted 3 acquaintances, Ebisu, Tsukuyami, and Lin Noera. Ebisu appeared slightly awkward, while his skills were commendable compared to others in Group B. He fell short of the level exhibited by Group A. Tsukuyami had just advanced to the 3rd year. Meanwhile, the trio of Akado, Tetsu, and Kamizuki Izumo found themselves relegated to Group C, as the definition of excellence for average students was based on the 4th-year standards. Although they could wield lightning techniques as first-year students, they were deemed ordinary by 4th-year criteria. Muyu first approached the area designated for Group A and declared, "Those who have completed both the water walking and tree climbing exercises, please stand to the right. Those who have only accomplished the tree climbing exercise, stand to the left. And those who have not completed either, stand in the center." Most students gravitated towards the left, a few positioned themselves on the right, and only a handful remained in the center. He then instructed those on the left to attempt tree climbing, while those on the right practiced water walking. Observing the students engaged in their training, Muyu gleaned a clearer understanding of the chakra control levels among Group A's members. Obito, Asuma, Shisui, and Might Guy had surpassed the need for water walking practice, while the others still needed to hone their skills. "You have not completed the training. You have merely grasped a fragment of it," Muyu remarked to a student attempting to climb a tree. He then called upon Obito to demonstrate what it truly meant to complete the tree climbing and water walking exercises. With remarkable agility, Obito ascended the tree, his feet firmly gripping the branches as he executed a flawless 360-degree rotation multiple times. His saw steadfastly adhered to the bark. Subsequently, he showcased a water dragon bullet technique, effortlessly maneuvering across the surface of the water amidst distractions. Only at this level can one claim to have completed the training, Muyu pointed out, indicating Obito. Currently, only Asuma, Shisui, and Obito among you have achieved such proficiency? In a moment of disbelief, Rantaro, who had been reluctant to take on a challenge, attempted defeat but succumbed to fatigue within 3 minutes, reaching for water. Asuma can do it? Rantaro mused, suspecting that Muyu might have overestimated Asuma's abilities. Don't underestimate me. My chakra control is quite formidable, Asuma retorted, eager to prove his worth. How does it feel like Asuma has secretly grown stronger? Rantaro pondered as he watched Asuma maintain his composure amidst the splashing waves. Asuma, you seem to have become even more impressive, Kurenai remarked honestly. Haha, it's really nothing extraordinary. It's just the basics, Asuma replied, his spirits lifted by Kurenai's compliment. His smile broadening as he felt that the water he had consumed during Muyu's training sessions had not been in vain. The mastery of chakra control is an essential course for ninjas. I hope that in 2 weeks, all of you will be able to position yourselves on the right side. After demonstrating several times for Group A, Muyu then posed the same question to Group B. However, the situation in Group B was different. Only Ebisu stood on the right, while the majority remained in the middle and a few positioned themselves on the left. Muyu requested them to showcase their chakra control abilities, which proved to be considerably inferior to that of Group A, aside from Ebisu. Consequently, Muyu instructed everyone else to engage in tree climbing training, while Ebisu continued to practice water treading. As for Group C, Muyu did not pursue the inquiry further and instead commenced teaching physical techniques directly. The training regimen for Group C involved physical conditioning and skill practice in the morning, followed by the cultivation of the three-body technique in the afternoon. When these two aspects were sufficiently developed, they could proceed to chakra control training. Muyu left a shadow clone with each group, while his main body circulated among the 3 groups, demonstrating corrections whenever he observed improper training. Soon enough, the morning session came to an end, and Muyu announced a break for lunch. Completing a major class. Calculating results. Evaluation. B. Reward. Chakra 40. First successful completion of major class teaching. Rewarded with enhancement scroll for identification technique. Muyu was not overly surprised by the B evaluation. It was his first time teaching such a large group simultaneously, and his inexperience resulted in several areas not being executed perfectly. Additionally, the time spent on testing and grouping consumed a considerable portion of the session, detracting from the actual teaching time. Nonetheless, Muyu was quite pleased with the rewards from the major class. An evaluation of the same level yields rewards for major classes that are double those of standard instruction. A B-level evaluation in regular teaching only grants 20 points of chakra. On the surface, teaching 40 students seems less rewarding than teaching 300, but Muyu couldn't simultaneously conduct 2 regular classes. Thus, teaching a major class essentially raises the upper limit of rewards. If the rewards from the major class merely satisfied Muyu, the achievement reward for completing a major class for the first time truly astonished him. He had long felt that the identification technique lacked depth, as it revealed too little. He wondered what heights the enhancement would reach. After using the enhancement scroll, Muyu promptly approached Rin to conduct an identification on Obito. Name: Uchiha Obito. Chakra: 750. Potential: S. Basic talent: 6 paths, bloodline, spacetime ability. Skills: Fireball technique. Beginner: 100500. Great Fire Dragon technique. Beginner: 35500. Fire attribute: Chakra nature transformation. Beginner: 25500. Evaluation: a low-ranking ninja with some combat power, but lacking in intellect. The clarity of information improved significantly. As Muyu gazed at the panel of Obito through the identification technique, he nodded to himself. The enhanced identification technique utterly surpassed the previous version. It not only detailed the specific components of potential, but also displayed all skills, and even their proficiency levels, granting him a more intuitive view of his disciple's growth. Muyu even felt that the enhanced identification technique could play a significant role in battle, as intelligence is crucial for a ninja's combat effectiveness. Subsequently, Muyu employed the identification technique on Might Guy and Shisui. Name: Uchiha Shisui. Chakra: 800. Skills: Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Beginner: 230500. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Beginner: 140500. Fire Nature Transformation. Beginner: 70500. Body Flicker Technique. Not learned: 60100. Potential: SS. Fundamental talent of 6 paths, bloodline. Name: Might Guy. Chakra: 680. Skills: Leaf Whirlwind. Beginner: 360500. Leaf Great Whirlwind, Beginner, 260500. Body Flicker Technique, Not Learned, 36100. Potential, S. Fundamental Talent of Will. Muyu was pleased to observe that the proficiency of skills was visible even for those still learning. After examining the students, he had already ascertained the mechanism for assessing potential. The fundamental talent refers to a series of innate abilities essential for ninjas, such as body, illusion, and others. The extraordinary will can enhance the potential rating, while special talents like space-time also contribute to this evaluation, along with the advantages of the Six Paths bloodline. Muyu found the proficiency display of skills intriguing, although the entry-level data for skills was merely 500 points. The difficulty of increasing proficiency varied greatly depending on the complexity of the ninjutsu. For instance, the relatively simple Leaf Whirlwind saw a rapid growth in proficiency, whereas the more advanced fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu proved much more challenging to master, and skill sets like Nature Transformation were even tougher. After assessing the students, Muyu opened his own panel, curious about the details of his skills. Name, UCI Muyu. Skills, Fire Nature Transformation, Mastery, 754-5150000. Water Nature Transformation, Mastery, 7500-15000. Fire Release, Head Hardening, Mastery, 015000. Leaf Dragon God, Mastery, 015000. Muyu was somewhat astonished. All the mastery-level rewards were bestowed by the system. Yet the variance in proficiency was striking. It seemed that the nature transformation had a unique quality, starting with half of that level's proficiency. He had also practiced fire nature transformation while teaching his students, which accounted for a slight increase. Otherwise, it would have been 7,005. As for Head Hardening and Leaf Dragon God, he had yet to utilize them, so their emergence did not surprise him. After an hour's break at noon, training resumed at 1 in the afternoon. With the groundwork laid in the morning, the afternoon lessons proceeded much more smoothly. Whether guiding the training of chakra control or instructing on the body technique, Muyu's experience shone through. He had accumulated successful experiences in chakra control with individuals like Abido and Asuma, while his mastery-level body technique provided a solid foundation for teaching. No wonder this teacher, despite his short time at the school, had garnered such popularity. His strength was indeed remarkable. As Muyu elaborated on the transformation technique, Yuyuki Sakuya observed him thoughtfully. She compared her class's ninjutsu teacher with Muyu and felt that her teacher was utterly outclassed. Muyu's explanations were far more detailed and comprehensible, creating an excellent classroom atmosphere. During interactions with students, he was not only relaxed but also exuded a refreshing comfort akin to a gentle spring breeze. If teaching were likened to cooking, a typical chūnin teacher would merely inform students of the main ingredients and then demonstrate cooking once, considering the lesson complete. In contrast, Muyu would divulge all the main and supplementary ingredients along with various seasonings, explaining how to enhance the dish's flavor as he cooked, addressing potential shortcomings if the results were unsatisfactory. Muyu endeavored to attend to most of the students in his class, tirelessly engaging throughout the afternoon. Even when no one approached him with questions, he proactively identified and corrected students' misunderstandings. After a full day of teaching, Muyu could only express relief that he was a capable ninja. A regular person would likely be exhausted and hoarse after such an intense day. When the clock struck 5:30, Muyu announced the end of classes. Completion of a major teaching session. Evaluation. B. Reward. 40 chakra. Observing the system's reward. Muyu felt quite gratified. Although he was fatigued, it felt akin to receiving a double experience bonus in a game. Certainly worth the effort. With the summer training as support. Even though it was vacation, the actual benefits surpassed those of regular school sessions. He informed the students that the next morning's class would commence at 7:30 in the same training ground. His training schedule was set for 7:30 to noon, with a 30-minute break, and again from 1 to 5:30 in the afternoon, also with a 30-minute break in between. Muyu-sensei, do we still need to go to the forest? After everyone else had left, Abido inquired of Muyu. You can go home to eat first, then head over. Muyu replied. The summer training had a larger group, making it challenging to teach certain things, so he merely let them engage in regular exercises. I thought the special training meant we wouldn't need to go to Muyu for practice anymore, Abido expressed, surprised. What do you mean? Don't you want to learn through challenges? Muyu lightly tapped Abido's head with his finger. I do want to learn, but I feel a bit tired, Abido admitted honestly. Unlike Shisui and Might Guy, Obito rarely trained all day except on weekends, making him somewhat unaccustomed to this rigorous training pace. If you feel tired, you can rest directly. Just focus on diligently learning what I teach, Muyu explained with a smile. When he conducted special training for all the students, he had to consider many aspects. But he was less restrictive with his disciples. I will definitely study earnestly. Goodbye, Muyu-sensei. Obito chuckled and bid farewell to Muyu, preparing to head home for dinner. Even if Muyu hadn't explained, he would still go after eating. He was quite adept at discerning who treated him well. After bidding farewell to his disciples, Muyu returned home to the main city. Each evening, he would review the sealing technique materials provided by Kushina, attempting to solve any problems independently. Only consulting Minato or Kushina when he truly lacked direction. In recent days, he had not engaged the two in discussions regarding sealing techniques, accumulating a few inquiries that he intended to address after dinner. Once the meal was concluded, Muyu adeptly steered the conversation toward the practice of sealing techniques, posing his questions. Naturally, the queries of a novice like Muyu posed no challenge to Minato and Kushina, and he swiftly received the answers he sought. By the way, Muyu, could you possibly demonstrate that squirrel and mandarin fish dish again? We tried it at home, and it turned out entirely different from yours. It was quite challenging. Kushina inquired opportunistically. That will have to wait until 4 days from now. I am currently assisting students with their summer training, leaving me unavailable from Monday to Friday. Muyu explained. Today being Tuesday, and considering the day that had nearly passed, there remained 3 days until Saturday. That's fine. You can teach us when you have time on Saturday, Kushina expressed her understanding. Summer training? Isn't the ninja school on break? Minato's attention shifted to another matter. Not exactly. It's because I went to the third Hokage's residence earlier, where I relayed the details to Minato and Kushina. This was not a matter of confidentiality. Sharing it was preferable. Conducting special training for soon-to-graduate students is indeed an excellent method to enhance the abilities of new genin. Minato nodded in agreement. Given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world, while it may not necessitate sending freshly graduated genin to the battlefield, it is beneficial for them to strengthen their skills and swiftly become competent ninjas. This also indicates that Lord Third holds you in high regard, entrusting you with such an important responsibility, Minato remarked with a gentle smile. It seems that in a month, we shall be addressing you as Jonin Muyu, Kushina jested. Previously, she had considered that if Muyu diligently practiced sealing techniques, he might attain the rank of special Jonin through that path. However, Muyu surpassed her expectations in teaching ability, potentially elevating him to the rank of special Jonin through his educational prowess. To be promoted, I must achieve results that satisfy the third Hokage. I cannot guarantee success, and even if I do succeed, it will not compare to the esteemed ranks of you and Minato as official Jonin, Muyu humbly responded. As for the special Jonin position, it is worth noting that while some special Jonin may possess combat abilities akin to those of Jonin, the majority are simply stronger chūnin with unique skills. For instance, should Muyu become a special Jonin after completing his training, his profile would undoubtedly highlight his talents and education. However, the requirements for Jonin in Konoha are quite stringent. Even a special Jonin is considered to have entered the upper echelons of the village, qualifying them to participate in Jonin meetings. Regardless of the rank, being a Jonin is certainly preferable to being a chūnin, and should you meet the standards, further promotion remains an option, Kushina stated, her words holding wisdom beneath their rough exterior. After resolving his queries regarding sealing techniques and engaging in light conversation with Kushina and Minato, Muyu proceeded to the southern forest. Upon his arrival, Shisui and Might Guy were already present, engaged in their training. Come over, and I will continue to explain the chakra burst technique of the body flicker technique. Muyu beckoned to the two. During this period, Muyu would serve as the primary instructor in this physical technique before their formal initiation into the body flicker technique. After completing the initial teachings, he would proceed to instruct on other ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques. For Shisui, there were additional fire techniques to enhance his offensive capabilities, while Might Guy was prepared to introduce him to the Breath of the Rock. The Breath of the Rock was notably challenging. In the original Demon Slayer narrative, it is considered the most difficult among the foundational breathing techniques. Early acquisition and practice would be advantageous. Furthermore, breathing techniques possess remarkable conditioning effects, enabling Guy to better hone his physique. Both Might Guy and Shisui promptly halted their training and hurried to Muyu's side. After 10 minutes of instruction, Obito arrived as well. He cast a glance of envy at Might Guy and Shisui, who were diligently practicing the body flicker technique. And under the guidance of Multi-Shadow Clone, he began his training in nature transformation. During his intensive training sessions, he had been primarily focused on enhancing his physical attributes, surpassing his previous training regimen. He resolved to train rigorously for a week before challenging the taijutsu test once more. Obito pondered, hesitant to initiate the challenge, as a loss would mean the forfeiture of 3 precious papers. The following day, in pursuit of completing the taijutsu challenge, Obito and Might Guy donned weighted gear and commenced an intense regimen of running around the training ground, only pausing to rest when utterly fatigued, resuming as soon as their stamina was replenished. Asuma, observing Obito's relentless dedication during a break, found it difficult to remain idle. Given his status as a frontrunner, Asuma felt relatively at ease. Muyu had set the expectation for them to master water walking and tree climbing within 2 weeks, but he had already accomplished these tasks prior to the intensive training session. Even if he did nothing for the next 2 weeks, he would still meet the requirements. However, witnessing Obito's industriousness despite his own lead stirred Asuma's competitive spirit. He glanced at Shisui, who was practicing fire ninjutsu, and realized that should a practical exam arise for Group A, not only would he likely not secure the top position, but he might also struggle to maintain second place. The diligence exhibited by his peers was formidable, as if taking an extra moment of rest would result in a significant loss. Ultimately, Asuma stood up, dusted off his pants, and resumed practicing fire ninjutsu. With a prodigy like Shisui in their midst, it was understandable that first place was out of reach. But he could not afford to lose to Obito. If he fell behind Shisui and then to Obito, he would risk losing face among the other students as well. During a break, Kanji Iron couldn't help but express his thoughts. Indeed, regardless of whether they transformed into monsters or replicated one another, in the face of true masters, there was little distinction from ordinary shadow clones. Kamizuki Izumi nodded in agreement. They had witnessed 2 matches between Akane and Shisui, first in class and then at the grade level. From their perspective, Akane had performed admirably, successfully creating a clone that resembled Shisui before attempting a ruse with a false Akane. Nevertheless, she ultimately failed to deceive Shisui and was swiftly defeated. I believe the strategy should adhere to my original concept, instantaneously producing enough attention-grabbing clones before seizing the opportunity to strike. Kamizuki Izumi felt confident in his reasoning, yet recognized that the creatures he conjured lacked sufficient intimidation. However, Izumo, you were utterly defeated by Akadama, Steel Iron remarked. Yet, I have triumphed over you, Akadama, Izumo declared, asserting that he had at least bested Steel Iron. If you have the prowess to conquer Shisui, then I believe your reasoning is sound. Steel Iron attempted to shift the conversation towards Shisui, but Izumo had already discerned Steel Iron's intentions and chuckled, stating, "It suffices that I have vanquished you. You were thoroughly beaten by Akadama, and I have prevailed over you." Izumo seized upon this vulnerability. Steel Iron could no longer maintain his composure, feeling that particular final examination was a significant failure in his life. "You two truly do not comprehend anything," remarked Ebisu, who happened to overhear their exchange, adjusting the nose pads of his sunglasses with a dismissive expression. "Such a splendid idea, yet it has devolved into a monstrosity. What a waste. You are Steel Iron." He scratched his head in confusion, realizing that Ebisu seemed to be a senior from Group B. Izumo quietly stated, recognizing Ebisu due to the sunglasses he wore. Izumo had a certain impression of him. "Senior, since you are aware that we lack understanding, would you kindly enlighten us?" Steel Iron suggested, hoping to gather insights. With that, he produced a packet of chips and offered them to Ebisu. After surveying the area for a moment and confirming there were no individuals nearby, Ebisu accepted the chips. He sat down and gestured for Izumo and Steel Iron to draw nearer. "Your reasoning is commendable. The essence of the shadow clone technique lies in confusing the enemy. But you should not aspire to transform into a monster," Ebisu advised Izumo. "Instead of becoming a monster, why not manifest something else?" Ebisu's voice lowered significantly, and Izumo and Steel Iron's eyes widened in astonishment. "Senior, could it be that you are a genius?" Steel Iron expressed his admiration sincerely. He envisioned what Ebisu described as a technique to bewilder, feeling certain that he would undoubtedly fall prey to such a temptation. Which man could resist that allure? "I believe this technique possesses immense potential." Izumo eagerly anticipated developing it along Ebisu's lines. "Ahem, if you use this, Do not attribute it to my ideas, Ebisu advised. Glancing around once more, Steel Iron nodded and then inquired, Senior, what is your name? I am Steel Iron. I am Izumo. Izumo introduced himself. Ebisu, he responded, standing without looking back. Steel Iron and Izumo silently noted the name, watching as Ebisu departed, their eyes filled with respect. He had bestowed upon them a great gift of knowledge. Today, Ebisu had indeed opened a gateway to a new world for them. As the afternoon dismissal approached, Muyu halted the training, gathering everyone together. Starting this week, there will be a strength assessment every week, and in 2 weeks, a practical test. Those who excel in their results may advance to a higher group for further training. Muyu outlined the upcoming special training and examination arrangements. Ultimately, Muyu could not resist the temptation to see if the system could be manipulated. Outstanding performance in the disciple examinations would yield rewards. He held little sway within the Ninja Academy and could not influence the frequency of the tests. However, this summer special training was under his complete jurisdiction, allowing him the freedom to conduct the assessments as he pleased. Although he had previously contemplated the possibility of failure, the newfound ability to attempt it compelled him to give it a try. After all, with no rewards at stake, there was little to lose. Should he succeed, the outcome would yield immense benefits. Is there any difference between the two? Hongo inquired. The strength assessment does not require you to engage in combat. Rather, it evaluates your mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other disciplines through an examination format. In contrast, the practical test involves group members battling in accordance with the combat examination model of the Ninja Academy, Miyue elucidated. Upon hearing Miyue's explanation, Hongo grasped that the strength assessment was akin to the group testing conducted the previous day, while the practical test entailed actual fighting. Once Miyue concluded the arrangements, the class period ended, and without delay, he announced the dismissal. Following the same routine as the previous day, Miyue returned to the central city for a meal before heading to the southern forest to instruct his disciples. However, after the disciples departed, instead of returning to the central city, Miyue continued to cultivate on his own. Completed, he mused, observing the glimmering chakra orb in the palm of his hand, alongside the newly acquired technique of the Rasengan in his skill repertoire. Despite being aware of the intricate process of mastering the Rasengan and the advanced chakra transformations required, he had invested too little time in its development, thus only now achieving its completion. Balancing his responsibilities of attending classes, teaching disciples, and researching sealing techniques, along with recently incorporating a breathing method for physical enhancement, he prioritized completing all necessary tasks before embarking on the Rasengan's development. The reason he placed less emphasis on the Rasengan was primarily due to its limited contribution to his current strength enhancement. The Rasengan, though merely the size of a palm, consumed an exorbitant amount of chakra, as it comprised highly compressed chakra. For him at this stage, the benefits of utilizing the Rasengan paled in comparison to those offered by other advanced ninjutsu. The primary motivation behind Miyue's development of the Rasengan was to assist his friend Minato in its future creation, hoping to establish a sense of indebtedness. The Rasengan drew inspiration from the Tailed Beast Bomb, and it was improbable for Kushina to use the Tailed Beast Bomb against Minato. Considering the timeline, it was likely that inspiration for the Rasengan would strike during the Third Shinobi World War upon encountering a tailed beast on the battlefield. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that Minato had yet to complete the Rasengan's development. Before attaining invincible strength, Miyue aspired for his close friends to flourish abundantly. Furthermore, while it may seem impractical at present, it did not preclude future utility. As his chakra reserves expanded and he mastered Sage Mode, he would be able to shape the Rasengan and explore various elemental transformations, ultimately serving as a means of rewarding his disciples if necessary. Climbing trees required a nuanced control of chakra. Finding and maintaining that fixed sensation allowed one to remain adhered to the tree. Water, being fluid, necessitated a different approach. One must not apply the experiences of tree climbing to water treading, but rather attune oneself to the water's fluctuations to sustain chakra output. It was essential to practice hand seals extensively, as the speed of forming seals was crucial. Being able to execute ninjutsu a moment sooner could significantly enhance one's odds of success. Throughout the training grounds, Miyue moved about, continuously offering guidance and instruction to various groups. It is now Friday afternoon, and after several days of intensive classes, Miyue has nearly acclimatized to the rhythm of these sessions. He has become increasingly adept at ensuring that everyone receives attention. Muyu also encourages students to engage in dialogue with one another, as sometimes inspiration arises from sharing thoughts with peers rather than struggling alone. The summer training format is relatively relaxed, unlike theoretical classes where one must remain seated and listen. The students have gradually adapted to this style of training. Initially, Hongdo found it somewhat challenging, spending the entire day in practice. However, after a few days, she began to accept the routine. The schedule dictates 2 major classes in the morning and afternoon, with a 30-minute break in between. But if one becomes fatigued and needs to rest, Muyu does not intervene. On Monday afternoon, the first strength assessment will take place, and Hongdo is eager to advance to Group B. After all, Shisui has already secured a position in Group A, and it feels rather embarrassing for her, the second best in her grade, to remain in Group C. During the break, she confided her thoughts to her 2 close friends. It's not that her friends lack support, but Steele bluntly remarked, "Hongdo, you currently lack the strength to move to Group B. I have observed Brother Haibi's performance during training. He surpasses you by a significant margin." Kamizuki Izumo nodded in agreement, noting that many fourth-year students are still in Group C, making Hongdo's aspirations to join Group B after just a few days of intensive training seem rather fanciful. Who is Haibi? Hongdo scratched her head, surprised by the sudden mention of an unfamiliar senior. He is a fourth-year student currently in Group B, possessing remarkable strength, and is a true genius, Steele replied. Humph. Underestimate me at your peril. I shall train vigorously this weekend and prove my worth to you, Hongdo declared, hands on her hips. Steele and Kamizuki Izumo exchanged concerned glances. While they were joking, they knew she couldn't genuinely aspire to leap so soon. Just kidding, Hongdo. You are the strongest female student in our first year. The strength assessment will be a walk in the park for you, they quickly reassured her, fearing that if she were to excel and advance to Group B before them, it would be more painful than failing their own assessments. Completion of a major class, evaluation, a reward, earth style, earth flow wall, water style, water prison technique. Indeed, the rewards are doubled, Muyu mused internally. Previously, when he observed that the chakra rewards for Group B were doubled, he speculated that the rewards for Group A would consist of 2 ninjutsu techniques. In truth, Muyu preferred the system to grant him 2 identical ninjutsu, as this would expedite his mastery of numerous techniques. Nevertheless, receiving 2 distinct techniques is still satisfactory. With an A rating throughout the day, he can acquire 4 ninjutsu in a single day. The efficiency of learning ninjutsu is astonishing, ensuring that his disciples will never have to worry about a lack of techniques to learn. After class, Muyu returned to the main city to confirm the details for a lesson on squirrel fish, with Kushina scheduled for Saturday. He then returned to the southern forest to continue guiding his disciples. Might Guy and Shisui are still diligently honing their skills in the body flicker technique. In fact, both have begun to demonstrate a preliminary understanding of the technique, yet they remain uninitiated in its application, though their proficiency has certainly improved. Muyu grasped the fundamental standards of identification. Mere utilization does not denote proficiency. Mastery is the true measure. For instance, if one employs the fireball technique but can only emit a spark the size of a fist, this clearly does not qualify as mastery. Even without fully mastering the body flicker technique, Might Guy was filled with joy. He utilized the unique chakra skill of the body flicker technique to rapidly concentrate chakra in his legs, resulting in an explosive burst of speed that propelled him several meters away in the blink of an eye. With remarkable velocity, he delivered a swift kick that severed a large tree. His speed had significantly increased. If such a kick were aimed at Kakashi, would he even be able to react? Might Guy was exceedingly exhilarated. However, he was also aware that Kakashi was proficient in the body flicker technique, which only fueled his determination to train harder. Disciple Might Guy, under your guidance, has diligently trained, resulting in a notable increase in strength and earning the reward of the finger pistol, skilled level. Akai had also triggered a reward. Only Obito remained. Muyu cast a glance at Obito, who was diligently practicing chakra nature transformation, perhaps inspired by Might Guy and Shisui. Obito had recently been training with fervor, running with weights during the day's special training sessions, likely nearing a point where he could claim an enhancement reward. Muyu then focused his mind to recall the memories associated with the finger pistol. This reward, like the body flicker technique, was one of the 6 styles, localized by the system into a form of martial arts. He found a large stone and, following the training experiences stored in his mind, concentrated a significant amount of chakra in his index finger, effortlessly leaving several indentations on the stone. It bore a resemblance to the hell stab of the third Reikage. Incorporating lightning attribute chakra transformation would likely amplify its power considerably. After conducting his experiment, Muyu reached a conclusion. He pondered what reward Obito might trigger. If it were also one of the 6 styles, he hoped it would be the moon step. In the ninja world, few methods allow flight. The ability to soar is a tremendous advantage. While the moon step may not equate to true flight, its remarkable height in jumps is noteworthy. After completing his chakra nature transformation training, Obito did not return home to rest. Instead, he asked Shisui and Might Guy if they wished to join him for a night run. The two readily agreed, and thus the trio embarked on their nocturnal exercise. Haha, Obito, have you finally realized that youth lies in exercise? Might Guy exclaimed, giving Obito a thumbs up, his brilliant white teeth shining particularly bright in the night. What youth? I merely wish to train my body techniques to learn the body flicker technique, Obito replied, a hint of frustration evident as he watched the two practice together while he focused on nature transformation alone. It felt akin to living in the same dormitory while your roommates had completed their assignments and were gaming together, leaving you to toil away in solitude, an unbearable feeling. Keep going. Muyu-sensei is surely looking forward to you completing your challenge, Shisui encouraged. He sensed that Muyu did not wish to withhold teaching Obito. Rather, he was laying the groundwork for instructing Obito in the body flicker technique. I shall challenge it again this Sunday. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Obito felt an invigorating surge of motivation. What are 100 problems? They cannot stand in the way of Uchiha Obito's progress. Saturday afternoon. Due to a prior arrangement with Minato and others for a meticulous tutorial on preparing squirrel fish, Muyu dispatched a shadow clone to instruct his disciples while his true self engaged in culinary endeavors at home with Minato and Kushina in the main district of Konoha. The reason for not exchanging roles, with the shadow clone teaching cooking and the original teaching the disciples, lay in the fact that the shadow clone lacked the culinary skills necessary for such a task, while Muyu's ninjutsu could be utilized by the shadow clone. The art of cooking and teaching was a domain where the clone could not benefit from enhancements. Muyu retrieved a fish and placed it on the cutting board for Minato and Kushina to observe. As he proceeded to fillet the fish, he explained, to prepare the fish, one must first make a diagonal incision behind the gills to sever the spine. He then deftly removed the fish's head and added, the severed head requires a bit of preparation. Trim the gill cover so that it maintains its shape during frying, enhancing its presentation. Kushina's expression transformed to one of enlightenment as she realized the missing step that had previously resulted in her less than appealing dishes. As Muyu worked on the fish, he cautioned them to control their strength, advising that they should only cut through 4/5 of the flesh, ensuring not to pierce the skin, lest the presentation be deemed a failure. At this juncture, he produced 2 previously prepared fish for Minato and Kushina to practice on. Minato performed adequately, though perhaps overly cautious, resulting in a shallower cut, while Kushina inadvertently pierced the skin. The flesh is so tender it fell apart easily. Muyu, do you have a firmer fish? She inquired, seeking a reason for her mishap. Would you enjoy eating fish that is too tough? Muyu replied with a resigned smile. Fortunately, Muyu had come prepared and handed Kushina another fish for her to try. With the experience of her initial attempt, she managed to cut through the skin after 3 tries, demonstrating significant improvement. I'll leave the fish cutting to you from now on, Kushina declared earnestly, deciding not to press her luck further and waste Muyu's time. The lesson continued, with Muyu meticulously explaining each step before allowing the two to practice immediately. This method was slow, and by noon, Muyu had yet to guide Kushina and Minato through a complete dish of squirrel fish, having only covered the disassembly process. It wasn't until after 2 in the afternoon that Muyu finally assisted the duo in crafting their respective squirrel fish dishes. While they had indeed completed the task, the aesthetic differences were pronounced. Despite following each step diligently, the final results still varied significantly from Muyu's. Kushina lamented, how could there be such a disparity when we followed the instructions closely? Minato reassured her, after all, we are novices. With more practice, our presentation will surely improve. He felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully completed a dish that appeared so intricate. If the difficulty of learning culinary skills were to be graded, Minato believed this dish of squirrel fish would warrant at least a level of its own. He promptly decided to add this dish to the menu upon Jiraiya's return. As the lesson concluded, a prompt from the system suddenly emerged, stating, "Teaching cooking counts as instruction? Can two people also receive rewards for teaching?" Two questions suddenly sprang to Muyu's mind. Previously, he had taught others, but did not trigger any rewards. Why did he not receive teaching rewards when instructing his disciples? After careful contemplation, Muyu formed some conjectures. The criteria for determining teaching rewards may not solely depend on the number of students. The strength of the learners may also carry significant weight. Although he had only taught Minato and Kushina, their prowess was formidable. As for why he did not trigger rewards during his cooking lessons, Muyu speculated that the timing and depth of instruction were insufficient. The outcome of this teaching reward was indeed unexpected for Muyu, as the reward was somewhat abstract. A recipe, specifically one from the renowned Chinese culinary show Little Chef. Both Kushina and Minato tasted their homemade squirrel fish and displayed satisfied smiles. Although the appearance was somewhat unrefined, the flavor was delightful. However, during the meal, Muyu's squirrel fish was the first to be devoured. While their own dish was commendable, the aroma of Muyu's preparation was simply irresistible. "Muyu, you've truly gone to great lengths, spending most of the day teaching us to cook," Minato remarked with a gentle smile. "It's no trouble at all. You both often help me with my sealing techniques," Muyu replied with a smile, indicating that there was no need for them to be concerned about it. Speaking of sealing techniques, Kushina inquired, "Muyu, how is your practice with the three-finger seal progressing?" "I have made some progress." Muyu shared his insights from the first 3 days of his training. "That sounds promising. I believe the time required to succeed will align closely with my predictions," Kushina affirmed with a nod. In terms of culinary skills, Kushina would gladly acknowledge Muyu as the strongest, but when it came to sealing techniques, she felt that no one in the ninja world could surpass her expertise. "I'll write down my insights from my previous sealing practice and share them with you once I'm done," Kushina said thoughtfully. She was a person who valued gratitude. And given how diligently Muyu had taught her and Minato, she sought to reciprocate. That would be quite a favor. Muyu felt quite satisfied internally. "You needn't worry about us. It's no trouble at all, just a small effort," Kushina laughed heartily. In the evening, Obito informed Muyu in advance that he would apply for another physical challenge on Sunday. "Are you ready?" Muyu asked with a smile, slowly retrieving 3 test papers from his scroll. Upon seeing the 3 papers in Muyu's hands, Obito's expression fell. He simply did not want to take the tests. However, as he glanced at Might Guy and Shisui practicing nearby, and recalled their conversation from the previous day, Obito's determination ignited. "Teacher Muyu, I am ready. This time I will surely succeed." Since his crushing defeat the previous Saturday, he had diligently trained for a week and chose to trust in his hard-earned progress. Seeing Obito's newfound confidence, Muyu handed him the entry fee and began preparing the venue. The following morning, Obito arrived early, even before Shisui, at the training ground. After a brief warm-up session, Dato was led by Muyu to the designated challenge area. As before, he was reminded that simply heading east would lead him to the finish line. Dato nodded and, fueled by determination, sprinted towards the direction indicated by Muyu. Having learned from a prior experience, he refrained from glancing back at his shadow clone and remained vigilant for any traps or mechanisms in his vicinity. With a cautious approach, Dato successfully navigated through without triggering a single trap and arrived at the daunting pendulum challenge, where massive trees swung perilously back and forth. Without hesitation, he charged in, effortlessly dodging the swinging obstacles with his remarkable speed. Accustomed to running with weights, Dato felt extraordinarily light without them, causing his pace to quicken significantly. Upon surpassing the previous failure zone, a radiant smile illuminated his face. "As long as I remain focused, this challenge is quite manageable." However, Dato's confidence was short-lived. Mere seconds after proclaiming his triumph, he stumbled into a pit dug by Muyu. 1 point deducted, Muyu's warm voice echoed in Dato's ears. Hastily, he extricated himself from the pit and resumed his sprint, now exercising utmost caution. The cost of carelessness was too steep. Not only would he need to restart the challenge, but he would also have to tackle an additional 100 questions. The former was unpleasant but bearable. The latter was truly daunting. After a prolonged period of careful running, Dato spotted a shuriken embedded in a wooden stake, adorned with a flag proclaiming finish line. His smile returned, brighter than ever. "I've reached the finish line. I can afford to lose 2 points. My cautiousness has indeed proven effective." With resolute steps, he approached the shuriken. overwhelmed by a sense of fulfillment for having navigated the challenges through diligent training and exceptional prudence. Nothing could rival this sense of accomplishment. Yet, just as he was about to reach the shuriken, he was suddenly hoisted into the air. He had not anticipated that a trap lay so close to the finish line. 1 point deducted, Muyu's voice rang out once more. Dato quickly freed himself from the trap, suppressing his laughter, fearful that mirth might cost him the final point and lead to 3 additional test papers. After meticulously surveying his surroundings, he crossed the finish line. At that moment, Muyu emerged and said, "Although only 1 point remains, you have indeed succeeded." Ha ha hooray! Dato could not contain his excitement, leaping in jubilation, liberated from the worry of point deductions and the burden of extra questions. He finally anticipated learning the body flicker technique alongside Shisui and Kai. "Who told you that you're ready to learn the body flicker technique now?" Muyu inquired with curiosity. "But didn't you say, Teacher Muyu, that one could learn it after completing the physical training challenge?" Dato responded, perplexed. "Yes, you must complete the physical training challenge, but you have only finished the first stage. The forest sprint, the second stage remains uncompleted," Muyu clarified. Dato pondered for a moment, eventually recalling relevant memories that confirmed the truth of her words. "The second challenge is named River Sprint, where you must dash from one riverbank to the opposite side within a stipulated time without falling into the water," Muyu explained. "Is it really that simple?" Dato exclaimed with delight. "Isn't this just water treading? It seems too easy for me now. I will unleash some ninjutsu on the river surface to create a certain level of interference," Muyu smiled. "Is it the water dragon bullet technique?" Dato inquired. Muyu nodded. "Indeed, it is the water dragon bullet, albeit in slightly greater numbers." With Muyu's confirmation, Dato's demeanor relaxed. After all, it was merely a combination of water dragon bullets and water treading, a training exercise he had already mastered. "Muyu-sensei, I am ready to commence the second challenge." Dato expressed his eagerness to swiftly complete the challenge. Due to the absence of prepared drafts, all 5 chapters were written late at night, which might lead to some disorientation. Readers could leave comments in the chapters, and he would take note. "By the way, Muyu-sensei, is there an entrance fee for the second challenge?" Dato suddenly recalled an important detail. Completing the first challenge for the first time allows you a free attempt at the second challenge. Normally, the fee is equivalent to that of the first challenge, Muyu clarified. "A free first attempt? That is splendid." Dato rejoiced, feeling as though he had evaded the burden of 3 examination papers. "Let us get started, Muyu-sensei." Dato could hardly contain his excitement. Muyu then led Dato to the riverbank, explaining, "The width of this river is merely 15 meters. You must cross within 10 seconds without falling into the water." After speaking with Dato, Muyu created over 10 shadow clones positioned along the riverbank, ready to execute the ninjutsu. Initially, when Dato heard he had a full 10 seconds, he felt exhilarated. After all, it was only a distance of 15 meters. However, upon observing Muyu summon so many shadow clones, Dato began to feel uneasy, a dreadful thought creeping into his mind. He watched as the numerous Muyu clones swiftly formed hand seals, and soon, the water surface was filled with several massive water dragons crashing back and forth along the river's course. Dato stared in disbelief at the water dragons nearly occupying the entire surface. Was this the certain level of interference? With so many water dragons colliding, he felt there was hardly any space left for him to pass. "Dato, are you ready? I will start the timer once you are prepared," Muyu asked. Were it not for their proximity to the river, utilizing water release would have been significantly easier than in a dry environment. With his current chakra levels, executing such a technique seemed daunting. "I'm ready. Let us begin," Dato replied, steeling himself. Having already committed to the challenge with Muyu, he had no choice but to proceed. Dato's mind raced as he contemplated how to tackle this second challenge. Although he had previously trained in water treading while evading water dragons, the volume of water dragons in this challenge was on an entirely different scale. During his water treading training, there was only one water dragon in the river. He merely needed to be cautious not to be toppled by the waves it created. In contrast, this challenge had the river brimming with water dragons, making the search for a solid foothold a true test of perception. "Begin," Muyu shouted while simultaneously executing the ninjutsu. Upon hearing the commencement of Muyu's challenge, Daitu found himself compelled to plunge into the river, which was teeming with water dragon projectiles. A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Perhaps, if he closed his eyes and charged forward, he might just make it across the mere 15 meters. However, The challenge envisioned by Mu Yu was not one to be surmounted by mere luck. Before Dai Tu could advance 3 meters, he was struck by a swiftly approaching water dragon projectile, plunging him into the river and forcing him to gulp down a mouthful of water. Regrettably, the challenge had ended in failure. Mu Yu ceased his ninjutsu and quickly retrieved Dai Tu from the water, saying, "Dai Tu, your challenge is exceedingly difficult. How can one possibly get past so many water dragon projectiles?" Dai Tu lamented, feeling as if he had failed before he even began. "You had ample time, 10 whole seconds. Why didn't you take a moment to observe the movement patterns of the water dragon projectiles before taking action?" Mu Yu advised. Dai Tu was not one to think twice before acting. Perhaps he was more inclined to act thrice before contemplating. Even he believed that after experiencing 3 failures, he ought to reflect upon his approach. "Mu Yu, allow me to attempt the challenge once more," Dai Tu declared, realizing that in his haste, he had overlooked the crucial details amidst the barrage of water dragon projectiles. Attempting the challenge again requires a ticket for 100 questions. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Mu Yu asked with a knowing smile. Dai Tu pondered the 3 test papers he had received yesterday and ultimately decided against it. Despite Mu Yu's counsel, the difficulty of the task was evident, and the prospect of failure loomed large. He had no desire to engage in such folly as to answer 100 questions without success. "Then let us begin your training. Today, I shall teach you a special chakra technique that enhances speed. If mastered, you should be able to dash across the river's surface," Mu Yu stated. "Mu Yu, you are my sage of the 6 paths," Dai Tu exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of victory. "Then let us train diligently," Mu Yu said, tapping Dai Tu lightly on the head with his fingers. "I have been training diligently." Dai Tu chuckled. Subsequently, Mu Yu began to explain a portion of the technique to Dai Tuesday. At 3:30 on Monday afternoon, Mu Yu initiated the first strength assessment. This time, he did not seek assistance from his teachers at the Ninja Academy. Instead, he created 2 shadow clones, each assigned to evaluate a group. Steel Iron called out the shadow clone of Mu Yu, producing a score sheet and instructing the students to commence their examination. Upon hearing his name, Steel Iron promptly stepped forward. Swiftly, he performed a series of hand seals, executing transformation, clone, and substitution techniques in succession, followed by a set of taijutsu movements, and finally, he launched a shuriken at a target 30 meters away. "Some progress. Keep striving," Mu Yu remarked after grading him. "Thank you, Mu Yu," Steel Iron replied, satisfied with the praise. "Shin Yu Outcloud," Mu Yu continued to call out. Shin Yu Outcloud also advanced quickly, showcasing his abilities. After grading him, Mu Yu observed that Shin Yu Outcloud's performance was on par with Steel Iron's, indicating similar progress over the week. Perhaps this was the bond of brotherhood among the gatekeepers, as even their training advancements mirrored one another. "Yusho Washiazuki," Mu Yu called out next. Upon hearing the voice of Mu Yu, Hong Do trotted forward, first greeting Mu Yu with a radiant smile before commencing the display of her ninjutsu prowess. As Mu Yu called out Hong Do's name, Shin Yu and Gang Zitai felt a slight tension, only to relax after witnessing Hong Do's performance. Although she surpassed them in strength, it was within a reasonable limit, suggesting she would not directly advance to the next group. At most, she would achieve a slightly higher score. "Shin Yu, next week's practical test will surely allow us to make a remarkable impression." Gang Zitai thought of the nearly perfected deceptive technique, a bright smile illuminating his face. "Indeed, with the genius ideas of Brother Ebisu, we are destined to sweep the group," Shin Yu nodded in agreement. "It's a pity that Brother Ebisu is so indifferent to fame that he refuses to allow us to disclose that this brilliant concept originated from him." Gang Zitai sighed. "Brother Ebisu may forego glory, but we cannot. If we achieve overwhelming victory, we must ensure that Brother Ebisu shares in the accolades," Shin Yu asserted, emphasizing the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. "Shin Yu, it's truly you who keeps me grounded. Otherwise, I would surely err," Gang Zitai remarked, giving Shin Yu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and the two exchanged smiles, resonating with each other's sentiments. Mu Yu called forth the students by name for the examination. Bianzu Lei quickly approached the testing area, initiating a Doton technique, followed by an impressive display of taijutsu. He swiftly hurled 3 shuriken at a target 50 meters away. Although not all struck the bullseye, each found its mark. Subsequently, Bianzu Lei dashed toward a large tree, moving as effortlessly as if on solid ground, his chakra control remarkably stable, even while traversing water. He managed to withstand the waves generated by a water dragon bullet without falling in. After careful consideration, Muyu awarded Bienzu Lei a score of 7 for his ninjutsu, 7.5 for his seals, 8.7 for his physical prowess, 6 for shuriken throwing, and 7.8 for chakra control. Bienzu Lei demonstrated a commendable foundation, excelling in physical techniques, though he fell short in other areas. Muyu employed a more rigorous grading standard for the group than during the initial assessments. Uchiha Obito, Muyu continued to call the next name. It was unfortunate that Rin was not in the same group. How splendid it would have been if she were. After exchanging greetings with Muyu, Obito reflected on his situation. Following his challenge of Muyu's taijutsu, the examination tasks appeared exceedingly simple, leading him to regret that Rin could not witness his moment of brilliance. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Obito decisively unleashed his most proficient fire ninjutsu, releasing a colossal fireball towering at 4 meters, a sight both awe-inspiring and formidable. Ever since Muyu had assisted him in enhancing the fireball technique, Obito had consistently opted for this more impressive version, despite the increased chakra expenditure it demanded. Goodness, are the students in the Ninja Academy really this proficient? Bienzu Lei marveled at Obito's astonishing fire ninjutsu. It appeared even more powerful than the fireball of the previous Uchiha Shisui. Are all students from the Uchiha clan such prodigies? It felt even more formidable than Asuma's fire techniques, Yuhi Kurenai remarked, acknowledging, his fire style may look impressive, but it lacks the precision to hit its target. Asuma observed with surprise that the sunset red figure believed himself to be inadequate and promptly stepped forward to speak. The fireball technique has a relatively slow flight speed and cannot alter its direction. It is generally employed as a feint, Asuma elucidated. He could still rely on his understanding of fire release to make a remark about the fireball technique, but he found himself at a loss when it came to Obito's performance. Regardless of whether it was taijutsu or any other discipline, Obito exhibited exceptional prowess without any apparent weaknesses. Might Guy, when summoned, followed suit by employing ninjutsu, albeit he had only mastered the body replacement technique. The sight of a student using the body replacement technique, albeit imperfectly, elicited smiles from Asuma and Rado. However, the next moment, Guy's display of taijutsu froze their smiles in place. His speed in kicking is astonishing, perhaps even faster than Rado's, Asuma thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had hoped to have finally found a reasonably skilled student, only to discover that he was a prodigy in a singular discipline. Rado remained silent, sensing that he might not fare well in a direct taijutsu confrontation with Guy. Asuma noted that some students around him appeared unfazed, as if they were accustomed to such displays. Curious, he inquired about it, only to learn that Might Guy was the top student in the 4th grade and had even defeated Obito to attain that position. Instantly, Asuma felt that Guy's performance could be even more formidable than what he had just witnessed. Uchiha Shisui. When Muketsu called out Shisui's name, the atmosphere fell silent, with students fixating their gazes on Shisui as he approached. Having defeated Rado on the very first day of summer training, Shisui had already garnered a reputation as a formidable individual among the students. Asuma found himself disinclined to watch Shisui. He didn't need to see him to know he would undoubtedly be the strongest, being the one who could easily surpass him. As he had anticipated, Shisui's performance in every examination was nothing short of flawless, effortlessly surpassing all previous contenders. Sarutobi Asuma, just when he least wanted to hear his own name, he found himself summoned. He knew that in the upcoming evaluations, comparisons would inevitably be drawn between him and Shisui, and he would not measure up. Nevertheless, Asuma was not one to flee. After a moment of inner turmoil, he decided to proceed. If I cannot match up, then so be it. At least no one is aware of my prior boasts followed by defeat. As the class neared its conclusion, Muketsu finalized the grading for all students, awaiting only the completion of rankings to announce the results. Will there be rewards? Muketsu mused, contemplating the prospect of conducting daily quizzes and larger assessments every 3 days, with the aim of maximizing the benefits from the system. When class time concluded, Muketsu had everything neatly organized. He affixed the compiled rankings and scores to a prepared bulletin board and promptly announced the end of class. The students did not rush to leave the training ground. Instead, they gathered around the announcement board to check their results. A total score of only 24, Akane lamented, ruffling her hair in dissatisfaction. During her time at the Ninja Academy, her scores typically hovered around 35. A glance at the promotion list confirmed her fears. Indeed, she was not included. rather than her exclusion. It was more accurate to say that among over 300 students, only Ebisu had advanced, moving from group to group. Beside them, Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai remained silent upon hearing Akadama's words, as they had yet to surpass the score of 20. Their attention was soon captivated by the promotion list below. Indeed, Brother Ebisu was a genius. Gongzi Tai, noticing that only Ebisu's name graced the list, felt an even deeper admiration for him. Truly, to stand alone at the pinnacle of success was a most enviable feat. Izumi nodded in agreement. However, once we perfect our technique this week, we shall be the next Brother Ebisu, Gongzi Tai proclaimed with great ambition. He was utterly confident in his ability to master the art of bewilderment, believing that even with a modest score, he would dominate the practical examination. Izumi shared a similar sentiment, and both wore expressions of eager anticipation. The duo of Izumi and Tai was increasingly puzzling to those around them. Observing the blissfully smiling pair, Akadama felt a twinge of confusion. Asuma squeezed in for a glimpse at the group's rankings and was relieved to find himself in third place, trailing only behind Shisui and Obito. A strong sense of urgency gripped him. He needed to train harder this week. Although Might Guy's test scores were not particularly high, his combat prowess was formidable, having recently triumphed over Obito in the final examination, with his teammates similarly skilled in practical combat. Asuma aimed to secure third place while striving for second during the practical tests, with first place not yet on his radar. Alas, after 20 minutes without a system notification following the announcement of results, Muketsu realized the outcome of the preliminary assessment. The exam format he devised proved ineffective, primarily due to the insufficient time intervals. Regretfully, he had to discard the plan of conducting small daily tests and larger assessments every 3 days. If the examinations could not yield rewards, such efforts would be futile and merely leave students feeling unwell. During evening training, Shisui suddenly appeared before Muketsu with a look of surprise, exclaiming, "Muketsu-sensei, I believe I have grasped the technique of Shunshin." He then demonstrated the technique twice before Muketsu. After observing, Muketsu felt confident in Shisui's progress and confirmed with an assessment that Shisui had indeed reached the beginner level. Yes, you have completed your training in this technique. With a bit more practice, you may proceed to learn other techniques. Muketsu nodded, closing the panel. He intended to teach Shisui some fire-style jutsu to enhance his offensive capabilities. Shisui's rapid learning of ninjutsu reassured Muketsu that he could entrust him with more techniques. As for Obito, Muketsu was not yet inclined to introduce new fire-style techniques. For now, the Great Fireball and Great Dragon Fire were sufficient. Introducing more might lead to indecision during combat. Muketsu glanced at Might Guy, who had yet to achieve mastery in Shunshin, needing an additional 30 points to reach the beginner level. Consequently, it would take him roughly another week to master it. Muketsu considered Might Guy and then looked at Obito, who was practicing acceleration techniques, and an excellent idea came to mind. Previously, when Might Guy and Obito trained together, both of their agility had surged remarkably. At that time, their primary focus was on practicing physical techniques, aiming to ensure that they could strike at Hinata's fire gate, while Hinata struggled to hit them. Presently, they are still honing their skills, particularly in the art of Shunshin, although Obito has yet to master the full essence of this technique. Essentially, they are working on improving their speed. Muyu gathered Obito and Might Guy, cheerfully inquiring, "Do you feel that your learning efficiency has slowed down a bit?" Might Guy shook his head, feeling that everything was proceeding normally. However, Obito's eyes sparkled at Muyu's question, for it hinted at a method to enhance their learning efficiency. He quickly responded, "Indeed, Teacher Muyu, your technique for increasing speed is quite challenging. Do you have any quicker learning methods?" "There are indeed methods, but it depends on your willingness to embrace them," Muyu replied with a nod. "Of course, we wanna." Obito gazed at Muyu with eager anticipation, longing to grasp the techniques that would expedite his learning and help him conquer the challenge of mastering Shun. Might Guy, too, found it hard to resist the allure of rapid mastery. "Very well, why don't you both run a lap to demonstrate your speed?" Muyu suggested with a gentle smile. Although slightly puzzled, the two complied, unleashing their maximum speed. Muyu silently timed them, gaining a clearer understanding of their capabilities. "Since that's the case, let us see who can break their own speed limits first," Muyu continued. "For every half-second slower than your limit, you will complete an additional 5 problems. For every half-second faster, 5 problems will be deducted. The first to reach the finish line will have 30 problems removed from their total, starting with 40 each." After a moment of thought, Muyu laid out the rules. Given that your speeds differ, Guy, your distance will be slightly longer. Since Might Guy was on the verge of mastering Shun, while Obito had yet to embark on his journey, equal distances would render the challenge unfair, allowing Obito to simply complete problems without competition. Wait, what? Obito exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Muyu's method for swift learning would involve such a daunting training regimen that could lead to nightmares. Hearing the rules made him feel as if he was back in the rigorous preparation for final exams, with familiar punitive measures and the weight of accumulating debt. Inching closer to a phase of installment. Teacher Muyu, I actually think our current efficiency is quite satisfactory, Obito said, wiping the sweat from his brow in an attempt to salvage the situation. Might Guy nodded in agreement, expressing, I feel the same way. Having just escaped a month filled with battles and exercises, he was reluctant to return to a life dominated by problem-solving. Very well. I thought you would appreciate a training method that combines theory with practical application, Muyu said, his expression revealing disappointment, as if he were somewhat saddened. I had even prepared theoretical knowledge for your next semester, but it seems that we'll have to wait until the term begins. Obito felt a pang of discomfort. He too had experienced the frustration of having an idea, born from concern for his companions, dismissed so easily. Upon reflection, Teacher Muyu, your thoughts are indeed commendable. They not only enhance speed, but also enrich theoretical knowledge. In an effort to console Muyu, Obito wept internally as he spoke, even while tackling problems. I cannot afford to disappoint Teacher Muyu. Youth is a time for vigorous training and relentless problem-solving. Might Guy, unable to bear the sight of Muyu's sorrow, hastily retracted his words. Yet the thought of the days ahead compelled him to shed tears once more. Let us prepare and commence the competition, Muyu said, her gentle smile resurfacing. Witnessing Muyu's familiar and warm smile brought a sigh of relief to Obito, who then mentally chastised himself. Why do I always feel the need to interject? If only I had remained silent when Teacher Muyu first mentioned training efficiency, none of this would have happened. However, with matters having reached this point, Obito found himself with no recourse, since the competition was unavoidable. The only course of action was to minimize his own losses during the contest. While the prospect of reducing 5 questions for every half-second of speed beyond his limit appeared enticing, breaking through such limits was no simple feat conversely. Reaching the finish line first could allow one to eliminate 30 questions in a single sweep, thus presenting the greatest reduction in workload without the necessity of surpassing limits. It was evident that what Obito conceived, Might Guy also contemplated. After all, the individual who reached the finish line first would undoubtedly be in the most advantageous position. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving boundless determination reflected in the other's eyes, a mixture of yearning for victory and dread of the challenges ahead. Muyu meticulously outlined the running route and the endpoint for both participants, ensuring they could clearly hear her voice from a designated position. On your marks, get set, go. Muyu called out with vigor. At the instant she announced the start, Obito surged forward without a backward glance, unleashing every ounce of strength he possessed. If he could just reach that point, he would be able to minimize the number of problems he faced. As he sprinted with fervor, his gaze fixed on the finish line, his eyes reddened with anticipation. Never before had he desired to reach a destination with such urgency. If someone were to inquire about where Obito most wished to be at that moment, he would undoubtedly respond without hesitation: the finish line of the competition. Might Guy's course was longer than Obito's, thus his figure was temporarily obscured from view. However, Obito quickly discerned, through the cacophony generated by his own swift pace, that Might Guy's speed was drawing closer. Aware that he could not match Might Guy's velocity, Obito understood that being overtaken would result in inevitable defeat. Gritting his teeth, he recalled the chakra techniques Muyu had imparted to enhance his speed, concentrating more chakra in his legs in a bid to accelerate further. Surpass him, surpass everyone. Become the strongest. Might Guy felt an inferno of intensity coursing through him, relentlessly pushing forward to close the gap with Obito. At that moment, his focus was solely on the finish line and the nearing figure of Obito. Both competitors exerted their utmost, and as they approached the endpoint, the distance between them narrowed significantly. Nearing the finish, Obito felt as though they were running parallel. Suddenly, Might Guy's figure vanished from beside him, reappearing at the finish line. As Obito reached the finish line, he crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed by an ocean of regret. Unable to contain his frustration, he pounded the earth a few times. lamenting the fact that just yesterday he had received 100 problems to solve, and today he was burdened with dozens more. It seemed he was destined to return to the days of tackling questions in installments. The bitterness coursed through him as he calculated that he had reduced 5 problems in half a second, leaving him with 35 remaining. Might Guy reached the finish line first, surpassing Obito by a second, freeing himself from the burden of further problems. Muyu announced the results of the competition. Upon hearing that he had no further questions to tackle, Might Guy beamed with joy and celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. Muyu, employing his assessment technique, cast a glance at Might Guy and noted that the recent contest had boosted his proficiency by 3 points. While one might struggle with mathematics under pressure, the urgency could indeed accelerate the mastery of ninjutsu, Muyu mused inwardly. The outcome of the match had been quite satisfying. Both participants had surpassed their previous records for running at full speed. Let us take a moment to hydrate and rest, Muyu suggested, pulling Obito to his feet and brushing the dust off his clothes. He produced 2 bottles of water, handing one to Might Guy and opening the other for Obito. At this pace, you shall soon achieve the river surface sprint by the end of the week, Muyu remarked. Life is replete with its trivialities. And Muyu found joy in offering solace through poetry and distant dreams to those who felt disheartened. Obito accepted the bottle of water, downing half of it in one go, feeling revitalized. Akai, today you have triumphed, but do not celebrate too soon. Tomorrow I shall be the first to cross the finish line, Obito declared, wishing for Might Guy to share in the agony of problem-solving. Haha, you are quite spirited. But the first to reach the finish line will undoubtedly be me, Might Guy? He replied, giving Obito a thumbs up. Muyu stood with his arms crossed, silently approving of his disciple's competitive spirit. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret that Shisui was not in a position to join such a harmonious and friendly training regimen. Part of this was due to his skill level, while another aspect was his strong theoretical foundation, rendering him unperturbed by the tasks at hand. Furthermore, Shisui had mastered the shadow clone technique, enabling him to utilize clones to assist with problem-solving. On Tuesday, Muyu conducted his classes as usual. He had fully grasped the rhythm of the larger lessons, allowing him to control the grading as he did in ordinary classes, thus determining whether to acquire chakra or ninjutsu. During the afternoon, Muyu opted to focus on enhancing chakra, while he decided to delve into ninjutsu later in the day. You've done something commendable this time. Muiwa-sensei excels far beyond mere foundational teaching, remarked Dingzu, observing the students under Muyu's guidance as they had adeptly mastered tree climbing and water walking techniques. Those genin who had not enrolled would surely regret their decision upon realizing what they missed. Dingzu felt a twinge of envy for those students, pondering how much stronger he might have been had he had such an instructive teacher during his own training. Brother, when have I ever led you astray? Trust me, it will pay off, Asuma said, patting Dingzu on the shoulder. Moreover, Muyu's prowess extended far beyond the basics. Anything he had mastered, he could teach proficiently. How would you know? Dingzu initially failed to grasp the implication. Once he recalled the connection, he playfully punched Asuma in the chest, exclaiming, I almost forgot he is your tutor as well. If we were to compare the character of Dingzu to an ordinary player, then Asuma would undoubtedly represent a pay-to-win player. Asuma chuckled, somewhat understanding Dingzu's perspective. However, had the tutor not been Muyu, he would have long since dismissed his counterpart. Although Muyu was an excellent teacher, the pressure of the special training was substantial, and being overshadowed by a group of students left him feeling rather embarrassed. The delicate face of Yuhi Kurenai bore a frown, as she felt a sense of shame being overshadowed by her peers. Do not worry, Kurenai. Let us strive together to secure 2 positions within the top 3, Asuma quickly asserted. What? Do you think I lack the capability to compete with you all? Dingzu raised an eyebrow in response. Asuma felt an urge to hasten the arrival of Shisui, wishing he could swiftly kick this bothersome light bulb away, unable to grasp the atmosphere. However, Shisui did not appear. Instead, Muyu arrived to offer guidance to the trio. Time always seemed to fly during busy moments, and soon the class was over. After completing a significant lesson, Muyu received rewards: Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, and Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Both ninjutsu were quite commendable, and Muyu felt satisfied with today's accomplishments. Upon returning to the main city, Muyu fortuitously encountered Minato and Kushina as they were heading out. Muyu, we are off to a meeting. Remember to leave us some food. Kushina waved at Muyu. Minato glanced at Muyu with a resigned expression, intending to suggest that Muyu need not prepare their meals today. I will prepare a larger portion, and you can serve yourselves later. Muyu interpreted Minato's gaze and responded with a gentle smile. The prospect of garnering goodwill by simply cooking a bit more was indeed delightful. Minato and Kushina returned home earlier than Muyu had anticipated. Just as she was about to begin training her disciples, they knocked at the door. Muyu decided to postpone her departure, as her shadow clone would handle the training, ensuring it remained unaffected. A meeting during mealtime must surely pertain to significant matters. The brutes from the land of lightning truly deserved condemnation. Taking advantage of the leaderless Suna, they had mobilized their forces to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure. With Kushina's lament, Muyu quickly grasped the unfolding situation. The gears of the Third Great Ninja War had officially begun to turn. In Muyu's recollection, the Third Great Ninja War was marked by utter chaos, with everyone engaging in mutual conflict while collectively besieging Konoha. The cloud attacked Suna and Konoha, while the stone simultaneously assaulted Konoha, taking advantage of Cloud's rear. As Suna repelled the cloud, seeing everyone else attacking Konoha, they joined the fray as well. The Mist, seldom participating in the Great Ninja Wars, observed the lively chaos and thought it would appear unsociable not to join. Thus they too began to assault Konoha. With the wind shadow vanished, they decided to target Konoha. In short, regardless of whom to fight, attacking Konoha sufficed. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha faced such adversity. Were it not for the arrival of a formidable hero, the golden flash of Namikaze Minato, the outcome of the Third Great Ninja War would have remained uncertain. In the midst of a dire situation, tens of thousands of ninjas from Iwagakure surrounded the Third Reikage. While Yahiko was tragically forced to his demise by the alliance of Danzo and Hanzo, plunging Nagato into darkness, Uchiha Obito, under the scheming influence of Madara Uchiha, succumbed to his own malevolence. Might Dai, in a display of sheer determination, opened the 8 gates and vanquished the 7 ninja swordsmen, leaving behind a trail of devastation. As Muyu reflected on the significant events of the Third Great Ninja War, he could not help but lament the perilous nature of the ninja world. Had the narrative unfolded as originally intended, Rin Noira would meet her untimely end at the hands of Kakashi's Raikiri, leading Obito into a spiral of madness. Might Gai's father would, in a bid to protect his son, ultimately sacrifice himself by opening the 8th gate. Strikingly, it seemed that Shisui had not suffered any losses during the war, even achieving the illustrious title of Shunshin Shisui. However, given that Shisui had activated his Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War, Muyu was convinced that events transpired that Shisui would rather not witness. Time was of the essence. Muyu recalled that shortly before Obito's descent into darkness, Kakashi had only just ascended to the rank of a ninja at the tender age of 12. With Kakashi and Obito being the same age, and Obito currently merely 8, it indicated that Muyu had but 4 years left to alter the course of fate. Although the specifics surrounding Might Gai's incident remained unclear, it likely occurred during the height of the conflict, suggesting only a slight temporal deviation. Nevertheless, Might Gai's situation was somewhat manageable, as it was merely a stroke of misfortune that he encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. With a development period of 3 to 4 years, Muyu believed he could navigate through it. Obito's predicament, however, was far more complex. At first glance, it appeared to be a tragic consequence of war, yet it was, in fact, a conspiracy meticulously orchestrated. To alter the trajectory of Obito's descent into darkness, Muyu's adversaries were not merely the ninjas of Iwagakure and Kirigakure, but rather the insidious Madara Uchiha and Kagaya's will, Kurizetsu. Adopting a more optimistic perspective, one might consider the foes as nothing more than a frail old man sustained by tubes and a puddle of black sludge. Conversely, from a pessimistic viewpoint, the opponents were Indra's chakra reincarnate, the sole living wielder of the Rinnegan, Madara Uchiha, and the third offspring of the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, he, Muyu, was merely a chūnin instructor at the Ninja Academy. Muyu, what are you pondering so deeply about? The voice of Kushina jolted Muyu from his reverie. With a sigh, he replied, I was just contemplating whether the war might extend its reach to our beloved Konoha. Konoha is not a soft target like Sunagakure. Any ambition to wage war against us requires careful consideration of the consequences. Kushina expressed her confidence in Konoha's strength. Muyu's concerns were not unfounded. Once war erupted, anything could transpire. Minato spoke solemnly, his thoughts more somber than Muyu's. While Muyu merely considered the possibility of war affecting Konoha, Minato firmly believed that conflict would inevitably spread to their village. In times of peace, the reputation of the strongest ninja village could deter petty threats. However, once a grand war commenced, Konoha, bearing the title of the foremost ninja village, could easily become a target for ambitious adversaries seeking to make a name for themselves. It was easy to dismiss claims of strength, but if one could decisively defeat the strongest village, their prowess would be undeniable. After Minato and Kushina finished their meal, Muyu departed the main district to instruct his students. He began by teaching Might Guy the body flicker technique before overseeing the race between Obito and Might Guy for the day. Today, once again, Might Guy emerged victorious, albeit by a slender margin, yet neither participant transcended their limits. According to Muyu's stipulation, only by surpassing one's boundaries does a new achievement become the benchmark for future contests, rather than the original threshold. Naturally, it is a formidable challenge to achieve daily breakthroughs, and Muyu did not feel disheartened. Nonetheless, this training method proved to be notably effective, as evidenced by Might Guy's significant increase in proficiency. Muyu halted Shisui, who was immersed in his training, and proclaimed, "Let us pause the practice of the fire release technique for now. Today, I shall teach you a new ninjutsu." The technique, known as fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red, is a formidable fire-based technique that possesses considerable lethality at mid-range. Muyu elucidated the intricacies of the ninjutsu he was about to impart. Had he been instructing Obito, Muyu would have commenced with the Phoenix Fire technique before advancing to the enhanced Phoenix Flower Claw Red. However, given Shui's remarkable aptitude for learning, Muyu felt no trepidation regarding his ability to grasp the new technique swiftly. He guided Shisui to an open expanse. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Muyu formed the necessary hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames, simultaneously casting forth a flurry of shurikens towards a wooden target in the clearing. The shurikens pierced through the flames, merging seamlessly into fiery projectiles that cascaded towards the wooden figure. The razor-sharp shurikens severed the wooden arms, embedding themselves within, as the flames ignited the target, reducing it to ashes. The superiority of Phoenix Flower Claw Red over Phoenix Fire lies in the integration of shurikens. The lethal combination of sharp projectiles and the searing heat of the fire release renders it exceedingly difficult to evade in close quarters, inflicting substantial damage upon impact. Having imparted the fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red to his disciple, Shisui, who expressed immense gratitude, Muyu received a critical reward. Attaining proficiency in the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Muyu silently nodded in approval, recognizing this as a small triumph. The Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, a technique of the same caliber, was, in Muyu's recollection, a ninjutsu of the third Hokage, renowned for its extensive attack range and ferocity, making it a formidable fire technique. After Muyu demonstrated the technique several times, he encouraged Shisui to attempt it independently. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Shisui endeavored to replicate Muyu's actions, expelling flames while casting shurikens towards the wooden target, perhaps due to it being his inaugural practice. Shisui struggled to maintain precision, resulting in some shurikens lacking the fiery enhancement. Utilizing the identification technique, Muyu examined Shui's progress, discovering that his proficiency in Phoenix Flower Claw Red had reached 32. With a bit more practice, he would be well on his way to mastery. As anticipated, Shui's learning ability was exceptional, and coupled with Muyu's teaching skills, he was able to absorb the Phoenix Flower Claw Red with remarkable speed. 2 days later, Obito, feeling confident in his newfound strength, approached Muyu once more to request a rematch. "Teacher, I wish to challenge the river surface sprint," Obito declared, sharing his desire to face the challenge again, fully aware that it had been a complete 4 days since his previous unsuccessful attempt. Over the course of the past 4 days, he diligently studied the unique speed-enhancing techniques of Muyu, and, during his match against Might Guy, he pushed the boundaries of his own speed. Obito felt he had finally acquired the strength to conquer the impending challenges. This newfound confidence primarily stemmed from his belief that his previous failures in speed contests were due to his inability to master the technique of shave. Furthermore, with the upcoming week dedicated to practical testing, Obito aspired to grasp shave within this week, thereby transforming his approach in the forthcoming battle. He yearned to triumph over Might Guy at least once. Thus far, in their formal confrontations, Obito had never emerged victorious, consistently falling just short. The thought that Might Guy might master shave before him filled Obito with trepidation. if that were the case. His chances of winning in the practical test would diminish even further. The repeated near misses were beginning to frustrate him. All right, follow me, Muyu beckoned, leading Obito to the riverbank. The second challenge differed from the first. There was no need to set traps in advance, as they could engage in direct confrontation. Muyu created a multitude of shadow clones and unleashed a barrage of water dragon projectiles toward the surface of the river. Teacher Muyu, I am ready, Obito declared, taking a deep breath and gathering his chakra in preparation for a sprint. Begin. Obito fixed his gaze on the water dragon projectiles, striving to discern the hidden patterns within them. After a moment of failure and receiving guidance from Muyu, he realized that the numerous water dragons did not merely collide haphazardly, but followed a defined rhythm in their movements. If it were just a matter of traversing 15 meters of water, Obito could easily dash across in an instant. However, the interference from the water dragons necessitated a more strategic approach to avoid being struck. After observing for 2 seconds, Obito finally uncovered the secret. There were 12 water dragons in total, grouped in sets of 3, with similar patterns of advance and retreat within each group. Essentially, the 12 water dragons could be perceived as 4 larger water dragons. Between these larger dragons, there existed a pattern, approximately every 1.5 seconds. A fleeting safe zone would appear between 2 of the larger dragons, vanishing almost as quickly as it emerged. Armed with this understanding, Obito surged forward. There was no time for further observation. Although the apparent time for completion was 10 seconds, the actual window for action was scarcely half a second, testing both his observational acuity and instantaneous reaction speed. With the pattern clear, the challenge became significantly more manageable for Obito. As he paused after each set of 4 water dragons, waiting for the opportune moment to advance. Standing on the water's surface, Obito's eyes remained fixed on the fearsome water dragons, aware that any lapse in concentration could lead to failure. The margin for error in this second challenge was considerably narrower than in the first. Observing Obito's focused demeanor, Muyu thought to herself that if he could maintain such calm and caution, his combat prowess would undoubtedly rival that of mastering a high-level ninjutsu. Success. Upon crossing the final 4 water dragons and reaching the shore, Obito could not contain his exhilaration. Teacher Muyu, I hope I did not exceed the time limit? He inquired anxiously. Muyu nodded with a smile, replying, No, you have successfully completed the physical challenge. Wonderful. That means I can learn shave now, right? Obito leapt with unrestrained joy, his gaze fixed on Might Guy and the others as they darted about, tantalizing him immensely. This was the essence of the training methods and experiences he had gleaned. He vowed to absorb every detail. Muyu handed Obito a scroll. I shall study diligently until I can recite its contents by heart, he declared with fervor. As he excitedly unfurled the scroll, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Upon reflection, he realized that some of the techniques within were indeed the chakra skills Muyu had previously taught him to enhance his speed. In an instant, everything clicked into place. It was not that Muyu had been reluctant to teach him the techniques. Rather, she had been planning to instruct him ever since he initiated the physical challenge against her. The first stage, the forest sprint, was a test of his physical prowess, while the second stage involved imparting a portion of the techniques to him. Teacher Muyu, you truly are the finest instructor in the world. Obito realized the depth of Muyu's intentions, and his heart swelled with gratitude. You have bestowed upon your disciple the scroll of training techniques, and he is profoundly appreciative. Receiving a significant reward, mastery of the fire release, great fireball technique. The rewards for this teaching session exceeded Muyu's expectations, resulting in a remarkable burst of success, culminating in a powerful, mastered ninjutsu. Almost forgetting, this is your admission fee, which I initially overlooked. Muyu remarked with a smile as she produced 3 test papers and handed them to Obito. His smile faltered in astonishment. He had sensed something was amiss, and it turned out to be the test papers. This was one aspect he wished Muyu had a poorer memory about. Since it had slipped her mind, he decided to let it go. However, upon seeing the test papers, Obito felt his mind begin to swirl. Muyu playfully tapped his forehead with her fingers, saying, Your thoughts are quite fanciful. Although it cannot be waived entirely, I can offer you an interest-free installment option. Upon hearing this, Obito's spirits lifted once more. This would significantly reduce the workload ahead of him. Subsequently, Muyu guided Obito in his training. Finally, he could practice the impressive body flicker technique. And paired with the arduous journey to attain it, Obito approached his training with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Akane sensed something peculiar with her two brothers, who were often seen huddled together, giggling and whispering. Are you hiding something entertaining from me? She directly confronted Steel Iron and Shiny Izumi. What could possibly be amusing? We are merely preparing for next week's practical test, Steel Iron explained. Really? Akane replied with skepticism, scrutinizing Steel Iron with doubt. Do not insult our integrity with your doubtful gaze, Shiny Izumi asserted, confirming their focus on preparing for the practical assessment. And how are you preparing? Akane inquired. Steel Iron and Shiny Izumi exchanged glances before finally responding. The details of our preparations are not suitable for you to know. Though they were good friends, they were not about to mistake Akane's gender. If you choose not to share, so be it. I shall see what tricks you conjure up on Monday, Akane retorted. Puffing her cheeks, she resolved that if they crossed paths during the practical test, she would deliver a decisive blow to the riddle makers. As the practical test approached, everyone busied themselves with preparations. Some aspired to ascend to higher ranks through their performance, while others wished to showcase their abilities for someone special. On Saturday afternoon, Asuma earnestly requested Teacher Muyu to increase his training regimen. Teacher Muyu, I believe I can endure greater pressure. Please augment my training. Asuma implored with a serious expression. With the first practical test looming just a couple of days away, Asuma felt he could push himself a little further. This time, it was not merely a clandestine battle with Muyu. Yuhi Kurenai would also be observing. Even in defeat, he wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. What prompts this sudden desire for increased training? Is it for the practical test? Muyu inquired with a smile, finding Asuma's youthful motivations all too predictable. Indeed, you have guessed correctly, teacher, Asuma replied, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features. However, Muyu dismissed Asuma's notion that temporary additional training could significantly enhance his abilities. While cramming might yield some benefits in theoretical assessments, perhaps encountering familiar material during the exam could yield a few extra points in practical scenarios. Merely intensifying practice in these last 2 days would not yield substantial results. Unless one possessed extraordinary learning capabilities, mastering a new jutsu each day would be beneficial. But Asuma clearly lacked such aptitude. What should I do then? Asuma inquired, placing his hopes in the omnipotent Muyu. Do you genuinely desire to enhance your abilities? Muyu asked. He indeed had methods, albeit arduous ones. I cannot be more serious, Asuma replied earnestly. To elevate his prowess in merely 2 days. Combat was the only solution. After contemplating, Muyu concluded, with only 2 days remaining, the only method I can conceive is extensive combat. Essentially, enduring a considerable amount of punishment. Engage in battle with my shadow clones. As long as you have the strength to stand, you shall continuously fight against my shadow clones. Even in this short span of 2 days, you will undoubtedly enhance your abilities. The practical test would involve combat, and Asuma's intensive fighting would equate to thorough preparation. Far more reliable than mere additional training. Asuma, merely listening to Muyu's plan, could already envision the impending trials, yet for the sake of Kurenai, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. One could only say that to achieve recognition in public, one must endure suffering in private. In the ensuing time, Asuma found himself relentlessly outmatched by Muyu's shadow clones. Even though Muyu deliberately restrained their power, they were still beyond Asuma's current capabilities. When Asuma, utterly exhausted, leaned against a large tree to rest, he muttered, If you ask me, the old man must be losing his sight. Teacher Muyu, a ninja of your caliber should surely be a jonin. Just moments before, during their combat, Muyu had employed 8 different jutsu, utilizing both fire and water techniques, showcasing a well-rounded arsenal of offensive and defensive capabilities. At present, I am indeed unworthy of such a promotion, Muyu countered. Based on his recent performance, he was merely a chūnin with slightly more jutsu than average, a conclusion drawn solely from Asuma's relative weakness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you watching closely? Muyu thought, his expression unchanged. The sudden display of strength was not intended to aid Asuma in his training, but rather to present a facade for the third Hokage. Even if the third were not personally observing, the Umbu would undoubtedly report back, thus ensuring that his efforts did not go unnoticed. Muyu's intentions were straightforward, to lay the groundwork. Given that Sarutobi Hiruzen was already well acquainted with him, as long as Muyu refrained from exhibiting any outlandish abilities, he would be perceived as possessing inherent talent in the eyes of the third. In fact, Muyu had already established a preliminary foundation previously. notably when Kushina remarked upon his aptitude for sealing techniques. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina naturally attracted the scrutiny of the Umbu. It was precisely this consideration that prompted Muyu to showcase his sealing abilities. Otherwise, his cautious nature would have led him to feign having achieved mastery in merely 10 days. Possessing talent in sealing techniques, combined with considerable teaching prowess and decent combat skills, rendered him a young individual worthy of saving. Muyu was adeptly presenting himself from a perspective that the root could not perceive, yet the third could. If he were extracted from root, he could subsequently showcase his abilities without the looming concerns associated with that organization. Once transferred to the third's domain, as long as he did not exhibit any abnormal strength, his subsequent advancements would be interpreted as latent talent discovered and nurtured by the third, undetected by root. Muyu aspired to develop steadily. However, he was aware that remaining merely a chūnin instructor would ultimately constrain his growth. If he were to remain a conventional chūnin teacher, would he truly have the opportunity for this summer training? He feared he might instead be summoned by Danzo to perform menial tasks at root during the break. The higher his rank, the greater his displayed strength, thus amplifying the opportunities for rewards. For instance, should he wish to reform the curriculum at the Ninja Academy by introducing some public courses across several classes, his suggestions would likely be disregarded if he were simply an ordinary teacher. However, if he excelled during this summer training and advanced to special jonin, he believed his proposals would be taken seriously. On a Sunday morning, Muyu was guiding Abido in the practice of the technique known as shave. At this point, Might Guy and Shisui had fully grasped the fundamentals, leaving only Abido to learn. The technique itself was quite simple. One merely needed to stack a previously utilized skill 3 times to execute it effectively. As Muyu demonstrated and explained, he noted, "Your legs are giving out. This is quite challenging." Abido attempted once more under Muyu's guidance, but unfortunately, he was still unable to succeed. What seemed effortless when articulated by Muyu appeared deceptively simple in his mind, yet when it came time to implement it, Abido felt the earlier ease was but an illusion. It was exceedingly difficult. Not only was he struggling to stack 3 times, but even achieving 2 stable repetitions eluded him. Just practice more. Shisui and the others didn't team master it in just a few days, Muyu encouraged. He cast a glance at Abido's proficiency with the identification technique, noting that he had already surpassed 40 points in skill. Having previously imparted a portion of the technique to Abido, Muyu found that his own speed had improved when it came time to teach. Until the conclusion of his training, Abido was unable to achieve the 3rd layering of his explosive technique. However, he managed to consistently stack it twice, which could be considered a commendable improvement. Under your guidance, your disciple, Uchiha Abido, diligently honed his skills and experienced a notable enhancement, earning the reward of mastering the breath of fire at an intermediate level. Much to his surprise, Muyu discovered that yet another breathing technique had emerged. Upon examining the newly acquired memories of the breath of fire within his mind, he was astonished by its distinct characteristics compared to the breath of rock. While both are breathing techniques, their effects differ significantly, rendering the former a secret art. The breath of fire could actually augment the potency of fire-based techniques. Although the breath of fire in this context could also enhance physical attributes, this was not its primary function. Its main purpose was to strengthen fire jutsu. As one begins to grasp the breath of fire, they can utilize the total concentration breathing technique, which instantaneously accelerates the transformation of chakra's fire attribute, thereby amplifying the intensity of flames. Once proficient, one can enter a state of constant flow, allowing for the perpetuation of both accelerated transformation and enhanced fire potency. In addition to possessing a more formidable explosive power, the advanced pattern of mastery becomes exceedingly terrifying, enabling the seamless conversion of all chakra into flames, allowing for the immediate execution of all fire jutsu without the need for hand seals, significantly enhancing their fiery might. Following extensive modifications by the system, the breath of fire has diverged considerably from its original depiction in Demon Slayer, as it no longer requires a blade and can be described as a fire chakra mode. In the world of Naruto, there exist numerous chakra modes, among which the Sage mode is quite prevalent and practical. For those who are Jinchuriki, there exists the opportunity to cultivate the Tailed Beast chakra mode, as well as the Lightning Release chakra mode from the Hidden Cloud Village. Muyu even speculated that Susanoo could be considered a form of chakra mode, specifically a kaleidoscope-limited chakra mode. Some chakra modes can also be stacked, Muyu could hardly imagine the strength of fire techniques should Sage Mode and the Breath of Fire pattern be used in tandem. Though the reward was not the moon step he had envisioned, Muyu was nonetheless quite satisfied. The localized version of the Breath of Fire was remarkably powerful, enhancing both his own abilities and being well suited for his disciples' training. Both Shisui and Obito primarily employed fire techniques in their attacks, making them particularly compatible with the Breath of Fire. During dinner one evening, Muyu shared the news of his successful mastery of the three-finger seal with Kushina. Already succeeded in your training? A month has passed quite swiftly, Kushina remarked as she took a bite of her dish. It hasn't been a month, it's been 27 days. Minato corrected. He recalled the moment Kushina had sealed the three fingers onto Muyu and calculated the days. Realizing that Muyu's training speed exceeded Kushina's prior expectations by a few days. 27 days is nearly a month. I cannot foresee the future, so I cannot be entirely precise. Kushina waved her hand dismissively. However, completing it earlier than I anticipated indicates that your talent for sealing techniques is indeed remarkable, Muyu. Kushina praised. Coincidentally, I have recently finished my reflections on sealing techniques. After dinner, I shall share my insights along with the sealing techniques you are to practice next. I have also pinned some reflections on my practice of sealing techniques. While I may not possess the expertise of Kushina, I believe my insights might still prove beneficial to you, Minato remarked. Although his sealing techniques were entirely taught by Kushina, each individual harbors unique interpretations during their learning journey, and Minato felt that his realizations could indeed assist Muyu. Thank you, Kushina-sensei and Minato-sensei, Muyu expressed gratefully. In return, do prepare some delectable dishes for me and Minato to savor, Kushina exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Despite feeling she had not exerted herself too much, she acknowledged that Muyu had raised an excellent opportunity to contribute. Can you handle spicy food? Muyu inquired after a moment's contemplation. When he had previously taught Kushina and Minato to cook, he had crafted a magical Mappo tofu, if his memory served him right. Based on a recipe from the renowned chef, the flavor should be exquisite. No worries, Muyu. Feel free to prepare it, Kushina replied. Thankfully, I can tolerate it reasonably well, Minato added after some thought. They believed that a dish could only be so spicy, and if it became too intense, they could simply avoid the peppers. In that case, it's settled. Tomorrow evening, I shall create a dish so delicious it glows, Muyu smiled. I can only wonder if you've added something peculiar to make the dish glow, Kushina teased. Is it truly possible for a dish to radiate when it reaches culinary perfection? Minato pondered this seriously, recalling that Muyu's fried rice had seemingly emitted a faint glow. After their meal, Kushina and Minato returned home, bringing their training insights back into Muyu's residence. They presented the scroll to Muyu, who graciously accepted it with another expression of gratitude. The scroll contained 3 sealing techniques. Aside from the 5-finger seal and its advanced counterpart, there was also a contract seal, sufficient for a year of practice, Kushina stated. It sounds quite challenging. I shall surely come to you both with questions. Muyu smiled as he carefully set the scroll aside. Feel free to ask. While it may not be straightforward for you, these are concepts I am intimately familiar with, Kushina responded with confidence. After Kushina and Minato departed, Muyu ascended to the 2nd floor to begin his studies of the sealing techniques. Upon unrolling the scroll, he discovered that the advanced ninjutsu corresponding to the 5-finger seal was, in fact, the 5-element seal. Muyu mused that Kushina was indeed generous and confident in his abilities, directly providing him with such an advanced sealing technique. Having studied sealing techniques for a while, he understood what the 5-element seal represented, a highly challenging technique that even skilled ninjas might struggle to master. Muyu speculated that the existence of the 5-finger seal might serve to ease the learning curve for the 5-element seal. Glancing at the contract seal, he found it intriguing. It could sever the contractual bond between the user and their summoned beast, rendering the user unable to control or summon the beast again. If it can sever such bonds, couldn't it also be modified to disrupt other relationships? Muyu has long speculated that the seal of tongue calamity eradication may possess a function of active activation. Given Danzo's cautious nature, this is certainly within the realm of possibility. If the connection between the seal of tongue calamity eradication and Danzo, the practitioner, could be severed, then the threat posed by the seal would be significantly diminished. The conditions for triggering the seal of tongue calamity eradication hinge upon uttering Danzo's name and the secrets of the Foundation. As long as he refrains from speaking these words, it shall never be activated. He contemplated first mastering the 5-finger seal, followed by the 5-element seal and the contract seal, aspiring to complete them within a month. He also possessed 2 skilled scrolls of ninjutsu, which could elevate introductory techniques to proficiency level, and he intended to apply them to the 5-element seal and the contract seal. Once both sealing techniques reached proficiency, they would grant him greater insights into sealing knowledge. On a Monday afternoon, Muyu commenced practical testing. By this time, the students of the summer training program had studied for 2 weeks and made noticeable progress. The rules for the practical test were fundamentally aligned with those of the ninja school's combat examinations, involving random selection of opponents. The first match pitted Steel Ziti against Kamiyu Izumi. Upon hearing their names announced for the first battle, Kamiyu Izumi and Steel Ziti sighed at their misfortune, lamenting that fate had pitted the 2 brothers against each other in the very first round. "Ziti, I had hoped today would be our day to shine, but alas. It appears that talent is often thwarted by destiny," Kamiyu Izumi remarked. He had not anticipated such ill fortune in encountering Steel Ziti so early. "Indeed," Steel Ziti replied, sorrow evident in his nod. Had they not faced each other, their perfected strategies might have led to a legendary confrontation. "Izumi, the enhanced confounding technique wields tremendous power. Rather than engage in battle, we should forego its use," Steel Ziti proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Kamiyu Izumi smiled and nodded in agreement. "That sounds splendid. Enough with your antiquated banter. Hasten to the combat arena and prepare for battle without further delay," Hong Do interjected, exasperated, ignoring Hong Do's lack of appreciation for ceremonial formalities. The 2 brothers advanced toward the battleground, assuming their stances in readiness for combat. "Let the battle commence," Muyu declared, observing their readiness. Upon hearing his signal, both rushed toward each other, initiating close-quarter combat. However, their comparable skill levels, coupled with their shared training under the same instructor, resulted in a fierce stalemate. As they exchanged blows, Steel Ziti with a right punch and Kamiyu Izumi mirroring his movement with his own, 2 minutes elapsed without a clear victor emerging. "It's about time," Steel Ziti mused inwardly. Although they were brothers, the world of ninjas is unforgiving. He resolved to carry forth Izumi's will and secure victory. With a heavy heart, he prepared to employ the confounding technique. "Iziti, I am truly sorry. I am a ninja," Kamiyu Izumi said with a smile as he swiftly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash the confounding technique. It was a jest. There was no way he would refrain from utilizing the ninjutsu he had diligently honed. His promise to Steel Ziti was merely a ruse to mislead him. Leaf's profanity. Steel Ziti instantly retracted his feelings of guilt. Kamiyu Izumi was even less scrupulous than he had anticipated. As the seals of Kamizuki Izumi were completed, the arena was instantly graced by the presence of 4 alluring and ethereal doppelgangers, reminiscent of her celestial essence. Despite having executed this ninjutsu numerous times, Steel Iron instinctively slowed his hand movements, his gaze wandering toward the magnificent and awe-inspiring mountain ranges. Not only Steel Iron, but many onlookers were equally captivated by the grandeur of the landscapes. Muyu was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that this was reminiscent of Naruto's seductive technique, which seemed to have manifested prematurely. The winds stirred by the butterfly were decidedly inappropriate. Seizing the opportunity while Steel Iron was momentarily distracted, Kamizuki Izumi delivered a swift kick, toppling him. The sudden assault jolted Steel Iron back to reality, and he inwardly acknowledged the terrifying power of this ninjutsu, capable of ensnaring even one as resolute as himself. Regaining his composure, Steel Iron hastily distanced himself, executing seals as he unleashed his own ninjutsu. In quick succession, 4 distinct yet equally enchanting doppelgangers emerged. As he beheld the sudden appearance of these figures, Kamizuki Izumi's pursuit began to wane, allowing Steel Iron to counterattack. These 2 fools, how could such doppelgangers possibly be effective? They appeared utterly feeble. Hongdo observed that Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi were merely floundering. The battle raged fiercely in the open space, much to the satisfaction of the spectators, ultimately culminating in a narrow victory for Kamizuki Izumi in the first round. "Izumi, this is not your power. It is the strength of Brother Ebisu," Steel Iron lamented, feeling that his defeat stemmed not from strength but from a lack of audacity. As he had hesitated due to feelings of guilt, this ninjutsu could indeed be refined, thanks to Brother Ebisu's initial contributions, yet a victory is a victory. "I shall carry your will forward, Ziti," Kamizuki Izumi proclaimed with a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, The students below engaged in animated discussions upon hearing their exchange. Ebisu. Could he be the only senior who advanced last week? It seems he pioneered this ninjutsu. Some students expressed disbelief. During a recent strength assessment, Ebisu had advanced alone to the next class, earning considerable renown within the group. That's him. I know him. He's in my class, year 4, class 6. One of Ebisu's classmates affirmed with a nod. To be honest, this technique might actually be quite practical. Could he be a genius? Another student pondered earnestly. Regardless, Ebisu's reputation had soared within the group. Regrettably for Kamizuki Izumi, his moment of triumph was fleeting, as his second-round opponent was Ugetsu Yuin. The doppelganger resembling Ugetsu Yuin paid no heed to Kamizuki Izumi, relentlessly pursuing him, and he quickly fell to defeat. Curse it. I almost forgot there were female students. Kamizuki Izumi realized the drawbacks of his deceptive technique. Izumi, this is the fate of betraying your comrades. Steel Iron jeered loudly. The group was also engaged in practical combat assessments. Number 1, Uchiha Shisui, faced off against number 2, Hinata Kurenai. Is it really him? Hinata Kurenai momentarily paused upon hearing her name. She had only known Shisui for a mere few days, yet he had already made a profound impression on her. The senior members of their team were effortlessly defeated, as Shisui, in his first academic year, dominated the strength assessment, claiming the top position. Do your best, Hong. Asuma offered words of encouragement. Be cautious of his speed. He is remarkably swift, he added, echoing a previous warning. His earlier defeat stemmed from underestimating Shisui's velocity. Hinata Hong nodded, steadied her emotions, and approached the open field with unwavering determination. The battle commenced. Upon engaging in combat with Shisui, Hinata Hong quickly realized the validity of Asuma's earlier caution. She found herself comprehensively overpowered in both physical and ninjutsu techniques, with barely any opportunity to counterattack. Merely defending against his onslaught had already stretched her to her limits. Ultimately, she succumbed to Shisui's relentless assault and lost the match. Uchiha Shisui is the victor. Muyu announced the outcome. He had assessed Hinata Hong's potential through his observations, deeming it fairly commendable. However, her talent lay predominantly in Jinjutsu. And the reality of Hokage's Jinjutsu was somewhat awkward. Barring the use of the Sharingan, her capabilities were rather limited. It's all right, even Raito lost to him. That guy is simply too talented, Asuma assured her in a timely manner. A nearby onlooker shot Asuma a disgruntled glance, feeling somewhat irked by his method of consolation. In the matchup between Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, the spectators lamented as they realized the unfortunate pairing in the first round. The fourth-year students felt a sense of disappointment. Both Might Guy and Obito were top contenders in their grade, possessing the prowess to advance to the semifinals even within the strongest group. However, facing each other so early in the competition meant that one would inevitably be eliminated prematurely, regardless of who emerged victorious. One formidable opponent would be absent in the subsequent rounds. Asuma mused as he observed the clash between Might Guy and Obito. He was not as familiar with Might Guy as he was with Obito and lacked knowledge of Guy's specific combat abilities. Yet since Guy had managed to defeat Obito in the practical examination, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. With this thought in mind, Asuma adopted a serious expression, preparing to gather intelligence on both combatants through this encounter. In their initial battle, Obito displayed a look of concern. Might Guy had completed his training in the body flicker technique, while Obito had yet to master it, struggling to stack 3 instances simultaneously. Nevertheless, Obito did not perceive his situation as entirely hopeless. Their current capabilities were insufficient to facilitate multiple uses of the body flicker technique in quick succession due to the excessive strain it placed on their leg muscles. Thus, he could only acknowledge a slight disadvantage rather than an insurmountable one. Feeling invigorated at facing Obito in the first round, Might Guy and Obito swiftly moved to the designated battleground, ready to commence their confrontation. Begin. As soon as the two combatants assumed their stances, Muyu swiftly declared the commencement of the battle. No sooner had her words left her lips than Might Guy's figure vanished from sight. Leaf Great Whirlwind. His impassioned voice resonated throughout the arena. The opponents, Obito and Tintin, who had trained together extensively, were intimately familiar with one another, which led Might Guy to forego any tentative strikes and instead unleash his full power from the outset. He instantly executed a triple acceleration technique, propelling himself toward Obito with remarkable speed before delivering his mightiest kick. How astonishingly fast. The surrounding students marveled at Might Guy's swiftness, perceiving him as if he had teleported, his form disappearing in an instant. Such remarkable body flicker technique. Asuma was equally taken aback, for although he too possessed the body flicker technique, his speed paled in comparison and required hand seals. In contrast to Might Guy's intentions for close combat, Obito sought to maintain distance and employ ninjutsu with his techniques. However, due to Obito's slightly slower pace, he was struck by Might Guy's heel. Though he managed to block the blow with his arm, the impact left his limb trembling uncontrollably. Finding himself at a disadvantage from the outset, Obito's mind raced. He realized that if he allowed himself to fall into Might Guy's rhythm, defeat was inevitable. Thus, he made a swift decision to utilize the body flicker technique twice in succession, creating significant distance between them. Might Guy pursued with alacrity but was still unable to close the gap, having only executed one body flicker himself. "I've won," he concluded internally. In this initial exchange, Obito had performed the body flicker technique 3 times within a minute, while Might Guy, possessing much greater physical prowess, had refrained from such exhaustive usage. Following this, Obito would struggle not only to continue utilizing the body flicker technique, but even to run swiftly. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Gritting his teeth against the pain radiating from his legs, Obito swiftly formed seals to unleash a towering fireball, 3 meters high, engulfed in raging flames, hurtling towards Might Guy with ferocity. Yet, Might Guy remained unperturbed, diverting his focus to his surroundings, vigilantly guarding against potential attacks from other directions. Having faced numerous fireballs before, he understood their formidable power but also recognized their evasion potential. Thus, he deemed the imminent threat to be other forms of assault during this interval. To his surprise, however, Obito did not seize the opportunity to attack. When Obito re-entered Might Guy's line of sight, he discovered that Obito had transformed into 5 distinct clones. Has he utilized the shadow clone technique to obscure my vision behind the fireball? Might Guy pondered, quickly discerning Obito's strategy. The 5 Obitos scattered, each sprinting away, making it difficult for Might Guy to identify the original from the illusions. It wasn't until he noticed one Obito moving at a noticeably slower pace, occasionally revealing an unusual expression, that he found his target. "I've located you." Might Guy concentrated chakra in his legs and employed the body flicker technique to charge toward the slightly slower Obito, aiming to catch him off guard and eliminate him. Given that Obito had recently executed the body flicker technique multiple times, the strain on his legs had understandably led to such discrepancies. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy launched a swift whirlwind kick towards Obito. It seemed that Obito had not anticipated Guy's rapid discovery of his presence, and his speed was so overwhelming that he had no time to react or even assume a defensive posture. Just as Guy believed the battle had concluded, his expression changed dramatically. In the instant his kick connected with Obito, the figure he struck vanished. It was a ruse, an illusion. Guy quickly pivoted in search of the real Obito, who had already completed the fire release technique not far from him. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Obito exhaled, unleashing a massive fire dragon that surged towards Guy with incredible speed. At such a close range, Guy quickly felt the intense heat radiating from the dragon. Enduring the pain in his leg muscles, he resorted to using the body flicker technique, which he had only employed twice, in an effort to evade the jutsu. However, the Great Dragon Fire was unlike the Great Fireball. The dragon could change its course. As Guy's figure vanished, Obito swiftly redirected the fire dragon to pursue him relentlessly. Water release, water barrier. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach Guy, a wall of water surged up, intercepting the fiery beast. Moonlight had intervened. Although Obito would likely have controlled the fire dragon to halt before Guy, Moonlight, concerned that Obito's condition might lead to a loss of control over the jutsu, preemptively blocked the attack. Uchiha Obito wins. Moonlight declared the outcome. It remained uncertain whether Obito's prior training had borne fruit, or if he simply struggled when faced with adversity. Previously, in a balanced confrontation, he had been unable to secure victory, but now, Moonlight believed Guy had a considerably greater chance of success, yet Obito still triumphed. "Guy, this time I have won." Upon hearing the results of the battle, Obito's face lit up with a triumphant grin as he laughed heartily. He had finally bested Might Guy in a real combat scenario, even turning the tables despite being at a disadvantage. However, before Guy could utter a word, Obito collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Obito, are you alright?" Guy rushed over to assess the situation. Moonlight appeared in the clearing, lifting Obito and stating, "It seems he has exhausted too much chakra and is simply fatigued. I will take him to the Konoha hospital." Moonlight left a shadow clone to continue overseeing the practical test, while his true self escorted Obito to the hospital. If all goes as expected, today would also be a day of reckoning.